In the year 1512 of the Haiyuan calendar, the East China Sea, the 77th branch of the Navy, Sean was sitting at his desk reading a newspaper. At this time, a Navy officer rushed in and said to Sean, "Colonel, something happened to Commodore Brimblin." "Oh, really? That's such a pity," Sean said calmly. "I just didn't expect that the Commodore couldn't even deal with a pirate with a bounty of 5 million. Alas, I'm also very troubled by this matter. Report it to the headquarters. By the way, what are the reactions of the brothers in the branch?" Sean seemed to have anticipated the accident of Commodore Brimblin. "It was reported to the headquarters 3 days ago." After a moment of silence, the private under him said seriously, "The brothers in the branch think that it is more appropriate for you to serve as the highest commander of the 77th branch." "Alas, how can this be possible?" Sean shook his head and said, "Don't say such things before the appointment of the headquarters is made. Prepare a funeral for Brigadier General Brinbrin. I will be there in person." The private nodded, saluted Sean, and turned away. After putting down the newspaper, Sean changed his clothes and prepared to go to the branch base to attend the funeral. Although Brigadier General Brinbrin was the highest commander of the East China Sea 77th branch, his death did not change the emotions of the Navy of the branch. On the contrary, when Sean appeared, everyone looked at him with respect. Accompanied by two majors, Sean came to the funeral site and presented flowers. I saw a Marine hurried over with a letter of appointment from the headquarters in his hand. After reading the letter of appointment in public, the Marines put a coat with the word justice written on it on Sean's shoulders. Sean shook his head and said to his men, "Alas, you really made me suffer. Colonel, only you are worthy of the name of justice." The lieutenant colonel named Hyena said excitedly, "That's right, Colonel. Only under your leadership can the branch dominate the East China Sea." The major next to Sean had the same expression. Under the persuasion of the two officers, the Marines under his command also said, "Colonel, Branch 77 can't do without you." Sean said with embarrassment, "In that case, I will accept the order of the headquarters and take over the work of Branch 77 reluctantly. Everything is for justice. Justice. Justice." A group of Marines in the audience immediately stood at attention and shouted excitedly. Sean was not surprised by the state of these Marines. After all the Navy of the entire 77th branch is supported by him. Sean is not from this world. He wakes up and finds himself in the world of One Piece. This is a chaotic and barbaric world with strong class shackles. Human life is less valuable than a dog, and pirates are everywhere. Fortunately, Sean has a cheat. The name of the cheat is the money first system. In short, as long as Sean can get money, he can strengthen himself. He can even extract abilities from other worlds. For a Sharkarm college student in the 21st century, how to make money is a headache. Fortunately, he joined the Navy early with this identity and had a system. Sean suddenly awakened some strange talent and relied on the cheat to get to the position of colonel of the 77th branch. Relying on his ability to dig deep, he pocketed 90 of the money he had embezzled and distributed it to buy people's hearts. Then his subordinates put on the coat of justice for him and were devoted to him. After secretly sending someone to kill his boss, Brigadier General Brinbrin, the power of the entire 77th branch fell into his hands. Next, he can make money better and then secretly become stronger, surprising everyone. Open the panel. Sitting in the office that symbolizes the highest power of the branch, Sean called up his attribute panel. Name: Sean, 23 years old. Position: Head of Navy Branch 77 military rank. Navy Branch Colonel. Physical skills: B. Swordsmanship. B. Fruit ability. None. Armament hockey. C. Observation hockey. C. Hero hockey. D. Special ability. Navy 6 styles mastery. Flying sword style mastery. Money value: 808 million Bailey's evaluation. Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The strength of a pirate with a bounty of 200 million. Barely a small fish. Seeing his own attributes, Sean still felt that he was too slow in making money. The remaining money is not enough for another 10 draw, or to improve a certain ability. After all, to improve his current strength, it takes 1,000 gold points to improve an attribute once and 10 draw. He spent 100 million Baileys to improve his strength to this level, but the system still evaluates him as a small fish. But think about it. During the war, the famous ones were at least at the level of lieutenant generals, and the strength of major generals was not small fish. The great cause is not yet accomplished. I still need to work hard. Sean shook his head and said. At this time, Lieutenant Colonel Hyena walked in, saluted Sean, and said, "Colonel, the merchants around have presented gifts after learning that you have become the branch chief." "Oh," Sean said playfully. "What gifts have they sent?" Hyena smiled and asked his Marines to bring in 2 large boxes of gifts. Most of them are quite valuable jewelry, gold, and other things. Sean curled his lips and said, "I just like to do these fancy things. Why doesn't anyone understand me? It's so much easier to just give me money." Since he has become the branch chief, Sean is no longer trying to hide it. "Go, sell them all, and send me Bailey instead." Hyena smiled and said, "I'm afraid that giving money directly will affect the colonel's reputation. They will buy it back from me at the original price." "Yeah, not bad." Sean nodded. "Who are the merchants who didn't give money?" Hyena thought for a while and said, "There are about 13 large-scale merchants, all crying poor to me. Then their security fees will increase by 250 this month." Sean said casually, "Yes, sir." The hyena laughed strangely, but then he was a little puzzled. "Sir, I don't understand why you are targeting these businessmen. There is money to be made from those ordinary people. How much money can you make by squeezing poor people?" Sean said disdainfully, "I will make money from whoever has money. The bones of poor people can't squeeze out much, Bailey. We are the Navy, representing justice. Don't act like those gangsters. It's embarrassing." The hyena looked educated. "Sir, you are still wise." Chapter 2. The Mouse and the Thieving Cat. In truth, Sean was more inclined to siphon the wealth of the nobility and royalty, for they were the true affluent. The annual tribute paid to the celestial dragons amounted to an astonishing sum, yet his strength was insufficient to directly challenge them. Thus, he turned his attention to the prominent merchants in the vicinity, harboring no qualms about extracting money from them, as they were hardly paragons of virtue. He instructed Colonel Hyena to liquidate the gifts they had received and proceeded to patrol the town with his subordinates. While ostensibly a patrol, Sean's true intent was to discern who dared to defy him. How could anyone under his jurisdiction refuse to pay protection fees? Upon exiting the branch base, pedestrians bowed in respect upon seeing Sean. "Lord Sean, you are personally patrolling today? Lord Sean, do try our homemade apple pie. Lord Sean, you are so handsome. I wish to marry you." Indeed, to the common folk, Sean was a revered hero, despite his avarice towards merchants. He was known for his decisive action. Any pirate that appeared within the 77th branch was swiftly dealt with, often before they could even dock. Bounties were claimed, and those without were stripped of their last vestiges of utility, sold to slavers for profit. In the waters of the 77th branch, not a single pirate could be found. Sean nodded, signaling his subordinates to continue their patrol. The 77th branch was located in Apple Town, renowned for its abundant apple production. However, unlike other regions, Apple Town thrived commercially due to its status as a vital route for the Goya Kingdom. While it may be termed a small town, it rivaled some of the larger cities within the kingdom. This was precisely why the 77th branch was established here. Yet, with prosperity came numerous issues. The affluent nobility and the king of Goya seemed preoccupied with their indulgences, leaving Apple Town woefully ungoverned. This negligence allowed local merchants to amass wealth recklessly, with gangs operating without fear. Only with Sean and Appo's arrival did conditions begin to improve, rendering his protection fees, nay, his public safety management fees, entirely justifiable. Approaching a jewelry store, Sean kicked the door open and strode inside. The proprietor, one of Apple Town's wealthiest merchants named Big, had previously formed unsavory alliances with gangs, only to be thoroughly reprimanded by Sean. Though he complied with the public safety management fees, he did so begrudgingly. With Sean and Appo's recent promotion, he had taken the lead in withholding tribute. Upon Sean's entrance, the staff hurriedly bowed. "Lord Sean, where is your master?" Hyena, Sean's sycophantic subordinate, inquired arrogantly. The staff, visibly uncomfortable, replied, I'm not entirely sure. He may be out attending to matters. Convey to your master that, effective this month, your establishment's public safety management fees will increase by 250, Hyena declared with a disdainful snort. What? That much? The staff member was momentarily at a loss. Sean, adopting a gentle demeanor, reassured them, simply inform your master, it requires no further worry on your part. Yes, Lord Sean. The staff member exhaled in relief. After resolving this matter, Sean continued his patrol, revisiting other establishments to repeat the process. Ordinarily, such trivialities would not necessitate his personal involvement. Hyena could have managed them alone. However, with his elite forces pursuing pirates at sea, Hyena, despite his rank of colonel, was woefully inadequate. Sending him alone would likely result in a beating at the hands of the thugs employed by these merchants. After all, Hyena was akin to a sycophant at the emperor's side. Nevertheless, there was reason behind Sean's retention of Hyena. He possessed an intimate knowledge of Appletown and, crucially, an audacious demeanor. His suggestion to extort money from the impoverished was indicative of his character. After visiting several key establishments without encountering a single proprietor, Sean sensed a conspiracy brewing. He commanded, Hyena, investigate what these scoundrels are plotting. Hyena nodded and departed with a few trusted associates, all of whom were local toughs. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion within Appletown, big and other wealthy merchants convened. Their opulence was evident, even requiring attendants to feed them during meals. After indulging, several merchants puffed on cigars as they deliberated. That wretched Sean has audaciously raised the public safety management fees by 250. Is this retribution for our failure to celebrate his promotion? A peculiar-sounding merchant expressed his discontent. This insatiably greedy fiend has been siphoning our resources. Now, with his promotion, our plight has only worsened. A corpulent merchant echoed. As the instigator of this meeting, Big's expression darkened. Most troubling is that this scoundrel continues to eradicate the surrounding pirates, preventing us from raising prices on our goods. Without the ability to extract wealth from these paupers, how are we to profit? We previously sent emissaries to negotiate with him, seeking permission to allow some pirates to enter, only to be summarily dismissed. That arrogant bastard. The peculiar-sounding merchant addressed Big, my lord Big. You do not intend to remain passive, do you? Big smiled insidiously. Of course not. I have contacted Colonel Mouse of the 16th branch. He can assist us in resolving this predicament. He is far more amenable than Sean. The terms I proposed were readily accepted. Soon, a band of pirates will be dispatched to eliminate Sean, followed by an assault on the town, allowing us to reap the rewards once more. Laughter erupted among the merchants at this prospect. Unbeknownst to them, a shadowy figure outside the window had overheard their entire scheme. Indeed, it was Hyena, Sean and Appo's subordinate. Upon returning to the base, Hyena relayed this intelligence to Sean. Colonel Mouse of the 16th branch? Sean recalled a rather unsavory figure, chuckling as he concluded, by the timeline. The thieving cat should have made his debut by now. Chapter 3. The onslaught of the dragon pirates. The Hyena gazed at the smile adorning Sean and Appo's face, shivering involuntarily. Each time Colonel Sean displayed such a smile, it heralded death, often in considerable numbers. With a face full of mirth, Sean remarked, So, these merchants are conspiring with pirates to plunder our quaint town, merely to inflate the prices of essential goods and further exploit the local citizens? The Hyena nodded, affirming, That seems to be their intent. Then they are no longer deserving of the title merchants, Sean replied, shaking his head resolutely. There is no need for hesitation with such scoundrels. We must strike hard. The Hyena, clutching a snail phone, declared, Summon my dear subordinates. They have drifted at sea long enough. The East Sea, the weakest of oceans, has finally offered some intrigue. We must not allow them to miss it. Having served as a colonel in the 77th branch for many years, Sean had cultivated a measure of his own influence. After all, as a colonel, he could not attend to every matter personally. Thus, he selected several promising youths from the common folk to join the Navy, personally instructing them in martial arts and swordsmanship. These talented individuals eventually formed a cadre of elite naval soldiers, Sean and Appo's very own foundation, capable of commanding the East Sea. The Hyena immediately saluted, Colonel. As the Hyena made the call, Sean reflected silently upon the calm sea. That Arlong fellow has plundered 20 nearby villages. He must be quite wealthy by now. Meanwhile, at the Navy's 16th branch, a ship devoid of any flag appeared at the harbor. Colonel Rat of the 16th branch boarded the vessel, where he encountered an unusual assembly of fishmen. Upon seeing them, Rat's face lit up with surprise. I never expected Arlong would send you as well. Among the crew were two of the dragon pirates' lieutenants, one named Ju and the other, Black Belt. Both were Arlong's trusted subordinates, representing the highest combat prowess of the dragon pirates, aside from Arlong himself. However, the two fishmen appeared dismissive of Rat, their expressions betraying irritation. What do you need from us? Speak quickly, we have no time for idle chatter. Feeling his pride slightly wounded, Rat suppressed his dissatisfaction but couldn't ignore the fertile lands of Appletown. He addressed the duo, I require your assistance to conquer a town called Appletown. You may pillage at will. It is a prosperous locale, sure to yield great rewards. Black Belt furrowed his brow, questioning, Appletown? Isn't there a Navy branch there? Rat scoffed, they are utterly inept. The brigadier from the 77th branch, Bryn, was killed while attempting to subdue a pirate with a bounty of 5 million. This showcases their weakness. To you, they will pose no defense, simply eliminate the naval officers and seize the town. Reassured by Rat and Appo's words, Black Belt and Ju felt at ease. After finalizing their agreement, the two set sail towards Apple Town, armed with their nautical charts. Welcome back. Sean stood at the harbor, arms outstretched to greet the two newly disembarked majors. A male and a female major, both exuding an air of distinction, were clearly not of the same ilk as Sean's other subordinates. The man was Yaki, and the woman, Aim. They were siblings and the most promising members of Sean's crew. In the East Sea, their prowess had led them to gradually cultivate their haki. Sir, I heard you have successfully become the branch chief. Congratulations. Yaki expressed with admiration. Bowing deeply, Aim, more direct, clung to Sean's arm, playfully declaring, Master Sean, I have missed you dearly. The formidable Ice Queen, Aim, reserved such displays of affection solely for Sean. With a hint of exasperation, Sean gently pulled Aim away. All right, no need to be so clingy. Master Sean is so handsome. Aim gazed at him with starry eyes. She then instructed her subordinates to present a katana to Sean, exclaiming, Master Sean, to celebrate your promotion to Chief of the 77th Branch, this is a gift I brought for you. Isn't this Yuki-Z? Sean recognized the blade. One of the fine swords available at the weapon shop in Logetown. He was curious how it had come into Aim's possession. Aim beamed, Master Sean, your insight is impressive. We went to great lengths to acquire this sword. A group of pirates raided a weapons merchant and Appo's ship, and we managed to reclaim the vessel. Sean unsheathed Yuki-Z, lightly tapping the blade, which emitted a resonant hum. Although merely a fine sword, it was a rare find in the East Sea, far superior to the standard issue weapons of the Navy. Thoughtful of you. Sean nodded, fastening Yuki-Z at his waist. Aim grinned. I'm glad you like it. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Sean proceeded to inform Aim and Yaki about the happenings in Apple Town. Anger flickered across their faces. Master Sean has done us a great favor. How dare they? Aim trembled with rage, eager to enact vengeance upon the despicable merchants. Sean raised a hand. These merchants indeed require a lesson. However, we must first contend with that nefarious dragon pirate crew. They appear to be arriving. Following Sean's gesture, the Navy personnel beheld the dragon pirate ship, emblazoned with their ominous flag, approaching the dock. Soon, the peculiar fishmen began to surface, brandishing an array of weapons, eager to disembark. The prosperity of Apple Town had exceeded their expectations, igniting their excitement. Yet, as they drew nearer, they discovered the naval ships moored at the dock, alongside Sean and his subordinates. These creatures are fishmen. Do not underestimate them. Sean cautioned the two majors. Chapter 4. You are reluctant to address me as Colonel upon docking. The fishmen, Black Belt and Geo, immediately spotted the warship and the Navy at the pier. However, reassured by the previous words of Colonel Mouse, they dismissed Yaki and Yame entirely. They leapt off the ship and landed directly in front of Yaki and Yame. Weak humans. I bet you're quaking in your boots right now. Geo mocked the two. Unfortunately, Yaki and Yame paid them no heed, waiting instead for Sean to issue commands. Black Belt soon realized that these Navy personnel appeared somewhat different. Unlike the cowardly lot he had previously witnessed fleeing in terror, these sailors regarded them as if they were merely a dish to be savored, which made him quite uncomfortable. Hey, I'm talking to you, Geo snapped, raising his hand to grasp Yame. Swish. The sound of a blade slicing through the air rang out. To Geo's shock, one of his arms detached from his body. A wave of excruciating pain surged to his brain, eliciting a piercing scream. Damn you. I will kill you. Enraged, Geo began to conjure a water bullet in his mouth and directed it toward Yame. Geo was renowned for his ability to shoot powerful water projectiles, equivalent to the force of a cannon. Yet, Yame, having already mastered the basics of observation haki, merely tilted his head aside, evading the blast. In response, Yame swung his blade at Geo. Sensing the impending danger, Black Belt immediately adopted a fighting stance, employing Fishman Karate to throw a punch at Yame, intending to rescue Geo. Alas, Yaki intervened, positioning himself in front of Yame and executing iron block defense. Black Belt's fist struck Yaki as if it were hammering against solid steel, yielding no effect. Furthermore, Yaki seized Black Belt's fist and delivered a ferocious headbutt to his face. Although the physical prowess of fishmen surpasses that of ordinary humans, with tougher skin and denser bones, Black Belt was nonetheless sent reeling, stars dancing before his eyes, and he promptly lost consciousness. As for Geo, he met an even grimmer fate, sliced into sashimi by Yame, leaving him irrevocably dead. In the blink of an eye, Yaki and Yame had vanquished two of the Dragon Pirates' officers, leaving the previously boisterous fishmen in a state of shock. Is this what you call weak navy? They must possess the strength to reach the Navy headquarters. Sean clapped his hands, satisfied with their performance. Eliminate the remaining fishmen. Upon hearing Sean's command, the elite Navy personnel chuckled sinisterly, drawing their weapons and charging toward the fishmen. The 6 strikes per second were not the limit of these sailors. They merely feared that Lord Sean would not perceive their swift movements. In under 10 minutes, the battle was decisively concluded. Such trivial foes did not require Sean's direct intervention. Well done. You've worked hard. Sean commended the sailors before him. For Lord Sean, for justice. The sailors bellowed in unison. After praising his subordinates, Sean turned to the hyena beside him. Now it's time to deal with those despicable merchants. Do you remember what I told you? The hyena grinned wickedly. I remember, Lord Sean. We must deal with these individuals with a heavy hand. Meanwhile, within the opulent mansion of Appletown, several merchants awaited news from the dock. Once the pirates landed, their stockpiled provisions and necessities would be at their disposal, allowing them to sell at exorbitant prices to the residents of Appletown. However, as time passed without word of the pirate invasion, the merchants, led by Big, grew increasingly perplexed. Could there be a mistake? Send someone to the dock to investigate. Big instructed his butler, who nodded and prepared to gather information at the pier. Just then, the hyena, accompanied by a group of sailors, stormed into the villa. Without a moment's hesitation, the hyena struck the butler in the face. See that? With a punch like this, he's bound to fall. The sailors behind him looked on, taking notes, and proceeded to invade the villa, attacking everyone they encountered. After all, it was filled with unscrupulous merchants. No one would care if they were beaten to death. Under the relentless pursuit of the sailors, the pampered merchants fled in a panic, screaming for their lives. The hyena was highly satisfied with his subordinates' actions. Capture them all. These merchants conspired with pirates and plotted treachery. Deliver them to Lord Sean for judgment. After giving the merchants a sound thrashing, the hyena ordered his sailors to apprehend them and bring them before Sean. Sean had set up a high platform in the center of the town, seated regally in a grand chair, surveying the merchants from above. You lot. I provided you with a stable business environment and drove away the threat of pirates, and this is how you repay me? Big, still defiant, spatted Sean. Humph. What makes you better than us, Sean? You hypocritical scoundrel. Sean shook his head. I simply refuse to collude with you in exploiting the townsfolk. You show me no respect. Not even willing to address me as Colonel. Upon hearing Sean's words, the residents of Appletown erupted in fury. How dare you disrespect Lord Colonel? You must pay for your insolence. Indeed, such a disrespectful wretch does not deserve to live in this world. They had hoarded provisions, ready to raise prices at any moment. Damn it, I wondered why these merchants suddenly became so generous, purchasing food at inflated prices from every household. It turns out they had long been plotting. The townspeople seethed with rage, unable to fathom the fate that awaited them had Sean not stood against the pirates. They harbored a deep-seated hatred for these merchants, wishing nothing less than to consume their flesh and drink their blood. Hearing the townsfolk demand Sean execute the merchants finally felt a sense of dread. They began to bow and plead for mercy. Alas, all was in vain, having publicly exposed their crimes. Sean had no intention of allowing them to live. How else could he justify seizing their assets? With a wave of his hand, he ordered his men to bind them to posts, and a squad of sailors armed with firearms took aim and pulled the triggers. Chapter 5. Reinforcement and Lottery. Upon witnessing the public execution of these affluent merchants, the townsfolk erupted in jubilant cheers. Conversely, the other merchants in the town bowed their heads, continually wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Fortunately, they had dutifully paid the security management fees and had presented gifts when Sean ascended to the position of base commander. Otherwise, their fate would have mirrored that of Big and his associates. After spending many years in the 77th Division, many had discerned Sean's modus operandi. When it came to civilians, even those who dared to confront him face-to-face faced minimal repercussions, perhaps just a swift kick. However, in dealings with merchants and nobles, Sean revealed the true nature of a warlord. Those who adhered to the rules were manageable, subject to some extortion. Yet, those who defied the regulations faced a far harsher fate. It is essential to note that the remains in the water prison of the 77th Division were not predominantly pirates, but rather merchants and oblivious nobles. Once Sean had dealt with the merchants plotting rebellion, dawn broke. He yawned, instructing his subordinate hyena to inventory the merchants' assets and deliver them to him. Meanwhile, Sean intended to catch up on sleep. Two more lucrative opportunities awaited him, one involving a dragon, the other a rat. Both of these characters possessed substantial wealth, and Sean had set his sights on them. The following noon, Sean finally awoke. After freshening up and donning his suit and coat, he made his way to the office. Yaki, Yame, and Hyena had already adeptly managed the division's affairs, having taken charge during the tenure of Brigadier General Blinblin. When not on missions, the responsibility fell upon them, with Hyena taking the helm during operations. Without the trio, the 77th Division would come to a standstill. My Lord Sean, we have tallied the assets from the merchants, totaling 360 million berries, alongside fixed assets, Hyena reported respectfully while holding the ledger. Sean glanced over the ledger and then at the numerous chests brimming with currency and treasures before him. Today, I am in a generous mood. Let us distribute some wealth. Each captain shall receive 500,000 berries, each lieutenant 300,000, and ordinary sailors 100,000 berries. As for those who led the charge into the merchants' homes, their martial prowess is commendable. Each shall receive an additional 100,000 berries. Hyena had grown accustomed to Sean's propensity for monetary distribution. Previously, he had to bear some of Brigadier General Blinblin and Appo's burdens, but that was no longer necessary. Moreover, Sean and Appo's allocations were quite reasonable. The standard salary for naval soldiers hovered around 60,000 berries. 100,000 represented a significant windfall, especially for those who had done little more than await their payout. The captains and lieutenants had even less to complain about, considering that the salary for a naval admiral was merely 1,200,000 berries, and a general earned 900,000 berries. The provisions and equipment costs in the 77th Division were among the best in the East Sea. How could Colonel Sean not win the unwavering loyalty of his men? Crucially, even with Sean's generosity, he was merely distributing a fraction, approximately 10%, of his illicit gains. The remaining 90% filled his own coffers without a murmur of dissent. After delegating tasks to his subordinates, Sean converted the remaining 320 million berries into monetary value. Monetary value, 32,800, 328 million berries, with his monetary value surpassing 30,000. Sean discovered that many of his attributes could be further enhanced. However, as one ascends in level, the requisite monetary value increases significantly. Particularly, the section for Conqueror's Haki was exceptional, necessitating 5,000 points to advance a single level. Sean upgraded his swordsmanship to A level, expending 10,000 points, and elevated both his armament Haki and observation Haki to B level, utilizing an additional 12,000 points. With the remaining 10,000 points, Sean opted for 100 consecutive draws. After all, only through 100 draws could he secure a guaranteed reward in the system's lottery. As the wheel spun rapidly before him, the items drawn began to flash across Sean and Appo's view. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Ichiraka Ramen X1. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Ordinary Flintlock X1. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Sakin's Coin X1. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Secret Sword, Moonlit Night. Ding. Guaranteed reward. Congratulations on obtaining the 8 Wonders Technique, 6 Libraries Celestial Thief. Upon receiving a plethora of unimpressive items from the lottery, Sean felt an urge to curse. The system and Appo's lottery was egregiously disappointing, certainly an abomination spawned by penguins and swine. The Secret Sword, Moonlit Night, was a skill he could take or leave, though he could eventually pass it on to his subordinates. However, the guaranteed reward yielded something noteworthy: the 6 Library Celestial Thief. While the world from which this technique originated was not particularly high tier, with most extraordinary beings unable to contend with conventional firearms, the 8 Wonders techniques were each remarkable in their own right. For instance, the 6 Library Celestial Thief could enhance the 6 internal organs, crafting a perfect digestive system. It could instantaneously decompose ingested substances and convert the absorbed nutrients into personal strength. Furthermore, it could delay aging and, upon reaching an advanced level, allow one to devour all things in existence as a source of energy, essentially an upgraded version of the life-restoring Pormax. Name: Sean, 23 years old. Position: Commander of the Navy's 77th Division. Rank: Navy Division Colonel. Physical Arts: B. Swordsmanship. A. Devil Fruit ability: none. Armament Haki: B. Observation Haki: B. Conqueror's Haki: D. Special abilities: Navy 6 forms. Mastery: Flying Sword Style. Mastery: Secret Sword, Moonlit Night. Novice: 6 Library Celestial Thief. Novice. Evaluation: Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. the strength of a supernova pirate. Deemed a notable yet minor player. Seeing his strength increase significantly, Sean felt a surge of delight. There was no need to engage in lethal battles with renowned pirates. His focus could remain on amassing wealth within the division. With this thought, Sean recalled two other lucrative targets. Seizing the moment, he summoned Yame. The captured fisherman from yesterday is still alive, correct? Yame nodded. Yes, Lord Sean, he is alive and has regained consciousness. Bring him along. We shall venture out, Sean instructed decisively. Where to? Yame inquired, a look of curiosity on her face. Chapter 6. The guide Nami naturally, Sean stated. It is outrageous that they dare to attack our branch. Such audacity among these pirates is intolerable in the East Blue. I will not allow such a formidable pirate crew to exist. The fishmen, as a race, harbored a profound animosity towards humans, especially under the influence of the extremist Arlong, which rendered them even more brutal. They were notorious for their ruthless acts of arson, murder, and robbery. Sean deemed it unnecessary to allow such scourges to persist. As for the Arlong pirates, he regarded them with disdain. Upon hearing that she could accompany Sean on a mission, Nami was overjoyed. Of course, Master Sean. I will promptly prepare the ship. Sean wished to take a personal excursion, ensuring that the base would not be left unattended. Thus, he entrusted the management of the base to Yaki and Hyena. Yaki would oversee the military aspect, while Hyena would handle the planning, which he believed would prevent any mishaps. Nami quickly readied a small, two-masted sailing ship, suitable for short to medium journeys. The 77th base originally possessed a three-masted ship, equipped with sea stone, which belonged to Brigadier Bryn Bryn, but unfortunately it had been sunk on Sean's orders to eliminate any loose ends. After all, one must silence witnesses. However, the distance to Cocoa West Village was not far, making the two-masted ship adequate for their purpose. On this outing, Sean took along a select group of elite Marines, primarily responsible for operating the vessel, as the other tasks did not require their involvement. He could easily handle the ragtag crew under Arlong on his own. Master Sean. Your golden rum. After departing the harbor, Sean set up a reclining chair on the deck, basking in the sunlight. Nami brought him his favorite golden rum, which, upon tasting, dispelled the chill brought by the sea breeze. Nami, how is your swordsmanship progressing? Sean inquired directly. As his half-apprentice, subordinate, and savior, he took a keen interest in her abilities. As the branch chief, he could not manage everything personally, so he intended to use his free time to provide guidance. Nami and Yaki were orphans. Their parents had been killed by pirates. They had endured a long period of hardship. Thus, they were both eager to learn swordsmanship and martial arts from Sean. Nami's foundational skills were solid, and she had awakened her observation haki, making her a formidable individual in the East Blue. Yet, before Sean, she felt like a mere child. Even when Sean focused solely on defense, she found herself panting from exertion. Well done, you are making good progress. Sean nodded in satisfaction. Once you master your armament haki, I shall teach you some new techniques. Yes, Master Sean. Nami beamed with joy at his praise. Just as they were about to return to the cabin for dinner, a sailor from the lookout suddenly slid down the rigging and reported to Sean, Master Sean, there is a pirate ship ahead. Oh? Sean chuckled. It seems that the number of pirates in the East Blue has noticeably increased. Nami scoffed. Isn't this all the doing of that pirate King Roger? His last words during his execution have only emboldened those reckless scoundrels. Sean did not respond but gazed out at the sea. Soon, a single-masted ship came into view. The pirates, upon realizing the presence of the naval vessel, attempted to flee. Unfortunately, their sailing skills were inadequate to match Sean's elite Marines. Consequently, Sean's ship soon caught up with the pirate vessel. As the pirates realized they could not escape, their ferocity surfaced, and they brandished their weapons, ready to fight the Navy. In some regions, these pirates might have carved out a bloody path through sheer bravado, especially when encountering incompetents like Rat and Bryn Bryn. However, none of Sean's subordinates were pushovers, and even the Marines were formidable. The battle was swiftly concluded, and a few Marines searched the single-masted ship, only to exclaim in surprise. Master Sean, there is someone inside. They emerged, dragging a small figure along with a chest of treasure. The girl, no more than 10 years old, appeared malnourished and frail. Initially struggling, upon recognizing the Navy, she ceased her resistance, seemingly relieved. In a sweet voice, she asked the Marines, Big brothers, are you the Navy? You are amazing. Did you defeat those dreadful pirates? Seeing the adorable child, the Marines were intrigued. Little girl, what is your name, and how did you end up on a pirate ship? My name is Nami. I'm from Cocoa West Village. I was captured by a gang of pirates. Nami feigned tears, playing the part. The Marines reassured her. Do not worry. We are on our way to Cocoa West Village to deal with the pirates. We will take you home. Nami's act charmed Sean's subordinates. And even Nami herself was taken with the Marines, especially Yami, who could not help but hold her affectionately. Curiously, Nami inquired, Are you going to fight against Arlong? Sean nodded, Indeed. As a villager of Cocoa West Village, you must know where the Arlong pirates are located? Hope sparkled in Nami's eyes. I know. I can lead you there. Though she had made a deal with Arlong for 1,000,000 berries to liberate her village, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. Her adoptive mother had been killed by Arlong himself. If given the chance, she would undoubtedly choose to eliminate Arlong. However, Nami hesitated, but Arlong is very strong. And you only have this many people? Upon hearing her words, Nami chuckled lightly, as long as Master Sean is here. No matter how formidable the Arlong pirates may be, they will have no choice but to surrender. In Nami's eyes, Sean was an invincible presence. Throughout the East Blue, she had never encountered anyone more powerful than him. Well, there was one, an old man wearing a dog-headed hat they had met years ago, but she had heard he was a high-ranking official in the headquarters and seldom returned to the East Blue, so she had chosen to disregard him. Chapter 7. Draw the Sword. Instant kill. The warships swiftly approached the village of Cocoa West, a place previously ravaged by the dragon pirates. It was now in a state of reconstruction. The villagers wore expressions of despair, their spirits visibly depleted, as each of them was coerced into paying exorbitant ransoms to reclaim their lives from the clutches of the dragon. In such dire circumstances, it was remarkable for them to maintain even a semblance of cheerfulness. Nami, witnessing this scene, was immediately reminded of her adoptive mother, her eyes brimming with tears. Sean spoke in a calm tone, Enough of this. Nami, lead the way. Nami nodded and guided Sean and his companions towards the so-called Dragoness domain. In reality, it was merely a dilapidated water fortress, looking rather shabby. Pointing at the structure, Nami cautioned, This is it. Be careful. Careful? Sean replied with a slight smile, then unsheathed his sword, Snowfall, and struck towards the fortress's entrance. A crescent-shaped blade of energy cleaved through the heavy wooden doors, which splintered loudly, drawing out the furious fishmen within. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief as she realized the extraordinary prowess of this naval officer exceeded her expectations. But soon, joy surged within her. If Sean possessed such strength, he should be able to confront that scoundrel, the dragon. With the doors shattered, the irate fishmen rushed out. Led by the dragon himself, a towering saw-shark fishman, easily over 2 meters tall, with a jaw lined with jagged teeth and wielding a serrated blade. Who dares disturb my rest? The dragon bellowed with an imposing presence. Sean turned to Nami and asked, This must be the one? Nami's eyes blazed with hatred. Indeed, that's him. I want to forget his face, even if he turns to ashes. Very well, Sean commanded his subordinates. Enough chatter, eliminate them. Yes, Lord Sean. A surge of excitement coursed through Amy and the naval soldiers, who unsheathed their swords and firearms, charging at the dragon and his crew. Upon recognizing the naval forces, the dragon's irritation flared. Where did these navy rats come from? Didn't I pay off the last ones? If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Slay them and let them know the fate of those who dare provoke us, the mighty fishmen. At the dragon's command, his fishmen allies charged at Sean's troops. The dragon himself felt a gust of wind rushing toward him and raised his serrated blade to defend against Amy's strike. He managed to block her sword, but it was evident that his strength far surpassed hers, an advantage inherent to fishmen. Yet, Amy remained agile, leaping onto the dragon's shoulder to deliver another blow. However, the dragon opened his gaping maw, filled with razor-like teeth, and bit down on Amy's sword, shattering it as if it were mere glass. Human woman, you are quite formidable, he sneered, raising a fist the size of a sandbag, aiming to crush her. Amy, relying on her newly awakened observation haki, engaged in a desperate struggle against the dragon. Without her sword, it was a dire situation for a swordswoman of her caliber, leaving her incapable of inflicting meaningful damage. The naval soldiers grappling with the other fishmen found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. Observing the unfolding chaos, Sean shook his head in disappointment. Alas, their strength is insufficient. They cannot even best these fishmen. I must intensify my training upon returning. Though his subordinates were the most formidable in the East Blue, they were still but fodder in the grand scheme of the pirate world. The villagers of Cocoa West, attracted by the commotion, peered anxiously from their hiding places, their eyes filled with hope. The village chief turned to Nami, asking, Nami, do you believe these Navy officers can truly defeat that scoundrel Arlong? Nami, equally anxious, shook her head. I cannot say. but they are the strongest Navy officers I have ever encountered. As the battle escalated, casualties began to mount, and the villagers' tension grew. Should these Navy officers fail, their only hope would be extinguished. Everyone rallied behind Sean's men, praying for their victory over the dragon pirates to liberate them from their grim fate. Witnessing the escalating chaos, Sean realized he must intervene directly. All right, everyone step back. At Sean's command, the naval officers, including Amy, felt a wave of shame wash over them, believing they had let down their esteemed leader. However, they complied. Retreating behind Sean, Amy wiped the blood from her face, lowering her head. I'm sorry, Lord Sean. Arlong, brimming with arrogance, gazed at Sean. So, you are the leader of these Navy fools. Do you wish to surrender? Surrender? Sean chuckled lightly, a terrifying aura erupting from him. Under this presence, the world seemed to shift into stark black and white. Any fishman affected by this aura fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back. The only one unaffected was Arlong himself. As he watched his men collapse like cut wheat, Arlong's expression shifted to one of alarm. What? What is this power? Surely, as a member of the Sun Pirates, you have heard of hockey? Sean replied nonchalantly. Arlong, now more astonished, inquired. How do you know I am a member of the Sun Pirates? Your pirate insignia on your chest, of course. Sean replied with growing impatience. Enough with the idle talk. Prepare to meet your end. Meet my end. Arlong erupted into laughter. Ha ha. It is you who shall perish. You lowly humans deserve to be enslaved by us. The great fishmen. Shark on. Tooth gear. With that, Arlong spun swiftly, his razor-sharp teeth rending apart anything in his path. The attack appeared formidable. Yet Sean seemed disinclined to move, simply gripping the hilt of his sword, readying himself to draw. The flying sword technique was inherently a rapid draw style. And with Sean's current strength, it was indeed an overqualification for dealing with a foe like Arlong. Chapter 8. The Flustered Mouse with a resounding clang. The sword sang through the air as both parties crossed paths. Sean, remarkably composed, wiped the blood from his blade and slowly returned the snow-white sword to its sheath. To the astonishment of onlookers, a gash suddenly appeared on the neck of the imposing Aaron, nearly 3 meters tall. Blood erupted forth like a torrential rain, drenching the ground. The giant's body crumpled to the earth, his head rolling away and spinning twice before coming to a halt. In a single strike, merely one strike, Sean had vanquished the vile dragon. This spectacle left all present, including the villagers of Cocoa West Village watching from a distance, utterly flabbergasted. In their eyes, a creature like the dragon was synonymous with invincibility. Yet, such a formidable beast had been dispatched so effortlessly by this naval officer. Cheers erupted from the villagers. Some even moved to tears by the overwhelming joy. To Nami, Sean's invincible image was forever etched in her young heart. However, for the Navy, this display was hardly a surprise. To them, Sean was akin to a deity, and such prowess was not unexpected. Instead, they felt a twinge of shame that it took the personal intervention of Lord Sean to deal with such an adversary, highlighting their own insignificance. Sean cast a casual glance at the decapitated dragon's head and instructed his subordinates, capture all the fishmen and search their lairs. Yes, Lord Sean. Amy nodded, expertly leading the Navy in the raid. After all, this was not her first encounter with such matters. Summoning her courage, Nami approached with the village chief. Thank you, Lord Sean, for your assistance to Cocoa West Village. The chief spoke reverently, presenting a collection of taxes originally intended for the dragon. These are offerings from our villagers. Please accept them. Sean merely glanced at the offerings and replied coolly, It is the Navy's duty to combat pirates. There is no reason for me to accept your belongings. Please take these back. You are the chief, correct? Kindly prepare some food and fresh water for us. The two-masted vessel lacked space. And since it was only a short voyage, the Navy had brought only a modest supply of provisions. However, the Navy's rations were hardly palatable, and Sean was quite disdainful of them. The chief was taken aback by Sean's words. He had never encountered a naval officer like him before. All the officers he had previously met were as despicable as rats. Now, confronted with Sean's integrity, he stood momentarily speechless. Sean, puzzled, asked, Is there a problem, Chief? Rest assured, we will pay for it. And no, there is no problem, Lord Sean. The chief quickly assured him, I will have people prepared immediately. With that, the chief called out, and the villagers joyfully rushed back to prepare dinner for Sean and his crew. Meanwhile, Amy had discovered a wealth of treasures within the dragon's lair. After tallying the spoils, they amounted to a staggering 100 million berries, along with an assortment of golden jewelry. Once these riches were loaded onto the warship, Amy also uncovered several nautical charts. These maps were of great importance to the Navy, offering detailed information about the surrounding seas, supplementing their existing knowledge, and providing insights into the pirate factions operating in the East Sea. After everything was secured aboard the ship, Sean assigned some personnel to guard it. Then, at the enthusiastic invitation of the villagers of Cocoa West, he proceeded to the village. The villagers had prepared a sumptuous feast for the Navy, brimming with fresh ingredients, a far superior alternative to their usual rations. "Thank you, Lord Sean, for rescuing us from our dire plight." The chief seated Sean at the head of the table and raised his glass. Sean smiled, lifting his own cup. "To justice. To justice." The villagers echoed in unison, raising their glasses in celebration. "Huh. That wretched dragon is finally dead. Our lives will be better from now on." In the world of One Piece, the common folk were often tragically oppressed, subjected to the exploitation of royalty, nobility, and wealthy merchants, while simultaneously harassed and pillaged by pirates. Yet here they were, faces aglow with radiant smiles. As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere grew lively, the earlier tension dissipated. Sean sipped his drink, taking in the joyous scene before him, a smile creeping onto his lips. While Sean reveled in the festivities, Colonel Mouse found little cause for celebration. The dragon pirates had been dispatched days prior, and their absence raised suspicions in Mouse's mind. However, lacking the courage to investigate Appletown personally, he opted instead to sail to Cocoa West Village, hoping to confer with the dragon directly. Upon arriving at the port, an unsettling feeling washed over Mouse. A warship was docked at the harbor. Approaching the crew, he inquired, "Excuse me, which branch are you from? What brings you here?" The sailors regarded him with indifference, ignoring his presence. Although Mouse held the rank of colonel, his authority did not intimidate the sailors. He adopted a haughty demeanor, coldly demanding, "Who is your commander?" "I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th branch." "Bring your superior to me." The sailors, who had opted out of the banquet, bristled at Mouse's arrogance. One retorted, "Is being a colonel that impressive? Our leader is also a colonel. What gives you the right to summon him?" Taken aback, Mouse realized he did not recognize any of the East Sea Navy personnel who had arrived at Cocoa West Village. Dismissing the sailor and Appo's banter, he pressed, "Then tell me where your commander is." Seeing Mouse as a fellow officer, the sailor begrudgingly directed him, "Lord Sean should be inside the village, hosting a banquet. If you wish to find him, head that way." Upon hearing this, Mouse's heart raced. If Sean were to uncover anything from the villagers, it would spell trouble. Thus, he hastened his steps toward the village. Upon entering, Mouse was greeted by the sight of villagers gathered around a bonfire. The Navy and local villagers sat together, raising their glasses in a display of camaraderie, the atmosphere harmonious and festive. Chapter 9. The ship explosion and the arrest. The Mouse spotted Sean sitting at the center and approached him briskly. "Greetings, I am Mouse, the commander of Unit 16. May I inquire your esteemed title?" Observing Sean's attire, the Mouse deduced he was of the same rank, prompting a courteous greeting. Sean, with a smirk, glanced at the Mouse and replied, "Commander of Unit 77, Sean, freshly appointed. Previously served under Brigadier Bling Bling." Upon hearing this, the Mouse's eyes widened in realization, so he was an underling of the esteemed Brigadier. Yet, he pondered why Sean was present today. "Oh, I received a distress signal. Coordinates pointing to this very location," Sean stated. "Upon my arrival, I discovered a band of fishmen pirates pillaging the village, so I took the liberty of dealing with them." "No need to thank me." "Dealt with them?" The Mouse's eyes bulged. Upon closer inspection, he indeed saw the infamous dragon, albeit reduced to a mere head, which Sean nonchalantly trampled underfoot. The Mouse broke into a cold sweat, fully aware of the dragon's formidable reputation, the highest bounty in the East Sea. It was evident that defeating the dragon posed no challenge for this young man, hinting at his impressive strength. Could he be a colonel from headquarters? However, what loomed largest in the Mouse's mind was the ledger. The dragon possessed a record book detailing the payments made to the Mouse each month. If Sean were to seize it as evidence, the Mouse's career would be in serious jeopardy. Frantically, the Mouse's mind raced as he contemplated how to navigate this predicament. Sensing the moment was right, Sean teased, "Colonel Mouse, feeling warm? The sea breeze should be quite chilly." With an awkward chuckle, the Mouse replied, "Ah, it's merely due to my hasty journey. I too rushed here upon receiving a distress signal." "Ah, I see. If you're unoccupied, why not join me for a drink?" Sean extended the invitation. The Mouse nodded, eager for time to think. As he gazed at the crackling fire, an idea struck him, a somewhat troublesome plan, yet preferable to losing his position. After all, he was still in his prime, with riches yet to be amassed. Summoning his trusted aide, the mouse discreetly whispered instructions. He then ordered the crew to unload the ship's wine and, raising a bottle high, exclaimed, "Let us toast to Colonel Sean for vanquishing the dragon pirate leader. Cheers. Cheers." The mouse may have lacked combat prowess, yet he possessed a talent for oratory, elevating the festive atmosphere to new heights. Villagers and sailors alike reveled in the fine wine, soon succumbing to intoxication and slumber. As the guests around the fire fell into a deep sleep, the inebriated mouse stealthily opened his eyes and quietly departed the village. Awaiting him at the entrance were his subordinates. "Is everything in order?" The mouse inquired directly. His aide nodded eagerly. "We diverted their attention and set up the explosives." The mouse acknowledged. "Let us proceed to inspect the spoils from Along's domain." The aide greedily suggested, "Colonel, why not simply seize the treasures taken from Along? His head is worth 20 million berries. Have you lost your mind?" The mouse's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such insatiable greed from his subordinate. "Do you not comprehend the beast Along is? If he could slay Along, do you think he would spare you?" The sight of Along's lair, its entrance cleaved by a sword, confirmed Sean's prowess as a swordsman of legendary caliber. The aide, chastised, regained his senses, realizing the peril they faced. The mouse, fraught with anxiety, muttered a prayer for their plan's success, knowing that failure meant dire consequences. Perhaps a life of piracy would await them instead. With that, the mouse hurried towards the dock, intent on witnessing the destruction of evidence. Yet upon arrival, he froze in shock. Sean, who should have been sleeping soundly in the village, stood before him, a knowing smirk on his face. "Colonel Mouse, in such a hurry at this late hour? Where might you be off to?" Sean inquired with a grin. The mouse stammered, "There are matters at the base that require our attention." "Matters? You mean the installation of explosives on our vessel?" Sean revealed the very explosives the mouse's aide had set up, tossing them in his hand. The mouse's complexion darkened as he suddenly drew his firearm and fired at Sean, then sprinted in the opposite direction. However, a flash of cold steel cleaved the ground before him, forcing him to halt. One more step, and he would meet his demise. Meanwhile, his subordinates were swiftly apprehended by May and her crew. "Take another step, and I shall sever your leg." Sean and Apos' ominous voice echoed behind the mouse. With his body rigid, the mouse turned to face Sean, raising his hands in surrender and discarding his weapon. Sean sheathed his sword, chuckling as he addressed the mouse. Well, it seems I've uncovered quite the scandal, Colonel Mouse. I was unaware of your collaboration with the fishermen pirates, allowing them to pillage over 20 villages and towns under your jurisdiction while you profited from their misdeeds." Desperation washed over the mouse's face. "Lord Sean, I am willing to return all the money. Please spare my life." "Very well. How much have you embezzled?" Sean asked, an amused glint in his eyes. The mouse, eager to appease, confessed, "I've taken a total of 50 million, all hidden at my residence. Not a single berry has been spent." "How familiar that sounds," Sean remarked, scratching his ear with a bemused expression. "What do you mean?" the mouse asked, bewildered. Sean kicked him lightly. "Your ears seem quite functional now. Lead me to Unit 16. I shall personally investigate before deciding whether to grant you a second chance." Chapter 10. The intimidating old garb after binding the rat and his companions. Sean did not rush to depart. Who would wish to travel at such a late hour? Instead, he waited until dawn the next day. And after paying the village chief for their meals, he reluctantly boarded the warship, leaving Cocoa West Village amid the villagers' wistful gazes as he set off towards Branch 16. Branch 16 was also situated in a town, yet the residents here lacked the amiable disposition found in Apple Town. Upon witnessing the return of the naval fleet, there was no welcoming parade. In fact, Sean observed someone spitting disdainfully at the warship. The glances directed at the Navy were not filled with reverence, but rather a mixture of contempt and fear. Noting the townspeople's attitude, Sean realized just how much the rat had ravaged this community. Should Sean find himself scorned alongside his crew, he could hardly unleash his frustration upon the civilians and thus resorted to delivering a swift kick to the rat. Within moments, the rat was covered in footprints. Dragging the rat back to his opulent residence, Sean was astonished by the palace-like grandeur of the rat's abode, which was attended to by numerous servants managing the lavish estate. "Goodness, your greed knows no bounds," Sean exclaimed as he surveyed the luxurious manor. The Marines under Sean's command swiftly secured the rat's estate, and soon, Yame led a meticulous search within the rat and Apos' domicile. Having assisted Sean in raiding many merchants' homes, Yame was well acquainted with the hiding places of wealth. In less than half an hour, Yame struck gold. A plethora of berries and precious jewels lay before Sean. With great diligence, Yame recorded the findings in a ledger. Soon arriving at a total, Sir Sean, the treasures here amount to approximately 80 million. We have also discovered his ledger, detailing transactions with the evil dragon and surrounding pirate crews. Upon receiving the ledger, Sean promptly crossed out a zero and instructed Yame, submit 8 million. Take the rest with you. As for this Colonel Rat, Yame, take him to the square for public judgment. The rat, nearly paralyzed with fear, exclaimed, Sir Sean, you promised not to kill me. To which Sean coldly replied, indeed, I have no intention of killing you. Your fate lies not in my hands, but in those of the townspeople. Take him away. Yame nodded and seized the rat by his collar, dragging him outside, where he loudly proclaimed the rat's crimes to the assembled crowd. Subsequently, Yame released the rat and addressed the now enraged civilians. He has been dismissed from the Navy. The rest is no longer our concern. At this, a villager shouted, kill him, and the rat was swiftly overwhelmed by the local townsfolk. Once the villagers had vented their fury and dispersed, the rat was left lifeless, rendering it a challenge to preserve any semblance of his corpse. Upon Yame's return, he reported, Sir Sean, the rat has been executed by the townspeople, and there is not even a whole body left. Alas, my benevolence cannot bear such news. Sean waved his hand dismissively. Write a report about it, and submit it later. Yes, Sir Sean. Yame saluted and proceeded to draft the report. The affairs at Branch 16 were far from over. Sean could not afford to leave until a new branch chief arrived from headquarters. Thus, he and his crew settled in at Branch 16, taking the opportunity to cleanse the town of its gangs and corrupt merchants. However, the wealth of these individuals had already been plundered by the rat, funding the construction of his opulent estate. By the time taxes were collected in the year 1600 of the Sea Circle calendar, there was little left to extract. In his frustration, Sean executed several local gang leaders and merchants who had aided the rat in extorting the townspeople. After enduring prolonged oppression, the townsfolk seemed to emerge from the shadows. Their spirits lifted as smiles returned to their faces, and their gazes towards the Navy transformed. Particularly, their admiration for Sean, the gallant figure, mirrored that of the residents of Appletown, filled with respect and fervor. Half a month later, the naval reinforcements destined for Branch 16 finally arrived by ship. Sir Sean, a warship has docked at the harbor. Yame reported eagerly. Stretching, Sean replied, at last, they have come. It is time for us to return home. For it was not quite the same as being in his own abode, and he felt less at ease. Accompanied by Yame, he made his way to the harbor to facilitate the handover with the new branch chief. However, upon arriving at the port and spotting the warship, Sean was struck by an ominous feeling. This particular vessel was distinctive. Not only was it a 5-masted ship, but it also bore a colossal figurehead of a dog. Curse be it, is that not the flagship of that old coot, Garp? Sean thought, his head throbbing at the sight of Garp. Years prior, shortly after Sean had been appointed captain, he had encountered Garp while the latter was on leave. Garp had seized Sean, compelling him to return to headquarters for training and to recommend him to Sengoku. Unless he were utterly foolish, Sean would prefer to reign as a local lord in East Blue rather than contend with that bunch of crazed individuals in the Grand Line. Fortunately, Garp had been distracted by other matters at the time, allowing Sean to escape unscathed. Yet now, he found himself face to face with the old man once again. Ha. Young Sean, you've been doing quite well. Garp, donning his dog head hat, leapt from the ship and affectionately embraced Sean, almost suffocating. Sean inwardly cursed. This old man was pierced through by Shiryu, and yet here he is, still standing. Could I possibly drive my sword through this old fool now? Yet such thoughts remained unvoiced, for Sean was but a lowly captain at this juncture. With resignation, he managed to say, Vice Admiral Garp, what brings you here? I was merely passing through, and I thought to escort the new branch chief to Branch 16, Garp replied, followed by a middle-aged naval officer whom Sean did not recognize. Likely just another insignificant figure. Sean directed Yame to handle the handover with him, preparing to make his escape. Who would wish to engage with such a whimsical old man? He would rather return to his own recliner and bask in the sun. Young Sean, you seem to have grown stronger once more. Garp approached with his enormous fist raised. Come, entertain this old man. Chapter 11. The Secret Art of the Nine-Headed Dragon / Admiral Garp. Please refrain from such recklessness. I am currently engaged in official duties. Sean exclaimed, exasperation evident in his voice. He had no desire to curry favor with Garp, nor to become his pupil. All he wished for was to diligently amass wealth to enhance his strength, and he had no inclination to stir up trouble in the Grand Line. Thus, Garp's overtures of camaraderie did not pique his interest in the slightest. Unfortunately, the old man had no intention of reasoning with Sean and launched a punch directly at him. Sean merely sidestepped, evading Carp's iron fist, and created some distance between them. Admiral Carp, isn't this enough? Not nearly enough. You better take this seriously, or I'll beat you senseless. Carp bellowed with laughter, persistently pressing the attack on Sean. Growing increasingly irritated by Carp's relentless pursuit, Sean drew his sword in a defensive stance. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, captivating the attention of everyone present. What on earth am I witnessing? Lord Sean is actually going to fight Admiral Carp? But Carp is a naval hero. As the surrounding sailors and officers observed the unfolding skirmish with excitement, Carp chuckled. Now this is more like it. Show me your true strength. Sean, seizing the moment, executed the sixth form of the six styles, vanishing from sight. As he reappeared, he unsheathed his sword in a flash. Clang! The snow-white blade emerged, slicing with terrifying speed and force towards Carp. Although this strike lacked the advanced armament color, inflicting damage upon Carp was clearly beyond reach. However, forcing the old man to employ his armament color for defense was, in itself, a victory for Sean. Carp, noticeably astonished by Sean's displayed prowess, enveloped his fist in armament color to counter the blow. Sean turned to Carp and said, Admiral Carp, is this sufficient? You've resorted to armament color. Do you intend to bully the weak? Indeed, I do. What will you do about it? Carp retorted, his eagerness unabated. Unleash your full power and let me witness it. With a determined gaze, Sean resolved to hold nothing back. He too yearned to gauge the gap between his strength and that of the top-tier warriors. Consequently, he enveloped his sword, Snow, in armament color before sheathing it once more. Observing this, Carp's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a serious expression as he coated his entire body in armament color, bracing for Sean's impending strike. Secret art, nine-headed dragon slash. Sean once again disappeared before Carp, his speed augmented by the six styles rendering him nearly invisible to onlookers. To the astonishment of the sailors, Sean reappeared behind Carp, arms poised with his blade at the ready. Then, they widened their eyes in disbelief as they realized that the naval hero, Carp, renowned for chasing the Pirate King and boasting an illustrious record, had been injured by a mere colonel from a branch office. Such news, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. The techniques of the flying sword flow are fundamentally simple, despite the imposing name of the nine-headed dragon slash. It essentially comprises rapid unsheathing coupled with the foundational nine sword techniques: the Tang Bamboo, Kesa slash, reverse Kesa, left horizontal cut, right horizontal cut, left ascending cut, right ascending cut, against the wind, and the thrust. This technique renders the opponent incapable of defense or evasion. Even a master like Carp could only withstand the impact. However, even with Sean utilizing armament color, he could not inflict significantly greater harm upon Carp. Although Carp had aged and his physical capabilities had notably declined, he was not as weak as some would suggest, merely possessing the strength of a branch office admiral. Moreover, Carp had yet to exert his full power. Lacking the use of Conqueror and Appo's haki, yet he successfully thwarted Sean and Appo's secret art. This exemplifies the vast disparity between an admiral and peak combatants. According to Sean's understanding of his attributes, he would need to elevate all of them to at least an A rank in Master Conqueror's haki before he could truly contend with top-tier warriors. Ignoring Carp, Sean sheathed his sword and addressed Amy. Let us go, Amy. There are many matters to attend to back at the branch. At this moment, Amy and the sailors under Sean's command finally snapped back to reality, hastily boarding the ship alongside him. Carp gazed at the 9 minor wounds on his body, though none were deep enough to breach his armament color. Still, he found Sean's rapid growth astonishing. In his view, such a talent was too valuable to waste in the East Blue. Admiral Carp, are you all right? Carp's aide inquired promptly. Carp chuckled and replied, what could possibly be wrong? The youth of today is truly remarkable. I must stay in Windmill Town for a few days. Please deliver a letter of recommendation to Sengoku for me. Understood, Admiral Carp. The aide nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the 77th branch, Sean resumed his previous languid demeanor, lounging in a chair outside his office, basking in the sun. This recent venture, coupled with the bounty on Arlong's head, had netted him a substantial sum of 200 million berries, allowing Sean to strengthen himself once again. Yet, he found himself torn between whether to prioritize enhancing his armament and observation haki to a rank or to focus on amplifying his newly acquired abilities. At present, Sean had yet to fully develop the capabilities of the 6 powers. Aside from hastily digesting food to bolster himself, he had not tapped into any of the other powers. Additionally, his Conqueror's haki remained at a lower tier, prompting Sean to resolve to enhance both of these abilities. Name, Sean, age 23, position, head of the Navy's 77th branch, rank, Navy branch colonel, physical combat, B, swordsmanship, A, devil fruit ability, none, armament hockey, B, observation hockey, B, conqueror's hockey, C, special abilities, mastery of the six powers, mastery of the flying sword flow, beginner and secret sword, hazy moonlit night, mastery of the six powers, celestial thief, evaluation, and Navy headquarters admiral with the strength of a notorious supernova, considered a prominent yet minor player. The system's evaluation of Sean had not altered, indicating that disparities existed even among admirals. However, after fortifying himself, Sean had acquired the capability to produce digestive fluid through the six powers. This unique digestive fluid could even corrode steel, proving useful in combat situations for unexpected advantages. As for the enhancement of Conqueror's hockey, it merely intensified the perception of Sean's aura among those nearby. Chapter 12. The seaside restaurant. Baratai with stars sparkling in her eyes, Yame turned to Sean and said, Lord Sean, why do I feel that you've become even more handsome recently? Go away, don't cling to me. Sean replied, somewhat speechless. He had always regarded Yame as a younger sister, yet she persistently sought to win him over, which left him quite troubled. Yame, undeterred, insisted. You promised to teach me new techniques last time. After contemplating for a moment, Sean conceded, all right, follow me. Leading Yame to an open area, Sean drew his sword, Snow Walk, and declared, I'll demonstrate once, watch closely. He unsheathed the blade and began to spin it in his hand, gradually increasing the speed, creating numerous afterimages. This was merely the introductory level of his secret sword technique, Misty Moonlit Night. Otherwise, it would have been a true amalgamation of reality and illusion. Then, with the sword in hand, Sean charged toward Yame. Bewildered by the afterimages, she struggled to track the trajectory of Snow Walk. When the illusions dissipated, she found the blade poised at her throat. How was that? Impressive, isn't it? Sean smiled. Although he possessed the flying sword technique and found such flashy maneuvers unnecessary for himself, teaching Yame this technique would indeed arm her with a formidable skill for combat. After patiently instructing her in the nuances, Yame quickly grasped the technique, mimicking his movements well. Her flexibility, however, was a tad lacking, but with practice, she would surely improve. Thank you, Lord Sean. Yame beamed. How about I treat you to a meal? I've heard that a seaside restaurant is quite popular lately. Dinner? Sean responded, a bit surprised. Haven't I been to every restaurant in town? No, this one's different. It's a seaside restaurant called Baratai, Yame elaborated, her excitement evident. A seaside restaurant? Sean's interest was piqued. Then let us go take a look. Yame's spirit soared. She secretly thought this was finally her chance for some private time with Lord Sean. She quickly arranged for a boat and made a reservation. Feeling somewhat bored at the base, Sean decided to accompany Yame to the Baratai restaurant. The Baratai was a massive fish-shaped vessel, appearing as a double-masted sailing ship, but significantly larger than an ordinary one. As they approached the restaurant, Sean led Yame down from the ship. For their date, Yame had dressed elegantly, even donning a formal gown. Sean, bemused, remarked, It's just dinner. Do you really need to go all out? This is our first date. I cannot be careless. Yame replied earnestly. Crazy. Sean flicked her forehead lightly, causing Yame to yelp in surprise. Upon entering the restaurant, Sean observed a diverse crowd, pirates, Navy officers, and bounty hunters mingled here. The culinary reputation of this establishment was evidently well-deserved. As they stepped in, they attracted numerous glances. After defeating Arlong, Sean's name had spread throughout the East Blue. Hey look, that Navy officer is the one who took down Arlong. Isn't he the captain of the 77th branch? So young and handsome. Even the Arlong pirates fell to him. I'd avoid the 77th branch, if I were you. That woman beside him seems formidable as well. I think her name is Yame. She was the one who led the pursuit against the scarred pirate crew. Recalling these conversations, Yame smiled at Sean and said, Lord Sean, you've become quite famous lately. Sean shrugged. I would rather not have such notoriety. He simply wished to live a laid-back life in the East Blue, earn a little money, and enhance his strength. Fame, to him, was merely a burden. After some idle chatter, a young boy with curly yellow hair approached, carrying a tray. Sean recognized him immediately as Sanji, the future cook of the Straw Hat Pirates. Seeing Yame, Sanji was momentarily struck dumb. Is he really only 10 years old? Sean thought. Bemused. Yame, however, paid no attention to the boy, her gaze fixed solely on Sean. Savoring the exquisite dishes prepared by the legendary pirate chef Zeph, Sean felt utterly satisfied. It was no wonder the crew was called the Chef Pirates. All the servers and chefs were former pirates. Today, Sean was simply there to relish the cuisine. And since the Chef Pirates had abandoned their piratical ways, there was no need for him to eradicate the restaurant. Having reached the initial stage of his culinary training, Sean's appetite had surged, and the food he consumed was rapidly converted into essential nutrients for his body. Consequently, his capacity for food was remarkably daunting compared to an average person. Sanji was astonished by Sean's voracious eating. He couldn't even clear away the empty plates fast enough, watching as they piled higher and higher. Ultimately, the young cook was left panting from exhaustion. Yet, he remained silent, not uttering a single complaint. Delicious. We must return. Sean wiped his mouth with satisfaction and turned to Yame. You can pay this time. At this, Sanji could no longer hold back, indignantly exclaiming, Hey, it's quite shameful to let a lady pay when dining out. But the next moment, Yame's response left him dumbfounded. With a bright smile, she produced her wallet and paid the bill, gazing at Sean with adoration. It's my honor to treat Lord Sean to a meal. Sean shrugged, turning to Sanji. See? Sanji exploded with rage, pointing at Sean. I challenge you to a duel. You uncouth brute. Just you? Sean chuckled. You'd be better off calling your boss. Sanji, infuriated, was about to retort when a deep voice interrupted him. Sanji, what are you doing here? Hurry up and prepare the ingredients. With his head down, Sanji replied, Understood, old man. The speaker was none other than Zeph, the captain of the Chef Pirates. Zeph, lowering his voice, addressed Sean. The boy is still learning. I hope you won't hold it against him. Zeph was well aware of Sean's illustrious reputation, having heard of his exploits. He feared that Sean had come to eliminate their restaurant, which had only been operating for less than a year. Chapter 13. Visitors from Headquarters, orders Redfoot Zep. It has come to my attention that you previously ventured to challenge the Grand Line. Sean remarked with a smile, observing your current state. It seems you have indeed failed in your endeavor, and even lost a leg. Zep remained silent, his expression dark and brooding. It was evident that Sean was well aware of his identity and had intentionally come today, especially considering Zep's bounty exceeded 60 million, a considerable sum. Upon hearing Sean's words, several chefs in the restaurant cast wary glances in their direction, halting their tasks to discreetly arm themselves. Meanwhile, onlookers, including pirates, bounty hunters, and Navy personnel, quickly retreated, fearing the impending chaos might splatter them with blood. Sean let out a cold laugh and rapped his fingers on the table. A wave of conqueror's haki erupted from him, enveloping the entire restaurant. All the chefs, pirate crew members, and curious onlookers, save for Redfoot Zep, succumbed to unconsciousness. What did you do? Zep inquired, a hint of terror in his gaze as he looked at Sean. Sean replied nonchalantly, I merely wish to illustrate the disparity in our strengths. Do not act foolishly. Although Zep was indeed a notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million, he had yet to set foot in the Grand Line, and thus lacked the experience of the New World, resulting in his limited capabilities. It was only natural that he would be astonished by Sean's display of haki. If you intend to capture me, then take me and spare my crew, Zep stated directly. Sean scoffed. If I truly meant to apprehend you, would I have brought such a meager entourage? My purpose today was merely to enjoy a meal. There is no need for such sensitivity. Now that you have relinquished your pirate identity, do not stir up trouble. Otherwise, there is a place for you in Impel Down. Understood? Zep regarded Sean with a deep, contemplative gaze, then sighed in resignation. I understand, Lord Sean. By the way, the cuisine was splendid. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Sean stood and departed the bartai with Amy in tow. As Zep inhaled deeply, observing the unconscious patron strewn about, he realized that avoiding the Grand Line had been a prudent decision. Should they encounter monsters of Sean and Appo's caliber, their fate would be annihilation. Upon exiting the restaurant, Amy, filled with curiosity, turned to Sean. Lord Sean, how did you recognize that Chef was Redfoot Zep? He is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries. Sean retorted with irritation. Do you truly believe I spend each day basking in the sun? Isn't that so? Amy crossed her arms, indignantly asserting, your work is primarily managed by me and Yaki. I am merely training you. Sean countered defiantly. What if I were to be summoned to headquarters one day? Wouldn't the East Blue Branch rely upon you? Amy remained skeptical, scrunching her nose. Who ascends the ranks so quickly? You have only recently been appointed as the head of the 77th branch, a mere 6 months ago. Sean shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps headquarters will recognize my potential. As they bickered, they set sail on a sloop for their base. However, En route, Sean spotted a three-masted ship from headquarters making its way toward their base. Upon seeing this vessel, an ominous feeling washed over him. The narrative rewinds to 2 weeks prior, following Sean's confrontation with Garp. Garp and Appo's recommendation letter lay on Sengoku and Appo's desk. What trouble has that rascal concocted now? Sengoku mused with exasperation. Contemplating his unpredictable friend, he nearly tore the letter apart. Suspecting it was yet another request for leave to spend time with his grandson. Yet, inexplicably compelled, Sengoku opened the letter and began to read. To his surprise, Garp had seemingly written a rare serious missive, endorsing a young man of immense potential. Are you certain this letter is from Garp? Sengoku questioned. Skepticism etched on his face as he looked at the Marine officer before him. The officer replied promptly, Admiral, this letter was personally delivered by Garp and Appo's aide. So it should be accurate. Has that old fool truly lost his mind? Sengoku adjusted his glasses, still incredulous. Just then, Vice Admiral Tsuru entered, inquiring, Sengoku, why do I hear you cursing Garp the moment I arrive? Sengoku replied, this time, it is not for mischief. He has actually recommended a young man of great potential. Tsuru took the letter and, upon reading it, expressed astonishment. Is this truly written by Garp? A colonel from a branch possesses nearly the strength of a headquarters vice admiral? I have confirmed it. It was indeed delivered by Garp's aide, Sengoku said, rubbing his forehead. I still find it hard to believe. Do you think Garp might have been intoxicated while writing this? Tsuru chuckled softly. Let Garp enjoy his rare moment of recommending someone. Do not diminish his enthusiasm. Let us procure Sean's dossier and review it further. Soon, a Marine officer brought forth a substantial file, and Tsuru personally began to sift through it. Upon reviewing Sean's record, she was taken aback. If Garp is referring to Sean from the 77th branch, he may not have misspoken. Oh, let me see. Sengoku immediately seized the file from Tsuru. The more he read, the more astonished he became. Although the bounties of the pirates Sean had defeated were modest, his accomplishments were undeniably remarkable. Since his promotion to colonel, he had eradicated some 50 to 60 pirates in the East Blue alone. The most recent group he had vanquished was the Evil Dragon Pirates, a faction that had splintered from the Sun Pirates. Such achievements indeed warranted a commendation as the head of the 77th branch. With this in mind, Sengoku promptly drafted a transfer order, instructing his subordinates to summon Sean to headquarters. After hearing the orders from the lieutenant, Sean and Appo's expression darkened. Devoid of any joy, instead, he felt murderous rage. He could have enjoyed a peaceful life in the East Blue, yet now he was being summoned to headquarters. It must be that rascal Garp's doing. I should have restrained myself and not revealed my strength during our confrontation. Now, I find myself in a predicament. Colonel Sean, you seem rather displeased, the lieutenant queried, perplexed by Sean's demeanor. Chapter 14. It was all over. I was living a life of ease. Upon gazing at the lieutenant of this headquarters, Sean was abruptly seized by a murderous impulse, even more intense than when he had plotted against Brigadier Brinbrin. At least Brigadier Brinbrin had fallen victim to Sean's cunning due to his own incompetence. Sean should have launched a flying slash to sink the ship as soon as he spotted it on the way. After all, he had labored for several years at Branch 77 to establish a comfortable position for himself, where he could quietly amass wealth and strength. Now, everything was in ruins. His tranquil existence, the merchants he had nurtured like crops, all were doomed. However, he found himself powerless, for this order had been issued personally by the Grand Marshal of the Warring States. Should Sean dare to defy it, his naval career would be irreparably jeopardized. Would he resort to banditry, pillaging at every turn? Such a notion was utterly beneath Sean's temperament. Moreover, how much could one truly gain from theft? The risks were high, the rewards meager. It paled in comparison to reaping profits from merchants and was fraught with the danger of being pursued by the Navy. Cursed be that wretched Garp. When he eventually encountered his grandson, vengeance would surely be sweet. Colonel Sean? The headquarters lieutenant waved at Sean, snapping him back to reality. He forced a smile that was more painful than tears. No, just lost in thought. Ah, very well. The Grand Marshal hopes you can report to headquarters at your earliest convenience. Colonel Yame will take over the position at Branch 77. The lieutenant handed a commission to Yame. What? Me? Yame immediately sulked. I refuse. Enough of your nonsense. Sean reprimanded Yame impatiently and turned to the lieutenant. I will report to headquarters on time. After sending the lieutenant away, Yame clung to Sean's arm, pouting, Lord Sean, I want to go to headquarters with you. If you go to headquarters, who will manage Branch 77? Sean replied, exasperated. Your brother Yaki is a dullard. He wouldn't and oppose to even know if he was being devoured by someone. The hapless Yaki and the hyena felt a wave of shame wash over them. Among Sean's trusted aides, Yame was the most capable and astute. Sean had no choice but to keep her at the branch. Otherwise, all his efforts over the years to cultivate a thriving environment would be in vain. Moreover, he was and Amp, Oppos, T dead. Once he was promoted, he could bring them over. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, T worry, Sean said with a hint of annoyance. Yame and the others and Amp, Oppos, eyes brightened at this prospect. And she wrapped her arms around Sean's, saying, Lord Sean, you mustn't forget us. Understood, understood. How annoying. Sean waved his hand, ready to pack his belongings. Everything would have to start anew. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to generate wealth upon arriving at headquarters. While it was possible to cultivate his skills, it was a slow process. The 6 port thieves could gradually enhance his physique until it reached perfection. Yet, such a pace was too leisurely. Who knew what state his combat power would be in by then? The path to wealth was the true calling for Sean. However, fretting over it now was futile. He had no knowledge of the situation at headquarters and would have to assess things upon arrival. In the days that followed, he handed over his responsibilities to Yame, advising her on several crucial points. Given Yame and Yaki's capabilities, self-preservation in the East Sea would not pose any significant challenge. Once everything was settled, Sean embarked on his journey to headquarters. As he was reporting to headquarters, he was permitted to use a naval vessel, one equipped with sea prison stone, allowing him to bypass the treacherous terrain that others, like Luffy, had to navigate. He could swiftly traverse the calm waters and rapidly make his way to Marineford. After a fortnight, Sean finally arrived at the so-called center of the world, the fortress of absolute justice. The place was bustling with activity, frequented by affluent merchants, nobles, and even celestial dragons. Their wealth was undoubtedly impressive. Sadly, Sean found himself unable to exert any influence here. After casting a fleeting glance at the opulent nobles, he was escorted away by a nearby major. The major, named Bard, was a taciturn man but seemed intrigued by Sean. It's been quite a while since a branch colonel was reassigned to headquarters, he remarked. Sean preferred silence, fully aware of the implications. There was an unwritten rule within the Navy. The strength at headquarters surpassed that of the 4 Seas branches by 3 levels. To the personnel at headquarters, Sean, now a colonel, would be perceived as little more than a lieutenant. Hence, they were curious about the individual who had been personally summoned by the Grand Marshal. As they entered the vehicle, Sean sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow, inquiring, Aren't we supposed to report to the Grand Marshal? Bard chuckled. Did no one inform you? Officers reassigned from the 4 Seas must first attend a training camp before they can report. At that moment, Sean's temper flared. The very idea of being reassigned from the East Sea was already irksome, but now he was being sent to a training camp? Hadn't he proven himself worthy of respect as a vice admiral? Was this not sheer folly? Bard, observing Sean's reaction, laughed. Colonel Sean, these are the rules of Marineford. If you refuse, the only option is resignation. Though Bard did not frequently handle those promoted from the 4 Seas, he had heard enough tales. Many arrived with inflated egos, only to be humbled after a few lessons at headquarters. Bard was eager to witness Sean's downfall at the hands of his subordinates of lower rank. Upon arriving at the training camp, Bard dropped Sean off. Upon seeing the dilapidated entrance, Sean felt a vain throb on his forehead. The recruits have already begun their training. Please register here first, Bard said with a grin. With no alternative, Sean followed him inside. After completing his registration, he inquired. The chief instructor of the training camp is General Zephyr, correct? I would like to meet him. Bard shook his head. That's impossible. Once you enter the recruit training camp, you are considered a recruit, and recruits do not have the privilege to meet Instructor Zephyr. At this point, Sean realized he had been played by Bard. Although he was uncertain who had orchestrated this, the process for reporting should never have been like this. Chapter 15. To hell with the rules. Sean cast a dangerous glance at Bud and inquired, Are you mocking me? Bud, displaying a look of astonishment, replied, How could that be, Colonel Sean? This is the rule at the recruit training camp. He deliberately emphasized the last 2 words, wearing a smug expression. However, Bud was not entirely incorrect. He had not violated any regulations. This rule had been established by Admiral Zephyr when he took command of the training camp, a directive originally issued by Sengoku. At that moment, Sengoku stood atop a high tower, conversing with Garp over the phone. Garp, you old scoundrel, are the recruits you recommended reliable? Sengoku bellowed into the transponder snail. Garp's image appeared, equally irritated, retorting, When have the recruits I sent ever been unreliable? If this kid hadn't refused to join me, would I have sent him your way? Sengoku was taken aback. Is there really someone who looks down on your Navy hero? Garp snapped back. I'm not like Bailey. How could I possibly make everyone like me? This kid doesn't match my energy. He even drew a sword on me before, and it hurt like hell. Sengoku was astonished. So everything stated in your recommendation letter is true? How could someone like that emerge from the East Blue? What is wrong with the East Blue? I'm from the East Blue too, Garp retorted, increasingly irked. That's not what I meant. Sengoku quickly clarified. I just meant, without formidable opponents. How could he have honed his hockey and swordsmanship to such a level? Garp dug into his nose and replied, How should I know? If you want to find out, ask him yourself. I and Oppos am busy playing with my grandson. If they're and Oppos, as nothing else, I and Oppos am hanging up. Luffy, you little brat, take this loving iron fist from your grandpa. Sengoku, speechless, hung up the phone and turned to see what Sean would do next. The authority of the strong cannot be challenged. If Sean were to tolerate such provocations, it would imply he was a deeply scheming individual with a mysterious background, and Sengoku would never place him in a significant position. As a strategist, Sengoku had his own method for selecting candidates, and he was quite confident in his theory. Meanwhile, Sean found himself amused by Bud and Oppo's antics. So you wish to talk about rules? He said, seizing Bud's face and slamming it into the ground. Bud was unable to resist Sean, despite being most adept at swordsmanship. Sean was also formidable in physical combat. He had mastered the 6 powers of the Navy to an expert level. Before Bud could react, he was knocked unconscious by the impact. With a cold snort, Sean swaggered into the recruit training camp. Earlier, he had detected several individuals lurking nearby, seemingly preparing to challenge him. Naturally, Sean had no intention of indulging these individuals. After incapacitating Bud, he continued toward the large building at the center of the training camp. That bastard Bud. Several Navy recruits leaped out, blocking Sean's path. What do you think you're doing? Sean sneered. A bunch of useless fools. Unable to tolerate my transfer to headquarters, resorting to violence instead of confronting me openly like men. Sean's nonchalance did not imply a lack of anger. After all, how could he have subdued the merchants within the jurisdiction of the 77th branch if he had no temper? How dare you call us rats? You're asking for death. Enraged, the recruits from the training camp charged at Sean. Sean spread his arms wide, exuding an air of reckless bravado. Come at me. Such provocation was unbearable for the recruits, and they rushed toward Sean with furious cries. Sean welcomed them all, relying on his observation hockey, unafraid of ambushes. Anyone daring to approach him was swiftly subdued and pressed to the ground. Within moments, several recruits who attempted to assert their dominance lay bruised and battered. Were this not a Navy recruit training camp, the ground would have been littered with bodies by now. As the commotion intensified, numerous recruits in the camp were drawn to the scene. They were indignant to witness an outsider like Sean displaying such arrogance, only to be promptly taken down by him. By the time Sean reached the main building of the training camp, half of the recruits had already fallen, including several instructors. However, at that moment, significant figures finally emerged. A blue-haired beauty and a man in a red bandana stood defiantly before Sean. These were Zephyr's 2 most prized students, Ein and Binz. Likely the strongest individuals in the training camp. Both possessed devil fruit abilities, one wielding the retrogressive fruit and the other the flourishing fruit, making them formidable adversaries, although at this stage, they had yet to fully awaken their powers, being mere recruits. Stop. Who are you? Why have you intruded upon the training camp? Ein inquired, her brow furrowed. And what transpired with these individuals? Sean, uninterested in idle chatter, was already in a foul mood and coldly replied, Step aside. Humph. Ein, equally disinclined to engage in further dialogue, drew her sword. You have trespassed into the Navy training camp. Surrender peacefully. Binz also unsheathed his sword, positioning himself in front of Sean. Without wasting words, Sean unsheathed his own blade. Dragon's Nest flash. Countless sword lights erupted around Sean, catching both recruits off guard. In mere moments, they were sent flying backward. Had Sean not been merciful, they would have met a far grimmer fate. Just as Sean prepared to advance, a rough voice called from behind, Are you Colonel Sean from the 77th branch? Turning, Sean saw a man with wild purple hair, sunglasses perched on his nose, and a cigarette in his mouth, who had appeared behind him unnoticed. Sean recognized him instantly as the former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. Sean responded, maintaining a composed demeanor. Indeed, I am here to report to you, Admiral Zephyr. Zephyr regarded the sprawled recruits on the ground with an odd expression and asked, Is this how you report? This is my style. Sean retorted. I detest people incessantly lecturing me about rules, especially when they are utterly incompetent. Zephyr grinned. In my domain. You must adhere to my rules. Oh, to hell with the rules. Sean replied nonchalantly. Chapter 16. The wrathful confrontation with Zephyr having been reassigned to headquarters was already enough to leave Sean feeling disgruntled. To be involved in such absurd matters only fueled his simmering anger. If Carp were here, Sean would undoubtedly have clashed with that old man by now. He was exceedingly irritable, yearning for an outlet for his frustrations. Ironically, Sean's demeanor elicited hearty laughter from Zephyr. Indeed, those with true capability can defy the constraints of rules. But I wonder if you possess such strength. In response to Zephyr and Appo's taunt, Sean unleashed a powerful Earth Dragon slash. The flying debris mingled with his strike, hurtling directly toward Zephyr. Without a moment's hesitation, Sean launched his attack. Zephyr responded with a hearty laugh, enveloping his arms in a layer of black hockey, steadfastly absorbing Sean's sword strike. He swiftly countered with a punch aimed at Sean. As a former admiral, and one renowned for his restraint, Zephyr excelled in subduing foes with his bare hands. His combat experience was astonishingly vast, enabling him to remain composed in the face of Sean's sudden assault. Unlike those inexperienced novices, Sean evaded Zephyr and Appo's punch with a swift turn, then executed another tornado slash. The blade once more met Zephyr and Appo's hockey, which deflected it. What a sharp swordsmanship! Zephyr praised, but such skill is insufficient to disrupt the rules I have established. Sean remained silent, merely wrapping hockey around his sword, Snowwalk, transforming it into a blade of darkness. He then assumed a stance, sheathing Snowwalk, his aura dramatically intensifying. Upon witnessing Sean and Appo's posture, even Zephyr and Appo's laughter faded. He felt an undeniable sense of being locked onto by Sean, as if any action he took would inevitably lead to a strike. This sensation was one Zephyr had not experienced in quite some time. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Zephyr said with a smile. Then let us proceed. Ultimate technique, nine-headed dragon slash. In an instant, Sean vanished from sight, employing the Sara technique. When the recruits finally saw him again, he had already sheathed Snowwalk. At that moment, Zephyr, enveloped in hockey, suddenly erupted with several blood arrows. Although he had managed to ward off a few lethal strikes aimed at his throat and forehead, he was unable to defend against the others. In this state of fury, Sean and Appo's nine-headed dragon slash was executed with even greater precision than when he faced Carp. The infusion of hockey on Snowwalk had vastly amplified its power. Had it not been for the strength of Zephyr's hockey, he would likely have met his end. Indeed, the chasm between a captain and a rear admiral is colossal, Sean thought, his brow furrowed. He swiftly assumed a defensive stance, bracing for Zephyr's incoming punch. Zephyr, seizing the opportune moment, struck while Sean was recovering his breath, sending him flying. Utilizing Moonwalk to dissipate the force, Sean finally steadied himself. Nonetheless, this display left the recruits in stunned silence. In their eyes, Zephyr was an invincible force. He had dispatched countless troublemakers with a mere punch. Yet here was Sean, not only injuring Zephyr but also leaving several wounds upon him. Seeing blood trickle from Sean's lips, Zephyr grinned. Carp truly recommended an exceptional young man. Upon hearing Carp's name, Sean and Appo's expression darkened. He had suspected that the old man was behind this, and now it was confirmed. Landing on the ground, Sean calmly remarked, Zephyr, I assume I need not participate in the recruits' training any longer? Certainly not. Zephyr waved his hand dismissively. To be frank, your fundamentals are solid. There is little I can teach you. However, until the orders arrive, you must remain here. But you won't need to partake in training instead. You shall serve as my aide, helping to train these youngsters. How does that sound? After contemplating, Sean realized he had no better alternatives and nodded. It and Appo's deal. Today's traditional welcome ceremony for the recruits had undoubtedly hit a snag. It seemed likely that this lackluster ceremony would be abolished. For who knew if another prodigy like Sean would be transferred in? Once settled in the training camp, Sean was promptly invited by Zephyr for a drink. Being a person of pure intentions, he was exceedingly generous toward those he acknowledged. Furthermore, he had a remarkable knack for mentoring. The current three admirals, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, had all been under his tutelage. He was more than willing to impart his knowledge to Sean. As they shared a drink, the earlier discontent dissipated, and they even began to jest about Carp's eccentricities. Sean's pent-up anger finally found its release, and before the old silver coin, Sengoku, could speak, he was unbothered by the prospect of overseeing the training camp. However, he wouldn't need to engage in the basic training himself. Ein and Benz could handle that. In his role as Zephyr's aide, Sean primarily assisted with the mundane affairs, such as the camp's provisions and training equipment. Yet, he discovered considerable leeway within these responsibilities. For instance, the food budget for the recruits was relatively lavish. The Navy was quite generous, setting high standards. After all, the recruits drawn to the camp were undoubtedly promising candidates, and the Navy could not afford to be stingy with these fledgling talents. With standards rivaling those of the 77th Division, Sean had personally subsidized a significant portion of that, highlighting the disparity. Additionally, the training equipment, such as weapons and sea stone, was consumed rather quickly. It seemed. Perhaps he could exploit this avenue. Sean contemplated as he perused the accounts. Subsequently, he called for Ein, who had previously managed these affairs for Zephyr. The admiral was laid back, unconcerned about the minutiae. However, Sean could not afford such laxity. After inquiring about Ein's usual procurement locations, Sean exited the training camp, intent on having a serious discussion with the merchants responsible for supplying the camp. After all, wielding power without utilizing it is akin to being a shark with a crippled fin, right? At the very least, under Sean's management, he could procure superior food and training supplies at a more favorable price. Chapter 17. A little greed is no sin on Shopping Street, number 30 in the Shambodi Islands. The merchant responsible for supplying food to the training camp lamented to Sean, "My lord, we have always provided supplies to the Navy at this price." Sean replied with a cold smirk, "Oh, is that so?" The supplier, feigning pity, quickly insisted, "My lord, I speak the truth." Sean nodded. "Then may I see your accounts?" The merchant immediately became wary. "My lord, it seems you have no authority to inspect my accounts. While I am unaware of your rank, I do have a relative who is a naval brigadier. It would be unwise to provoke such connections, wouldn't you agree?" Sean chuckled. "Ah, is that a threat?" The merchant, with a forced smile, replied, "Of course not. But if you continue to press, I shall have no choice." "Well then, you have some guts," Sean acknowledged, turning to leave the shop. After he departed, the merchant spat on the ground, muttering, "What a nuisance, trying to inspect my accounts. Dream on." He then took up a whip, striking several working slaves, barking orders for them to hasten their pace, threatening them with the loss of dinner if they dared to slack off. Sean did not wander far. He had numerous ways to deal with such blind fools, 9, to be precise. Thus, he made his way directly to island number 66, the naval garrison. The Navy station there had once been disciples of Zifa. Upon learning that Sean was Zifa's current aide, they welcomed him warmly. After a hearty meal, Sean explained his purpose. Upon hearing that someone dared to shortchange the training camp's provisions, the colonel in charge was filled with righteous indignation. Most of them had come from training camps and understood the significance of sustenance. Thus, he promptly decided to allow Sean to lead a squad of sailors to settle the score. By afternoon, Sean stormed back to island number 30, the merchant and Apos' establishment, and without further ado, began to seal it off. The merchant, aghast, attempted to intervene but was brutally knocked to the ground by 2 sailors wielding their rifle butts. He tried to invoke his brigadier relative, but to no avail. The rival factions within the Navy were too numerous, and they could not possibly match the authority of the colonel stationed in the Shambodi Islands. The sailors ignored him completely, emptying the shop and taking the merchant to the naval prison. Sean had no desire to waste words on such a fool. He had encountered countless greedy scoundrels over the years, all of whom were oblivious to their impending doom, unwilling to change. After publicly sealing off the merchant and Apos' shop, other opportunistic merchants quickly approached Sean, inquiring about his plans. Sean smiled and assured them, "Rest assured, the naval training camp requires provisions. However, due to the misdeeds of that unscrupulous individual, I intend to establish a bidding process." The bidding process was straightforward. Everyone could participate fairly, and the best quality at the lowest price would win. The merchants, hearing Sean's words, were filled with anticipation. They knew that the previous merchant had only been able to supply food to the naval training camp because of his connections. Now, they all had the chance to bid, and many began to roll up their sleeves in eagerness. In the afternoon, Sean reserved a bar and gathered the merchants to explain the bidding rules. Each merchant was allowed 1 bid, after which Sean would personally inspect their supplies. If the price was reasonable and the quality satisfactory, they would secure the contract. Sean, speaking in an enticing tone, added, "I know you have your concerns, but consider the advantages of supplying food to the Navy. You can proudly declare that you provide for the Navy, and I believe you are all astute businessmen who need not be told more." Hearing this, the merchants' eyes brightened, and they began jotting down their prices on paper. Some even discreetly slipped money to Sean, hoping to gain an advantage in the bidding. Oh, now this is the right spirit, Sean thought with a smile. Ultimately, Sean selected the merchant with the lowest bid, announcing him the winner. This merchant and Apos' price was 60% of the previous one and Apos', the lowest among all bidders. The food supplier was ecstatic, his face flushed with excitement. Losing a bit of money on the Navy's end was inconsequential. The prestige that came with being known as a supplier to the naval training camp was invaluable. Once others learned of his connection, he would become the first choice for small nations and organizations needing bulk food supplies. The profits could easily be recouped from these entities. After the announcement, Sean firmly stated, "Ensure that you do not compromise on quality, or your fate will mirror that of the previous merchant who was apprehended. No one will come to your aid. Of course, outside, your quoted price is yours to manage. But within the Navy, it must align with what I have stated. Do you understand?" "Yes, Lord Sean, I will ensure the utmost quality." The rotund merchant quickly bowed in acquiescence. Due to Roger's dying words, which incited chaos upon the seas, pirates began to swarm like dumplings. This forced the naval headquarters to recruit more personnel to address the situation, resulting in soaring food costs for the training camp. Presently, the annual expenditure on provisions for the entire camp amounted to an astounding 60 million berries. Through Sean's maneuvers, he could extract nearly 20 million berries annually from this operation. Importantly, the quality would remain unchanged, perhaps even improved. The previous merchant had relied on his brigadier relative's influence to often deliver subpar goods to the new recruits' training camp, with no one daring to raise an objection. In fact, Sean managed not only the procurement of food, but also the annual supply of various essentials for new naval recruits, such as firearms, weapons, and uniforms. By applying the same tactics, he could easily siphon off 100 million berries each year. Naturally, compared to his previous exploits in the East Sea, this was somewhat lacking, as he had established a shallower foundation in Marineford. Thus, he could only be seen as indulging in minor greed. After all, a little greed is no sin. Chapter 18. Further observations. Once Sean had concluded his dealings with the suppliers, he returned to the training base, where he found Zephyr waiting for him. With a puzzled expression, Zephyr inquired, "I heard you recently visited the Shambadi archipelago. What was your purpose there?" Sean rolled his eyes and replied, "Instructor Zephyr, you truly are a hands-off manager. The Navy has and Apos to even send a dedicated individual to assist you in managing the training camp. Naturally, I was tending to some of the mundane affairs within the camp, such as the recruits and Apos, meals and training supplies, which are fraught with issues that you might be oblivious to." In response to the questioning, Sean aimed to make Zephyr feel even more uncomfortable. Zephyr, slightly indignant, retorted, "Why bother with these trivial matters? You should focus on training some competent young recruits instead. Not everyone possesses your aptitude for teaching." Sean spread his hands and said, "I'm only skilled at wielding a blade. Do I appear to be someone who teaches students? I still have much to learn from you." He continued, "And do not underestimate these trivialities. They are crucial to the recruits and Apos development." As he spoke, Sean recounted the underhanded dealings of the merchants from Shambadi, leaving Zephyr utterly bewildered. Enraged, he slammed his hand on the table, shattering it. "These scoundrels are intolerable." Sean calmly stated, "That is why specialists should handle specialized tasks. With me in the training camp, there will be no chaos." Zephyr nodded. "You have done well. All for the sake of justice." Sean replied solemnly, "Indeed, all for the sake of justice." Zephyr echoed, patting Sean on the shoulder with a sense of gratitude. "In other words, this Sean is quite the administrative talent?" Sengoku expressed his surprise to Zephyr. Zephyr nodded, since he arrived at the training camp. "The quality of the meals has indeed improved, and the supplies for training are no longer in tatters. I had no idea that so many parasites existed within our Navy." Sengoku and Apos' expression darkened. "I sense you are implying something, but I lack proof. If you believe it to be the case, then so be it." Zephyr shrugged. Disinterested in engaging in further banter with the old man, Sengoku posed a direct question. "Let's set that aside. What are your thoughts on this Sean? An exceptional young man. I wonder which fool was blind enough to leave him languishing in the East Blue for so long." Zephyr continued. Sengoku and Apos' frown deepened. "What about his character? Aside from being somewhat hot-headed, he seems to have no significant flaws. However, his capabilities are quite impressive. Among the rear admirals, he ranks among the elite." Zephyr offered an objective assessment. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Sengoku felt compelled to cultivate Sean as a successor for the Navy. At over 60 years of age, Sengoku could not remain in the position of fleet admiral for much longer. Given Sean's youth and talent, It was certain he would rise to the rank of admiral in the future. Once that happened, regardless of whether Akainu, Kizuru, or Akiji ascended to the rank of admiral, such a gifted individual would undoubtedly be valued. Thus, within 3 generations, Sengoku need not concern himself with the Navy's future. With this thought, Sengoku felt a swell of pride, secretly acknowledging that Garb, that old rascal, had finally proven reliable. Little did he know the magnitude of corruption he had invited into his ranks. Initially, Sengoku intended to assign Sean to one of the Navy branches in the Grand Line or the New World to gain some experience and facilitate his promotion in the future. However, upon learning from Zephyr that Sean still had room for growth, Sengoku decided to observe further. After Sean improved the recruits' meals and other amenities, those who had previously held grievances against him fell silent. They were acutely aware of who was responsible for their newfound comfort. Even the wages at the recruit camp saw a notable increase. With such a superior, even if he had previously disciplined them, it could now be deemed as tough love. The recruits regarded Sean with admiration akin to that which they held for Zephyr. Clearly, these small acts of kindness could indeed win hearts. In merely a few months, Sean had settled into the Navy's recruit training camp, enjoying a life of ease reminiscent of his time at Branch 77. Each day was filled with the comforts of being well-fed and well cared for. Occasionally, he would spar with Zephyr. While it may not have significantly boosted Sean's strength, it certainly enriched his combat experience. Check the profile. Name, Sean, 23 years old. Position, Commander of Navy Branch 77. Rank, Navy Colonel. Physical combat. B. Swordsmanship. A. Devil Fruit ability. None. Armament hockey. B. Observation hockey. B. Conqueror's hockey. C. Special abilities, Mastery of Navy 6 styles. Proficiency in Flying Sword Technique, Mastery of Secret Sword, Hazy Moonlit Night, Proficient in 6 Library Celestial Thief, Evaluation, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Strength akin to a notorious supernova, considered a notable but minor player. From the ill-gotten gains acquired from these merchants, Sean invested all his resources into training his Conqueror's hockey. After all, it was the most resource-intensive endeavor. As for the Secret Sword, Hazy Moonlit Night, he merely needed to expend a modest amount of funds to elevate it to proficiency, indicating that the skill was not particularly formidable. Sean even found himself able to teach it to others, with the lovely girl, Ein being one such pupil. This made Ein visit Sean more frequently, drawing the ire of Zephyr, who had grown rather sour about the entire situation. After all, Ein had previously attended solely to Zephyr's needs, and now she had shifted her attentions to Sean. It was akin to a gardener watching their cherished vegetable being uprooted by a boar. As a result, in his spare time, Zephyr often sought opportunities to give Sean a good thrashing. Unfortunately for him, Sean and Appo's solid foundation made it exceedingly difficult for Zephyr to land a clean hit during their sparring sessions. After they had engaged in combat for some time and were fatigued, they sat beside the training camp, sharing drinks and conversations. The third-year students from the recruit camp need to be integrated into the Navy ranks. I believe it is time to take them out for some real combat training. Upon hearing the words combat training, Sean's heart skipped a beat. It seemed Ein and her companions were precisely the third cohort of students, and the timing was eerily coincidental. In the year 1513, it was precisely when Zephyr encountered Edward Weevil, the second Whitebeard, during a surprise attack. Zephyr lost an arm in the ambush, and aside from Ein and Binz, all the third cohort students perished. Chapter 19. Onboard training. Are you personally leading the team for the internship? Sean inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Zephyr nodded. I cannot entrust this to anyone else. May I accompany you? Sean asked directly. He felt a twinge of sympathy for the old man. Having lost his entire family to pirates was enough to drive anyone mad, and then experiencing an ambush where even his once revered students perished was a significant blow. Most troubling was the betrayal from the world government, which, after severing his arm, had the audacity to recruit Whitebeard too, who had killed his disciples, as a warlord. It would be strange if such circumstances did not drive him to madness. Sean held a satisfactory opinion of Zephyr as a superior. He was indifferent to matters he did not understand, allowing Sean ample opportunity to maneuver. Thus, Sean resolved to assist Zephyr, at least to prevent a repetition of tragedy. Can I come along? He reiterated. Isn't sunbathing at the base your favorite pastime? Just like that lazy kid, Kizara. Zephyr remarked, bemused by Sean's sudden desire to join the voyage. Sean casually replied, restlessness breeds action. It has been too long since I set sail. Zephyr was unconcerned, after all. The new recruits were still learning the 6 forms of the Navy in the training camp, and the instructors were capable of teaching them adequately. Since they were preparing for a training exercise, Zephyr opted for a target in the North Sea with a modest bounty. Black Hawk, bounty of 10 million berries. Zephyr presented the wanted poster, smiling at Sean. This will serve as an ideal training target for the recruits. Sean nodded in agreement. Indeed. It strikes the perfect balance, not too weak, yet not overly formidable. Shall we set sail then? You've arranged the supplies, I trust? Zephyr inquired. Sean nodded affirmatively. Everything is in order. I am your aide. After all, once prepared, Zephyr boarded the warship with Ein, Binz, and the remaining dozen or so third-phase recruits. As this was an internship, both Zephyr and Sean remained mostly in the background, refraining from interference unless the situation became dire. Ein and Binz, as the ship's most accomplished recruits, naturally assumed leadership roles, for navigating the seas is essential for any aspiring Navy officer. In summary, the overall caliber of this batch of recruits was impressive. After 2 days of brief chaos, they had begun to find their footing. At that moment, the warship had entered a windless zone, equipped with sea stone and sufficient power sources to ensure that the colossal sea creatures would not pose a threat. Consequently, their voyage was relatively smooth as Sean and Zephyr lounged in deck chairs, sipping drinks. My students are quite remarkable, are they not? Zephyr boasted to Sean. Few could rival Zephyr in the art of teaching. Among the recruits Sean painstakingly trained at Branch 77, only Ami and Aki possessed talents comparable to Ein and Binz. The other naval officers were significantly outclassed by these new recruits. Sean acknowledged. Indeed, they are impressive. I am curious, with your abilities. Why do you remain merely a branch colonel? Zephyr's question echoed that of Sengoku. Sean replied nonchalantly, I have grown accustomed to a carefree lifestyle. Unaccustomed to being constrained by others. Is that the sole reason? Zephyr asked, astonished. Not even Sengoku could navigate this line of questioning. Sean, unwilling to elaborate further, continued. Perhaps you could interpret it as a form of homesickness. Seeing Sean's reluctance to discuss further, Zephyr shifted the topic. As they conversed, a massive whirlpool suddenly appeared on the horizon. Shortly thereafter, an extraordinarily large sea creature emerged from beneath the waves. However, rather than attacking the warship, it was engaged in a fierce battle with another sea creature. Despite the creature's conflict not being directed at the warship, the resulting shockwaves were formidable. This could be troublesome, Sean remarked, furrowing his brow. Zephyr, however, chuckled. No need to rush. Let us observe their response. Ein, demonstrating strong organizational skills, quickly summoned the recruits to prepare for cannon fire, intending to dissipate the colossal waves that loomed ahead. Fortunately, the training camp's warship was a sturdy 5-masted vessel, capable of withstanding the waves without the risk of capsizing. Ein and Binz worked tirelessly. One steered the ship away from the formidable sea creatures, while the other monitored the course, seeking to escape the center of the disturbance. Their responses were commendable, albeit lacking a touch of experience. As the two sea creatures clashed more violently, the waves they generated soared to heights equivalent to several stories. Observing such towering waves, despair washed over the crew. This is it, Sean declared as he approached the bow, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. To the astonishment of the recruits, Sean swiftly drew his sword, skyward sword style, dragon soaring flash. A brilliant arc of light sliced through the towering waves, cleaving them in two. He cleaved the waves. I gazed at Sean in disbelief, perceiving him as a deity in that moment. Although the wave was divided, preventing it from crashing onto the warship, the remaining force still caused the 5-masted vessel to sway precariously, forcing everyone aboard to grasp onto anything stable to maintain their footing. Moreover, the two sea creatures continued their relentless battle, and one could only wonder what chaos would ensue next. Zephyr laughed heartily, his hands gleaming as if cloaked in black metal. He leapt into the air, accelerating with moonwalk steps, ultimately landing atop the two sea creatures. Crush! He roared, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the fighting sea creatures into pieces. The other creature, sensing peril, immediately dove beneath the waves. Wow, Admiral Zephyr is incredible. Mr. Sean is amazing too. We are saved, exclaimed the recruits, relief washing over them. Is this the ocean? How terrifying. Many of the recruits, having experienced such a spectacle, found themselves overwhelmed, with some even bursting into tears. Chapter 20, The Trial of New Recruits upon Zephyr and Apos' return to the warship. Sean could distinctly sense the old man's waning strength. Although his prowess remained intact, his stamina had evidently diminished, much like that of the old Cap. It is worth noting that Zephyr was merely 65 years of age, while Cap was already 69. It appears that regardless of one's past vigor, one cannot escape the ravages of time. After the cheers subsided, Zifa commenced instructing his students, assessing their previous actions, which, unsurprisingly, yielded a failing grade. After all, it was only thanks to Sean and Zifa's intervention that the warship was preserved. This left Zifa's disciples feeling deeply ashamed, contemplating their very existence. Following this brief interlude, Ain, Benz, and the other recruits appeared markedly more composed, shedding their earlier whimsical notions about steering the vessel. Utilizing the inherent propulsion of the five-masted sailing ship, they finally traversed the windless zone, picking up speed as they hastened toward the territory of the Black Hawk pirates in the North Sea. The Black Hawk's domain was a secluded island town, notorious for the merciless slaughter of all its residents, who had been brutally murdered by the pirate leader. Establishing his lair there, when idle, he would venture out to plunder passing merchant ships, returning to the town to revel in his ill-gotten gains. The town was now entirely overrun by pirates. Zifa commanded, "My orders are to annihilate every member of the Black Hawk pirates. Do you understand? Capture any survivors if possible, but prioritize your safety above all." Although Zifa had previously vowed to spare high-ranking officers and avoid killing, he recognized that his students lacked the requisite strength, thus emphasizing the importance of their safety. In the face of true peril, one must be prepared to kill. Before the warship could approach the town, it was detected by two cannons stationed at the dock. These were not mere novice pirates, even though their comrades had set sail to raid. A contingent remained to defend their nest. Upon spotting the approaching warship, the cannons opened fire, intent on scaring it away. However, the firepower aboard their five-masted vessel far surpassed that of the two cannons. Ain, wielding a saber, swung it down decisively and shouted, "Fire!" Immediately, the cannons on the side of the ship roared to life, unleashing a torrential barrage of cannonballs upon the dock. Before long, the dock was on the verge of obliteration. Not just the cannons. After achieving such an effective strike, Ain ordered the gunners to prepare for a second round. Following 3 volleys and confirming the absence of any residual threats, Ain commanded the ship to dock. The outcome of this naval engagement was hardly surprising. The warship was equipped to a standard comparable to that of a General S flagship, with far superior artillery compared to the pirates, yielding a result that was merely satisfactory. What followed was the true test for these recruits, facing the merciless pirates head-on. Despite their nerves, the sight of Zifa watching over them imbued the recruits with ample courage. As the remaining pirates charged with wild yells, the recruits remained composed, forming a firing line to launch their assault. The concentrated gunfire felled the leading pirates swiftly, rendering them unable to rise again. The pirates exhibited a reckless bravado. Even as their comrades fell, they surged forward with fierce cries. The recruits at the forefront drew their sabers, engaging in close combat with the pirates. Notably, Ain and Benz led the charge, serving as exemplary models for their peers. Sean observed and concluded, "It seems the main force of the Black Hawk pirates is not in the town." Zifa nodded in agreement. Otherwise, they wouldn't be handling this so easily. Having withstood 2 waves of pirate onslaughts, the recruits established their advantage. They were naturally adept at cooperative combat, embodying the principle that 1 + 1 exceeds 2. The ferocious pirates were not as formidable as they had imagined, and emboldened by their newfound confidence, Ain began employing more intricate tactics, flanking maneuvers, encirclements, and targeted strikes. Before long, the Black Hawk pirates in the town were thoroughly dispatched, and all remaining pirates who surrendered were bound with ropes. Having witnessed bloodshed, the recruits finally bore semblance to seasoned soldiers. Despite 2 sustaining minor injuries, Zifa was quite satisfied with the outcome. Do not celebrate too soon. You have merely dispatched the guards left behind by the Black Hawk pirates. The true elite of the Black Hawk pirates have yet to return. I advise you to recuperate swiftly. Sean cautioned them before instructing the ship and Apos' cook to prepare a meal for the recruits. Under Sean's insistence, the recruits, having just endured battle and lacking appetite, complied and began to eat, seizing the opportunity to rest. Meanwhile, Ain and Benz pored over maps, strategizing for the inevitable return of the Black Hawk pirates. Simultaneously, aboard a merchant vessel in the West Sea, chaos erupted as flames engulfed the ship, and pirates looted it mercilessly, transferring valuables to their own vessel. The leader of the Black Hawk pirates, a man known by the moniker Black Hawk, wore a sinister grin as he plunged his curved blade into the rotund belly of a merchant. This merchant ship was undeniably affluent, seemingly tied to a particular regime in the West Sea. Black Hawk, unwilling to leave any survivors, slaughtered all aboard, men, women, and children alike, before loading the necessary supplies onto his ship, subsequently ordering his crew to breach the hull and set the vessel ablaze. Having completed these grim tasks, Black Hawk signaled his crew to prepare for the return journey. The pirates aboard the ship erupted in revelry, raising their goblets and feasting heartily. Their celebration continued unabated until the following day, when Black Hawk finally commanded the return to their lair. However, as they neared their stronghold, Black Hawk sensed something amiss. The normally boisterous town lay eerily silent. He instructed his crew to fetch a spyglass, peering toward the dock to discern signs of cannon fire, which ignited his suspicion. "Gather everyone. Our lair appears to be in jeopardy," Black Hawk barked, urging his men into action. The first mate promptly rallied the crew, waking those who were unresponsive with kicks and buckets of icy seawater. Chapter 21. The Return and the Assault Within the Small Town. Ein and Binz were preparing the battlefield. The Naval Recruit Training Camp not only taught the 6 styles of the Navy, but also imparted skills in navigation, seamanship, and tactics, primarily for future officers. However, these additional subjects required recruits to dedicate extra time after completing their daily training. It was evident that Ein and Binz excelled in their studies. And upon the conclusion of this trial, they had a considerable chance of securing positions directly from headquarters instead of being dispatched to the far seas. Zifa and Sean were merely bystanders, as their presence was intended as a safety net. Provided there were no significant casualties, they would refrain from intervening. Only when faced with extraordinarily powerful sea creatures did Sean and Zifa feel compelled to take action. As Sean sat by the campfire, simmering mushroom soup, he suddenly looked up towards the sea and remarked to Zifa, "It seems the Black Hawk pirates have sensed something amiss." Zifa set down his flask, gazing at his students with concern. "I wonder when they will realize it." Sean ladled out a bowl of mushroom soup, grinning. "You could always give them a heads up." "That would be futile." Zifa shot back, eyeing Sean. "What is that delightful aroma? Aren't you supposed to be having meat?" "This is for me," Sean replied, spreading his hands. "Selfish. I'll take half of your meat," Zifa exclaimed as he snatched the soup from Sean and took a sip. With no choice left, Sean prepared another bowl of soup. And the two sat by the fire, ready to witness the impending battle. After the captain of the Black Hawk pirates quietly landed with his crew, the sentinels dispatched by Ein finally noticed that the pirates had returned to their lair. They quickly alerted their resting comrades to prepare for combat. This time, under the cover of night and under pressure, their performance was considerably less impressive than before. Nevertheless, Zifa and Appo's group of recruits displayed commendable grit. None fled, and they armed themselves to engage in fierce combat. The battle was brutal, yet ultimately, the recruits emerged victorious. The Black Hawk crew consisted of pirates with bounties in the millions, primarily operating in the Four Seas region. The recruits and Appo's quality far surpassed theirs. And Binz decisively severed the head of the Black Hawk himself, ending his life swiftly and cleanly. However, the cost was steep. 2 recruits perished, and the others sustained injuries. Given the overwhelming advantage, Ein and Binz felt considerable guilt. Zifa comforted his 2 most exceptional students. "You must understand, this is the cruel reality of the sea. I hope you remember today's events vividly." Upon hearing Zifa and Appo's words, many recruits could not suppress their tears. After all, losing comrades with whom they had shared countless moments was far from a mere game. Once they consoled the recruits, the group began to clear the aftermath in preparation for their return. With the trial concluded, Sean commenced his duties, assisting with the aftermath, such as transporting the wounded, aiding the ship's doctor, coordinating supplies, and confiscating all the spoils from the Black Hawk pirates. Naturally, the head of the Black Hawk was not to be overlooked, as it held a bounty of 10 million berries. Furrowing his brow, Zifa inquired, "What do you intend to do with these items?" "The contraband must be confiscated, and Mr. Zifa, the families of the fallen recruits deserve compensation, don't you think? Otherwise, how will their families fare on the meager naval death benefits?" Sean replied matter-of-factly. Hearing this, the naval recruits felt deeply moved. No one wished for their families to suffer should they fall in battle. At a loss for words, Zifa allowed Sean to continue his bustling activities. "By heavens, the Black Hawk pirates have amassed quite a fortune," Sean exclaimed in astonishment as he examined the goods. As a seasoned embezzler, he quickly assessed the value of the items seized from the Black Hawk pirates, estimating them to be worth at least 30 million berries, a windfall he would not let slip away. After all, he managed the financial resources of the entire naval training camp, and this constituted his legitimate income. Once all the items were loaded onto the ship, the warship set sail back to Marineford. However, just as the vessel departed from the town and Appo's dock, the lookout spotted a small sailing ship racing towards them at an incredible speed, surpassing that of ordinary vessels. As the lookout slid down to report to Zifa and Sean, he found both were absent from the deck. In that moment of delay, The sailing ship had already approached the warship. Suddenly, a massive figure leaped aboard, crashing heavily onto the deck. The recruits tasked with vigilance were thrown aside by the force of the impact, causing the entire ship to tremble. "Who the hell are you?" the recruits shouted. Struggling to their feet, warily gazing at the enormous man before them. He had a foolish appearance, with snot hanging from his nose. And the most striking feature was his crescent-shaped white beard. "You stole my toys, so now they become my toys." The man chuckled as he raised a colossal naginata, delivering a vicious sweep. In an instant, several recruits on the deck were brutally cleaved in half. The bloody scene was far more horrifying than the earlier battle with the Black Hawk pirates. The remaining sailors immediately raised their firearms to retaliate. But the bullets merely grazed the man's body, as ineffective as a tickle. The remaining recruits gasped in terror, staring at the man in despair. Just as he prepared to eliminate the last of the recruits, a thunderous voice rang out. "Brute, what do you intend to do to my beloved students?" Zifa, alerted by the commotion, rushed over, his arms enveloped in Busashoka haki, intercepting the man and Appo's naginata. The man, seeing Zifa block his path, disregarded him entirely. After a powerful strike that forced Zifa back, he turned to pursue the remaining recruits once more. "Damn it!" Zifa fumed, activating Sara to position himself before the man again. He was both astonished and enraged by this sudden assault. The man exhibited formidable strength yet targeted these recruits without a shred of pride befitting a true warrior. As if slaughtering them was merely a source of amusement. Chapter 22, The Monstrous Edward Weevil. "Old man, you are quite bothersome." A man swung his naginata, striking Zifa once more, aiming directly at the new recruit with a downward slash. Zifa, already frail due to his age and caught off guard, was unable to provide any assistance. Witnessing the imminent demise of his disciple at the hands of the enemy, Zifa bellowed, prepared to shield him with his own body. Just at that moment, a chilling voice rang out. "Everyone, stand back." The crowd watched as a streak of light flashed by, and Sean and Appo's sword, Snow Walk, expertly parried the man and Appo's naginata. The resulting shockwave from the clash sent the surrounding, startled Marines flying. Sean intercepted the blow, then swiftly kicked the man back a couple of steps. Sean's timely arrival allowed Zifa to exhale in relief. With this young lad around, he need not fear for the lives of his new recruits against this scoundrel. In a fit of rage, Zifa unleashed his full power, crushing fist. His fist struck the man with tremendous force, yet all it did was cause him to stumble momentarily before regaining his footing. Observing the struggle between the two, Sean turned to Ein and urged, "Don't just stand there. Take all the new recruits and retreat to the ship's cabin. This battle is beyond your capacity to engage." Sean immediately recognized the towering figure before him as Edward Weevil, the second Whitebeard, a monstrous being. Though Weevil and Appo's strength fell slightly short of Zifa and Appo's, his formidable physique allowed him to hold his ground against Zifa, even managing to momentarily suppress him. Faced with such a freak, Sean dared not to be careless. He wrapped his sword in armament haki and sheathed it. "Mr. Zifa," Sean called out, and Zifa instantly understood. He seized Weevil and Appo's arm, preventing his escape. In that moment, Sean unleashed his ultimate move, the nine-headed dragon flash, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds upon Weevil. The creature howled in agony. "Blood! I'm bleeding! You're all villains!" In a sudden frenzy, Weevil thrashed violently, managing to throw Zifa to the ground. He then raised his naginata, striking fiercely at Sean. Dragon Sword Flash? Sean had just executed his technique and was now catching his breath. Faced with the descending naginata, he could only respond with an upward slash. In a fit of rage, Weevil's strength surged, and Sean, already at a disadvantage, was sent flying backward from the blow, nearly losing his grip on Snow Walk. Blood erupted from his palm, staining the hilt crimson. Meanwhile, Zifa lunged at Weevil and Appo's back, raining down punches upon his head like a torrential downpour. Perhaps finally feeling the pain, Weevil struggled to dislodge Zifa. Ultimately, Zifa had no choice but to release his grip, and Weevil leapt into the sea. After driving off the monster, both Zifa and Sean gasped for breath. "Damn, that guy is truly a monster." Sean Kuden and Appo's helped but curse, then began to wrap bandages around his wounded hand. "Are you all right, Sean?" Zifa rushed over. Had Sean not been aboard the ship, both he and his recruits would have been in grave danger. Although Weevil and Appo's strength was less than Zifa and Appo's, his physical prowess far surpassed it. If he had truly set his mind to slaughtering the recruits, even Zifa would have struggled to intervene. "I'm fine. Just a tear in my palm and some internal bruising." Sean waved his hand dismissively. Thankfully, his strength was considerable, otherwise, an average vice admiral would not have survived such an encounter unscathed. What exactly is this monster? He bears a resemblance to Whitebeard. Zifa pondered aloud, feigning ignorance. Sean replied, Whitebeard? Mr. Zifa, you must be joking. He merely bears a passing resemblance. Zifa shook his head. This fellow possesses a physique akin to that of Whitebeard himself. Sean interjected, let us not dwell on this too long. We should head back. Who knows if we might encounter that creature again. Sean had come aboard to address Zifa's severed arm issue, and now that the narrative had shifted, he felt no need to linger. His strength still fell short, and he needed to hasten his quest for wealth. After this encounter, Zifa was no longer willing to linger in these waters, promptly ordering the new recruits to return to naval headquarters with utmost speed. A routine trial for new recruits had unexpectedly claimed nearly half their number. This left Zifa feeling considerable guilt, and upon returning to Marineford, he reported to Sengoku. Upon hearing the news, Sengoku's expression turned grave. Is there truly such a being? Zifa replied bluntly, neither Sean nor I could subdue that monster, and in fact, Sean was injured by him. A creature capable of evading the combined might of a former admiral and a vice admiral was certainly worthy of the Navy's attention. Sengoku immediately dispatched personnel to gather intelligence on Edward Weevil, preparing to issue a bounty. After completing this task, Sengoku inquired, how is Sean? Is he unharmed? Zifa shook his head. He is fine. Just sustained minor injuries. He should recover in a few days. I believe Sean will be all right. There is no need to keep him close to me. It wouldn't benefit his growth. Had Sean overheard Zifa and Appo's words, he would likely have erupted in a torrent of profanities. He had finally secured a stable source of income at the new recruit training camp, planning to endure for a few years to boost his strength before departing. To his dismay, Zifa and Appo's comments had assigned him elsewhere. Sengoku nodded. He has been kept waiting long enough. It's time he met with us. Zifa agreed. The lad is quite clever and treats his subordinates well. He could manage independently. Albeit he is still a bit young and has a fiery temperament. Sengoku concurred. I share your sentiments. Therefore, I do not intend to promote him too hastily. Let him ascend one rank, starting as a rear admiral. Given the current unrest near the Grand Line, I plan to assign him to the G2 branch. Chapter 23. Promoted to Rear Admiral, G2 branch. Upon receiving the news of his promotion, Sean was momentarily taken aback. Zephyr, wearing a puzzled expression, remarked, why are you so surprised? With your capabilities, were you truly planning to remain in the training camp for a lifetime? I have only just become acquainted with the duties here, and now I am being reassigned? Sean could not help but express his displeasure. Zephyr responded nonchalantly. That was always the intention. Your current position was merely temporary. Once your promotion order arrives, you will undoubtedly be stationed at a new post. Despite the rationale behind Zephyr's words, Sean remained quite irked. The old man continued, with your talents, are you not considering serving the Navy? Why linger with an old man like me? Hearing this, Sean rolled his eyes, thinking how presumptuous Zephyr was. He lamented the collapse of the corrupt system he had painstakingly established, realizing that all his efforts might have been in vain. Had he known, he would not have invested so much time. However, Sean had not left empty-handed over the past few months. He had managed to acquire a substantial sum, at least 100 million from various merchants, and with the recent gains from the Black Hawk pirates, he was now holding a total of 150 million. After bidding farewell to Zephyr, Sean proceeded to report to Sengoku. Upon encountering the young and handsome Sean, Sengoku was thoroughly impressed. Strong and resourceful, Sean was an excellent candidate for the position of commander. With his current strength already at the level of a vice admiral, his future as an admiral seemed assured. Sengoku, with a gentle tone, addressed Sean, we have reviewed your achievements and determined that you are eligible for a promotion to an officer. We would like to consult you on where you would prefer to be stationed. Surprised by Sengoku's demeanor, Sean quickly deduced the reason. It was indeed due to his capabilities. Having managed Zephyr and Appo's new recruit training camp exceptionally well, Sengoku held him in high regard. Thus, with a glint of determination in his eyes, Sean replied, Admiral, I have no particular demands. I only seek independence, as I am not fond of being restrained. Sean wished to avoid a repeat of the circumstances he encountered in the training camp. Hence he proactively requested to take command. After all, how could he continue to amass wealth otherwise? A mere position change would render all his efforts futile. Sengoku was not taken aback by Sean's response. Individuals of considerable strength and self-assurance often preferred autonomy and had already formed their own ideals of justice. With Sean and Appo's desire for independence in mind, Sengoku presented him with a suitable vacancy. In that case, the position of head of the Navy and Oppo's SG2 branch is currently unoccupied. Why not take a shot at it? Sean was somewhat astonished. He recalled that the base commander of the G2 branch was a vice admiral and a disciple of Zephyr, named Gomir. He had not anticipated being the one to take over. Admiral, it seems that only a vice admiral qualifies for the position of branch commander in the Grand Line. Does it not? Sengoku nodded. Indeed, but you are an exception. Zephyr has informed me that your strength is sufficient to assume the role of a branch commander, and your accomplishments are commendable. However, you are still quite young, and it would not be prudent to promote you too swiftly. Sengoku's selection of the G2 branch was deliberate. It lay within the realm of the first half of the Grand Line, close to the Red Land and Water 7. This location was chosen due to the influx of pirates entering the Grand Line following Roger and Oppo's influence. The G2 branch was also rife with complexity, with numerous factions intertwined, making it a strategic training ground for Sean. Given his prowess, he would undoubtedly be able to navigate any challenges that arose. Sean found this location quite agreeable. The maritime train to Water 7 had recently commenced operations, promising a burgeoning commercial hub. As long as commerce flourished, Sean had no fear of failing to accumulate wealth. Moreover, he was aware of the ancient weapon Pluton's blueprints being nearby. Having read the original narrative, he was well aware of their whereabouts. Perhaps he could conveniently acquire the schematics. With a nod, Sean affirmed, "Since you have shown such favor, I gladly accept this position." Sengoku smiled with satisfaction. "Sean, I have high hopes for you. I trust you will not let me down. However, be aware that the situation in Water 7 is somewhat unique. You will understand once you arrive. Remember, you represent the Navy and need not concern yourself with other organizations within the world government." Sean understood Sengoku's implications regarding CP5. The five elders had been investigating the whereabouts of Pluton and Oppo's blueprints, dispatching a covert organization to conduct secret inquiries. However, the two factions did not operate within the same system, and Sengoku typically disregarded the CP organization. With Sean and Oppo's promotion formalized and the transfer orders prepared, he was ready to proceed to his new branch base. However, he did not rush to depart, as he still had numerous matters to settle from his time in the training camp. He intended to pass on the supplier channels to Ein and Binz, adhering to his principle of waste not. As for the kickbacks, he would forego them. Despite his amicable relationship with Ein and Binz, they were not as closely aligned with him as Yami and Yaki. Upon hearing of Sean and Oppo's transfer, the recruits in the training camp were filled with sorrow. During his tenure, their provisions had been of notably high quality, and with his departure, they feared a return to their previous state. Moreover, they had survived the ordeal with Whitebeard too largely due to Sean and Oppo's presence, elevating him to a status just beneath Zephyr in their esteem, despite their relatively brief acquaintance of merely half a year. At the farewell gathering, emotions ran high as everyone indulged in camaraderie, singing and dancing together, creating a heartwarming atmosphere. Zephyr, sipping his drink, cheerfully remarked to Sean, "If you have the chance, do come back for a visit. Although you are not a product of the training camp, you are well liked by everyone. I will certainly return when I can." Sean nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he took in the scene. He was not made of stone, having spent such a considerable time in the training camp. He had formed connections. Despite his frequent jests at Zephyr's expense, the old man had indeed taught him without reservation. Although they did not share the formal title of master and disciple, the bond had been forged through experience. Otherwise, why would Sean have gone out of his way to assist Zephyr in driving out Whitebeard too? Chapter 24. The warning. The inauguration of the sea train heralded significant implications for the Water 7, a pivotal nexus to the New World. Encircled by the ocean and interwoven with a labyrinthine network of canals, the environment of Water 7 bore a resemblance to a city Sean had traversed before Venice, where houses floated on water, connected by canals and bridges. However, Sean's G2 branch was not located in Water 7 but on a different island. His visit here was merely a fleeting passage, an opportunity to survey the surrounding major cities and their commercial landscapes. Water 7's most vital industry was shipbuilding, home to the legendary craftsman Tom, who had built the Pirate King's ship, and the sea train itself was a creation of his genius. Every day, various vessels entered the harbor, seeking repairs or the services of shipbuilders. With the advent of the sea train, acquiring or constructing ships had become considerably more accessible. These merchants also brought along other industries thriving in Water 7. Sean was accompanied by two recruits from the naval training camp. as the G2 branch had already dispatched an adequate number of sailors. Once he established his foothold, he planned to bring Yaki and Ami over, for he desired to have his trusted subordinates by his side. After wandering for a while, Sean observed that the recently flourishing Water 7 was still quite chaotic. Nevertheless, the threat of pirates was minimal. The proximity to Judicial Island and Marine headquarters at Marineford deterred most unruly pirates from venturing here. The city was rife with gangs, and Sean had witnessed numerous extortion incidents along his journey. Fortunately, clad in naval uniforms, he and the two recruits attracted no trouble. Not yet officially appointed, Sean did not seek a meeting with Tom's disciple, Iceberg. After a casual exploration of Water 7, he set off toward the G2 branch. However, upon his arrival, Sean and his two recruits displayed expressions of indignation. Despite having notified the G2 branch of his arrival date, no one had come forth to welcome him. "Someone seems intent on giving me a warning," Sean remarked with a cold smirk. The recruits seethed with anger, exclaiming, "These scoundrels have gone too far." Sean, however, remained composed, stating, "It's only to be expected. After all, I am merely a rear admiral, recently promoted from the East Blue branch. It would be strange if they were accustomed to a superior parachuting in." Upon entering the base, someone approached to escort Sean to rest. Yet, disregarding the sailor, Sean coldly inquired, "Where is my office?" The sailor broke into a cold sweat, stammering and unable to respond. Noticing the nearest office building, Sean strode in without hesitation. The sailor, resigned, informed another sailor and led Sean upstairs. Soon, they arrived at the base commander's office, where Sean discovered a lively gathering. Several colonels from the G2 branch had congregated here, one of whom sat at Sean's desk. Prior to his arrival at the G2 branch, Sean had already familiarized himself with their names through documentation. The individual at the desk was named Richard, while the other three colonels were Alex, Baron, and Sid. Evidently, this small faction had wielded power over the G2 branch for some time, even to the extent of assuming an air of superiority. The two recruits accompanying Sean were incensed to see several colonels occupying Sean's position, ready to voice their discontent. However, Sean swiftly intervened. Richard smiled at Sean. "You must be Rear Admiral Sean. My sincerest apologies for our oversight in not welcoming you, as we have been quite busy. Perhaps you would prefer to rest first, and we can host a welcome gathering once we conclude our tasks?" Sean replied with a sardonic smile, "You acknowledge my rank as Rear Admiral. Yet who permitted you to occupy my office? Is the G2 branch not under the jurisdiction of Marine headquarters, or are you simply lacking in decorum?" Upon hearing Sean and Apos' words, the colonel's expressions shifted dramatically. "Rear Admiral Sean, what do you imply? It's merely an office. There's no need for such formality," Richard retorted, his tone growing colder. Sean's temperament exceeded their expectations, veering sharply from their assumptions. It appeared that a confrontation was imminent. With a grin, Alex chimed in, "Rear Admiral Sean, Richard meant no disrespect. It's merely that this office contains naval charts, and we're focused on our work." The other colonels echoed, "Indeed, Rear Admiral Sean. The G2 branch ISN and AMP, Apos, T as leisurely as the East Blue. We're all just trying to fulfill our duties." Their words suggested that Sean was overly sensitive. This infuriated the two recruits, for they knew that Sean had never endured such indignities before Captain Zephyr. Seeing the support from his peers, Richard chuckled with delight. "Rear Admiral Sean, as you've just been transferred, you may not be familiar with many of our protocols. We would hold it against you. As colleagues, we shall lend our full support in your efforts to restore the glory of the G2 branch." Richard and AMP, Apos' words subtly warned Sean that without their backing, his position as the base commander might be precarious. It was hardly surprising that the colonels were oblivious to the situation. Sean's status as a rear admiral was indeed perplexing. Furthermore, having been transferred from the East Blue, it was customary within the Navy for headquarters personnel to be significantly more capable than those from the branches, granting them audacity in their condescension towards Sean. The remaining officers remained silent, observing Sean with curiosity, eager to see his next move. Richard gestured to a chair beside him, invitingly saying, "Since Rear Admiral Sean has no intention of resting, why not sit down and discuss the future developments of our G2 branch together?" This chair was strategically positioned next to Richard's, signifying his desire to establish an equal footing. Should Sean accept the offer, it would symbolize his concession. Conversely, should he refuse, Richard could ensure that Sean and Apos' commands would not emerge from the G2 base. Observing their theatrics, Sean erupted in laughter. "Richard, I understand you've served in the G2 for many years, and the sudden emergence of a superior must be unsettling. However, Have you ever pondered why headquarters has dispatched me to oversee the G2 branch? Chapter 25, The Strength of a Fist is the Ultimate Truth. Why? In truth, Richard himself could not comprehend the sudden promotion of a brigadier general from the 4Cs branch to headquarters. Sean grinned broadly and remarked to several officers, "Because my fist is larger than yours." Without any forewarning, Sean launched an attack. With his arm enveloped in armament hockey, he seized Richard by the throat and, wielding him like a weapon, swept through the surrounding officers, sending them crashing to the ground. Richard, caught in Sean's grip, was brutally slammed downwards. The G2 branch building was pierced by Sean's strike, propelling Richard from the third floor straight to the first. Blood erupted from his mouth, his eyes wide with horror. Though hockey was not uncommon in the Grand Line, especially among the headquarters officers, few possessed the mastery of armament hockey that Sean exhibited within the Paradise's earlier segments. Witnessing Sean's ferocity, the other officers, enraged, wasted no time in retaliating. Alex unleashed a finger gun aimed at Sean, while Baron and Sid, both devil fruit users, joined the fray, one spewing a torrent of acidic liquid, the other transforming an arm into a feather-like projectile aimed at Sean. Unfortunately for them, Sean's prowess extended beyond armament hockey. His mastery of observation hockey was equally formidable. As they attacked, Sean merely sidestepped, causing their strikes to miss entirely. He drew his sword, though he did not unsheath it. With a casual flick, he brought Alex crashing to the ground. Instantly, he appeared before Baron and Sid, the hilt of his sword striking the back of their necks, rendering them unbalanced and forcing them to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all four colonels of the G2 branch lay defeated at Sean's feet. Even without drawing his blade, highlighting the vast chasm that separated them, Sean calmly inquired, "Do you now realize our disparity? You bastard!" Richard roared, fury clouding his judgment. Struggling to rise, he began to undergo a transformation, revealing his status as a devil fruit user of a beast-like variety. Sean regarded them coldly. Resting his hand on the sword hilt, "It seems I need to bring clarity to your minds." In an instant, Sean's aura erupted. Although his Conqueror's hockey was only at AC level, insufficient to incapacitate the headquarters officers, its mere presence suffocated them. Richard, once blinded by rage, found clarity returning to his eyes as Sean and Apos, as Conqueror's hockey swept over him, replacing his fury with fear and reverence. The two new recruits accompanying Sean were momentarily elated by the scene before them. "A bunch of fools, thinking they could challenge Lord Sean," one exclaimed. "Lord Sean, even injured Admiral Zifa. There is no one among the younger generation capable of matching him." Richard, trembling with trepidation, pleaded, "Wait. You cannot kill me. I am a colonel of the headquarters. Even if I erred, I must be delivered to headquarters for judgment." Sensing Sean's murderous intent, Richard panicked. Unbeknownst to him, had Sean truly harbored such intentions, they would have long been dead, unable to voice their complaints. The other colonels hastily nodded in agreement, fearing Sean might be unaware of such protocols. As a competent corrupt official, Sean was well versed in the Navy's rules. After all, it ensured his embezzlement went unnoticed. However, since intimidation was his aim, Sean had no qualms about taking it a step further. With a cold smirk, Sean replied, "Why not? I could easily label you as colluding with pirates. After all, you've all thrived in the G2 branch for so long, none among you are truly innocent, are you? I do this in the name of justice." Upon hearing Sean's words, the colonel's expressions shifted dramatically. "I am not colluding with pirates," Richard exclaimed in a frenzy. Sean sneered. "If I say you are, then you are. Care to test me?" Faced with Sean's overwhelming presence, the remaining three colonels fell silent. Knowing Richard was currently the target of Sean's ire, seeing their reluctance to speak, Sean finally released his grip on the sword hilt, causing the oppressive aura of his Conqueror's hockey to dissipate. Many soldiers and officers present exhaled in relief. Sean contemptuously scolded the colonels, "A bunch of worthless fools. Even if headquarters hadn't sent me here, you'd never ascend to power." His disparagement ignited indignation among the colonels, particularly those who had not engaged in the fight, who glared at Sean in anger. Sean continued to berate them. "You're being led around by the nose by CP agents. They are your superiors." The CP, a secret intelligence agency under the world government, operated independently of the Navy and held equal standing. They would never stoop to having the Navy do their bidding. A formidable commander could easily command CP to keep their distance. Yet, these dim-witted G2 base officers treated CP and Apos, words as gospel, disgracefully undermining the Navy. It was no wonder Sengoku had mentioned CP upon sending him. Sean had discerned this during his review of the G2 branch logs on the train, which prompted his immediate aggressive stance against these oblivious fools, unafraid of potential complaints. If they dared report him, Sengoku would not punish Sean. Instead, it would be these fools who would bear the consequences. Clueless and ungrateful, you dare defy me. Sean scoffed. Now go and reconstruct my office building and organize all the troublesome affairs under the jurisdiction of the G2 branch. I'll grant you 3 days. Anyone who dares to play the game of deceit will find out just how ruthless I can be. Upon hearing Sean's words, the colonels shuddered. Their superior, while seeming domineering, was also, perhaps not the cleanest of individuals. Realizing this, the 4 exchanged glances, then bowed their heads in deference to Sean. We understand, Lord Sean. Chapter 26. Commander Spandam of CP9 Sean, relying on his formidable strength, has successfully established a solid foundation at the G2 base. The next step is to contemplate the path of development. The branches along the Grand Line significantly differ from those in the 4 seas. Beyond handling some fundamental naval duties, they are also tasked with providing defense assistance to certain member nations of the world government. Typically, these nations possess their own armed forces and only seek the Navy's help when faced with insurmountable challenges. In essence, they serve as enforcers. With a plethora of responsibilities comes greater authority. Shortly after taking office, Sean received invitations from representatives of several neighboring member nations, beckoning him to a banquet. Ostensibly, it was a welcoming gesture. In reality, it was an opportunity to gauge the temperament of the newly appointed Rear Admiral sent from headquarters. Only by discerning his character could they tailor their approach accordingly. The jurisdiction of the G2 branch is expansive, extending as far as the Kingdom of Alabasta, Long Chain Island, Gaia Island, Gourmet City, St. Fadru, and St. Popular Island, among others. Logically, such a vast area would require at least 1 Vice Admiral and 5 Rear Admirals to manage effectively. However, perhaps due to its proximity to the Marineford headquarters, the stationed officers are not particularly formidable. It was only recently that the G2 branch began reallocating personnel in response to some emerging changes. Sean directly arrived at the quaint town where the forces were stationed and met with several representatives. He also brought along Richard and others. The 4 individuals were momentarily impressed by Sean's undeniable strength. After all, his fists were indeed formidable. As for any ulterior motives they might harbor, Sean remained unconcerned. Given his capabilities, governing the G2 branch posed no challenge. If any hidden agendas were to arise, he would simply address them directly. Aside from Long Chain Island, representatives from several other islands attended, including those from Water 7. However, the current mayor of Water 7 was not Iceberg, but an unfamiliar figure exuding a streetwise demeanor. Likely a member of the local underworld. Rear Admiral Sean, indeed young and handsome. Upon arriving at the hotel, several representatives began to lavish Sean with compliments. He surveyed the gathering and noticed a discrepancy in numbers, but chose not to react immediately. Instead, he smiled and encouraged everyone to take a seat, claiming the head of the table for himself. His commanding presence belied his youthful appearance. Sean exuded an air of confidence, a quiet authority that left the representatives in awe. Once seated, they engaged in some trivial pleasantries. Sean remained patient, participating in their small talk while discreetly inquiring about those absent from the banquet. St. Popular Island. The city of the Spring Queen? He pondered, recalling that this city, located near the doldrums, enjoys a mild climate year-round. It boasts numerous entertainment venues and a thriving tourism industry, attracting a plethora of Navy personnel, pirates, merchants, and visitors alike. However, the mayor of the city of the Spring Queen was no pushover, having clashed with the Navy on multiple occasions, and notably, had not sent a representative this time. After a few rounds of drinks, the representatives began presenting gifts to Sean. Naturally, he graciously accepted them all, much to the relief of the representatives. As long as Sean was willing to receive gifts, matters would be much easier to manage. They did not expect him to achieve great feats. They merely hoped he would refrain from causing disturbances in their territories. Following a brief exchange, the representatives departed, leaving Sean surrounded by an array of treasures. The 4 colonels looked on enviously, as they had never before been courted by such influential figures. However, Sean was not particularly impressed by the quantity of gifts. What is the total worth of these items? Surely, it must amount to 10 million berries? Alex remarked, astonished at Sean's apparent dissatisfaction. Sean scoffed, a bunch of paupers. How dare you present such meager offerings? ISN and Oppos, Tivas quite a sum? Richard interjected, surprised. Humph. Distributed among the base personnel, this paltry sum does not merit my attention. Sean regarded the gifts with disdain. After all, in the East Blue, his monthly earnings far exceeded this amount. The colonels were taken aback. 10 million berries is not sufficient? Who exactly is this Rear Admiral Sean? However, they were pleased to receive any benefits from him. Sean instructed, do not hoard it all for yourselves. Share it with the junior officers and sailors. Though it may not be much, equitable distribution is key. Learn from me. Do not present such unrefined behavior. This pittance should not be the measure of our dignity. They witnessed Sean's generosity, yet remained skeptical of his financial acumen. Nevertheless, they complied with his wishes. After stretching, Sean readied himself to return to base when a group of individuals clad in suits approached him. At the forefront was a man whose face was mostly obscured by a mask, yet his sinister expression was unmistakable. If Sean and Appo's instincts were correct, this was Spandam, the current commander of CP9. Richard, I was just looking for you. I didn't end Appo's. Do you expect to find you all enjoying yourselves? Spandam chuckled menacingly, then barked at Richard and the others. Deploy 2 warships for us and assign additional personnel. We are headed to Water 7 for an investigation. Upon hearing Spandam's command, Richard opened his mouth to respond, but promptly closed it upon realizing Sean and Appo's presence. Observing the 4 colonels and Appo's silence, Spandam and Appo's expression darkened. Hey, I and Appo's am speaking to you. Since when can CP personnel simply rely on the Navy? When did the world government issue such orders, and why was I not informed? Sean replied coolly. And who are you to dictate such matters? Furrowing his brow, Spandam retorted. Who do you think you are? This is none of your concern. This is our G2 branch's base commander, Rear Admiral Sean. Richard introduced without hesitation. Chapter 27, Lottery Upgrade, Physical Avatar. Spandam, with a smile, extended his hand and said, so, it is the newly appointed Rear Admiral. Greetings. Sean, however, ignored him and replied coolly, you have yet to answer my question. Spandam's smile faltered, and he retorted without courtesy. This is an order from the world government. Do you intend to defy it? Oh, where's the order? Let me see it. Sengoku was already quite displeased with this matter, and Sean would not indulge Spandam either. At worst, they could take the issue to the world government and litigate before the elders. Spandam was momentarily at a loss for words. Their mission was to investigate the whereabouts of the Pluton blueprint, a covert operation. How could there be such an order? Sean scoffed. So, you don't have it, do you? Whenever you obtain the order, come back and request the warship and personnel. With that, Sean signaled a few of his subordinates and turned to leave, completely disregarding Spandam. Stop him. Spandam felt belittled and immediately ordered his CP9 subordinates to intercept Sean and his team. Bruno and Owl, 2 burly figures, blocked Sean's path. The faces of Sean's 4 colonels darkened with anger. Sean's expression soured, and he addressed the 2. Do you wish to die? As he spoke, Sean's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, and his conqueror and Appo's haki radiated ominously. This display genuinely intimidated the CP9 members. As the assassination unit responsible for covert operations, they were adept at assessing the danger posed by their targets, and Sean was undeniably a considerable threat. Bruno and Al began to sweat profusely. The weakest among them, Spandam, whose physical abilities fell short of even a common marine, was rendered unconscious by Sean as Conqueror's haki. This left CP9 members utterly restrained. Sean then remarked, you should check on your superior. If you dare obstruct my path again, do not expect me to be polite. Just as Sean was about to unsheath his sword, the leader of the assassination team, Lucci, interjected, we are leaving. He hoisted the unconscious Spandam and addressed Bruno and Owl. However, as they departed, Lucci cast a deep glance at Sean, indicating that this matter was far from settled. Sean, unconcerned, retracted his Conqueror's haki and returned to base with his subordinates. Upon returning, the colonels expressed their concerns to Sean. Sir Sean, Spandam is quite cunning and malicious. You have undoubtedly made a formidable enemy. And what of it? Sean scoffed. Let him report to the world government. After all, Sengoku is backing us. We need only focus on our own tasks. Remember, although CP operates directly under the world government, they are not our superiors. Unless they produce an order. Any support they seek is contingent upon my approval. Hearing Sean's authoritative words, the 4 colonels felt a sense of respect and admiration. To confront CP so boldly, Sean must possess a formidable background. Little did they know, it was Sengoku who had advised Sean to act this way. Sengoku himself harbored discontent towards CP. Enough of this discussion. Let us deliberate on the forces surrounding our base. Sean said, narrowing his eyes as he addressed the colonels. What is the situation with St. Poplar Island? Why has the mayor not sent anyone? Upon hearing Sean's inquiry, the 4 colonels shivered. Baron hesitated before responding. The mayor of St. Poplar has always been antagonistic towards the Navy, frequently displaying hostility during our patrols. Sean replied with intrigue. Oh? Who gives him the audacity? Why does he act this way? Richter pondered before suggesting, perhaps he fears our presence might disrupt their business. St. Poplar caters to all sorts, merchants, tourists, the Navy, and pirates. Most importantly, they are quite wealthy and maintain good relations with numerous allied nations, making it unwise for us to provoke them. Sean chuckled. It seems they are in need of a lesson. Sir Sean, do you intend to take action against St. Poplar? Richter hesitated, but we lack a pretext. Sean coldly replied. A pretext will soon present itself. We can easily find some ruthless pirates and direct them towards St. Poplar. Then the Navy will have grounds to intervene. After dismissing them, Sean returned to his office to review his status panel. Name, Sean, 24 years, position, Chief of Navy G2 Division, rank, Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters, Martial Arts, B. Swordsmanship, A. Devil Fruit Ability, none. Armament Hockey, B. Observation Hockey, B. Conqueror and Oppos, S. Hockey, C. Special Abilities, Mastery of Navy 6 Styles. Flying Sword Technique, Secret Sword, Hazy Moonlit Night, Mastery of 6 Library Immortal Thief, Money Value, 18,000, 1-800-000 Berries, Evaluation, Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Strength of a supernova pirate, deemed a renowned minor character, after the recent operation alongside new recruits to eliminate the Black Crow pirates. Sean had amassed over 100 million berries. However, his current level of capability permitted him to upgrade only one skill. Despite this, such an upgrade would not yield a qualitative leap in his strength. Furthermore, Sean realized that his available abilities were limited, with swordsmanship being his primary means of attack. Thus, Sean gritted his teeth and resolved to conduct 100 consecutive draws. I will not be thwarted in my quest for valuable items, he declared defiantly to the system before commencing the lottery. A colossal spinning wheel materialized before Sean, its pointer whirling wildly. Soon, the system inundated him with notifications. Congratulations! You have obtained a pirate's prosthetic. Congratulations! You have acquired a rusty curved blade. Congratulations! You have received the Paradise of Affection. Congratulations! You have obtained guaranteed reward. Congratulations! You have acquired martial arts, Lee Lotus. Guaranteed reward. Congratulations! You have received ninjutsu, heart-cutting technique. Guaranteed reward. Congratulations! You have obtained ability, physical mirror image. Guaranteed reward. Congratulations! You have received. The system and Oppos' lottery remained as disappointing as ever, yet after 100 draws, the system hinted that an upgrade was now available. Chapter 28. The overbearing Sengoku Celestial Thief. The lottery system has been upgraded, significantly enhancing the rewards one can obtain, with the cost per draw elevated to 1,000 gold coins. Damn, I feel like the system is becoming increasingly deceptive, Sean exclaimed in frustration. He then ordered the system to eliminate all the useless rewards. In the end, Sean discovered that even with 100 consecutive draws, only a handful of rewards were actually usable. Initially, there was the Taijutsu technique, Lotus, from Naruto, and the ninjutsu, heart cut technique. Following that was the Destiny Man's Wine Gourd, a valuable item capable of healing injuries. Lastly, there was the special ability of Meliodas, the protagonist from the 7 Deadly Sins, known as entity cloning. This ability allows one to summon an entity clone, albeit with only half the strength of the original. Currently, Sean was merely at a beginner level with this ability, only capable of summoning a single clone. However, upon witnessing this capacity, a bold idea dawned upon him. With 8,000 gold coins remaining, Sean refrained from reckless spending. He realized that accumulating an additional 2,000 gold coins would enable him to elevate either the Armament Hockey or Observation Hockey to Grade A. Furthermore, having just arrived at the G2 branch with no immediate source of income, he resolved to exercise caution. Nevertheless, with the newfound ability to create an entity clone, the prospect seemed much brighter. Sean promptly activated the entity cloning ability, resulting in an identical version of himself appearing before him. However, the clone lacked clothing and weapons, prompting Sean to toss a set of clothes for it to don. The sensation of having an entity clone was peculiar for Sean, akin to multitasking with oneself. He could freely choose to control either side without the clone possessing its own consciousness. Although it is not as I envisioned, it certainly allows for the execution of plans, Sean mused, stroking his chin. He then approached his desk alongside the clone, examining the distribution of nearby pirates. Shortly thereafter, Sean identified a suitable pirate crew as a target. It's you. He chuckled sinisterly. In the waters near Long Chain Island, a pirate ship had just pillaged a village and was preparing to evade the naval patrols before departing. Ha ha ha, Captain, did you see that? That merchant screamed like a slaughtered pig. One pirate exclaimed. He lost half his body to a shark. Fair's fair. Pay up. Once we return to our lair, we deserve a good rest. Another pirate chimed in. Damn, I feel like it and Oppos. It's been ages since I've been with a woman. A group of pirates exchanged tales of their recent plunder, visibly elated. After this haul, they would be able to relax for several months. This pirate crew was known as the Seagull Pirates, led by Captain Andrew, who bore a striking resemblance to a seagull. However, he was often mistaken for an employee of the World Economic News Agency, specifically one of Morgan's and Oppos' subordinates tasked with delivering newspapers. This infuriated Andrew. Anyone who dared utter such words in his presence would face dire consequences. Captain, care to join us for a game of cards? One pirate called out to Andrew. Lounging in the sun, Andrew waved dismissively. You all play. I need a nap. Rubbing his eyes, he prepared to doze comfortably in a reclining chair, intending to hasten their departure from the naval patrol zone come nightfall. Suddenly, Andrew noticed a single-masted sailboat approaching rapidly from a distance, devoid of any insignia. Startled, he bolted upright and shouted, Boys, we have company. Upon hearing Andrew's warning, the pirates quickly armed themselves. However, upon realizing it was merely a single-masted sailboat with just one individual aboard, they relaxed. Looks like it and Oppos. That's not the Navy. That gave me a scare, Andrew remarked, stroking his chin. A pirate grinned maliciously. How about we have some fun with him, Captain? Upon hearing this suggestion, the pirates aboard the ship exchanged sinister smiles. Hee. As the sailboat drew near, the pirate crew intentionally lowered a rope ladder. The man aboard then climbed up onto their ship. Hey, this guy looks clean. Could he be a noble? That would be splendid. I've never played with a noble before. I can't wait to hear his screams. The pirates leered at the approaching man, their intentions clear. However, the man appeared unfazed by the menacing pirates. Instead, he greeted them politely. Good afternoon, gentlemen. It seems I'm in luck. Andrew sneered. Do you know where you are, lad? The man suddenly produced a wanted poster from his pocket and stated, the Seagull Pirates. Led by Captain Andrew, alias Seagull, am I correct? I've been searching for you. Hey, but Captain Andrew, you truly have no ties to Morgan's, do you? You must have worked at the World Economic News Agency before? Upon hearing the man's words, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. One pirate, his face pale with terror, gasped. We and Oppos, redoomed. This guy and Oppos. That's going to be turned into pulp by Captain Andrew. Andrew, taken aback, soon had veins bulging on his forehead. You little brat. What did you say? With that, Andrew swung his massive fist, comparable to a cooking pot, directly at the man and Oppos' head. While Andrew was a master of martial arts, having killed many foes with his iron fists, he had previously dispatched a pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries who dared to disrespect him, leaving a bloody mess. The pristine young man before him was on the verge of becoming a headless specter. As the pirates eagerly anticipated the ensuing brutality, the man extended his hand and seized Andrew and Oppos' fist. The immense force produced a thunderous crack in the air, yet this seemingly delicate man remained unscathed. Instead, he unleashed a torrent of saliva upon Andrew, engulfing him completely. Andrew, horrified, realized that his flesh was being corroded, melting away. In mere moments, his ribcage was exposed, and the corrosive substance spread like a malignant disease. TSK, the abilities of the 6Ku celestial thief are truly tyrannical, the man murmured. Indeed. This man was none other than Sean, or more accurately, Sean and Oppos' entity clone. Damn it, what have you done? Andrew screamed in terror, directing his fury at Sean. Don and Oppos' panic. It will be over soon, Sean replied with a smile. Chapter 29. The pirate crew is quite impressive, and now it belongs to me what is past? Certainly. This brief and sordid life has swiftly faded away. Andrew, resembling a seagull, gazed in horror as the flesh on his body began to dissolve bit by bit. Such a terrifying sensation is not something an ordinary person can endure. In an instant, Andrew emitted a piercing scream, startling the crew of the pirate ship present. Sean promptly severed Andrew's head with a swift motion, then, with a smile, addressed the lifeless body. Your pirate crew is quite impressive. It now belongs to me. He then held the head aloft, turning to the other pirates and inquiring, Do you all agree? The pirate shuddered, nodding vigorously. However, Sean was not entirely satisfied and barked. What? Have you all turned mute? He played the role of a cruel and capricious pirate exceedingly well. At least it was sufficiently intimidating. Yes, sir. The pirates responded hastily. Sean nodded. Good. Very spirited. With Andrew gone, the crew would now be under his command. The pirate crew would henceforth be renamed the Blackhand Pirates. And you may refer to me as Lord Blackhand. Upon hearing Sean and Apos' declaration, the pirates quickly bowed. We have met Lord Blackhand. All right, who is the first mate? Step forward, Sean commanded. All eyes turned to a limping man, who swallowed hard and trudged toward Sean. After witnessing Sean's earlier display of power, the pirates could only feel fear in his presence. Embracing the limping man, Sean chuckled. Do not be anxious. I am not here to eat you. Well, at least not at the moment. Now, tell me about the primary operations of our pirate crew and the surrounding circumstances. The limping man nodded and began his explanation. The former Seagull pirates primarily engaged in raiding nearby merchant vessels and targeting remote villages neglected by the Navy. They also conducted guerrilla tactics against the Navy patrolling the G2 branch, swiftly hiding away after each heist until the heat died down. Oh, where do you dispose of the plunder afterward? Sean continued to inquire. The limping man grinned. Of course, in San Pablo, the only city in the surrounding waters that welcomes pirates. We can sell our loot, have some fun, and rest without fear of the Navy troubling us. The mayor of San Pablo is quite astute, allowing us pirates to operate freely without Navy interference. Sean nodded, pondering deeply. It was no wonder the pirates disregarded the Navy. All the surrounding pirates were selling their stolen goods there. This was indeed a considerable enterprise, and should the Navy intervene, his profits would undoubtedly dwindle. All right, limping man. Instruct the crew to set sail. We shall head directly to San Pablo, Sean declared. Due to its proximity to the Navy headquarters, the G2 branch had not dispatched any formidable personnel, resulting in minimal authority. Many factions did not regard the G2 branch seriously, including the CP organization and various local groups. This infuriated Sean, who, while journeying to San Pablo with the pirates, publicly reprimanded his subordinates at the G2 base. What are you doing, allowing others to trample over you? Sean expressed his displeasure after reviewing the reports. His subordinates felt somewhat wronged, as the G2 branch had previously lacked a commanding officer, with the highest ranks being mere colonels. The Navy headquarters had concentrated most of its resources in the New World, leading to some neglect of the Paradise region. Sean had not anticipated that upon taking command, he would face such a plethora of responsibilities. However, he believed that after the situation in San Pablo was addressed, things would improve. He reinstated the daily training regimen for the Navy at the G2 branch and narrowed the patrol range. Lord Sean, won't the headquarters question our actions? Richard hesitated to voice his concern. Sean retorted, question what? Our capabilities are limited. If they have issues, let them speak with Admiral Sengoku about my request for some competent officers. Otherwise, they should keep their mouths shut. Moreover, do you think the enemy cares about your patrols? They don't even regard you as a threat. After Sean's tirade, Richard could only comply with Sean's directives. After their departure, Sean's transponder snail rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was Sengoku calling. Admiral Sengoku, you have created quite the predicament for me. Sean began, immediately voicing his complaints. Is it customary to undermine your subordinates? The Allied Nations, the CP organization, and the pirates have thrown the entire G2 branch into chaos. Sengoku responded awkwardly, it is inevitable. Those capable must bear more responsibilities. Sean sighed, you are my superior, and though I must accept your burdens, I would like to request some additional authority, if you please. What do you desire? Sengoku inquired. Furrowing his brow, Sean replied coolly, to deal with these unruly individuals, sometimes one must employ unconventional methods. Otherwise, no one will regard our Navy at all. Thus, I require your support for my actions. Should the world government come to trouble me, you must shield me. Sengoku fell silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of Sean and Apos' request. Sean continued, surely, you cannot provide neither support nor assistance. That would make my duties impossible. First, tell me your plan. Sengoku urged. Sean smirked, naturally, it involves making an example of them, since they believe our Navy is an annoyance starting now. All Navy personnel at the G2 branch will return for training and undergo a 3-month course. During this period, the G2 Navy will be unable to conduct regular patrols. Sengoku frowned. Are you planning to? Indeed. Only when they are robbed by pirates will they understand the significance of our Navy. Otherwise, they will continue to disregard us, Sean remarked coldly. I hope, Admiral Sengoku, that you will cooperate with me on this matter. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku finally nodded. Just to not overstep your bounds. Sean and Appo's lips curled into a smile. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, I shall exercise restraint. Chapter 30. Recruiting the most ferocious pirates. After Sengoku hung up the phone, he let out a sigh, uncertain whether releasing Sean was a fortuitous decision or a grave mistake. Vice Admiral Tsuru, standing nearby, remarked, Sean has handled the situation impeccably. Indeed, some individuals have begun to underestimate our navy. However, Sengoku remained speechless, reflecting on Sean's brashness. Especially after he had assaulted the CP-9 commander upon arriving at the G2 branch. Tsuru chuckled. A person of talent invariably possesses a strong temperament. Besides, aren't you also displeased with CP flaunting their power before us? The G2 branch has indeed been looked down upon lately, which is not advantageous for our navy. I believe Sean might usher in a refreshing change for us. Even in the pursuit of justice, one must be astute in their methods. Sengoku nodded. Yet his concerns lingered. I fear this young man may create irreparable chaos. Tsuru shook her head, holding Sean's dossier. On the contrary, I believe Sean will exhibit the necessary restraint. His history in the East Blue suggests he is not one to act recklessly. He thrives within the confines of rules and excels at his endeavors. Furthermore, with the G2 branch so close to headquarters, we can respond swiftly should any issues arise. Let us entrust him to handle it. Tsuru and Appo's encouragement eased some of Sengoku and Appo's worries. Meanwhile, Sean's alter ego had already led the newly formed Black Hand pirates to the city of St. Popura. Standing at the bow of the ship, Sean surveyed the enchanting city and nodded in approval. After docking, he summoned the Limping Man and his crew, instructing, You all may rest as you wish. I need the Limping Man to accompany me to sell the plundered goods. The Limping Man grinned. There is no need for such trouble, my lord. These merchants specialize in black market goods. We merely need to sell to them, as they are indiscriminate buyers. Oh? Sean's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The black market in St. Popura clearly operated as a well-established industry, explaining the audacity of its players. However, curiosity piqued, he inquired, Arin and Appo's these merchants afraid of pirate raids? Surely, in such a prosperous city, there must be numerous wealthy individuals? Upon hearing Sean and Appo's question, the Limping Man and Appo's expression changed. My lord, please do not utter such words. The guards of St. Popura are formidable. Ordinary pirate crews stand no chance against them. Moreover, securing a safe haven is not easy. Such actions could easily make us targets. Sean replied nonchalantly, What if I insist on raiding them? The Limping Man gasped in shock, My lord, that. Haha. I was merely jesting to see your reaction. Sean retorted with a smirk. After selling the ship's plunder to the dockside merchants, the traders shockingly turned a blind eye to the bloodstains on the goods. Once the cargo was exchanged for a substantial sum of over 1 million berries. Sean called over his crew, stating, I have always treated my subordinates well. Each of you shall receive a generous 10,000 berries to enjoy. And Limping Man, help me recruit new crew members. We need the toughest individuals to join the Black Hand pirates, and compensation can be negotiated. The Limping Man was taken aback by Sean's generosity. In the past, Andrew would have only doled out 2,000 or 3,000 at most. Realizing Sean's intention to expand his influence, he readily agreed. Leaving a portion of the crew to guard the ship, the rest flocked into St. Popura to revel. After so long at sea, their first choice was the tavern. In a city like St. Popura, known for catering to pirates, taverns were multifunctional establishments where one could drink, dine, lodge, and even solicit companionship. Thus, they were also hubs of gossip and information. As Sean's crew entered the tavern, their extravagant spending quickly spread the name of their lord, the Black Hand, throughout the city, piquing the curiosity of many pirates who inquired about the crew's offerings. Meanwhile, Sean, accompanied by the Limping Man, ventured into the largest casino in St. Popura, the Queen and Appo's casino. The ambience of St. Popura was undeniably splendid. Especially the opulent decor of the Queen's casino, a joint investment by the mayor and several influential families, a veritable den of indulgence. As they walked, the Limping Man provided insights about the establishment. Sean nodded, surveying the surroundings, contemplating how much protection money they could extract from such a lucrative venue. After wandering for a while, he discerned the consumption patterns within St. Popura, noting that it surpassed even the renowned Sabaody archipelago. Such a ripe opportunity would not slip through his fingers. After some time, Sean dismissed the Limping Man to seek his own amusements while he entered the tavern. Inside, a few pirates were boasting, and upon spotting Sean, they greeted him loudly. Captain. A burly man in the tavern frowned and remarked to his companions, "Is this the captain of the Black Hand Pirates? He looks like a mere chick. Is he truly as ruthless as the rumors suggest?" The man stood, towering over Sean, his demeanor exuding provocation. Such scenes were commonplace in taverns, where unruly pirates often engaged in brawls after a few drinks. Sean regarded the imposing figure, stating, "Are you considering joining my ship? I must first ascertain your qualifications." The burly man scoffed, "Do I need qualifications with my stature? Not at all. I need to ensure you possess sufficient strength, but more importantly, that you are indeed ferocious and not a coward." Sean replied coolly. At his words, laughter erupted in the tavern. "Blood axe, he just called you a coward. Why don't you prove him wrong?" Chapter 31. All Villains, the Robbery Plan Within the Tavern. The pirates reveled in chaos, their hearts indifferent to anything but the allure of bloodshed. They deliberately incited a ruckus, urging Blood Axe to take action against Sean. This brute, brawn over brains, was easily provoked. He brandished a colossal axe in a primal display of force, aimed straight at Sean's forehead. The weapon sliced through the air with a fierce whistle, indicating that Blood Axe was pouring all his strength into the strike. Just as the crowd's cheers reached a fever pitch, a sudden clang silenced their revelry, as if a pause button had been pressed. Sean, with a single hand, effortlessly stopped the massive axe, his arm as dark as ebony and gleaming with a metallic sheen. This slender arm, defying expectations, held back the heavy weapon, while Sean and Appo's smile remained unperturbed. With a decisive grip, he crushed the axe, forged from solid iron, as though it were mere clay. The implications were clear. If he could shatter an axe, he could just as easily break bones. The jovial expressions of the other pirates froze, their laughter stifled as if gripped by an unseen hand. They recalled Sean's ominous moniker, Black Hand. Sean regarded Blood Axe, stating coolly, "Your skills may be lacking, but your audacity is commendable. Would you care to join my ship? I could offer you a place in a realm like paradise." The notion of recruiting formidable individuals seemed laughable, yet Blood Axe and Appo's ferocity and willingness to strike a stranger piqued Sean's interest. Taken aback by the invitation, Blood Axe lowered his head and addressed Sean, "Captain." "Excellent," Sean replied, patting Blood Axe on the arm before addressing the rest of the tavern. "Is there not a single soul bold enough to challenge me?" The previously boisterous pirates suddenly averted their gazes, fearful that Sean might crush their skulls in a moment of carelessness. Sean, feigning disappointment, remarked, "In such a vast tavern, not one brave soul to be found." Silence enveloped the room, the pirates intimidated by Sean and Appo's earlier display. Shaking his head in resignation, Sean prepared to depart with Blood Axe and his crew. Yet, just as he turned, a gunshot rang out from the shadows of the tavern. Bang! As Sean pivoted, a hidden gunman fired a bullet at him, but Sean evaded the shot as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Immediately, another assailant, like a phantom, lunged at Sean with a dagger aimed for his heart. Their coordination was impressive. Under normal circumstances, they would have overwhelmed anyone else. Though Sean had split his power with a clone, his mastery of observation hockey was formidable enough to render their ambush futile. He deftly dodged the dagger-wielding attacker and seized the assailant's head, slamming it into the floor with the force of a dunk. The would-be attacker met the tavern floor with a resounding thud. The gunman rose to strike again, but was met with Sean and Appo's evasive prowess once more. Hunter Dawson and Heart Devourer Buddy. The pirates in the tavern recognized the duo immediately, understanding that these were no ordinary foes. Sean observed the two with a hint of amusement. "It seems you both possess some skill. Care to join my ship?" Dawson, with his gun still trained on Sean, coldly inquired, "How did you evade my bullet?" Buddy, wiping blood from his nose, sensed that Sean had merely toyed with them. Had he intended harm, their heads would likely have exploded like watermelons. With a smile, Sean replied, "You'll understand once you come aboard." Paradise was not the New World. Hockey was not yet commonplace. Thus, it was unsurprising that they did not recognize Sean's abilities. Upon hearing Sean's words, both men shrugged and declared, "Captain." "Splendid," Sean exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. "Let us be on our way." Once outside the tavern, Sean had successfully gathered a promising crew. Each of the three men bore bounties of around 30 million, known for their ruthless methods and a certain notoriety. They fit Sean and Appo's recruitment criteria perfectly, possessing the necessary ferocity and a penchant for brutality. Together, they were a band of villains, daring enough to target St. Poblano. Unlike the spineless who quaked at the mere mention of Sean's intentions. Upon returning to the ship, Sean summoned the three men. Dawson inquired, "You still have yet to answer my question." Sean coolly responded, "This is called hockey, armament hockey, and observation hockey. After demonstrating both abilities, he continued. These powers are quite common in the New World. The three men exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. So, you've returned from the New World? Indeed, Sean smiled. Should you prove satisfactory, I can teach you how to wield these abilities, making you stronger. At this, their breaths quickened, recalling Sean's display of power. They understood that had Sean intended to kill, they would have perished in the tavern. What if they could acquire such abilities? Buddy licked his lips and asked, What do you want us to do? Why to rob, of course. Sean grinned menacingly. St. Poblano is exceedingly wealthy. As pirates, do you not wish to plunder its riches? The three men fell silent. They had entertained such thoughts, but the defenses of St. Poblano were formidable. Relying solely on their strength seemed impractical. Yet now, they considered the possibility. Sean chuckled darkly. Only the weak concern themselves with rules. The strong break them. The treasure lies before us. And I've heard that the auction in St. Poblano features devil fruits. Tell me, how can we let such an opportunity slip away? Their eyes gleamed with ambition as they echoed his sinister laughter, clearly intrigued by the prospect. Chapter 32. Taking action in the subsequent period, Sean, accompanied by three notorious villains, continued to recruit followers in San Pablo. The pirates of the Seagull Pirates were entirely marginalized, quaking in fear, especially those led by the crippled captain, who were promptly expelled from the crew. Sean had no use for those of no value. Soon, Sean's Black Hand pirates garnered a certain reputation in San Pablo, attracting the attention of the local defense force. In a lavish private room of the Queen and Apos' casino, the mayor of San Pablo, Isaac Cooper, was engrossed in paperwork when he instructed his secretary, Tell those naval officers to leave. We have no need for their patrols around San Pablo. The secretary nodded and replied, The G2 branch has already recalled the patrols for training. That is excellent. Isaac sneered. We have our own strength to protect ourselves. We do not require their navy at all. As he spoke with his secretary, the door swung open. A man clad in armor and wielding a long sword entered. Addressing the mayor, My lord, the Knight Commander, has there been a development? Isaac smiled. The Knight Commander nodded gravely. Recently, a pirate crew has emerged in the city, recruiting mercilessly. I suspect their intentions are nefarious. Curious, Isaac inquired, What is the name of this pirate crew? It seems to be called the Black Hand Pirates. However, they are not well known. At least, I have not seen their name in any bounties. The Knight Commander shook his head. Isaac chuckled. Then let us eradicate them. It will serve as a valuable lesson for the pirates in our city regarding the consequences of challenging San Pablo. We shall decapitate the entire crew and display their heads at the city gate. I can provide them with a place to rest and trade, as well as ensure they receive no burial when they perish. Let everyone know that even without the Navy and Apos as assistants, we, San Pablo, can vanquish those with malicious intent. Upon hearing the mayor's words, the Knight Commander bowed deeply. Understood, my lord. After a formal salute, he strode out decisively. Isaac took the wine offered by his secretary, exuding elegance. Meanwhile, Sean had successfully gathered a sufficient number of ruthless pirates within the city, though none possessed the formidable power of Blood Axe, Dawson, or Buddy. After all, in Paradise, attracting three individuals of such caliber was no small feat now. The Black Hand Pirates boasted 4 high-tier combatants, including Sean, along with over 100 fierce pirates ready for battle. This already constituted a powerful pirate crew within Paradise. As the Black Hand Pirates ventured out, citizens, merchants, and pirates alike scurried to avoid them. How is the arms acquisition proceeding? Sean inquired of Dawson. Dawson replied nonchalantly, Those wretched merchants would sell their souls for gold. Arms are no exception. Our men are each equipped with a firearm. Excellent. And the explosives? Sean turned to Blood Axe. Blood Axe grinned widely. We raided a mine and seized the explosives they used for blasting. We are ready to act at any moment. Sean nodded in satisfaction. Good. In 3 days, we shall blow open the city gates and take direct action. Upon hearing Sean and Apos' words, the crew buzzed with excitement. Just then, a pirate rushed in, panic-stricken. It and Apos' bad. Lord Blackhand, the San Pablo Defense Department is here. Sean raised an eyebrow. Oh? They are rather swift. I thought they had not noticed. What shall we do? Lord Blackhand? Buddy inquired. Sean sneered. Naturally, we shall take action. We will slay their defense team and blast the city gates to enter. Ha ha ha. Then let us proceed. Blood Axe had forged an even larger axe, eager for the confrontation. As Sean and his crew disembarked, he spotted a squad of soldiers blocking the harbor. The Knight Commander, clad in full armor and brandishing a broadsword, addressed Sean, Are you the captain of the Black Hand Pirates? You are not welcome here. You must leave. You say we are unwelcome and expect us to heed your words? Sean chuckled. Indeed, our mayor has the final say. The Knight Commander snorted, if you do not depart, I shall have you lawless pirates hanged. Hearing the Knight Commander's words, Sean's crew stirred with agitation. Sean grinned menacingly. So, there is no room for negotiation? Then let us fight. With Sean and Apos as command, the restless pirates surged toward the Knight Commander. Caught off guard, the Knight Commander was unprepared for such immediate aggression. Yet, as Isaac and Apos, as most capable subordinate, he had hung many pirates over the years and was no stranger to their tactics. He swiftly swung his sword, dispatching 2 pirates charging at him, and shouted, Defense team, drive these pirates into the sea. Isaac spared no expense. The soldiers of the defense team were clad in superb armor, wielding the finest weapons, and engaged the pirates in combat. However, they soon realized a critical fact. These dirty pirates had somehow acquired weapons comparable to their own, while their defenses were not as robust as the defense team's. Their lethality was equally formidable. The Knight Commander widened his eyes in disbelief. Damn it, where did these pirates procure such weapons? Just as he was taken aback, Blood Axe charged toward him, swinging his massive axe downwards. The Knight Commander barely managed to raise his sword in time, almost cleaved in 2 by the sheer force of the blow. Despite blocking with his weapon, the tremendous impact numbed his hands, nearly causing him to drop his sword. Though Blood Axe had nearly overwhelmed him, Sean's crew included 2 other formidable individuals. The sly Buddy, seizing the opportunity while the Knight Commander was occupied, crept up behind him. With his short sword, he plunged into the gap in the Knight Commander's armor, causing him to grunt in pain as he swung his sword wildly. Unfortunately for the Knight Commander, Buddy had already evaded, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Blood streamed from the wound, staining his armor and rendering him a pitiful sight. Chapter 33. The Fall of the City. The plunder. The Knight Commander struggled fiercely, and his subordinates fared no better. Although the defense team was better equipped and had previously dealt with numerous pirates, it was crucial to remember that Sean had recruited pirates whose numbers far exceeded those of the approaching defense team, and each one was a ruthless marauder. As the Knight Commander fell, the morale of the defense team shattered instantly, leading them to flee in terror from Sean's pirates. As for Sean, he hardly needed to lift a finger. Puffing on a cigarette, he treaded over the bodies of the fallen defense team and commanded his pirates, Boys, aim the cannons at the city gate. The pirates aboard the ship burst into laughter, replying, Aye, Captain. They promptly redirected the cannons toward the city gate. With a thunderous roar, the gate was blasted open, creating a sizable breach. The Seagull pirates boasted several formidable cannons, rendering the destruction of the gate a trivial task. After 3 successive cannonades, the gate collapsed entirely, instilling fear in the hearts of those within the city. It had been a long time since St. Pablo had endured a pirate raid, and in the face of such chaos, the inhabitants momentarily forgot to escape. Only when Sean and his band of pirates surged into the city did they awaken from their stupor, screaming and scattering in all directions. The intruding pirates reveled in their triumph, brandishing weapons and parading through the streets. Some even attempted to storm private residences to commence their looting. But Sean swiftly kicked one out, nonchalantly stating, Fools, how much can you steal from civilians? Our targets are the wealthy. Upon hearing Sean's admonition, his subordinates recognized the wisdom in their captain's words and promptly made their way toward the wealthiest districts of the inner city. Meanwhile, in the highest office of the Queen's Casino, Isaac was indulging in a massage from his secretary when a resounding explosion from the direction of the city gate startled him into an upright position. Rushing to the window, he was met with a plume of smoke rising from the gate, followed by a tide of pirates flooding into the city. Isaac was rendered speechless, exclaiming, How is this possible? The Knight Commander has lost. He immediately contacted his defense team, hastily mobilizing his men to repel the pirates. Confident in his strategy, Isaac had an ace up his sleeve. In addition to the Knight Commander, he had 3 formidable allies, each possessing extraordinary abilities, including the powers of devil fruits. As Sean breached the inner city, he encountered 3 peculiar individuals blocking his path. So, you are the pirate who dares to challenge us? Drawled a man with a delicate demeanor, clutching a rose, exuding an air of flamboyance. Beside him stood a slender figure with a pointed head, and a petite woman wielding an oversized hammer. These 3 constituted Isaac and Apos' final line of defense and represented his last hope for the city and Apos' as protection. Before any taunts could be exchanged, combat erupted. Sean's formidable subordinates, Blood Axe, Dawson, and Buddy, selected their opponents and engaged in battle. It soon became apparent that Isaac's allies were indeed formidable. The petite girl wielding the massive hammer possessed strength surpassing that of Blood Axe, clearly exhibiting the capabilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Meanwhile, Buddy found himself ensnared by the slender opponent, who appeared fragile yet was adept at immobilizing him, clearly utilizing another type of devil fruit ability. Most alarming was the man with the rose, capable of manipulating scattered petals like blades, quickly reducing Dawson to a bloody mess. Sean recognized this as the manifestation of the man and Appo's devil fruit powers. Shaking his head, Sean commanded, "Step back." Upon hearing this, Dawson retreated to tend to his wounds. The effeminate man, flicking his fingers, addressed Sean, "So, you must be their captain?" With that, he unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp petals towards Sean. However, these petals, upon striking Sean, produced a sound akin to metal clashing. Though Sean's overall strength had diminished by half due to his split, he was still capable of hardening certain areas of his body with armament hockey, rendering him more than adequate to confront such foes. Having never fought using his clones before, Sean seized the opportunity to hone his skills. In an instant, he appeared before the effeminate man, delivering a colossal punch directly to his face. The man, caught entirely off guard, was sent crashing to the ground with a single blow, an effortless defeat of the formidable adversary that had previously bested the Black Hand Pirates and Appo's cadre. This display of power significantly boosted the morale of Sean and Appo's crew, who cheered, "Captain is amazing. Ha ha ha. Indeed, our captain is the strongest. Open the city gates. We shall enter. Annihilate these fools who dare to resist us." The remaining two, witnessing Sean's overwhelming prowess, exchanged apprehensive glances and abandoned their respective opponents to confront him. With a cold smirk, Sean vanished once more. Although he could not unveil his identity through the flying sword technique, he retained the incredible speed associated with it, augmented by the capabilities of the Marine 6 styles. Linhua. Upon hearing Sean's indifferent voice, the slender man was sent soaring through the air, blood gushing from his mouth as he lost consciousness. Sean then directed a powerful punch at the hammer-wielding woman, shattering her weapon and striking her with such force that she was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the inner city's gate and causing it to buckle inward. In an instant, Sean had dispatched the three formidable challengers, instilling a profound sense of confidence in his crew. With a fierce battle cry, he charged into the inner city, where the nobles and wealthy merchants awaited their grim fate. In the presence of these merciless pirates, they resembled lambs led to slaughter, emitting feeble and futile cries of despair. Chapter 34. You cannot remember the Navy until you are robbed at this moment. Within the upper echelons of the Queen's Casino, Isaac found himself stripped of his usual composure upon witnessing the defeat of his subordinates. He hastily took his secretary and sought refuge in a secure chamber. Subsequently, he produced a telephone bug and immediately called for assistance from the G2 branch. Unfortunately, after a prolonged wait, there was no response from the other end, which incensed Isaac, causing him to vent his frustrations with a torrent of curses. Meanwhile, Sean and his crew had plundered the inner city and swiftly retreated with their blood-soaked treasures. It must be said that St. Pobra was undeniably affluent. Had it not been for its proximity to the naval headquarters, this place would have been besieged by countless pirates. Now, all the spoils fell into Sean's hands. In the heart of St. Pobra, despair echoed throughout the streets, particularly in the inner city where the residences of nobles and affluent individuals were thoroughly ransacked by Sean and Appo's men. In contrast, the common folk in the outer city suffered little to no loss. Only after Sean and his crew had departed did the nobles and wealthy emerge, trembling with fear at the sight of their looted homes, rendered speechless by their misfortunes. The heaviest losses fell upon the Queen's Casino. After Sean's men had vanquished all of Isaac's subordinates, he dared not show his face, hiding in the safe house for several days before finally emerging. Upon his return, he found the casino stripped bare and many areas severely damaged. Isaac was overwhelmed with regret, realizing that had he permitted the Navy to patrol the vicinity, those pirates would not have been so audacious. Once he gathered his remaining personnel, one of his subordinates inquired, "Mayor, what shall we do now?" Another lamented, "Mayor, those wretched pirates have plundered my home. They even took my daughter. You assured us that the inner city was impregnable. What about our losses? Who knows if more pirates will come to loot us again?" "Indeed, Mayor, we need the Navy to patrol." Several merchants, having gathered in small groups, began to confront Isaac. His countenance darkened as he realized that the decision to deny the Navy's patrols had not originated solely from him, but rather from those merchants eager to engage in piracy. Now, with the calamity befalling them, they laid all the blame at his feet, igniting a fury within Isaac. However, lamenting the past was futile. He could only respond to these merchants and nobles. Very well. I shall make a trip to the G2 branch. That should suffice. He commanded his subordinates to gather the disbanded defense team members to address the situation, and with a heavy heart, Isaac set off for the G2 branch to seek assistance. Simultaneously, aboard the Black Hand pirate cruise ship, Sean observed as his men piled the amassed treasures onto the deck, eliciting a jubilant cheer from the pirates present. The haul was more than they had ever seen in their lifetimes. Yet, they remained obedient, refraining from touching the spoils until given permission by Sean. After all, Sean's earlier display of combat prowess had made it clear that only by following their captain could they secure such riches. Otherwise, they would have long faced dire consequences. Sean inquired of Buddy, who was sorting through the treasures, "How much do we have in total?" "My lord, we have 3,700,000,000 berries. Not to mention a plethora of jewels and gold that cannot yet be converted." Buddy replied, his face alight with joy. Nodding approvingly, Sean declared, "Well done. Distribute 300,000 berries to each of you, and 10,000,000 berries to the 3 of you." Upon hearing Sean's words, the pirate's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by an eruption of cheers. It was Sean who had proposed the raid on St. Pobra, and it was he who had bested the formidable defense team. He could have easily kept all the riches for himself, and they would have had no grounds for complaint. Yet, Sean was exceedingly generous, and this act endeared him to the crew. After the jubilant distribution of wealth, one enthusiastic pirate approached Sean, exclaiming, "My lord, where shall we raid next?" Sean smiled and replied, "For now, let us find a place to rest and recuperate. Once we have restored our energy, we shall plan our next venture. But first and foremost, let us hold a feast." At Sean's words, the pirates erupted into cheers. A feast. Long live the Black Hand. Concurrently, at the G2 Navy base, Isaac, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived at the small town housing the base. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was intercepted by 2 Navy personnel. "Navy base, no entry for unauthorized personnel." Isaac's anger flared. "I am the mayor of St. Pobra. My city has just been overrun by pirates. Why did you not dispatch troops to assist us?" The sailor replied indifferently, "That is not our concern. You must file a complaint with our superior, but first, you must register here." "What is this nonsense?" Isaac furrowed his brow and demanded. The sailor coolly responded, "Since Major Sean took command of the G2 branch, it has been the rule that anyone wishing to enter the Navy base must register first." Suppressing his fury, Isaac complied with the registration before entering the base. He made his way to the newly established office building, where another sailor blocked his path. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" the sailor inquired. "Appointment? What appointment?" Isaac retorted. "Without an appointment, you will have to wait here. Major Sean is currently in a meeting and cannot see anyone at this time." Isaac was livid. "I am the mayor of St. Pobra. My city has just been looted by pirates, and you dare tell me I need an appointment for such a critical matter? I demand to see the highest-ranking officer at this base immediately." The sailor coldly replied, "I'm sorry, but without an appointment, you cannot go up." As he spoke, several armed sailors advanced, their eyes fixed menacingly on Isaac. His face reddened with indignation. When had the mayor of St. Pobra ever been subjected to such treatment? Previously, he had been the one to cast disdain upon the Navy, and here he stood now, the tables turned. Who was causing such a commotion? At that moment, Colonel Richard descended the stairs, impatiently inquiring. The sailors immediately saluted. "Colonel Richard, this gentleman claims to be the mayor of St. Pobra and wishes to see Major Sean." "Richard, you've arrived just in time. Let me see your superior," Isaac demanded without ceremony. Richard looked at Isaac with a sardonic smile. "Mayor Isaac, did you not insist that we need not patrol? Surely you cannot wait until after being robbed by pirates to remember the Navy?" Chapter 35. You wouldn't even address me as Lord Sean. Upon hearing Richard's words, Isaac's face flushed crimson. Richard's remark felt like a slap in the face to him, igniting a fierce desire to turn and leave immediately. However, recalling the pressure he would face from the nobles and wealthy merchants of St. Popula upon his return, he realized that his position as mayor was precarious at best. Thus, Isaac begrudgingly addressed Richard. "That was my mistake. I wish to request an audience with Major Sean." Richard was quite satisfied with Isaac's expression. It was worth noting that they had previously endured considerable vexation at the hands of this man. It felt as refreshing as enjoying ice cream on a sweltering day. Richard chuckled. "You will have to wait a while. Major Sean is currently in a meeting, and someone will call you up when the time comes." With that, Richard paid no further attention to Isaac and exited the office building. Isaac, feeling helpless, could only sit in frustration and wait downstairs. After what felt like an eternity, a Marine finally invited Isaac upstairs. Upon entering Sean's office, Isaac beheld Major Sean, the current head of the G2 branch. Frankly, Sean appeared much younger than Isaac had imagined, yet illuminated by the light streaming in through the window. He exuded an air of authority. 3 colonels sat nearby, their positions clearly subordinate to Sean and Apo's. Mayor Isaac, I hear you have matters to discuss with me, Sean said calmly after a brief pause. Isaac took a deep breath. Yes, Your Excellency Sean, a band of pirates has attacked St. Popula, causing death and chaos. Our city desperately requires the assistance of the Navy, your assistance. Sean chuckled lightly. This is your first time seeking my help, and it is our first meeting. Yet, you were the only one absent from my promotion banquet. To be frank, I believe you have never wished for my friendship. Isaac, flustered, explained. I was indeed preoccupied with urgent matters and could not attend to extend my congratulations. I had my subordinates send a gift. Sean continued. I know. You are busy. You are the mayor of St. Popula, and you are wealthy. You have your own defense force to protect yourself. You do not need a friend like me. Yet here you are, coming to me, saying, and Apos, Major, I need your help. My city has been attacked by pirates. I require the Navy as protection. You show me no respect. You are unwilling to regard me as a friend, not even willing to address me as Lord Sean. A cold sweat began to beat on Isaac's forehead. He had not anticipated that Sean would be so troublesome. The entire conversation revolved around friendship rather than the responsibilities of the Navy. This man viewed the G2 branch as his own domain. Isaac realized that dealing with someone like Sean was far more complicated than any base commander he had encountered before. Taking a deep breath, Isaac addressed Sean. I want this gang of pirates to be placed on a wanted list. I want them dead. How much will it cost me? Sean rose and spoke slowly. Isaac, what have I done to earn such disrespect from you? If you had come to me as a friend, those pirates who attacked your city would already be on the Navy and Apos wanted list. The enemies of the mayor of St. Popula would also be my enemies. Those wretched pirates would then fear you. At last, Isaac understood what Sean truly valued. After a moment of silence, he lowered his proud head and implored, Lord Sean, please help me. Excellent. Sean's lips curled into a smile. You have made a wise choice. You will soon find that the pirates lurking around St. Popula will vanish without a trace. My friendship is far more effective than any defense force. Isaac replied, his demeanor now subservient. I believe that, Lord Sean. After sending Isaac away, Sean called Alex over. Alex, this matter is now in your hands. However, do not drive away all the surrounding pirates. We need to apply pressure on them from time to time. Alex promptly smiled and said to Sean, I understand, Lord Sean. However, there is one matter I am uncertain about. What of the Black Hand pirate crew? Sean responded coolly, they have nothing to do with us. Alex and Apos' eyes brightened. And he chuckled, I see. Well then, let us proceed with our tasks. I believe Mayor Isaac will have a rough time upon his return. We need his support. Sean nodded in agreement. The situation in St. Popula would require some time to unfold, and Sean was in no hurry. Matters must progress step by step. However, there was one more task to be completed, issuing a bounty for his own Black Hand pirate crew. This needed to be reported to headquarters. Yet, Sean was unconcerned. Even if his physical form were to be eliminated, it would regenerate in a few days without any adverse effects on his essence. Hence, he had no reservations about placing a bounty on himself. Moreover, having a pirate avatar greatly facilitated Sean in achieving his objectives. For instance, if the Black Hand had not attacked St. Popula, persuading Isaac to concede would have proven a formidable challenge. Once reported, a specialized department at headquarters would evaluate the pirate crew, subsequently issuing a bounty to the entire world. Meanwhile, at sea, Sean's avatar was sailing with his crew. Most of the wealth aboard had been converted into monetary points by Sean. Indeed, Sean and Apos' avatar possessed the same abilities as his true self, capable of summoning the system for enhancements. His previously depleted wallet swelled once more. Check the panel. Name, Sean, 24 years old. Position, Head of Navy G2 branch. Rank, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Martial Arts. B. Swordsmanship. A. Devil Fruit ability. None. Armament Hockey. B. Observation Hockey. B. Conqueror's Hockey. C. Special abilities. Proficient in Navy 6 styles. Mastery of Flying Swordsmanship. Proficient in Secret Sword. Hazy Moonlit Night. Mastery of 6 Storage Pirate. Beginner in Inner Lotus. Beginner in Heart Beheading Technique. Beginner in Entity Projection. Special Item. Destiny Drunkard and Apos. Escort. Monetary value, 39. 000 39 million berries. Evaluation. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Strength of a supernova pirate. Considered a notable but insignificant fish. Chapter 36. Bounty Notice. The Black Hand Pirates looking at his panel, Sean felt a sense of satisfaction. His progress had been remarkably swift, justifying the considerable effort he had invested. However, with the increasing number of skills, the cost of upgrades had become exorbitant, leaving Sean uncertain about how to allocate his points. After careful consideration, he decided to enhance his core abilities first. He upgraded both his armament hockey and observation hockey to a level which consumed 20,000 points. Subsequently, he poured the remaining 19,000 points into upgrading his Conqueror and Oppos S hockey to B level. With the points allocated, he was left with a mere 1,000 points. Yet, witnessing a significant enhancement in his strength brought Sean a profound sense of fulfillment. Even his clones had seen considerable improvement. Upon exiting the cabin, Sean and Oppos S crew regarded him with deep admiration. "Captain," they exclaimed. Sean nodded and summoned 3 of his subordinates. Their strength was still somewhat lacking. As evidenced during the encounter at St. Poplar, they had struggled against a few weak devil fruit users, which diminished Sean's prestige as their captain. Thus, he resolved to provide them with special training. Upon hearing that Sean intended to impart hockey to them, Blood Axe, Dawson, and Buddy eagerly gathered around. Without unnecessary dialogue, Sean instructed the trio to launch an attack on him. Having witnessed Sean's prowess before, they knew he could defeat them effortlessly. Therefore, they unleashed their full power in their assault. These 3 harbored ambitions and a strong desire to grow stronger, even after being knocked down repeatedly by Sean. They quickly rose to fight again. After exhausting their physical capacities, Sean shook his head and remarked, "You are merely adequate. Further training is required. But your focus needs to differ. Blood Axe, for instance, should prioritize enhancing his armament hockey. His inherent strength was already formidable. Thus improving his armament hockey would yield substantial benefits. As for Dawson and Buddy, they should concentrate on mastering observation hockey. Lacking Blood Axe's robust physique, they were more susceptible to being overpowered by opponents. As they commenced their training, the trio's loyalty to Sean steadily increased. Having amassed sufficient wealth, Sean lost interest in the surrounding villages, leading his crew to elevate their standards, no longer desiring to plunder ordinary settlements. After resting in a secluded village for a while, Sean prepared to set sail once more. This time, he aimed to head to Water 7, intending to procure a new ship for the Black Hand Pirates. The previous vessel, the Seagull, belonging to the Seagull Pirates, was in tatters and insufficient to accommodate Sean and Oppos' ever-expanding crew. The treasures looted from St. Poplar also required a sufficiently powerful city for disposal. Sailing across the ocean could be quite monotonous, yet the pirates relished this quietude. One day, a seagull suddenly swooped down from above and landed on the ship. This seagull was indeed an employee of the Century Economic News, tasked with distributing newspapers and wanted posters. Sean and Oppos' crew spent some berries to purchase a newspaper along with a wanted notice, only to discover that it featured their own captain. They erupted in excitement, shouting, "Captain, Captain, you're on the wanted list." The crew was thrilled because a higher bounty indicated greater danger and notoriety for the pirate crew. Curiously, Sean took the wanted notice and, upon inspection, confirmed it was indeed his. The Black Hand Pirates, Black Hand, bounty, 88 million berries, dead or alive. Accompanying the notice was a high-definition photograph of him taken during his time in St. Poplar. How remarkable! How did they capture this? Sean mused, astonished. Nevertheless, achieving a bounty of 88 million berries on his first appearance was already an impressive feat, considering this was merely the beginning of his exploits. However, Sean did not regard the bounty with much concern. Casually tossing the notice aside, he exclaimed, "Enough of this. You filthy swine, hurry up and clean the deck. We are about to arrive at Water 7. Aye, Captain." His crew responded cheerfully, invigorated by their task. Gazing out at the sea, Sean silently pondered, surely the surrounding forces must be aware of this development by now? As Sean surmised, news of the pirate assault on St. Poplar swiftly spread to nearby factions. Those who had previously allied with Sean breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they were not facing the same fate as St. Poplar, which had been left helpless against the pirates. However, their relief was short-lived, as they soon received shocking news. The Navy, which had been patrolling the area, suddenly received orders to return to their base for training. This news struck the surrounding factions like a thunderbolt. "Colonel Tom, why are you leaving? The secretary of the mayor of Food City inquired anxiously upon witnessing the orderly withdrawal of the Navy, with the Black Hand pirates having breached St. Poplar. The nearby pirate crews were becoming increasingly restless, not to mention the looming threat posed by the dangerous Black Hand pirates in the vicinity. Colonel Tom replied nonchalantly, "Our base commander, Major Sean, believes that our patrolling forces lack sufficient strength and needs to return for training to better fulfill our duties in the surrounding waters. But if you leave, what will happen to our safety?" The secretary stammered, taken aback. Tom shrugged. "How should I know? Our Navy base is also short on personnel. Colonel Tom, we have collaborated for so long. Tell me honestly, is there something amiss?" The secretary implored, pulling Tom aside for a hushed conversation. Tom chuckled. "There is no other reason. It's simply that Lord Sean feels you do not show him enough respect, nor do you extend adequate respect to the Navy." Contemplating this statement, the secretary's expression shifted dramatically. After bidding farewell to Colonel Tom, he hurried back to the mayor's castle to report this unsettling news. Chapter 37. Words of Justice. Soon, representatives from various powerful factions heard similar statements from the Navy, their expressions shifting dramatically. Apart from nations like the Alabasta Kingdom, which possess the means for self-preservation, most other factions, even those with some defensive capabilities, were ill-equipped to confront the predatory pirates lurking nearby. Sean's sudden maneuver left the surrounding factions in a state of discomfort, prompting them to seek out the G2 branch to ascertain the situation. At that moment, within the G2 branch, Sean was indeed engaged in the training of his naval subordinates. He had no intention of jesting with anyone. He was earnestly conducting drills. The entire base had transformed into a vast training ground, with personnel diligently honing their skills. After all, Sean had generously provided benefits, including an advanced salary for the month, which ignited a fervent enthusiasm among the sailors. Moreover, training at the base was undeniably less perilous than facing off against those ruthless pirates. Upon the arrival of the representatives at the G2 branch, they witnessed the Navy genuinely engaged in training, rendering them speechless with their pent-up grievances. It had not long ago that they had deemed the Navy and Oppos, as existence as superfluous. The nearby allied nations and factions, seeing how close the G2 branch was to Marineford, had little regard for the naval presence, believing they could easily call for assistance in emergencies. Only after experiencing loss did they grasp the stark difference between having naval patrols and lacking them. Training in progress. Please do not enter. The naval personnel at the entrance promptly halted the representatives from various factions. These individuals, realizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from expressing their frustrations in front of the Navy and instead, with forced smiles, requested, "We seek an audience with Lord Sean. We kindly ask for your assistance in relaying our request." Upon hearing their words, the naval officer scrutinized them and replied, "Please wait here." He then sent someone inside to convey their message. Moments later, Richard emerged, addressing the representatives with a polite smile. "I apologize, esteemed guests. Lord Sean is currently engaged in training. Please, make yourselves comfortable in the office building with some tea, and once the training concludes, Lord Sean will be available to meet with you." The representatives and Oppos' expressions soured at Richard and Oppos' words. It was evident that he was blatantly fabricating excuses. Sean was clearly lounging in the stands, watching his subordinates train, appearing far from busy. Furthermore, Richard's use of the term meet only deepened their irritation. However, as they were the ones seeking assistance, they felt they had no right to voice their discontent. Ultimately, whether the naval patrols would be reinstated depended on Sean, the commander of the G2 branch. Thus, the group begrudgingly settled into the conference room, sipping tea as they awaited Sean and Oppos' arrival. After what felt like an eternity, Sean finally made his entrance. Without preamble, he addressed the representatives directly. "I am aware of your purpose for visiting. However, this is unavoidable. The previous naval patrols were indeed somewhat lax, and for your safety, we must recall all personnel to the base for retraining. This is a responsibility to you as well as to the Navy. Moreover, due to insufficient budget allocations from headquarters, the patrol strength will be reduced by more than 50% moving forward. Yet, I trust this will not pose a significant issue for you, as each faction possesses its own power to manage affairs." The representatives from the surrounding factions were taken aback by Sean's words. They had initially intended to voice their grievances and persuade Sean to restore the patrols, only to be met with the news of a reduction in patrol strength, which ignited an uproar among them. "Lord Sean, you cannot do this," one exclaimed. "We, as smaller factions, are utterly incapable of defending ourselves against those ferocious pirates. We are also part of the world government. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight." Understanding their concerns, Sean responded calmly, I comprehend your apprehensions. However, the G2 branch has limited capabilities. You all have connections in Marineford, do you not? You could easily seek their assistance. Sean was particularly vexed by these factions who, taking advantage of their ties in Marineford, often bypassed the G2 branch to seek aid directly from headquarters, which marginalized the branch and Oppo's role. If these factions were so capable, perhaps they should have headquarters dispatch personnel to protect them. Sean was eager to see if headquarters would indeed frequently deploy fleets for patrols in the region. As his words sank in, the representative's expression shifted to one of discomfort. They finally grasped Sean's underlying motives for this sudden shift in policy. However, the representative from the culinary city was astute. Observing Sean's demeanor, he proposed, Lord Sean, since headquarters has budgetary constraints, why not let us contribute a portion of the funding? What do you think? Upon hearing this, the other representatives and Oppo's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly offered their support to relieve Sean of his burdens. Sean feigned reluctance and replied, that might not be appropriate, why not? The representative from the culinary city interjected, this is our voluntary offer. We recognize the efforts of the Navy in patrolling, and we merely wish to provide a modest contribution. Indeed, Lord Sean, this is a matter of justice, chimed in the representative from St. Poplar, eager not to let the culinary city steal the limelight. After declining their offer 3 times, Sean finally cleared his throat and stated, since everyone is so earnest, I shall not refuse. I will expedite the training of my troops and ensure they are ready for patrol duties. With Sean's concession, the representatives collectively sighed in relief. They had arrived prepared for significant financial losses, and achieving their objective was a satisfactory outcome. After escorting the representatives out of the base, a smile crept across Sean and Oppo's face. The surrounding factions could provide nearly 200 million berries annually to the G2 branch, a sustainable arrangement as long as he remained in command. His efforts to orchestrate this scenario had finally borne fruit. Chapter 38. The intricate city of water. Once Richard had seen off the representatives of the various factions, he turned to Sean with a look of astonishment. My Lord Sean, they all agreed? Sean, lighting a cigar, replied nonchalantly, do they have the luxury of refusal? The shadow of his Black Hand pirates loomed over them like the sword of Damocles. Anyone who dared to provoke his displeasure would find their possessions plundered by his crew. In such a case, payment would be inevitable. Richard, now fully convinced, remarked, you truly are formidable, my Lord Sean. In such a brief time, you have brought these individuals to heel. If it had been them, lacking Sean's assertive methods, they would have been at the mercy of others. With a proud smile, Sean replied, otherwise, how could I serve as your commander? Well then, after all this training, let each sailor receive their month's wages and prepare for patrol. Having collected our dues, we must fulfill our duties. Upon hearing Sean and Oppo's words, Richard immediately saluted. Thank you, my Lord Sean. When this news reached the training sailors, a cheer erupted from the crowd. Sean reveled in the esteem directed towards him. It was the essence of loyalty, nay, justice. Having settled matters with the local factions, Sean turned his attention to his physical avatar. Meanwhile, at the dock of Water 7, the Seagull had docked, and a group of menacing figures disembarked. Fortunately, the environment of Water 7 was not much inferior to that of St. Poplar. With the advent of the sea train, the area had become increasingly prosperous, although caution was warranted to avoid the Navy's patrols. However, the Navy typically operated within the train station boundaries and did not interfere with the southwestern docks, which also served as a resting place for numerous pirates. There was nothing unusual about this. Even the Sabaody archipelago had designated areas for pirates to regroup. Allowing his crew to seek their own amusement, Sean, accompanied by 3 of his officers, sought out local fences to convert their stolen goods into currency, and planned to procure a 3-masted sailing ship from a shipyard. As for the decommissioned Seagull, he hoped to salvage some depreciation fees. Although Sean and Oppo's physical avatar was powerful, he had long been mingling with the Navy and was unfamiliar with the city's black markets and fencing locations. Fortunately, many of his officers had extensive experience in this area and even possessed their own unique channels. Under the guidance of Dawson, they arrived at a secluded tavern in Water 7. Long time no see, Hunter Dawson. The tavern owner, an old pirate with a limp and one eye, exclaimed, I heard you recently acquired a fine vessel. The perilous nature of piracy often meant that injuries went untreated, leading to a multitude of pirates missing limbs. After all, not every pirate crew could afford a ship. And Oppo's doctor. Dawson chuckled. This is my captain, Lord Blackhand. Oh, so you are His Excellency Blackhand. The old pirate removed his hat in respect. I never expected such a prominent figure to visit my humble establishment. Sean, taken aback, replied, my name has spread so swiftly? After all, breaching St. Poplar was no small feat. The old pirate smiled. What can I assist you with? Sean snapped his fingers, prompting Blood Axe to place an exaggeratedly large package on the table. Noticing the dark stains of dried blood on the package, the old pirate quickly realized its contents. He banged on the table, declaring to the patrons, all right, you rascals, closing time has arrived. You may all vacate. Though the patrons grumbled, they hastily downed their drinks and departed. Once the tavern was cleared, the old pirate shut the door and opened the package. Upon seeing the gleaming gold, jewels, and other treasures, his yellowed teeth shone in delight. These are all prime goods. Dawson grinned. The usual deal, 70%. Not a problem. The old pirate readily agreed. After counting the items, he placed a significant sum of 135 million berries on the table. You can count it, he added jovially. 3 glasses of gold rum on my tab. The value of these goods exceeded Sean's expectations, but it appeared the old pirate would still profit. They raised their rum glasses and drank deeply, after which Sean inquired, is there a place in Water 7 for acquiring information? The old pirate, with a hint of amusement, replied, it seems Lord Blackhand has a new objective. Sean remained non-committal, just inquiring about some news. The old pirate chuckled, for general information, you can come to me. My fees are reasonable. However, I suspect you seek more than mere common intelligence. I recommend the Iris Flower Tavern. The owner is a powerful figure with extensive connections, and the accuracy of his information is quite high, albeit at a steep cost, and he does not entertain strangers. But for you, my lord, you may mention this old cripple, and he should accommodate you. Sean raised his glass in gratitude. Thank you. Should you come across more prime goods in the future, do not forget this old cripple. The old man chuckled heartily. With the payment in hand, Sean did not rush to the shipyard, but instead headed directly to the Iris Flower Tavern. Upon entering, he was taken aback. No wonder the old pirate claimed the owner had vast influence. Every piece of information was at his fingertips. To his astonishment, the owner was none other than Bruno, a member of CP9 and the possessor of the Dordor fruit. Indeed, could CP9's intelligence be anything less than precise? However, Sean had not anticipated that Spandam would assign his subordinates to engage in information brokering as well. It was undeniable that these world government scoundrels were exceptionally adept at their games. Would you like to drink? Bruno coldly addressed Sean and his companions. Dawson whispered to Bruno, we were sent by the old cripple. We wish to purchase some information. Bruno scrutinized the group before curiously inquiring, the Blackhand Pirates? Chapter 39, the scheme of the Dark King's blueprint. Sean nodded. It seems we have some renown. Bruno stated directly, what kind of information do you wish to purchase? Naturally, we desire information from the more affluent cities. Blood Axe boisterously replied. Bruno's expression turned slightly peculiar. This is close to the Navy headquarters. Do you dare to be so audacious? Blood Axe disdainfully retorted. What Navy? Nonsense. Bruno's curiosity was piqued by Blood Axe's attitude. Have you had any encounters with the Navy of the G2 branch? Not at all, but thus far, I and oppose thee yet to see a navy that dares to approach us. Blood Axe boisterously declared. Sean felt a wave of exasperation wash over him upon hearing Blood Axe's foolish remarks. The absence of Navy pursuit was entirely due to their own deterrence, yet this fool truly believed himself formidable. He was merely coasting on luck. After mentally mocking Blood Axe, Sean turned to Bruno. The old cripple recommended you, claiming you possess the most detailed information. If that is not the case, then so be it. Sean seemed reluctant to engage further with Bruno, turning to leave with his men. At that moment, Bruno suddenly called out, I have the information you seek. Sean halted. How much? No cost, but I need you to assist me with the task. Bruno pondered. Sean smirked. You want pirates to do your bidding? Indeed. It all depends on whether you dare to accept. Bruno replied calmly. Blood Axe impulsively interjected. Are you underestimating our Blackhand pirate crew? Bruno ignored Blood Axe and focused on Sean. Sean chuckled, arms crossed. I'm listening. A smile graced Bruno's face as he addressed Sean. Come by tomorrow night. I will inform you of what needs to be done. We can discuss the price in detail then. Sean replied nonchalantly. Very well. After departing from the Iris Flower Tavern, Dawson furrowed his brow and remarked to Sean, Captain, this fellow seems rather secretive. It likely bodes ill. But he concurred, I feel the same. Yet Blood Axe, unfazed, declared, what does it matter? If this bastard dares to scheme against us, we can simply dispose of him. Hearing Blood Axe's words, the two fell silent. It seemed There was some truth to that. Given their current strength, navigating through paradise should not pose a significant challenge. Sean decisively stated, since we have no other pressing matters, why not see what the other party intends? After all, the initiative lies with us. Meanwhile, Bruno promptly sought out his superior, Spandam, and shared his thoughts. Spandam expressed surprise. You mean to have this Black Hand pirate crew probe Iceberg? Bruno nodded, precisely. We must ascertain that the blueprint of the Dark King indeed resides with Iceberg. Otherwise, this slow investigation could take an eternity. Spandam stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ever since he had framed the legendary shipwright Tom, the whereabouts of the Dark King and Amp, Apos, blueprint had remained elusive. The upper echelons of the world government held the blueprint in high regard. After extensive investigation, their focus had narrowed to Tom's two apprentices, Iceberg and Frankie. Frankie was merely a reckless fool. When Tom was transported to Eni's lobby, he was directly struck by the sea train while attempting to impede it, rendering the possibility of the blueprint being with him minimal. However, the elder apprentice, Iceberg, was meticulous and shrewd. The primary reason Spandam had refrained from directly targeting Iceberg was that he might be the sole individual possessing knowledge of the ancient weapons blueprint, which could have been destroyed or concealed. A direct arrest and interrogation posed significant risks. For instance, Iceberg might refuse to divulge any information, as his mentor Tom was known to be such a person. Alternatively, the blueprint could have been preserved through other means, such as being fragmented or encrypted. If CP9 acted recklessly, Iceberg could preemptively transfer or destroy the blueprint, leading to considerable complications for them. While CP9 possessed the legal right to kill, failure in their mission could result in expulsion from the world government or even being hunted down. Therefore, they needed to ensure a high success rate for their actions. Bruno's proposal was astute. It could test Iceberg without revealing their involvement to him. Should the Black Hand pirate crew create a significant uproar? Even if the situation were to be exposed, Iceberg would only doubt the motives of the Black Hand pirate crew, not link it back to them. At that moment, Lucci nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should probe him. Otherwise, even if we infiltrate his ranks, we would waste considerable time. With the consensus of CP9, Spandam nodded. Then let us proceed. Bruno hesitated momentarily. However, the Black Hand pirate crew is quite greedy. We will likely need to allocate some funds. No matter. Provide them with what they need. When the time comes to silence them, we can conveniently reclaim it. Spandam replied nonchalantly. That very night, Sean received a message from Bruno requesting a meeting. Sean promptly brought his men to the Iris Flower Tavern. Speak. What do you wish us to assist you with? Sean inquired directly. Having arrived, Sean had already formed a suspicion. CP9 and Amp, Apos, presence in Water 7 was merely to uncover the whereabouts of the Dark King. Seeking out individuals like himself was simply an attempt to have them confront Tom's apprentice, Iceberg. Little did CP9 realize that the infamous Black Hand was merely a manifestation of Sean himself. Their plans were destined to fail. Sean was not inclined to allow anyone to meddle within his territory, even if they were agents of the world government. Bruno stated bluntly, I need you to rob a man named Iceberg, who is the owner of a shipbuilding company. Sean smirked. Is it that simple? No other stipulations? You need not concern yourself with other matters. Simply follow our instructions. Bruno replied coldly. Sean pondered for a moment. No problem, but our price is steep. At least 100 million berries. Upon hearing Sean's exorbitant demand, Bruno displayed no signs of surprise and readily acquiesced. 100 million it is. Chapter 40. Persuasion. How quickly you agreed. Captain, you should have negotiated for more. Blood Axe lamented to Sean after emerging from the tavern. Dawson shook his head, replying, the fact that he readily accepted $1 billion implies that this Iceberg possesses a formidable identity. Either he is exceptionally difficult to deal with, or he harbors some unspeakable secret. Sean chuckled. It is quite evident. Perhaps, in the interest of secrecy, someone may attempt to silence us after our task is complete. Blood Axe paused at Sean's words. Surely not. But he sneered. Why not? This Bruno is shrouded in mystery, clearly a member of some clandestine organization. His eagerness to agree suggests he either doesn't care about money or believes we won't secure it. The seasoned individuals understood the underlying implications. Blood Axe scratched his head. So, what should we do? Captain, shall we proceed with this task? Sean smiled. Of course, why would we refuse money earned through our skills? However, after we receive the payment, we must lay low for a while to avoid drawing attention. This fellow gives me an unsettling impression. We must be cautious of unexpected pitfalls. Upon hearing Sean's words, his subordinates nodded in agreement. You are the captain. We shall follow your lead. Ever since his master, Tom, was falsely accused and killed due to his association with Pirate King Roger, Iceberg felt as if he was under constant, albeit subtle, surveillance. Though he lacked the ability to detect the CP agents lurking nearby, his caution had prevented him from disclosing the design of the Pluton to anyone. It was this very vigilance that allowed him to survive until now. Had CP9 learned of the design's whereabouts, he would likely have been eliminated by them long ago. Despite Iceberg's lack of physical prowess, his intellect was sharp. The individuals responsible for his master's demise would undoubtedly seek retribution, which is why he had tirelessly worked to elevate his status over the years, hoping to dissuade those in the shadows from taking action against him. He also spared no expense on his security, always surrounding himself with ample bodyguards. Yet, despite these precautions, he could not prevent Sean and his crew from infiltrating his residence. By the time Iceberg realized what was happening, he found several dark figures standing at the foot of his bed. Startled, he quickly retrieved a firearm from beneath his pillow. But before he could aim, a flash of cold steel sliced through the air, rendering his weapon in two. "Good evening, Mr. Iceberg," Sean greeted with a smile. "It seems you are rather insecure, keeping a gun beneath your pillow while you sleep." Realizing that these individuals were beyond his capacity to confront, Iceberg composed himself and asked Sean, "Who are you?" "We are from the Black Hand Pirates." Sean replied cheerfully, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the captain of the Black Hand, but you may also refer to me as Black Hand." After completing the introductions, Sean turned to his subordinates, instructing, "You three, deal with the individuals accompanying Iceberg and await my command." "Yes, Captain." They nodded before exiting the room. Once they departed, Sean faced Iceberg. "Surely you must know who summoned me and for what purpose?" Iceberg appeared perplexed. "I do not understand what you are saying." "Still playing coy?" Sean shook his head and leaned in closer, whispering, "One word, Pluton." Iceberg was struck as if by lightning. Then with a resigned demeanor, he declared, "You are with CP. Go ahead and kill me. I know nothing." Sean spread his hands. "Why would I kill you? Furthermore, I am not with CP. I am a pirate." Iceberg was momentarily bewildered. "A pirate?" "Indeed. I have been contracted by CP9. You must be familiar with Spandam. I came to ascertain whether the blueprints were in your possession." Sean explained with a smile. "As for everything else, it is irrelevant to me." Iceberg seemed to sense a shift in Sean and Oppo's tone. "So, you are not closely affiliated with CP?" Sean nodded. "Not only am I unrelated, but encountering me may be your stroke of luck. I cannot divulge too much. But if you wish to escape your current predicament, I recommend speaking with Rear Admiral Sean at the G2 branch of the Navy." Iceberg muttered to himself, "Sean? Rear Admiral?" Sean chose not to elaborate further, advising Iceberg, "For your safety, once you flee, you should orchestrate a way for CP9 to discover some clues about you." Being the astute individual he was, Iceberg quickly grasped Sean and Oppo's intent and nodded. "You will let me go?" "Why not?" Sean replied with a grin. "My objective is merely to rob you, not to take your life." Iceberg nodded, arming himself with a firearm, and stealthily climbed out of the window. Observing Iceberg's actions, Sean smiled, appreciating the ease of conversing with an intelligent individual. He then instructed his men to bring a torch and set Iceberg and Oppo's residence ablaze. Meanwhile, CP9 members who had been lurking around the mansion emerged upon witnessing the blaze. Seeing the flames erupting from the villa, Lucci shook his head, commenting, "Pirates are indeed reckless in their endeavors." "Huh. Lucci, if pirates operated like us in CP, that would be truly frightening." Kaku chuckled. At that moment, the typically taciturn Bruno suddenly exclaimed, "Iceberg has escaped. He must have slipped away amidst the chaos." Lucci promptly pursued, "I will see where he intends to go. You lot handle these pirates." Gabriel huffed, "I can manage this alone. You need not assist." Lucci disregarded him, retaining the CP9 members while stealthily following Iceberg. Kaku, grinning, remarked, "With such a ruckus, he should be out by now. Shall we go take a look?" "Don't you dare command me." Gabriel snorted, but still made his way toward the entrance. Chapter 41, Murder to Silence? A punch for each. On the icy mountain, once he extricated himself, he sensed that someone was tailing him. After years of dealing with the CP, he had honed an instinct as sharp as that of a beast, for he knew that any hint of vulnerability would inevitably lead to his demise. Thus, he quickly found himself trusting Shauna's words. Intentionally leading the persistent Lucci to a quaint residence, he discreetly concealed a letter within a hidden compartment inside the house. The contents of the letter were nonsensical, yet sufficient to keep the CP occupied for a while. Once the dust settled, he resolved to pay a visit to the G2 branch and meet the Admiral Sean spoke of. After completing this, he sought assistance. Once he departed, Lucci emerged and promptly seized the letter, observing the missive left by his adversary. Lucci furrowed his brow. Where on earth has this fellow hidden the plans for the underworld king? Meanwhile, outside Ice Mountain's South Opulent estate, Sean, accompanied by several subordinates, set the place ablaze and prepared to withdraw. Just after leaving the mansion, Blood Axe and his companions noticed a group approaching, led by none other than Bruno, with whom they had previously transacted. The job was done. Now it was time for payment. Blood Axe boldly called out to Bruno. With a stoic expression, Bruno tossed a bag of coins toward him, just as Blood Axe gleefully reached for the pouch. The impatient Gabra transformed into his werewolf form and launched an attack on Blood Axe. Fingertip gun, Moonlight 10 fingers. Gabra, now a werewolf, charged at Blood Axe with untraceable speed. Had Sean not foreseen the treachery of CP9, Blood Axe would have surely fallen victim. However, thanks to Sean's foresight, as Gabra struck, Blood Axe brandished his massive axe to block the blow. Clang! Gabra's fingertip strike collided with the axe, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Although Blood Axe narrowly deflected the lethal blow, he was still forced several steps back. Buddy smirked. I knew you scoundrels had ill intentions. With that, he melted into the shadows and launched an assault on the nearest Bruno. Meanwhile, Dawson confronted the owl and Weiqi, unleashing his firearm against them. Damn it! Bruno growled in irritation, realizing he had instructed Gabra to wait until they received the money before attacking. Yet, this rogue disregarded the plan. Fortunately, their numbers were significantly greater than those of the Black Hand pirates, allowing them to remain composed. However, the captain of the Black Hand, surprisingly, did not intervene, which raised suspicions. As the fray unfolded, Kaku, the sole swordsman of CP9, seized the opportunity to circumvent the chaos and target Sean. Unfortunately for him, he had misjudged his opponent. Sean's prowess lay not merely in physical combat but in swordsmanship. As Kaku advanced with his longsword, Sean deftly sidestepped his attack. What? Kaku was taken aback. His skill was among the rarest in CP9, second only to Lucci, the leader of the assassination unit. Yet, he never anticipated that his strike would be so effortlessly parried. A smirk of disdain curled at Sean's lips. Is that all? Then, to Kaku's astonishment, Sean delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Kaku soared backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a building before finally coming to a halt. Sean and Appo's intervention drew the attention of all present, as they were astonished to discover that not a single CP9 member could withstand the force of Sean's punch. Observing this, Gabra abandoned the somewhat clumsy Blood Axe and charged at Sean. Fingertip gun, pack of wolves. Gabra unleashed his attack, rushing toward Sean. Regrettably, despite their mastery of the six styles, they lacked the ability to use haki. As Gabra's sharp assault approached, Sean simply countered with a single punch, dispersing the attack effortlessly. Then, Sean vanished from Gabra's sight, moving with a speed that rendered him nearly invisible, akin to teleportation. Gabra quickly reacted, throwing a punch backward. Yet, all the force he amassed in his fist was effortlessly caught by Sean's single hand. Gabra soon comprehended why this Black Hand earned such a fearsome reputation. Sean's palm, enveloped in haki, easily absorbed the blow, and he wore a cold smile as he executed Rin Lotus. A swift kick sent Gabra soaring into the air, and he followed up with a rapid onslaught. Fortunately, Gabra possessed the agility of a Zoan fruit user. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as Kaku. Nonetheless, under Sean's relentless assault, Gabra's defenses crumbled, culminating in a final devastating punch that sent him crashing into the ground, creating a sizable crater. Damn it, Gabra. The other CP9 members gasped in shock, unable to fathom how a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million could possess such formidable strength. The cadres of the Black Hand pirates, invigorated, unleashed their fury upon the remaining CP9 members. Just as the crew closed in, Lucci finally returned. Fingertip gun, Seagull. A terrifying strike from Lucci obstructed Sean and his crew and Appo's pursuit, forcing them to evade. Seizing the opportunity, the CP9 members hastily retreated, carrying their wounded comrades. Once the smoke cleared, the CP9 members had vanished without a trace. Captain, what shall we do? Blood Axe said, visibly disgruntled. He had been thoroughly overpowered and had no outlet for his pent-up frustration. Sean, exasperated, replied, We've received our payment. Why pursue further? They are not to be trifled with. Indeed, while Sean harbored intentions to eliminate CP9, the moment was not right. There would be future opportunities, but first, he needed to confront Ice Mountain. Chapter 42. United efforts to drive away CP9. The Black Hand pirates launch another assault on Water 7. Mr. Iceberg, the director of the shipbuilding company, falls victim to the pirates and Appo's onslaught. The rampant piracy and the rise of newcomers raise questions about whether the Black Hand can become a supernova in the New World. The Navy's G2 branch offers a friendly reminder. Sailing off course brings tears to loved ones. Please adhere to the designated routes for your safety and our patrols. Major Sean of the G2 branch delivers a speech imbued with justice, vowing to eradicate evil. Following the attack on Iceberg, a wave of panic sweeps through the nearby towns. As nobles and wealthy merchants tremble in fear, desperately seeking aid from the Navy. This spectacle is precisely what Sean desires, without the threat of pirates. How could the Navy and Appo's significance be demonstrated? If the Navy and Appo's importance is diminished, how could he procure funding? Thus, the G2 branch and Appo's patrol ships reappear around the towns, calming the anxious nobles and merchants. Meanwhile, after resolving some minor matters, Iceberg arrives at the G2 branch. Recently, he has become quite the celebrity, frequently gracing the front pages. Upon entering the base, he quickly meets Sean. Mr. Iceberg, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard you are the finest shipwright in the world. Sean greets him with a smile. Iceberg reciprocates the compliment, acknowledging Sean's renowned reputation. Observing Iceberg's hesitation, Sean discerns his unspoken concern. He then addresses his officers. All right. You may leave. This does not concern you. Once the officers exit the office, Sean turns to Iceberg. You are here regarding the CP9 issue, aren't you? Iceberg looks astonished. Realizing that a pirate and Appo's request for his aid from a naval officer must indeed involve a deeper connection with Sean. Reflecting on the environment of the G2 branch, he feels a chill. Perhaps this precarious situation is a result of Sean's machinations. Yet, Iceberg quickly dismisses these thoughts. The plight of the nobles and merchants is not his concern. He must focus on addressing the CP9 threat. Indeed, Major Sean, I have come for this matter, he states firmly. Sean shakes his head. It is futile. As long as you withhold the design of the Pluton, the world government will never cease their surveillance. You know about that? Iceberg's eyes widen. Sean replies with a smile. I've gathered some insights regarding your predicament. This attack was merely a test. CP will attempt to infiltrate your ranks and monitor you closely. He adds, to be honest, I am not fond of CP operating in my territory. So I intend to assist you. Iceberg furrows his brow. What do you propose? Sean, with a knowing smile, responds, you must realize that the more significant you become, the less the world government will dare to act against you. If you were to assume the role of mayor of Water 7, the world government would certainly need to consider the repercussions. Surprised, Iceberg protests, you want me to run for mayor? I fear I am unfit for such a position. Sean reassures him, if you can manage a large shipbuilding company, governing a city should be no different. Treat it as you would your company. Sean encourages him. The more essential you are, the greater your leverage. And regarding the Pluton design, rest assured, I have no interest in it. Simply keep it hidden and avoid detection. Iceberg acknowledges Sean's wisdom. He has become aware of his own surveillance, but as his stature has risen, the scrutiny has diminished. Reflecting on his mentor Tom's unfortunate fate, Iceberg realizes that had Tom possessed his current status, the world government would have tread more carefully. Nevertheless, he cautiously inquires, what do you require in return, Major Sean? Sean laughs, naturally, to uphold the justice of our Navy. Upon my arrival, I noticed a lack of respect from neighboring nations and factions, prompting me to teach them a lesson. He continues, however, people tend to forget their lessons, so I believe it best to maintain a firm grip on all factions. Don't you agree, Mayor Iceberg? Iceberg recognizes Sean's strategy, impressed by his cunning. With merely a pirate crew, Sean manages to assert control over the surrounding powers, a feat Iceberg finds admirable. After contemplation, Iceberg decides to ally with Sean, acknowledging their shared enemy. What is your plan, Major Sean? He asks. Sean's smile widens. First and foremost, we must expel CP9. The world government wields significant authority over CP, and their punishments are severe for any failures. Sean intends to drive away the CP9 members, particularly that scoundrel Spandam. Once this is accomplished, Iceberg will be positioned as the mayor of Water 7, allowing Sean and Appo's SG2 branch to operate as freely as it did in the East Blue. Iceberg nods, pleased that Sean prioritizes addressing the CP organization. He extends his hand. It is a pleasure to collaborate, Major Sean. Indeed, a fruitful partnership. Sean responds, shaking Iceberg's hand. Meanwhile, on the other side, CP9 members are recuperating, except for Lucci. Nearly everyone bears wounds. Lucci, puzzled, questions, is the Black Hand truly that formidable? Gabra, fueled by anger, shoots up, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that?" Gabra, nursing several broken ribs from Sean's assault, grimaces in pain. Kaku, resigned, remarks, "He is indeed exceptionally powerful, while his subordinates are merely competent. The Black Hand himself is a veritable monster." Chapter 43. Laying the trap. As a few individuals engaged in a heated dispute, Spandam approached with a scowl. Observing their disheveled appearance, he brusquely inquired, "What is the matter?" The group exchanged awkward glances, only to be met with a calm response from Lucci, who stated, "There has been progress." Lucci, possessing a keen understanding of his superior, knew well that Spandam was a ruthless opportunist, willing to resort to any means to secure a promotion. Furthermore, he was notoriously demanding of his subordinates. Without a satisfactory explanation, Spandam would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of complaints. Thus, Lucci promptly divulged the information he had uncovered. Seeking to silence Spandam and Amp, Oppos' incessant nagging. Upon hearing that progress had been made, Spandam's demeanor shifted, his previous ire replaced by eagerness as he pressed, "What kind of progress?" Lucci produced a confidential letter left behind by Iceberg at a residence and addressed Spandam. This document was left by Iceberg in a mansion. It merely requires time to decipher. We can now ascertain that Iceberg indeed possesses intelligence regarding the design of the Pluton. Spandam glanced at the letter, unable to decipher its contents. Yet it was as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. After a brief pause, he inquired, "And where is Iceberg?" "He has gone to the G2 branch." Lucci replied with an oddly bemused expression. Upon hearing G2 branch, Spandam and Amp, Oppos' countenance darkened. Memories flooding back of the humiliation he endured when Sean had rendered him unconscious with his conqueror and Amp, Oppos' hockey. Spandam had even reported this incident to the world government. But the Navy and Oppos' Sengoku had swiftly taken control of the situation, resulting in nothing more than a reprimand from the elders. This had left Spandam fuming. Yet, recalling Sean and Oppos' enigmatic abilities, he hesitated to confront him again. Thus, upon hearing Lucci and Oppos' words, Spandam retorted with irritation, "What business does Iceberg have at the naval base?" Lucci regarded Spandam with a look of incredulity. He was robbed by pirates. Naturally, he must seek assistance from the Navy. "Is that so?" Spandam stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He cleared his throat and remarked, "You lot are utterly incompetent. You couldn't even manage to silence a group of pirates?" "Fortunately, my brilliant planning has kept Iceberg from becoming suspicious. Such failures cannot be tolerated. Otherwise, you fools would find yourselves hunted by the world government." After chastising his subordinates, Spandam moved on, turning to Lucci, "Ensure that the contents of this letter are thoroughly understood." Lucci replied nonchalantly, "I have already entrusted it to a specialist in code-breaking. We should receive news shortly. At that time, I will assign Khalifa to infiltrate Iceberg's inner circle for round-the-clock surveillance." "Excellent," Spandam mused, envisioning a future where he possessed the Pluton's schematics, a scenario that filled his face with a sly grin. Due to the recent attack on Water 7 by the Black Hand pirates, the merchants of the city were gripped by anxiety. However, upon Iceberg's return from the G2 branch, he immediately brought with him a contingent of Navy personnel, who began patrolling the vicinity of Water 7, offering a sense of relief to many within the city. The Navy and Oppos' full presence in Water 7 rendered the underworld criminals quite beleaguered. Sean and Oppos' subordinates struck hard against the thugs and enforcers of the nobility, leading to a notable improvement in the city's public safety. Iceberg's reputation soared as a result. In a public address, he reassured the anxious merchants and nobles. "I have reached an agreement with Rear Admiral Sean of the G2 branch. They will support Water 7 in fending off pirate threats. However, we cannot remain passive. Today, I have gathered you to discuss a donation initiative. While the Navy is providing manpower, we cannot expect them to supply provisions without assistance. Therefore, I propose a fundraising campaign to support the G2 branch's efforts." Upon hearing Iceberg's words, the prominent merchants and nobles of Water 7 nodded in agreement. Although this required them to contribute financially, they were willing to make sacrifices for their safety. After all, the arrival of the G2 Navy had visibly improved the city's security. Despite Water 7 and Amp, Oppos' proximity to Marineford, should a pirate attack occur, by the time reinforcements arrived, it would likely be too late. While orchestrating the fundraising, Iceberg was also building his own profile, a strategy taught to him by Sean. The goal was to present himself as a genuine protector of the populace and Oppos' safety, ensuring he would be a contender for mayor in future elections. The fundraising event progressed smoothly. Yet Iceberg soon found himself under the watchful eye of CP9 and Oppos, as Khalifa, who had infiltrated his ranks as an employee, covertly monitoring his actions. Following the fundraising, Iceberg began to set traps for CP9 as per Sean's guidance. He deliberately leaked fragments of information regarding the letter he had left behind at the mansion. By now, CP9 members should have successfully decoded the message. Iceberg intended to use this strategy to draw them out, hoping to allow Sean to ensnare the CP9 operatives. Consequently, Iceberg stealthily returned to the mansion, leaving behind another letter, clearly indicating a time for a meeting wherein a significant item would be transferred. Unsurprisingly, the letter was intercepted by CP9 operatives almost immediately. Utilizing their previous decoding methods, they swiftly deciphered Iceberg's latest correspondence. Indeed, the man was frightened. He intended to transfer the Pluton and Oppos' design. Spandam, upon seeing his subordinates successfully decode the letter, was filled with exhilaration. Already envisioning his triumphant return to the world government and the accolades that awaited him. Yet, Lucci sensed something amiss. However, we have yet to see the other party that Iceberg is contacting. Could this be a ruse? The seamless progression of events raised Lucci's suspicions, as operatives trained in assassination were particularly attuned to such nuances. Spandam dismissed Lucci's concerns. Regardless of whether it is a deception, we cannot overlook any opportunity. At that moment, you will act in secrecy. Once their transaction is complete, strike swiftly to seize it. I warn you, this operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. Should you fail, do not expect to return. Chapter 44. A Lion and Oppos' fight requires all its strength. The traps had been meticulously set on Iceberg and Oppos' side, and Sean had no intention of remaining idle. However, due to his rank as a major general, he found himself unable to directly intervene. Engaging in conflict with CP9 was one matter. Actively participating in such affairs was an entirely different one. The former might only elicit inquiries from the G2 branch, but direct involvement would undoubtedly invite scrutiny from the world government. Thus, Sean resolved to make his entrance under a different guise. To ensure absolute success, he planned to retract his physical avatar and unleash his full power to apprehend every member of CP9. After assigning certain tasks to his subordinate, Colonel Richard, Sean chose to take a temporary leave from the G2 branch and journeyed to Water 7. Despite the Black Hand pirates being pursued by the authorities of Water 7, Sean did not abandon his crew but instead sought refuge in a discreet location. Bloodaxe, curious, inquired, "Where has the captain gone?" "It's been 2 days." Dawson replied nonchalantly. "Why do you concern yourself with such matters? The captain surely has his reasons. Have you not considered that since we allied with him, we have accomplished significant feats? Dare you question the captain?" Buddy, playing with a dagger, ominously smiled at Bloodaxe. "Bloodaxe, don't let me catch you off guard. I might leave a mark on you." Bloodaxe hastily waved his hands. "I was merely asking, when have I ever questioned the captain?" Ever since Sean led them to several remarkable victories, all of them had been placed on the bounty list, gaining considerable notoriety among pirates. This was a matter of great pride for those who sought fame and fortune, particularly for Sean's close subordinates, who not only learned to harness hockey under his tutelage but also prospered alongside him. His stature in their hearts was immensely elevated. As they engaged in light banter, Sean returned from the outside, fully manifesting his powers. This sudden display startled his subordinates. While other pirates might not have sensed the shift, they could clearly perceive the overwhelming aura emanating from Sean. "Captain!" The pirates sprang to their feet in greeting. Sean gestured for them to sit and then remarked, "The area outside is rife with patrolling Marines. It appears leaving successfully is an improbable task." Upon hearing Sean's words, the group's expressions darkened. However, Bloodaxe and the other officers immediately suggested, "Captain, why not escalate the situation? Let us seize a ship and set sail." Sean nodded. "Indeed. That was my thought as well. However, before we depart, we must resolve our unfinished business. That scoundrel Bruno had the audacity to betray us. I cannot rest easy until this matter is settled. We have offended this clandestine organization, and who knows if they will pursue us further. Therefore, I have decided, we will eliminate them all." The moment Sean uttered these words, his subordinate spirits surged. These individuals were known for their ruthlessness on the seas, infamous enough to silence the cries of children. Upon hearing Sean's declaration, they all wore sinister grins. "No problem, Captain. Let us wreak havoc." Many pirates enthusiastically echoed Sean's intent. Satisfied, Sean continued, "In that case, we shall take action tonight. I have just gathered intelligence on their whereabouts. They will be at the port this evening. Once we eliminate them, we will commandeer a ship and set sail immediately. With Sean and Apo's words igniting their fervor. The pirates began to prepare for the impending confrontation. In the dead of night, at an abandoned dock in Water 7. This location had once served as a crucial port, now rendered obsolete due to the advent of the sea train. Rarely did anyone visit this place, leaving only a handful of fishermen behind. At this moment, Iceberg quietly arrived at the dock, scanning the area as if awaiting someone. Following him were the members of CP9. Having learned that Iceberg intended to trade the plans for Pluton, even that incompetent Spandam had come in person, determined to avoid any slip-ups. As time passed, Spandam grew impatient. Glancing at his pocket watch, why has no one shown up yet? The others were equally puzzled but refrained from making any rash moves. Moments later, a small boat approached the desolate harbor. At the bow stood a figure obscured by a black cloak, rendering them indistinct. Spandam's excitement surged. They and Apo's VE arrived. Everyone, prepare yourselves. As the small vessel docked and Iceberg prepared to make contact, the members of CP9 suddenly revealed themselves before the two. Iceberg was taken aback, fear flickering in his eyes as he faced the unexpected arrival of CP9. Spandam sneered, Iceberg, I suggest you surrender the Pluton blueprints, or you will soon meet your mentor. Tom, I knew it was you, you scoundrel. Iceberg glared at Spandam, his teeth clenched. He vividly recalled how this villain orchestrated the framing of his mentor. Indeed. It seems you remember me. Spandam replied with smug satisfaction. Yet, Iceberg suddenly let out a cold laugh. But who shall meet my mentor today remains uncertain. With that, he hurled a package into the air, igniting a small firework that launched skyward. The members of CP9 were momentarily stunned. The package contained not the Pluton blueprints they anticipated. Esteemed CP9, since you've come, you Sean and Apo's, tea leaf. Sean and Apo's sinister voice echoed, sending chills up the spines of Rob Lucci and his comrades. It's you, Blackhand, Lucci exclaimed in disbelief. It's a trap. By the time CP9 realized the ambush, it was too late. Sean's subordinates had already surrounded the dilapidated dock with a throng of pirates. Faced with the malevolent grins of the surrounding pirates, the expressions of CP9 turned grave. Sean had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He immediately commanded, kill. At Sean and Apo's command, the surrounding pirates charged towards the members of CP9, clashing violently with the elite agents. Though they lacked sufficient strength, under the leadership of 3 officers, they managed to restrain the relatively weaker CP9 members, while the stronger adversaries, such as Lucci, were left for Sean to confront. Sean himself unleashed his full power, charging directly towards Lucci and the others. He understood well that in a battle against a lion, one must exert their utmost strength. In this life and death struggle, Sean would not play games or test the waters. Chapter 45. The terrifying might of Sean with armament hockey in the realm of combat. Sean and Apo's overwhelming prowess, fueled by his mastery of armament hockey, renders him an unstoppable force, especially to those like Lucci and his ilk, who have never honed such abilities. With his fists enveloped in hockey, Sean darts through the crowd with an almost ghostly grace. Each strike he delivers claims a life. The first unfortunate victim is Kaku, whose skills as a swordsman are mediocre at best, overshadowed by his commendable physical prowess. This flaw becomes his undoing as Sean exploits it, delivering a devastating punch that pierces through both sword and chest. Kaku gazes at Sean's cold eyes in disbelief, the light in his own fading rapidly. The onlookers, paralyzed by terror, witness this grim tableau unfold. Lucci, in a fit of rage, bellows Kaku and Apo's name and immediately transforms into a leopard-like form, launching an attack with newfound speed. Yet, before the mastery of Sean, who has commanded the 3 types of hockey, his efforts are futile. Lucci becomes Sean's second victim, his arm easily twisted and broken. The sound of cracking bones reverberates through the air as Lucci cries out in agony. The spectators are left in shock. They had never anticipated Sean and Apo's formidable strength, which allows him to dispatch Lucci without so much as a second thought. The remaining members of CP9 realize that if they do not confront Sean swiftly, none shall escape. They disengage from their skirmishes with the pirates and direct their full assault towards Sean. However, the chasm in their power cannot be bridged by mere numbers. Despite their best efforts, Sean seizes the moment, killing both Owl and Nero in an instant. As the casualties mount, Bruno, recognizing the futility of revenge today, activates the abilities of the Dordor fruit, seeking an escape for himself and the others. This fruit possesses a unique ability among devil fruits, allowing for spatial movement through portals. However, Bruno and Apos' command over it is still rudimentary. Sean, having anticipated this maneuver, breaks free from his current entanglements and charges toward Bruno with a swift and lethal technique. Sean burrows underground, dragging Bruno down with him. This tactic proves devastating against those weaker than himself. Bruno finds himself nearly defenseless, save for his head protruding from the earth, which Sean swiftly decapitates with a precise strike. Bruno and Apos' demise causes his powers to dissipate, leaving CP9 without any retreat. Despair envelopes Lucci and the others. Sean holds no compassion for these assassins. The blood on their hands is immeasurable, and their demise serves as a form of justice. As Bruno falls, Lucci, driven by desperation, awakens his own two-color haki. With the regenerative prowess of his Zoan-type fruit, he finally gains the ability to resist. Damn you, I will make you pay. Lucci transforms into a blur, lunging at Sean. Indeed, he has awakened his haki, but Sean effortlessly catches Lucci's fist, a smirk of disdain gracing his features. Lucci grins malevolently and unleashes his ultimate move, the Six King pistol, maximum round. His fists release a terrifying shockwave, catching Sean off guard and propelling him backward. Yet, the triumph is short-lived. Lucci's expression freezes as he realizes that Sean remains unscathed, brushing off the dust before standing tall again. Captain, are you all right? A pirate rushes to Sean's side. Sean shakes his head, requesting the pirate's curved sword. Having left his own weapon behind to avoid revealing his identity, he now feels liberated to act without restraint, especially after Bruno's demise. Though Lucci has awakened his haki and possesses a Zoan fruit, Sean knows that defeating him through mere physical prowess will require considerable effort. Therefore, he prepares to unleash his full might to eliminate this threat. As Sean grips the sword in Apos' hilt, Lucci and Apos' instincts scream in alarm, his body tense with anticipation. The ominous aura surrounding Sean feels eerily familiar, reminiscent of a young Navy officer he encountered at the G2 branch. Lucci and Apos' face pales in realization, fear evident in his eyes. You are too slow to perceive. Sean responds with a light laugh, declaring, flying sword style, secret technique, nine-headed dragon flash. In an instant, Sean vanishes from sight, leaving Lucci's dismembered form to fall apart like a shattered construct. Sean has executed this technique thrice before, thwarted only by the formidable powers of Carp and Zephyr. However, Lucci, having only just awakened his haki, stands no chance against Sean's lethal technique, which dismantles him entirely. Lucci, the remaining members of CP9 scream in anguish. Yet Lucci does not hear. Sean wipes the blood from his blade, commanding, leave no one alive. The remaining pirates, invigorated by Sean's decisive victory over Lucci, surge forward, overwhelming CP9. The battle concludes in under 10 minutes, quiet and unnoticed. As Sean and Apos' crew tends to the aftermath, a pirate emerges, dragging a fearful figure. Captain, there and Apos' a survivor, he proclaims, tossing the individual before Sean. It is none other than Spandam, the notorious chief of CP9, the very scoundrel who had conspired against their beloved teacher, Iceberg. Chapter 46. The temporary dissolution of the Black Hand Pirates. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Spandam hastily pleaded for his life, exclaiming, "Do not kill me. I am the highest-ranking officer of CP9. Eliminating me will bring you trouble." Unlike Lucci, Spandam failed to recognize Sean and Apos' true identity, prompting his immediate capitulation. Sean turned to the imposing Iceberg beside him and inquired, "Your nemesis stands before you. Will you take action yourself, or shall I do it for you?" With a fierce expression, Iceberg seized the bloodied curved blade from Sean's grasp, responding coldly, "There is no need for that. I shall do it myself." As he brandished the dripping weapon, he approached Spandam step by step. Panic-stricken, Spandam stammered, No, please don't kill me. I was wrong, truly wrong. You do not comprehend your error. You are simply aware of your impending demise." Sean remarked playfully, finding amusement in the aptness of his words for the current scenario. "And if you're spared, what awaits you in an unrestrained execution order against Water 7, perhaps?" As a prominent figure within CP9, Spandam possessed a golden transponder snail, capable of issuing extermination orders at will. Even if Iceberg refrained from striking, Sean would not let him escape. Iceberg had long craved vengeance. Yet Spandam's affiliation with the world government had thwarted his attempts for retribution. At last, the moment had arrived for Iceberg to unleash his pin of fury. He lunged at Spandam with the blade, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. Spandam, whose prowess was inferior to that of a mere marine, stood no chance against such frenzied assault. In mere moments, he was left a bloody, mangled mess, rendered incapable of uttering another word. After tormenting him sufficiently, Iceberg delivered a final blow to end the wretched man's life. With Spandam dealt with, Iceberg exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Sean, asking, "What now?" Sean replied nonchalantly, "I have my own plans, but let us discuss them once my subordinates have cleared the scene." After his men finished tidying the docks, Sean escorted Iceberg back to their ship. Iceberg voiced his apprehensions. "The world government will undoubtedly pursue this matter. Consequently, you shall place the blame squarely on the Black Hand pirates." Sean replied with a grin. Iceberg was taken aback. "What? Fear not. Simply follow my lead. Should any matters arise, seek me out, and I shall guide you," Sean assured him. In Iceberg's eyes, Sean had not revealed his true identity, leading him to believe that the Black Hand and Sean were merely collaborators. With a complex expression, Iceberg expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." "Not at all. We are mutually beneficial partners. Just remember to settle your debts." Sean chuckled. After bidding farewell to Iceberg, Sean summoned his crew. "Captain, what is the meaning of this?" Blood Axe inquired, perplexed. Sean replied coolly, "We are in trouble." "Do you know who we just eliminated?" The three officers shook their heads, sensing only the formidable strength of their opponents. Sean clarified, "I learned from Iceberg that these individuals belong to the world government's covert assassination organization known as CP9. The one we dealt with was a high-ranking official capable of issuing extermination orders." Upon hearing this, the three officers' faces paled with terror. The Marine's extermination order, though issued only once, had effectively erased O'Hara from the map of the world government. Sean continued, "Thus, it is imperative that you three keep this matter strictly confidential. No one must learn of it, or we shall face dire consequences." "Understood, Captain," they replied solemnly. Sean nodded. "Additionally, I intend to disband the Black Hand pirates. Following this incident, the world government will undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly." "But Captain," the three exclaimed, excitement etched on their faces. Sean waved his hand dismissively. "I am aware, but your current strength is insufficient. Remaining by my side could prove burdensome. During the world government's pursuit, I cannot also safeguard you." Silence enveloped the trio as they lamented their inadequacies, wishing to alleviate their captain's burdens. Yet Sean reassured them with a smile, "Rest assured, I shall not be easily captured by the world government. You have witnessed my strength. Thus, during this time of anonymity, focus on enhancing your abilities. I shall await your return in the new world. When the time comes, I will re-establish the Black Hand pirates and demonstrate our might to the world." Taking a deep breath, the three pledged, "We understand, Captain. You can count on us to await your return in the new world." Sean produced a portion of his funds and distributed it among them, saying, "Take this and share it with the crew. Consider it severance pay. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises." "Yes, Captain. Take care," they affirmed, eyes resolute as they departed. Having mastered the art of hockey, Sean watched their retreating figures, pondering that perhaps these three would surprise him in the future. Thus, the Black Hand pirates vanished, and Sean returned to the G2 base to continue managing his affairs, as if nothing had transpired. Days later, an unexpected visitor arrived at Sean and Appo's SG2 branch, none other than one of the three admirals of the Navy, Kazan. "Kazan, what brings you here?" Sean inquired, rushing to greet him upon hearing his subordinate and Appo's report. Kazan appraised Sean from head to toe and chuckled, "Indeed. A young man favored by Sengoku. You are as formidable as a monster." As the Navy and Appo's supreme combatant, Kazan instantly recognized Sean and Appo's exceptional prowess, which rivaled that of any vice admiral he had encountered, and he noted Sean's youthfulness. "You flatter me, Kazan," Sean humbly replied. "Shall we retire to my office for some tea?" Kazan nodded and entered Sean and Appo's office, admiring the map behind him. "You have managed to organize the G2 branch so efficiently in such a short time. I must concede, I cannot match you in this regard." Sean smiled. "Kazan, I suspect you did not come merely to praise me today. I fear I bring you troubling news." Kazan shook his head, his expression turning grave. "The CP9 organization of the world government has been annihilated in your jurisdiction. Water 7. Chapter 47. The protective warlord Sean feigned a considerable surprise and inquired, "What? CP9 has been annihilated? Who possesses such audacity?" Kazan replied directly, "You must have heard of the Black Hand pirates." "Indeed." Sean nodded. "I became aware of them after arriving at the G2 branch. This fellow certainly made quite a stir." Kazan then asked, Do you have any connection with this Black Hand pirates? This is a question from Admiral Sengoku. Think carefully before you respond. Sean confidently asserted, of course. I have no connection. Besides, the few subordinates I had should have fled by now. They are not particularly well known, so concealing their identities would be effortless. As for the key figure, the Black Hand himself, he is currently seated in the Grand Hall of the G2 branch. If anyone can uncover that, they would be quite remarkable. Seeing Sean's composed demeanor, Kazan nodded. It's good that there is no connection. Sean, puzzled, queried, why the inquiry? Before Kazan could respond, several individuals clad in white suits entered. One of them had a face resembling a white mask, with one eye black and the other white. They were followed by others similarly attired. We are CP0, Jernica, the man declared. We have come to investigate the demise of CP9. Sean, having anticipated this, understood that CP0 would inevitably arrive following CP9's elimination. These individuals were secret informants directly under the Celestial Dragons, answering solely to the Five Elders, wielding formidable power. However, Sean had prepared for this eventuality and was not concerned about their investigation. I'm sorry, but I am not privy to this matter. I only learned of it just now from Admiral Kazan. Jernica coldly replied, this matter cannot be clarified merely through words. We require you to accompany us. Sean and Appo's expression darkened. What if I refuse? That is not for you to decide. Neil interjected with a scoff. Upon hearing Sean's words, CP0 immediately assumed a combat stance. Just as tensions escalated, a sudden chill enveloped the office, frost appearing on the ground. Kazan lazily remarked to Jernica, I doubt the Five Elders' orders included the apprehension of a Marine Major, correct? Green Bull. Jernica expressed some apprehension. After all, this individual represented the Navy and Appo's utmost combat prowess. Engaging him would be ill-advised. Moreover, as Kazan stated, their mission did not entail the arrest of Sean. Jernica merely believed Sean bore significant suspicion, especially since he had interacted with Iceberg. Thus, they intended to detain Sean for thorough questioning. They had not anticipated encountering Kazan there. Even if they disregarded the identity of the opposing admiral, they still had to afford sufficient respect to his strength. After a moment of silence, Jernica spoke. Indeed, the apprehension of Major Sean is not included in our orders. However, we need to ascertain the details. The details are that I have conveyed all I know. I am uninformed about this incident. Sean responded with a smile. Perhaps you might wait until our Navy conducts its investigation before returning. Seeing Kazan intercede on his behalf, Sean understood this was Sengoku's protective instinct. Otherwise, Kazan would not have conveniently arrived at the G2 branch at this precise moment. Sengoku likely feared that Sean's lower rank and insufficient strength would fail to intimidate CP0, thus orchestrating this arrangement. One must admit, having someone backing you up feels rather reassuring. Jernica coldly warned, you best genuinely know nothing. The design of the Pluton is of utmost importance, and the Five Elders are exceedingly concerned. Jernica and his associates would not relinquish their pursuit easily. In addition to investigating Sean, it was imperative to investigate the site of the incident in Water 7, as well as the elusive Iceberg, who had become quite a thorn in their side. Following these events, Iceberg would undoubtedly be on guard. The design of the Pluton might well be relocated or destroyed by him, complicating their mission significantly. Thus, Jernica refrained from further engaging with Sean, uttering a final threat before turning to leave. After CP0 departed, Kazan let out a sigh of relief. It seems you will be under surveillance for some time. Sean shrugged. In any case, I truly am uninformed. Let them monitor if they wish. Kazan smiled. However, do not expect to remain idle. Admiral Sengoku wishes for you to locate the captain of the Black Hand Pirates, as all evidence surrounding CP9's demise points to him. Once he appears, your suspicion should be cleared. Sean nodded. That is indeed our responsibility. Kazan added with a smile, be cautious. This Black Hand appears rather formidable. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I shall treat you to coffee sometime. Sean responded with a smile. I have long heard of your unique coffee blend, Mr. Kazan. I shall certainly seek a cup to savor. After bidding Kazan farewell, Sean pondered thoughtfully. Since the current focus lay on the Black Hand, perhaps he could stage a captivating performance? He could engage in a mock battle with his own physical clone and then cast the Black Hand into the sea, leaving no evidence behind. The more he contemplated, the more feasible this plan seemed. He merely needed to orchestrate a public display to absolve himself of any suspicion. As for why CP0 could not locate the Black Hand, that was simply due to their incompetence. Thus, Sean promptly seized a transponder snail and dialed Iceberg. Meanwhile, In Water 7, Iceberg felt a sense of dismay upon learning from Sean that even more formidable adversaries were drawn to their vicinity. Fortunately, he had secretly entrusted the Pluton blueprints to Frankie for safekeeping. Compared to himself, a significant target, Frankie, transformed into a cyborg, was far less conspicuous. Few even knew that Frankie was also Tom's disciple. To prevent the Pluton blueprints from falling into the hands of the world government's lackeys, Iceberg proactively engaged in attention-grabbing activities. He frequently attended various events in Water 7, enhancing his visibility. He even facilitated the arrival of marine patrols, significantly improving the security of Water 7. This inadvertently elevated Iceberg and Apos' reputation within the city, thereby boosting the fame of his shipyard. Chapter 48, The Complete Act. As his fame grew, Iceberg conceived a more captivating strategy to attract attention. He merged several shipbuilding companies in Water 7 and established Carrera Company, instantly transforming it into a colossal enterprise in the city. He also announced his intention to run for the next mayor of Water 7, swiftly garnering substantial support from its residents. In the midst of such popularity and backing, the CP0 agents who arrived to investigate were utterly flabbergasted. They were keen to keep the matter of the Underworld King under wraps, and their investigation quickly bogged down. They found themselves in a convoluted predicament. Reluctantly, the CP0 operatives resorted to indirect methods to probe into the annihilation of CP9 that fateful night. However, the sheer volume of work was overwhelming. It appeared that CP0 had rather limited options against him. Suddenly, Sean appeared in Iceberg's office, smiling as he addressed him. Iceberg, bewildered, exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Those individuals outside are coming after you." Indeed, Sean had infiltrated Water 7 once more using his doppelganger, executing a clever ploy to keep CP0 in the dark. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "There and Apos. No need to be so anxious. Since I dared to come, I naturally fear no pursuit." Iceberg, in disbelief, retorted, "You may not fear, but I certainly do." Sean chuckled, "You've already transferred the design of the Underworld King. What is there to fear?" Iceberg was taken aback. "How did you know?" Logically, only he and Frank knew this secret. How could Sean possibly be aware? It was utterly baffling. Sean, with a grin, reassured him, "Rest assured, I have no interest in prying into your secrets. As for how I found out, your ostentatious merger of the 7 shipyards and your declaration to run for mayor clearly diverted attention from certain individuals. It was rather easy to deduce." Upon hearing Sean and Apos' words, Iceberg exhaled in relief. "You nearly frightened me to death. Well, I came here for you to fulfill your promise," Sean directly stated. After all the efforts he had put forth, dispatching his physical doppelganger to create chaos was for a singular purpose: money. It was only reasonable to ask for compensation after assisting Iceberg in such a substantial manner. Iceberg promptly replied, "The money you seek has long been prepared." With that, Iceberg led Sean to the lounge behind his office, opened the safe, and retrieved several large leather cases. "Here lies 300 million berries, collected from various wealthy merchants and nobles," Iceberg declared. "As long as the Navy continues its current patrols, I estimate we can accrue around 20 million each month. Water 7 alone could siphon off over 2 billion annually, a figure that should satisfy you, considering that St. Poplar only managed an annual income of about 1 billion. It was evident that the merchants and nobles there were rather negligent regarding their own security. Sean pondered whether he should instruct his subordinates to send more pirates into St. Poplar and Apos' waters. Sean whistled, "Excellent. I shall take this money." Iceberg readily agreed, "Of course. It's only fitting." As the disciple of the legendary shipwright Tom, he had never been short on funds. The money spent on a few ship constructions was negligible. His primary concern was the safety of himself and Frank. He felt secure in collaborating secretly with Sean, especially since Sean had previously demonstrated his remarkable ability to handle matters. Sean contemplated for a moment before advising, "While CP0 may not act directly against you, they are likely to send infiltrators into your company, so be vigilant." Iceberg nodded in understanding. After collecting his remuneration, Sean converted the 300 million berries into monetary value. Observing his balance swell once more, a smile crept upon Sean's lips. However, his visit was not solely for financial gain. Acquiring money was merely a secondary objective. His true intent was to create a stir around Water 7 to enhance the drama of his performance. Thus, Sean deliberately boarded the sea train from Water 7, proceeding directly to the Sabaody archipelago. With CP0 already scouring for the whereabouts of the Black Hand, Sean and Apos' mere appearance immediately captured their attention. Lord Guernica, we have located the Apos, Black Hand and Apos. An intelligence officer promptly relayed to Guernica, previously toiling in Water 7 to uncover traces left by the Black Hand and his associates. Guernica and Apos' spirits soared upon receiving this news. Where? Guernica eagerly inquired. The subordinate responded, on the sea train, seemingly en route to the Sabaody archipelago. Guernica burst into laughter. Excellent. Once he reaches the Sabaody archipelago, he will have nowhere to escape. Immediately inform our agents there to seal off the station and meticulously scrutinize all travelers and Apos. Information. Yes, my lord. The intelligence officer nodded before hastening to execute the orders. Not only did intelligence personnel follow Sean and Apos' train, but there were also those tasked with cornering him. They awaited the Black Hand and Apos' appearance for a swift capture. However, to their astonishment, the Black Hand, already aboard, seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving the agents bewildered and empty-handed. They could never have guessed that Sean had canceled his physical doppelganger midway. Meanwhile, Sean had already arrived at the waters surrounding the Sabaody archipelago. After drawing enough spectators, he planned to stage a grand showdown with his physical doppelganger. With CP0 as first-hand witnesses, this performance would achieve perfection. After all, one must always deliver a complete act. Lord Sean, we have docked. Richard, who accompanied Sean, remarked. What exactly are we doing at the Sabaody archipelago? Sean smiled. Why? We are here to capture the wanted criminal, Black Hand. The pirate whose bounty recently surged by 100 million? Richard exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. I have received word that he is in this vicinity. Sean confirmed with a nod. Everyone, exercise caution. This individual is sought by the world government. And the bounty notice specifies he must be captured alive. Should you encounter him, notify me immediately, but do not act rashly. Richard and the nearby Navy personnel nodded in agreement. Understood, Lord Sean. Chapter 49. Fierce battle against the Black Hand in a certain mall on the Sabaody archipelago. Sean's avatar wandered aimlessly, intent on attracting more bounty hunters and witnesses. It wasn't long before Sean realized he was being watched. After elevating his observation hockey to grade A, he became acutely aware of the gazes around him, easily discerning who was fixated on him. Two stealthy bounty hunters behind him exuded a palpable malice that Sean could distinctly sense, although his physical avatar could only unleash half of his strength. The power acquired from the computer room remained unchanged. A smile crept across Sean's lips as he continued to circle around. The two bounty hunters refrained from taking any rash actions, for the bounty on the Black Hand was far beyond their capabilities. Instead, they promptly called for reinforcements, leading to a surge of bounty hunters converging towards their location. Simultaneously, CP0 agents, who had been on high alert since Sean and Apos' sudden disappearance, received the news and rushed over like hounds on a scent. Having successfully attracted a substantial crowd, Sean made his way towards his true self, who was also feigning a search with his subordinates. Soon enough, they spotted the figure of the Black Hand. Major General, we have located the Black Hand, Richard promptly informed Sean. In a matter of moments, Major General Sean of the G2 branch and the captain of the Black Hand pirates collided directly. Wretched scoundrel, Sean bellowed, reprimanding the Black Hand. The Black Hand chuckled wickedly. The Major General of the G2 branch. I never expected you would come personally to capture me. You, a villain, cannot escape the judgment of justice. Sean declared with righteous fervor, his serious demeanor unmistakably marking him as an exceptionally noble Navy officer. The Black Hand sneered. Enough with the pleasantries. You dogs of the world government wish to claim my head for glory? Come and try it if you dare. His brazen challenge was clear as he beckoned Sean with a dismissive wave. Observing their exchange, the onlookers realized a monumental battle was imminent. The bounty hunters and CP0 informants gritted their teeth, daunted by the sheer aura emanating from the two adversaries. Enough chatter. Come back with me, and I may spare your life. Sean firmly gripped his sword, Yuki, adopting a combat stance. The Black Hand, undeterred, mirrored his stance with an unconventional pose of his own. The tension in the air thickened as the combatants prepared for battle, causing the crowd to swallow nervously. As the number of spectators grew, it did not sway the fierce confrontation between the two. It seemed their focus was solely on each other. Who do you think will win? Major General Sean or the Black Hand? Some opportunists took advantage of the moment to open betting, prompting many to place their wagers. However, the majority favored the Black Hand, whose reputation was formidable and well-known. In contrast, while Sean was heralded as a genius in the Navy and held the rank of Major General commanding the G2 branch. His fame paled in comparison to that of the Black Hand in the eyes of the common folk. Let the battle commence. Suddenly, an elderly man with glasses and graying hair spoke up from the crowd. Almost immediately, Sean launched the first attack. The flying sword technique he employed was practical, with its moves being deceptively simple. While it was effective for combat, it lacked flair for performance. Therefore, Sean deliberately showcased another sword style, the secret sword, hazy moonlit night. Countless overlapping sword shadows surged forth as Sean wielded Yuki, striking towards the Black Hand. This technique not only radiated elegance, but also bewildered the enemy. The unexpected onset startled the spectators, who were left wondering when the Major General had become such a formidable force. The Black Hand, refusing to be outdone, enveloped his fists in armament hockey and met Sean's blade with a direct confrontation. The clash of their powers resonated with a metallic ring. In an instant, both figures vanished from sight, their movements a blur as only the sounds of their fierce exchanges echoed through the air. The Black Hand unleashed his signature move, the Lotus Blossom, which proved to be highly captivating. He darted around Sean, compelling him to adopt a defensive stance. The intensity of their battle drew an ever-growing audience. Meanwhile, CP0's Jernica rushed onto the scene, only to find that the Black Hand had already engaged in combat with Sean. His expression soured. After all, they had been the first to discover the Black Hand, yet the Navy had swooped in to seize the opportunity. "Commander, should we intervene?" one CP0 agent inquired. Jernica scoffed. "Intervene. Do not hesitate." Following their superior's command, the CP0 agents charged towards the Black Hand. Sean sensed their arrival and, with a cold smirk, unleashed 2 flying slashes towards the Black Hand. Just in time, the Black Hand evaded the sword energy, but the incoming CP0 agents were not so fortunate. Falling victim to Sean and Apos' strikes and crashing into the ground with anguished groans. Furious, Jernica yelled, "Major General Sean, what are you doing?" Sean retorted, "No need for your interference. This is my enemy. Tread carefully, or you may find yourself caught in the crossfire." Jernica's rage intensified as he prepared to take action personally. However, at that moment, the ferocity of their battle escalated. The two combatants, entwined in their struggle, unleashed their armament hockey with fervor, sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout the area. Anyone daring to approach their clash would inevitably become a target of both sides. Jernica, having tested the waters, found himself retreating in disarray. Though CP0 was no weakling, they too suffered under the combined onslaught of Sean and the Black Hand. "Major General Sean, you..." Jernica seethed, wanting to unleash a tirade. Yet, mindful of his identity before the crowd, he could only swallow his anger, helplessly watching the two continue their fierce duel. Chapter 50. The Navy's rising star. The battle between the two sides intensified to a fever pitch. Sean finally unleashed the flying sword technique. Meanwhile, Black Hand exerted himself fully, his fists releasing tremendous energy that wreaked havoc upon the surroundings. Flying sword technique, Earth Dragon Flash. Sean struck the ground with his sword, generating a surge of bricks and stones. This maneuver, originally intended to restrain the enemy, also served as a grand display within the flying sword technique. Boom. The clash of energy produced a cloud of dust. Such a vigorous performance had not been witnessed in the Sabaody archipelago for quite some time, captivating the onlookers. Yet among the crowd, an elderly man with graying hair, who had just been evaluating the battle between Sean and Black Hand, bore a peculiar expression. If Sean were to recognize this seemingly disheveled old man, he would undoubtedly identify him as Rayleigh, the former first mate of the pirate king Roger. Known as the Dark King, as the Pirate King and Apos, as confidant and a master swordsman, Rayleigh could easily discern the subtleties between Sean and Black Hand. Although their movements appeared grand, most were mere bluffs, lacking any real intent to kill, akin to watching a stage play. After exchanging several powerful moves, the victor finally emerged. Sean delivered a dragon hammer flash, striking Black Hand squarely and causing him to cry out as he fell to the ground. Sean, relentless in his pursuit, chased Black Hand from the bustling areas of the Sabaody archipelago to the harbor. With a final 9-headed dragon flash, blood spurted from Black Hand, who then plummeted into the depths of the sea like a kite severed from its string. As the naval officer Sean celebrated his victory, cheers erupted from the spectators and the Navy alike. Only CP0 appeared discontent, as if they had consumed something bitter. Jernica immediately summoned his CP0 subordinates to dive into the sea, eager to retrieve Black Hand. They sought to uncover the reason behind his attack on CP9, and whether he had discovered the designs of the Dark King. Now that Sean had sent Black Hand to the ocean floor, it inadvertently increased CP0's workload. Jernica approached Sean with a grim expression, demanding, "Major Sean, who permitted you to send Black Hand to the depths?" Sean rolled his eyes in response, retorting, "As if you could have easily subdued him. What were you doing just now?" Jernica was left seething with rage. Nonetheless, from any perspective, this incident could not be blamed on Sean. After all, it was Sean who had defeated Black Hand, not the members of CP0. Moreover, it seemed Sean had paid a hefty price for his victory. He bore significant injuries, his suit and Justice coat damaged to varying degrees, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, evidence of a Pyrrhic victory. This led many in the Navy to regard Jernica with disapproval. From their viewpoint, Sean had valiantly battled a ruthless pirate, while the CP0 personnel merely spectated. They had no right to criticize a dedicated and honorable naval officer. Aware that this was not the appropriate venue for reprimand, Jernica reluctantly led his subordinates in search of the fallen Black Hand. "Are you all right, Major Sean?" Richard quickly assisted Sean and inquired anxiously. Sean waved his hand, replying, "I'm fine. First, we must aid the surrounding civilians. The aftermath has affected them. We must ensure no harm comes to them." Upon hearing Sean and Apos' resolute words, the eyes of the onlookers softened towards him. Not only had he triumphed over a vicious pirate, but after his victory, he displayed genuine concern for the citizens of the Sabaody archipelago affected by the residual shockwaves. At that moment, this naval officer shone with brilliance. A reporter from the World Economic News captured this scene, convinced that the day's events would undoubtedly make the front page. As for CP0 and Apos' search for Black Hand, that was another matter entirely. Once Sean brought down his physical clone, he promptly canceled the summoning. Even if CP0 turned the entire Sabaody archipelago upside down, they would be unable to locate Black Hand. After all, Black Hand and Apos' identity was already quite notorious, and Sean found it exceedingly advantageous. He would not easily allow that identity to vanish. By defeating him and casting him into the depths, not only could Sean clear his own suspicions, but it would also allow for the eventual resurgence of Black Hand's identity. As Sean anticipated, early the next morning, the newspapers were filled with headlines concerning him. The World Economic News had crafted a title that perfectly suited Sean's tastes: "The rising star of the Navy, Major Sean of the G2 branch, single-handedly defeats the ruthless captain of the Black Hand pirates." After nearly 100 exchanges, he had finally emerged victorious. The report proclaimed, "The Navy and Apos' justice encompasses not only the fierceness directed at pirates, but also the compassion shown towards ordinary citizens." Upon reading these reports, Sengoku expressed his surprise. "This young man has truly brought me immense joy." Rear Admiral Tsuru smiled, remarking, "Indeed, young people have a knack for capturing attention. What matters most is his understanding of justice." Sengoku nodded, thoroughly satisfied. He never compromises on orders. "I instructed Kazan to inform him, and he indeed located Black Hand ahead of time and triumphed. Now, what could the five elders possibly say? Those incompetent CP members simply could not measure up to our Navy." Tsuru shook her head, asserting, "With Sean and Apos' strength, it makes no sense for him to remain just a major. He deserves a promotion." Sengoku agreed. "Indeed, he must be promoted to Rear Admiral. He has long possessed that capability. Now that he has defeated the disruptive and Apos', Black Hand, and Apos', his achievements are more than sufficient for advancement." Meanwhile, at the Navy's training camp, An excitedly showed Zifa the newspaper, exclaiming, "Teacher Zifa, Mr. Sean is on the front page." Zifa took the paper and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, as expected from the talents nurtured in our training camp. Indeed, my disciple." "I'm somewhat exasperated," replied Teacher Zifa. "It seems Mr. Sean never actually trained under you, and his abilities appear to be entirely self-taught. What do you know?" Zifa coughed lightly, proclaiming, "I and Apos' already trained 3 top-tier fighters for the Navy. What and Apos' so impossible about raising another rising star?" Chapter 51. Sean as the MVP. CP as the lethargic dogs of victory. Sean did not take the words printed in the newspaper to heart. After all, he was well aware that heroes often meet with unfortunate fates. Nevertheless, he adeptly maintained appearances, at least in the eyes of the citizens of the Sabaody archipelago. He was a young naval officer who upheld justice, fought against pirates, and actively assisted the affected populace in rebuilding their homes post-battle, which cast a favorable light on the entire Navy. The merchants who had previously collaborated with Sean during boot camp seized this opportunity to exploit his burgeoning fame, incessantly referencing him in their promotions while supplying weapons and armor to the training camp. This infuriated Sean, who was determined to teach them a lesson, making it clear that the attention surrounding him was not something to be trifled with. However, that afternoon, several merchants discreetly approached him, respectfully offering a sponsorship fee, which alleviated much of Sean's anger. After sending the merchants away, a naval officer hastily arrived. "Major Sean, Fleet Admiral Sengoku requests your presence at Marineford tomorrow," stated a colonel from headquarters, saluting Sean. Sean surmised that CP0 was likely filing a complaint, anticipating an interrogation from the five elders upon his return to Marineford. However, he had already played his role to perfection and harbored no fear of their inquiry. Thus, the next day, Sean returned to Marineford with an air of composure. "At last, you have arrived," Sengoku exclaimed, setting down his documents upon Sean and Amp Appo's entrance. "I hear you were looking for me?" Sean inquired directly. Sengoku and Amp Appo's expression darkened as he replied, "You have been reported. We must go to Panga City. The five elders wish to see you." "CP0? Sean asked pointedly. Sengoku, somewhat agitated, responded, "Rest assured. You handled the situation well. The five elders should not blame you. In fact, they may commend you." Upon hearing this, Sean felt reassured that the Navy stood in his favor, prompting him to smile and say, "Your approval is the best reassurance for me." After exchanging a few casual remarks, the two departed for the Holy Land of Mariehua. It was Sean's first visit to the headquarters of the world government, a place that served as a gateway to the New World, bustling with naval personnel. Sengoku escorted Sean directly to Panga City, where they encountered the five elders in a conference room. These five venerable figures, all celestial dragons, wielded the pinnacle of global authority, albeit as mere puppets of Imu. Upon seeing Sengoku and Sean, the financial martial god, Nasashir V. Natsur, spoke up. "So, this is the Major Sean you mentioned." Sean, maintaining his dignity, greeted the five elders. "It is an honor to meet the five elders. Indeed, a promising youth. No wonder you are called the Navy's rising star." He continued, "However, CP0 has informed us that you deliberately sent the Black Hand pirate crew and Appo's captain into the depths of the sea. Is this true?" Nasashir inquired. Sean, unfazed, replied, "Absolutely not." Nasashir narrowed his eyes, attempting to exert psychological pressure, yet Sean stood unfalteringly, meeting their gaze with unwavering confidence. Sengoku interjected, "Nasashir, I believe the accusations from CP0 are entirely unfounded. It was Sean and Amp Appo's subordinates who first discovered the Black Hand, and he was the first to arrive on the scene to engage in battle. Many had witnessed the clash that ensued, and Sean had exerted every effort to vanquish the ruthless pirate, who was indeed no simple foe. In the heat of the moment, capturing him alive was simply not feasible. Moreover, those from CP0 were present at the scene. Why did they not apprehend the Black Hand in time? Such accusations hold no merit. Sengoku's words implied that Sean was the MVP, while CP0 merely basked in undeserved victory. Without Sean's intervention, CP0 would not have even laid a finger on the Black Hand. Upon hearing Sengoku's defense, several members of the five elders nodded in agreement. For someone so young, Sean's ability to defeat a formidable enemy was commendable. Expecting him to capture the Black Hand alive was indeed unreasonable. Consequently, the five elders refrained from imposing any punishment on Sean and instead summoned him for questioning. It was then that the mustached topman Vachali spoke up. "I understand you have had past conflicts with CP9 and Amp Appo's commander, Spandam. Is that correct?" Sengoku and Amp Appo's hearts sank at this inquiry, as they had not anticipated the five elders would delve into such minutiae, fearing that Sean might deny the matter and leave a poor impression. Sengoku was relieved to see Sean nod affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, there were some past grievances. Was it because CP9 required your cooperation?" Vachali asked sternly. Sean replied directly, "Precisely. While CP operates under the five elders, it is on par with the Navy and lacks the authority to command naval assistance. Spandam's actions were clearly overstepping. Even when cooperation is needed, it must be sanctioned by the world government and the five elders. That is the protocol." Sean's adeptness in navigating the conversation was evident. Vachali, being the legal martial god, valued protocol above all. Sean and Appo's adherence to this principle garnered the five elders and Appo's approval, and their expressions softened. Despite some of their own transgressions, they revered the rules. Sean's clarity of thought confirmed Sengoku's belief that he was indeed an ideal candidate for the position of Fleet Admiral. After inquiring about some specifics, the five elders ultimately decided to let Sean go. Exiting the conference room, Sean released a noticeable breath of relief. He had successfully passed this trial. At the very least, he could now rest assured that no one would link this incident to him in the future. Furthermore, it was time to secure the designs of the Pluton. Chapter 52, Promotion, Lottery, and the mischievous fellow. Upon returning to Marineford, Sengoku swiftly promoted Sean. After all, Sean had long possessed the strength of a vice admiral, and his accomplishments were sufficient to warrant the elevation. Thus, his promotion to vice admiral was a foregone conclusion. With this new rank, Sean could finally formalize his position as the acting branch director of the G2 division. This was indeed a boon for Sean, as it significantly enhanced his control over the branch. News of Sean's promotion had already spread, and figures like Iceberg and Isaac were among the first to extend their congratulations with gifts. Iceberg, being a business associate, understood that many matters relied on Sean, hence his thoughtfulness. Isaac, on the other hand, was completely awed by Sean's capabilities. The others shared a similar sentiment. They had discovered that Sean appreciated straightforward gifts of money, so they bypassed elaborate gestures and simply presented him with a sum of berries. Colonel Richard, one of Sean and Appo's subordinates, spent several days tallying the contributions, ultimately arriving at a staggering figure, 230 million berries for Lord Sean. Sean nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Well, they certainly know how to express their gratitude. Let us allocate 10 million berries as bonuses for the brothers." Upon hearing his words, the crew felt a surge of joy. They relished Sean's tendency to distribute bonuses, especially since his tenure in the G2 division had considerably improved their conditions. Who wouldn't he be pleased to follow such a leader? Employing a balanced approach of rewards and discipline, Sean had effectively garnered the loyalty of the G2 personnel. It can only be said that classic strategies are indeed effective. Now, Sean's financial reserves had grown significantly, bolstered by the 100 million berries acquired from selling the spoils of St. Poplar, another 100 million from CP9, and Iceberg's generous 300 million, in addition to the 200 million received as gifts. Sean now boasted a staggering 700 million berries in his treasury, an amount that even some of the warlords of the sea would envy. Name: Sean, 24 years old. Position: Director of Marine G2 Branch. Rank: Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters. Physical combat: B. Swordsmanship. A. Devil Fruit ability. Armament hockey. A. Observation hockey. A. Conqueror's hockey. B. Special abilities: proficient in the Marine 6 styles. Flying Sword Flow, Secret Sword, Hazy Moonlit Night, Mastered 6 Library Celestial Thief, Entry-Level Lotus, Entry-Level Heart Beheading Technique, Entry-Level Entity Mirror, Special Item, Flask of Destiny. Monetary value: 73,000, 730 million berries. Evaluation: Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters, possesses the strength of a supernova pirate, considered a notable figure among lesser foes. Sean elevated his Conqueror's hockey and physical prowess to a rank, expending 40,000 points. At this moment, Sean finally possessed the capability to contend with the top-tier powers within the world of One Piece. Goodness, how expensive! Sean noted as he glanced at the subsequent upgrades, most of which required an exorbitant amount of points. For instance, enhancing his armament hockey from A to A demanded a full 30,000 points, which made Sean wince in pain. However, the system still regarded him at the Vice Admiral level. Evaluation: Strength of a Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters. Yet disparities exist among Vice Admirals. This was understandable, given that the two candidates for Admiral, as well as the old-timer Garp, were also Vice Admirals, indicating a notable gap in power. As a top-tier combatant, Sean felt that his offensive methods were still somewhat limited, primarily relying on physical combat and swordsmanship. Thus, he resolved to take a chance on the lottery, curious about what enhancements the upgraded system might offer him. Although the lottery system had been upgraded, so too had the costs. What once required 100 points per draw now demanded 1,000. A 10-draw session would cost a whopping 10,000 points. And if the results were underwhelming, Sean would, well, he couldn't alter his system. After washing his hands, he fervently prayed to the deities before commencing the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a Devil Fruit, Zoan type. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a standard military sword. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained an artificial Devil Fruit. Ding! Congratulations, You have obtained a healing potion. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained. Ding. Guaranteed reward. Congratulations, you have obtained the sword technique. Nameless divine wind flow. Goodness! Sean exclaimed in astonishment. The capricious system had finally bestowed favor upon him. The acquisition of 2 devil fruits, one being artificial and the other a Zoan type, was a significant improvement over previous results. It is worth noting that even the least valued devil fruit could fetch a minimum of 100 million berries at auction. Just one of these fruits could recoup Sean's investment, not to mention the guaranteed reward. The nameless divine wind flow sword technique aligned perfectly with Sean's current skill set. Originating from the legendary Ghost Eye Fury blade, this technique was far more mystical than the flying sword flow, capable of manipulating moisture in the air to inflict harm. Moreover, it encompassed both offensive and defensive illusions, rendering it exceptionally versatile. Regrettably, he did not draw a superior sword, although he could augment his current weapon, Snowwalk, with armament hockey to transform it into a black blade. Its inherent quality paled compared to renowned swords, and its lightness did not harmonize with Sean and Appo's swordsmanship. While he had acquired a powerful skill, the upgrade points required for the nameless divine wind flow were substantial. Merely upgrading from entry level to mastered status necessitated 15,000 points. Fortunately, with his newfound wealth, Sean promptly upgraded the technique. In an instant, a torrent of swordsmanship knowledge and insights flooded his mind, deepening his understanding of the art. He pondered how he would measure up against that fellow Mihawk and resolved to seek an opportunity for a duel. Gazing at the remaining 8,000 points, Sean opted not to spend further. Should he later draw something valuable that required points for an upgrade, it would be prudent to maintain a reserve. Having indulged in a significant expenditure, Sean felt invigorated to continue amassing wealth. In the world of One Piece, there remained numerous avenues for acquiring riches. For instance, within his jurisdiction lay an island rich in gold, a veritable treasure trove. Securing all of it would yield a substantial fortune. Additionally, each year, the member nations of the world government were obliged to offer tributes to the celestial dragons, further presenting opportunities for profit through strategic plunder. Just as Sean's mind brimmed with plans for wealth accumulation, Colonel Richard abruptly knocked on his office door, entering in haste. "Sir Sean, trouble has arisen. A faction claims they have been attacked by pirates and has sent us a distress signal." Chapter 53. The 7 Warlords of the Sea. Sean was taken aback. "What faction?" "It's a small town on Gaia Island. I heard that the auction house there was attacked." Richard hesitated for a moment before continuing. "However, Lord Sean, I have heard that the one behind the attack on Gaia Island is a warlord of the sea." Sean's astonishment grew. "A warlord of the sea? Attacking such a small island? Is the intelligence reliable?" Richard, steeling himself, replied, "The intelligence is indeed accurate, my lord." "Which warlord was it?" Sean had just enhanced his strength and was eager for a confrontation. He had not anticipated that an opportunity would present itself so readily. Names of renowned figures flashed through his mind: the World and Amp, Appo's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, Hancock of Snake Princess Island, Doflamingo, the Heavenly Yaksha, and others. However, he was caught off guard when Richard mentioned a name he had never encountered. "It's the Lizard King, Hanavza." "What? Is this individual truly among the warlords?" Sean asked. Bewildered, Richard, exasperated, replied, "My lord, you seem to be quite uninformed." Indeed, Sean had little knowledge of the warlords of this timeline. Yet, upon hearing Richard's description of the Lizard King, who was notorious for raiding ancient species of Zoan-type devil fruits, Sean realized who he was. Wasn't he this the weakling who had recently been defeated by Ace, who had just set sail? This was a character previously mentioned only in passing. Being bested by a novice like Ace indicated that the Lizard King's strength was likely mediocre at best. Richard, bemused, remarked, "My lord, your priorities are quite peculiar. But what shall we do now? This individual is a warlord of the sea, granted amnesty by the world government. We cannot capture him." Sean retorted, "It's merely that they are not actively wanted. The world government never stated that we cannot apprehend them while committing crimes. So, he is on Gaia Island? Prepare the ship. I shall go personally." Although Sean regarded the Lizard King with disdain, he yearned to stretch his limbs after being confined to the base for so long. Moreover, with his burgeoning reputation, this was the perfect time to elevate his status further. Conveniently, Gaia Island was near the Sky Island, and Sean hoped to encounter a rising sea current. Upon hearing that Sean would take matters into his own hands, Richard sighed in relief. He quickly summoned his subordinates to prepare a warship and accompanied Sean aboard. 3 days later, on Gaia Island, the lizard pirates had overrun a town, establishing their dominance amidst the ruins. Charred houses and corpses littered the ground. As Sean disembarked, he furrowed his brow. Richard perceptively noted that upon witnessing the carnage, an aura of terror emanated from Sean. However, it dissipated swiftly, leading Richard to question his senses. After surveying the dismal surroundings, Sean commanded, "Seek out the local survivors and investigate the whereabouts of the lizard pirates. Notify me once you have found them." "Yes, my lord," Richard promptly agreed, dispatching several teams to scour the area. After wandering through the devastated town, Sean's expression darkened further. Soon, Richard returned, accompanied by a few elderly men and women, all visibly shaken. With trepidation, Richard reported, "My lord, these are the remaining townsfolk. They are the survivors." Sean spoke gently to the survivors, "Do not fear. We are the Navy, here to assist you." Upon hearing Sean's words, an elderly man broke down in tears. Richard admonished, "My lord is asking you questions. Save the weeping for later." With a glance at Richard, Sean signaled him to silence. Once the elderly man and the women had expressed their grief, they recounted the events that transpired. It turned out that a merchant in the town had unexpectedly acquired a Zoan-type devil fruit and intended to auction it in the city. However, news of this had leaked due to a betrayal by one of his subordinates. The lizard pirates, upon receiving this information, arrived and demanded that the merchant surrender the devil fruit. Under duress, the merchant complied, only for the lizard pirates to launch a massacre against the townsfolk. "My lord, these lunatics kill indiscriminately and set fire to houses." The elderly man lamented. "You must seek justice for us." Taking a deep breath, Sean reassured them, "Rest assured. Since you are under my protection, I shall avenge you." Upon hearing this, the elderly man and the women bowed deeply to Sean, eliciting a poignant reaction from the nearby navy. With unease, Richard asked, "My lord, are we truly going to confront a warlord?" Sean replied coldly, "What? You were all jubilant when collecting protection fees, but now that it's time to act, you hesitate? Do you possess no sense of professional integrity?" Sean's ethos was clear. Having collected fees, he was bound to fulfill his duties. As long as the surrounding islands and factions paid their dues, he was obligated to act. After receiving a stern reminder from Sean, Richard promptly stated, "I understand, my lord. Give me 1 hour. I will ascertain the whereabouts of the lizard pirates." The Navy sprang into action, using clues left in the town to determine the direction the lizard pirates had taken. Although Richard was somewhat timid, he had proven himself capable as a colonel. Before long, they discovered that the lizard pirates were headed towards another town on Gaia Island. Sean quickly led his men towards that city. Meanwhile, not far from the town, another city was under siege by the lizard pirates. Most of these pirates were users of Zoan-type devil fruits, resembling a smaller version of the beast pirates. However, their appearances were rather peculiar in their beast forms. They appeared grotesque and underdeveloped. Even so, they were more than a match for the city's defenders, and the city gates were on the brink of collapse, with the defenders suffering heavy casualties. Chapter 54. The Fierce Siege. The timely arrival of Sean. Unlike Isaac, the pleasure-seeking individual, Mayor Paul of Gaia City is a man of great responsibility, even personally overseeing the front lines. "Have we contacted the Navy yet?" Paul inquired of the nearby garrison troops. The garrison responded promptly, "We have made contact. It is said that General Sean has heard the news and is on his way." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Paul's face as he reassured the garrison. "Good, as long as we can withstand these pirate assaults until General Sean arrives." Although the garrison was currently in a state of disarray, having battled for several consecutive days, they could still hold out for a while, provided that the monstrous figure did not intervene. The memory of the town's massacre ignited Paul's fury. Yet he was equally daunted by the captain of the lizard pirate crew, a man who resembled a beast. The walls of their city could not withstand such a creature's onslaught. At the city gates, the lizard pirate crew had relentlessly attacked for 3 days. During this time, both sides suffered casualties, but Captain Hanafsa was indifferent. For him, this was merely a training exercise for the newly recruited pirates. Hanafsa's methods were straightforward and brutal. Every newcomer to his crew had to undergo his trials. Only those who successfully passed would earn a place on his ship. The massacre of the town was merely an appetizer. His current objective was to conquer this city, and the garrison would serve as a means to gauge his crew's strength. With a loud crack, a massive piece of sea monster meat was presented before Hanafsa. He opened his razor-sharp jaws and tore off a chunk of the bloody flesh with gusto, quickly consuming the 5-meter-long morsel. After wiping his mouth, he turned to his first mate. Haven't the lads taken the city yet? A towering figure, muscular and scaled, replied, Not yet. The garrison is quite tenacious. Despite being impressively built, the first mate seemed diminutive next to the over 5-meter-tall Hanafsa. Useless. Hanafsa scoffed. Give them half a day. If they still cannot take the city, the bosun will scrub the deck, and this lot will be discarded. Yes, sir. The first mate nodded and hurried off to relay the orders. Upon hearing this, the bosun grew frantic. The lizard pirate crew bore certain reptilian traits, with the bosun sporting a back lined with menacing spines. He bellowed in fury, You worthless swine, listen closely. If you do not capture this city by this afternoon, you will all face death. The bosun and amp, Apo's anger was palpable as he seized an unfortunate pirate and, with his formidable strength, tore him in half, instilling terror in the hearts of the new recruits. Smearing the blood across his chest, he roared, Get up and assault the city. With a new example set. The inexperienced pirates, under the bosun and amp, Apo's leadership, launched themselves into a desperate offensive against the town. Mayor, the pirates are attacking again. The leader of the garrison shouted urgently to Paul. Paul's expression darkened. Damn it, how can their pace be this swift? Tell the soldiers to hold firm. The Navy reinforcements are on their way, despite only an hour having passed since the siege began typically. An attack would commence after 4 hours. This acceleration was dire news for Paul and the garrison. Gritting his teeth, the garrison leader replied, Understood. He rallied the weary soldiers, arming them with rifles and spears. Facing the suicidal assaults of the lizard pirate crew, they resembled a fragile boat amidst a storm, on the verge of capsizing. The bosun sought out the garrison leader directly, launching his spines as a surprise attack. The garrison leader, preoccupied with the enemy, was struck by several spines, rendering him gravely injured. Seeing this, Paul's face shifted. If the garrison leader fell, morale would plummet. Though not a warrior himself, Paul resolutely took up the leader's position. Soldiers, do not retreat. The Navy reinforcements are coming. He raised his sword high, rallying the garrison engaged in battle with the pirates. The previously scattered morale regained focus upon witnessing Paul's courage. The bosun, enraged, hissed at Paul, You seek death. With that, he transformed into a blur, charging at Paul. The guards surrounding Paul were no match for the bosun, who swiftly dispatched them, leaving Paul vulnerable. He could almost taste victory. Eliminating Paul would shatter the garrison and Apo's resolve and spare him the punishment of scrubbing the deck. However, just then, a voice of admiration rang out. You've done quite well. Paul, who had been on the brink of despair, was suddenly filled with joy upon seeing the figure that had emerged behind the bosun. General Sean. The bosun was taken aback. Someone capable of silently appearing behind him was clearly formidable. He scrutinized the newcomer. A young man in his 20s clad in a black suit and a justice cloak, clearly a member of the Navy. The bosun coldly addressed Sean. Hey, Navy. Our captain has a piracy permit. I suggest you mind your own business. A piracy permit? Sean scoffed. Is it the title of warlord that has given you the audacity to wreak havoc in my territory? What do you want? The bosun eyed Sean warily. The latter and Apo's confidence in his own strength was evident. The bosun dared not underestimate him. Chapter 55. Did you hear the clear sound of the divine wind? The first mate, desperate to escape, immediately recognized upon seeing Sean that he was no match for the man before him. However, the moment for retreat had clearly passed. Sean, now wielding the advanced conqueror's haki, unleashed a torrent of power that sent nearby pirates tumbling like cut wheat, collapsing in droves. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Remarkably, Sean not only directed his haki to incapacitate the pirates, but also spared the city's defenders from harm. He effectively rendered the first mate immobile, paralyzed by sheer fear. The first mate was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, akin to encountering a ferocious beast, with prickles of terror erupting along his spine. Paul and the ordinary defenders, witnessing this scene, were utterly astounded. Paul struggled to swallow, muttering, Is this the pinnacle of maritime combat? One man can alter the course of a battle. With a swift motion, Sean drew his blade, snow, and effortlessly dispatched the first mate, causing a circular arc of blood to spray across the ground. Sheathing his sword, he turned to Paul and said, You've done well. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing Sean's words, the defenders exhaled in relief, some even succumbing to tears. Paul struggled to his feet and addressed Sean, Vice Admiral Sean. The enemy's leader is at the dock ahead. Please exercise caution. Having encountered Hanafsa, the towering figure who loomed at 5 meters, Paul urged Sean with urgency. Sean chuckled lightly. They already know I'm coming. Not far away at the dock, on the lizard ship, Hanavza abruptly lifted his head from his meal, a grave expression crossing his face. Not only Hanavza, but also several officers of the lizard pirate crew sensed a formidable aura erupt on the battlefield. This ominous presence was palpable to Hanavza and his crew. Seizing his weapon, a side link to a bizarre morning star, Hanavza led his crew off the ship. They soon beheld Sean's figure approaching slowly from a distance. His pace was unhurried, yet each step bore down with immense pressure, causing even Hanavza, the captain, to feel the weight of impending doom. When Sean stood before them, the tension reached its zenith. He surveyed the peculiar assembly before him and remarked coolly, "Warlord of the sea, Hanavza, do you seek death? Who the hell are you?" Hanavza tightened his grip on his weapon, his expression tense. "Vice Admiral Sean of the Navy Headquarters, G2 Branch," Sean declared, his voice booming. "Answer my question." Hanavza was taken aback. He had encountered admirals before, but had never felt such pressure from one. Drawing a deep breath, he replied, "I possess a plundering permit." "That and Oppos, that's not what I asked." Sean retorted with a scoff. "I asked if you wish to die." With that, his conqueror and Oppos' haki surged once more, causing weaker pirates from the lizard crew to collapse, stunned. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hanavza bellowed to his crew, "He-s alone. Take him down." Upon receiving Hanavza's command, the lizard crew charged at Sean. They were stronger than mere fodder, yet to Sean, they were hardly distinguishable. With a clang, snow was drawn, enveloped in armament haki, transforming into a formidable black blade. Sean unleashed his newly acquired sword technique, Nameless Divine Windflow, Dragon. As he swung his weapon, the moisture in the air and the blood on the battlefield seemed to coalesce into lethal projectiles, erupting forth in a flurry of blade energy. Before the terrified eyes of the lizard crew, the advancing officers and pirates bore numerous wounds, as if a dragon had swept through their ranks, unleashing carnage. In a single strike, Sean decimated more than half of the lizard crew, instilling fear in Hanavza. Yet, understanding the stakes, he knew that this confrontation would not conclude without defeating Sean. With resolve, Hanavza hurled his weapon towards Sean. "Do not disturb me now." Sean, interrupted during his first demonstration of the Nameless Divine Windflow, felt irked. He raised his hand to deflect Hanavza's attack, vanishing from sight. Realizing the danger, Hanavza instinctively raised the other end of his weapon for defense. Crack! The heavy, lethal morning star shattered upon impact, leaving a gash on Hanavza's robust frame. When had this happened? Hanavza's pupils constricted in disbelief. Even with observation haki, he could not trace Sean and Oppos' movements. Fortunately, he managed to block the strike with his weapon. Otherwise, he would have been eviscerated on the spot. Sean, surprised, glanced back. "Oh, you're still alive." Furious, Hanavza swung his colossal fist towards Sean, but as anticipated, this giant lacked armament haki. No wonder he had been easily subdued by the rookie ace. Nameless Divine Wind Flow, Mirage. Sean faded once more from Hanavza's view, causing the punch to connect with nothing but air, creating a crater upon impact. When Hanavza turned to locate Sean again, he found him standing still, sheathing his sword. "Snow. You. What trickery is this?" Hanavza exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. Sean replied calmly, "Did you hear the clear sound of the divine wind?" As his words fell, a deep gash appeared on Hanavza's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, as though a rain of crimson had begun to fall. Chapter 56, Confusion. "Everything will be mine after I eliminate you." Blood, accompanied by the essence of life, was swiftly ebbing away. Even as Hanafuzа desperately clutched his wound, he could not avert this fate. With great difficulty, he lifted his head and implored Sean, "Do not slay me. I possess several devil fruits that I can offer you. These are treasures of the sea." Sean scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "Foolish one, by killing you, the devil fruits will become mine as well." Upon hearing Sean's words, Hanafuzа was rendered speechless, and soon, the excessive loss of blood caused him to faint on the spot. At this moment, his subordinates, including Richard, finally arrived, albeit tardily. "Sir Sean, are you unharmed?" Richard panted, out of breath. Sean rolled his eyes and reprimanded his subordinates with irritation. "By the time you arrive, it's already too late. Are you professionals in arriving just to clean up?" The faces of his subordinates turned crimson with embarrassment. There was little they could do. Their superior and Oppos' prowess was simply too overwhelming. Sean, uninterested in further discussion, recognized that loyalty was paramount over mere strength. He waved his hand and commanded his subordinates, "Clean up the battlefield. As a warlord of the sea, I believe Hanafuzа must have some assets." At Sean and Oppos' words, The naval crew displayed smiles. During their time under Sean and Appos as command, they had learned the art of looting quite well. No matter how cleverly concealed the adversary and Appos as treasures, Richard and his team could unearth them with ease. The Navy acted promptly, and by the time Mayor Paul arrived with the garrison, he found all members of the lizard pirates apprehended by the Navy. As for the treasures, devil fruits, and berries belonging to the lizard pirates, they had all been thoroughly plundered by Sean's men. Meanwhile, Rear Admiral Sean was engaged in a conversation via a transponder snail. Indeed, the town was attacked. What could I do? I could not simply ignore it upon encountering it. I understand. But being a warlord of the sea is not a justification for their reckless actions. Regardless, I've dealt with it. You handle the aftermath. Is it just one pirate? We can always find another formidable replacement. After ending the call with Sengoku, Sean rubbed his ears. The elderly man still had a powerful voice akin to a loudspeaker, which left Sean's ears ringing. The relationship between the warlords of the sea and the Navy was merely one of mutual exploitation, not subservience to the Navy. Whenever an opportunity arose, the Navy would strive to eliminate such notorious pirates. Sengoku did not attempt to stop Sean. Rather, he was often astonished by Sean and Appos as penchant for surprises, a fact that the old general found difficult to accept. After all, what leader could endure their subordinates' unexpected antics? Thank you for your assistance, Sir Sean. Mayor Paul offered a respectful bow. Sean waved his hand dismissively. Since you are all supportive of my endeavors, I cannot stand idly by when trouble arises. Given that this city had paid for protection, Sean felt compelled to intervene for the sake of his reputation. After this incident, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to dispute the protection fee imposed by Sean. The city of Gaia celebrated their survival, and after 3 days of festivities, tranquility was restored. Sean and his crew had sufficiently recuperated and were preparing to return to their base. Sean himself was summoned to Marineford to explain the situation to Admiral Sengoku, and Hanafusa, who had survived Sean's lethal strike, was also taken along. Despite his severe injuries, he remained alive, albeit in a comatose state due to blood loss. Sean had no inclination to finish him off. Instead, he ordered his men to capture him for transport to Impel Down. After all, a bounty was still a bounty, no matter how small. As Sean prepared to depart, a young man, bare-chested and wearing a cowboy hat, entered Gaia City. Upon entering a tavern, he began to inquire about Hanafusa. This young man was none other than the newly emerged pirate, Pordasti, Ace. Upon hearing Ace's inquiries, the tavern owner responded with a bemused expression, "Young man, why are you seeking this information?" Ace smiled and replied, "I have heard that this fellow is quite fearsome, pillaging towns left and right. I believe his strength is formidable, and I wish to challenge him." The tavern owner chuckled and informed Ace, "You are unfortunately too late. That so-called king of the lizards has already been defeated by Rear Admiral Sean and is currently being taken to Impel Down." Chapter 57. A severe beating for Ace. The debts of the grandfather paid by the grandson. Upon hearing the boss's words, Ace's reckless enthusiasm was not quelled. Rather, it seemed to ignite a spark within him. Perhaps it was due to his journey from the East Blue that left him unacquainted with formidable opponents. Thus, after tossing down some money, he headed straight for the dock. Sean and his companions were already preparing to board their ship for departure. Mayor Paul personally saw them off, finally grasping the benefits of paying protection fees. He had conferred with the local nobles and affluent merchants, and like an iceberg in the seven-water city, he had significantly raised the stakes. Naturally, Sean welcomed such favorable arrangements with open arms, readily agreeing to them. At worst, he could simply have his subordinates patrol the area more frequently. In any case, this trip proved worthwhile. Sean was confident that, in the coming days, the local forces would not hesitate to pay for protection now that they witnessed Sean's commitment to conducting business. Just as Sean was stroking his chin and instructing his men to set sail, a discordant voice pierced through the air. A bare-chested Ace appeared at the dock, soon spotting the figure of the Lizard King, Hanafusa, on the largest warship. Indeed, the shopkeeper had not deceived him. With curiosity etched on his face, Ace scrutinized the trapped Hanafusa on the deck. Unfortunately, due to his towering stature, Sean had no choice but to leave him on the deck. The Navy personnel under Sean's command could not help but reprimand Ace. "Step aside. This is a naval warship. Unauthorized personnel must leave immediately." Ace grinned mischievously. "I won't. I heard your commander defeated the warlord Hanafusa, so I came to take a look." Seeing Ace's cheeky demeanor, the Navy personnel were far from amused. They immediately shoved Ace, attempting to forcefully expel the madman. However, Ace, despite his brashness, was not someone a mere Navy officer could handle. rather than being pushed away. Ace sent the officer flying with a single blow. At that moment, Ace had stirred a hornet and Apos' nest. Observing the commotion, the surrounding Navy quickly drew their weapons. Their eyes fixed on Ace, poised for an attack at any moment. Ace chuckled. Well then, taking you down will serve as a warm-up. Just as Ace prepared to strike, a languid voice interjected. What is all this tension about? Ace turned to see a young man emerging, surrounded by a cluster of Navy officers. His eyes lit up as he called out to Sean. You are the one who defeated Hanavza, the Navy commander? Sean, drawn to Ace and Apos' voice, paused momentarily upon seeing him. Then a peculiar smile crept across his face. He had not anticipated encountering Ace while dealing with Hanavza. Waving off his subordinates, Sean approached Ace. And who might you be? Portgas D. Ace, a name the entire world will remember. Ace proclaimed with pride. I challenge you. Oh, the grandson of Garp, how delightful. A mischievous grin spread across Sean and Apos' face. He had not forgotten how Garp had led him into a predicament back in the East Blue. Although Sean quickly established himself and earned far more than he had there, the fact remained that he had been led astray by Garp, which left a sour taste in his mouth. Now, he had the opportunity to let that old man Garp understand the meaning of debts owed by grandsons. Ace looked momentarily stunned. How do you know that? Ask your grandfather when you return. With that, Sean abruptly launched an attack, delivering a punch directly to Ace's face. Ace was caught off guard and sent flying, a swelling immediately forming on his cheek. Despicable. You ambushed me. Ace roared in fury, half of his body transforming into flames as he charged at Sean. Flame God. Ignition. Ace's hands morphed into fiery spears, surging towards Sean. However, Sean did not even need to draw his sword. He simply enveloped his hands in armament hockey and seized Ace's fiery hands. This took Ace completely by surprise. He had not expected Sean to wield armament hockey so adeptly. He was undoubtedly aware of hockey, having been under Garp's tutelage for many years. However, during his travels, he had not encountered any opponents proficient in hockey. While Ace was momentarily dazed, Sean delivered a powerful headbutt to his face. Wow! Ace cried out, collapsing onto his back. Sean disdainfully brushed off his hands, saying, Is this your level? How dare you challenge me? Hearing Sean's words, the Navy personnel erupted in laughter. Indeed, does he not realize his own standing? How dare he challenge Lord Sean? Even the warlord is no match for him, let alone this little brat. While Lord Sean is still holding back, I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy. Some jested, speculating that Ace might be too daft to comprehend the situation. Furious at the laughter, Ace quickly rose and unleashed his signature move, Fire Fist. This attack was swift and powerful, capable of obliterating a warship from a distance. It was a challenge that few could withstand. A massive fiery fist hurtled towards Sean and the warship behind him. Sean sighed. You're going a bit overboard, kid. Dragon's Nest flash. With that, Sean drew his sword, Snow Walk, and executed a flurry of strikes that shattered Ace's flaming fist. Then, to Ace's astonishment, Sean suddenly vanished from sight. Startled, Ace immediately activated his elemental transformation. Unfortunately, his efforts were futile against an expert skilled in armament hockey. Lotus Blossom. Sean's body hardened with armament hockey as he delivered a powerful kick to Ace's jaw, launching him into the air. Following that, Sean seamlessly alternated between Moonwalk, Shave, and Godspeed, relentlessly assaulting Ace. In midair, Ace had no means of defense, forced to endure the onslaught. Finally, Sean landed a decisive punch, sending Ace crashing into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Ace was left dazed and unable to rise, a testament to his long years of enduring Garp's loving iron fists. Otherwise, anyone else struck by Sean's blow would have been rendered lifeless or crippled. In contrast, Ace, though bruised and battered, had sustained no significant injuries. Chapter 58. A face-to-face confrontation in Garp and Apos. As concerns Lord Sean, should we capture this fellow? Richard inquired promptly. After all, Ace displayed formidable strength and audaciously provoked them, so the Navy certainly would not let him slip away. However, Sean shook his head dismissively. No need to concern ourselves with him. Let and Apos, be on our way. Although Sean had given Ace a thorough thrashing, he had no intention of eliminating him. Ace was merely an up-and-coming rookie with a modest bounty on his head. Furthermore, the complications surrounding Ace and Apos' background posed a significant risk. If Sean were to eliminate him, it might lead to dire consequences. He recalled that many of Pirate King Roger and Apos' subordinates were still alive, including Shanks, Jabra, and Rayleigh, one of whom resided in Sabaody Archipelago. Sean certainly did not wish to be confronted by an old man claiming to be Rayleigh during his leisure time. Moreover, whether that old coot Carp would go mad was uncertain, but Sengoku would undoubtedly be amused. Resolving such a considerable nuisance without a fight would likely earn Sean a nod of approval from the old man. Sean had no intention of undertaking such a thankless task. He would leave the burden of dealing with Ace to Sengoku and his ilk. Having abandoned the beaten Ace, Sean boarded his warship and set sail back to the G2 base. As he passed through the Sky Island region, Sean took special care to observe, unlike Luffy, who had fortuitously encountered an upward sea current. Although Sean was aware of the vast amounts of gold present on the Sky Island, he lacked the ability to fly. Ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters was no trivial feat. One could only reach such heights via specialized airships, which required a deep understanding of meteorological science to operate. Luffy and his crew had modified their vessel and fortuitously encountered a monstrous sea current that propelled them to the Sky Island. Sean could not afford to spend his time idly waiting there. The greater issue was that, while the Sky Island was replete with gold, it did not equate to berries. Sean had previously experimented and discovered that gold and treasures could not be directly converted into monetary value. Even if Sean were to bring back a substantial amount of gold from the Sky Island, the actual exchange value remained uncertain. At the very least, Sean was aware that the gold Luffy had acquired was worth only 300 million, with 200 million spent on shipbuilding and the remaining 100 million used for a feast. Moreover, an influx of gold would disrupt the market. It was certain that in the short term, it could not all be converted into berries. In summary, the prospect of acquiring wealth from the Sky Island was not advantageous for Sean. He would be better off devising plans for the celestial dragons and Apos, treasures, or seeking collaboration with Tizolo ahead of time. Thus, after a fruitless search, Sean returned with his subordinates. Upon returning to the G2 base, personnel from headquarters arrived personally, and, as it happened, it was Kazan. This individual, as the highest combat power of the headquarters, appeared quite relaxed most of the time. However, this visit was entirely due to Sean's direct capture of a warlord of the sea. Well, it seems you've grown stronger during our brief separation, Kazan remarked, appraising Sean with a smile. Admiral Kazan, are you here regarding Hanawaza? Sean asked directly. Kazan replied lazily. Sort of. But Sengoku also sent me to give you a little nudge. You've been causing quite a stir lately. Is that my fault? Sean shrugged. This is my duty. I can hardly ignore it. Moreover, the warlord of the sea system is downright infuriating. Upon hearing Sean and Apos' complaints, Kazan remained silent. After all, the warlord of the sea system faced considerable criticism within the Navy, especially from extreme hawkish figures like Akainu, who believed it sullied the concept of justice. Many in the Navy had openly declared their opposition to this stance. After a moment of contemplation, Kazan said to Sean, all right, since you've already acted, there is nothing more to discuss. Hand the individual over to me, and I'll see to it he is dispatched to impel down. By the way, Sengoku wants you to return to headquarters. He has a mission for you. As for the G2 base, I'll keep an eye on things. Upon hearing Kazan's words, Sean shrugged nonchalantly. That sounds excellent. With Admiral Kazan here, I doubt any fool would dare to stir up trouble in the vicinity. After handing Hanawaza over to Kazan, Sean boarded a vessel to Water 7, then took the sea train back to the Marine headquarters in Mariewa. As soon as he returned to Mariewa, Sean encountered Carp, who had just returned from his vacation. "Ha, kid," Carp exclaimed upon spotting Sean. "I heard you and Apos been doing splendidly at headquarters. Have you managed to secure the position of base commander at G2? And you've even been promoted to rear admiral. I knew I was right about you." Sean rolled his eyes. "Mr. Carp, should I be thanking you for this?" "Of course. After all, it was I who recommended you," Carp exclaimed, producing a pack of sunbae to offer Sean. "Want some?" "No, thank you," Sean replied, eyeing Carp and Apos' mischievous demeanor. Suddenly, with a wicked sense of humor, he remarked, "By the way, Mr. Carp, I recall you have a grandson named Ace, correct? Coincidentally, I encountered him on my recent mission." Upon hearing this, Carp's smile instantly froze, and he awkwardly forced a laugh. "Oh, really? Haha. My grandson is quite remarkable, isn't he? Indeed, quite impressive. I gave him a good thrashing." Sean chuckled, recalling Carp's earlier words about the merits of bullying the weak. Carp nearly choked on the sunbae. "You hold a grudge that long, huh? The grandson of a marine hero becoming a pirate, and I didn't kill him on the spot? That's quite a testament to your leniency." Sean rolled his eyes. "Rest assured, in light of your past kindness, I will merely give your grandson a sound thrashing without taking his life. With that, Sean tossed his coat dramatically and made his way to Sengoku's office. Carp's expression turned sour, knowing that not only Ace had set sail, but his own grandson Luffy constantly proclaimed his ambition to become the Pirate King. If Sean, this petty little brat, had set his sights on Luffy, he wondered whether he would rescue him or not. What a vexing dilemma. Moreover, Sean and Appo's rapid promotion had positioned him on par with Carp, making his ascension to the upper echelons of the Navy a foregone conclusion. He couldn't very well retaliate against Sean for this, could he? Besides, the boy and Appo's strength was increasing day by day. Whether Carp could even best Sean was uncertain. Chapter 59, Escorting Heavenly Gold? A mouse falls into the rice jar. After giving that old coot Carp a taste of his own medicine, Sean made his way directly to Sengoku's office. Without a hint of hesitation, he sat down and addressed Sengoku. I heard you were looking for me? Sengoku, seeing Sean and Appo's arrival, could only respond with a sigh. You've become increasingly presumptuous. Haven't you? Sean rolled his eyes in annoyance. You handed me the destitute G2 branch, and now you're trying to kick me out. Am I not entitled to express some dissatisfaction? With that, he unapologetically grabbed a cigar from Sengoku's desk and lit it up, exuding an air of defiance. Sengoku couldn't and Appo's helped but reminisce about how good a kid Sean had been when he first arrived at G2. It hadn't Appo's been long before he was led astray. It had to be that old rascal Zephyr's doing. Even the way he smoked that cigar was reminiscent of him. Meanwhile, Zephyr, who was observing the trainees at the new recruit training camp, suddenly sneezed and muttered, Who was talking about me? Setting Zephyr aside, Sengoku helplessly explained to Sean. I'm not transferring you from G2. You're still the branch chief. However, we are currently short-handed in the New World, and I need you to make a trip. Sean looked incredulous. You can dispatch a general to deliver messages and oversee G2, yet you can't spare Admiral Kazan for this task? Sengoku raised his hands in exasperation. As a general of the headquarters, Kazan can't be away for an extended period. This task isn't short-term. It will take at least 2 months. And strong generals don't have that kind of time. Curiosity piqued. Sean asked, What task is so crucial? Sengoku's expression turned serious. Escorting heavenly gold. Sean nearly leapt from his seat. Just as he had been contemplating whether to rob the celestial dragons of their heavenly gold to make a fortune, Sengoku was now sending him to escort it. What a coincidence! He scrutinized Sengoku, suspecting the old man might be testing him. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Such speculation was improbable. Sengoku had no reason to suspect him, and the idea of robbery was merely a fleeting notion. Sengoku, noticing Sean and Appo's agitation, inquired, Why are you so worked up? Coughing awkwardly, Sean replied, What agitation? I'm not agitated at all. Sengoku eyed him suspiciously. You're not planning anything again, are you? Of course not. I'm a respectable person, Sean exclaimed, though inwardly he felt like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. Good. Because this matter is very important, Sengoku said sternly. Furrowing his brow, Sean questioned, Isn and Appo's heavenly gold transported every year? Why is this year particularly significant? Sengoku responded plainly. Because someone is planning to steal the heavenly gold. It's been 8 years since the last successful heist. Sean, intrigued, asked who would dare. Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Sengoku shook his head. Best not to inquire further. Just know he succeeded in the last heist. And the Navy lost face because of it. We cannot allow repeat. Seeing Sengoku's expression, Sean Kuden and Appo's helped but chuckle internally. It was merely Doflamingo's status as a celestial dragon that afforded him such advantages, making it difficult for the Navy to act against him. But who had leaked the information about the upcoming heist? The timeline simply didn't align. Sengoku continued, Thus, I need you to escort the heavenly gold. And you must exercise utmost caution. Caution? Sean repeated, puzzled. Sengoku's countenance grew grave. After the last incident with the heavenly gold, which was intercepted by Doflamingo, I suspect there may be a mole within the Navy. So while you are ostensibly escorting the gold, you must also help me identify this infiltrator. Sean was taken aback. Realizing Sengoku had become quite astute, recognizing the presence of a mole within the Navy. However, since Sengoku had previously sent Corazon to Doflamingo, it indicated he had suspicions about this matter. Thus, his decision was not entirely unexpected. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Sean concluded that his current position indeed offered ample maneuvering space. In that case, I shall undertake this mission, he declared. Sengoku sighed in relief. It would be ideal if you were to go. Sengoku held Sean in high regard, particularly impressed by how he had managed to bring order to the G2 branch single-handedly, showcasing both strength and strategy. If even an admiral were assigned to G2, it would have taken much longer to stabilize the region. As for Sean's occasional improprieties, Sengoku chose to turn a blind eye. After all, he understood that no one was perfect. At least Sean's actions had benefited the sailors under his command, prompting Sengoku to overlook his transgressions. After resting in the Navy dormitory, Sean replayed the events in his mind, particularly the factions involved. He certainly coveted the heavenly gold, as this batch was worth at least several billion berries, filled with treasures and devil fruits, hard currency that would sell without difficulty. However, since Sengoku had already expressed suspicion, Sean knew he couldn't act recklessly and would need a scapegoat to take the fall. After all, the heavenly gold was the lifeblood of the celestial dragon's ruling system, the very foundation of the world government's power. Whoever dared to touch it would face dire consequences. Only Doflamingo, being a celestial dragon himself, could exploit such a loophole. If Sean were to investigate and complications arose without a scapegoat, the Navy would be unable to justify themselves. As he examined the route for transporting the heavenly gold, he unexpectedly identified a perfect scapegoat. Even if the heavenly gold were to be stolen, this trouble would not fall upon him. Chapter 60. The Return of the G5 Branch. The Black Hand Pirates. The G5 branch is situated in close proximity to Fishman Island. Generally, pirates seeking to enter the New World must first seek out a coding specialist to apply a layer that allows their vessels to navigate the treacherous waters, enabling them to traverse the enormous hole beneath Fishman Island and subsequently reach the New World. However, Sean, as a vice admiral of the main branch, found himself exempt from such cumbersome procedures. He could simply make his way directly to Mariehua for a swift transit. Thus, Sean decided to leverage the resources of the world government to expedite his passage to the New World. Upon traversing the Navy's special route, he arrived at the so-called New World. Indeed, the air is replete with the essence of and opos, freedom and opos, Sean remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Having sufficient understanding of the G2 branch, he chose not to bring his subordinates along this time, leaving them in the capable hands of Kazan to attend to certain matters. As for Sean, he donned a refreshing attire and proceeded directly to the location where the G5 branch was stationed. The scapegoat he sought was none other than the head of the G5 branch, Vice Admiral Virgo of the Don Quixote family, a man of stern demeanor. Had it not been for the animated series, Sean might never have connected such a serious individual with a pirate infiltrator. "Welcome, Vice Admiral Sean." Virgo greeted him at the base entrance, having received word from headquarters. Sean shook Virgo and Opos' hand and replied, "Thank you, Vice Admiral Virgo, for accommodating me during this time." Virgo, with an air of flattery, remarked, "I have heard tales of your exploits, Vice Admiral Sean, particularly your triumph over a warlord of the sea at Paradise. It is only a matter of time before your name resonates among the admirals." Following this exchange, Virgo commenced a tour of the G5 branch, which is notably rare within the New World. Under Virgo's leadership, there were whispers of unsavory events occurring, with reports suggesting a blatant disregard for orders from the Navy headquarters and even the brutal execution of pirates. However, considering Virgo and Opos' propensity to forget, Sean assessed him as more akin to a local tyrant than an effective leader. As a special envoy, Sean felt no urgency to investigate the infiltrator issue. Instead, he settled into the G5 branch and unleashed his physical manifestation, allowing the long-absent Black Hand to re-emerge. On a distant island in the New World, Buddy, engrossed in the world economic news, suddenly noticed an unusual advertisement in a seemingly inconspicuous corner. Such placements typically require financial backing. Yet this particular advertisement ignited a fervor within Buddy. After setting down the newspaper, he donned his finest attire and addressed the tavern owner. "Put it on my tab." Disregarding the fool trailing behind him, Buddy ignored the tavern owner's discreet warning and left the establishment. As he ventured further into secluded areas, a group of thugs, unable to contain their impatience, emerged to block his path. "Hey there, mate. You look like you've got some coin. Hand it over." The menacing group sneered. Surprisingly, Buddy joined in their sinister laughter, exclaiming, "Today marks the captain's return. I can afford to indulge a bit." With that, an aura of dark malevolence emanated from him, instilling fear even in the most ruthless of pirates. Yet, before they could flee, it was too late. The short sword in Buddy's hand danced through the air, leaving behind a trail of blood before they could react. A copious spray of crimson erupted, staining the ground beneath him. Such occurrences transpired on another island as well. Upon seeing the advertisement, Dawson double-checked and then approached his employer, stating, "I'm afraid I must decline. Who do you think you are to simply walk away?" The nobleman, clearly incensed, rebuked Dawson. However, his vitriol was swiftly stifled as Dawson drew a firearm and pressed it against the noble's forehead. The weight of criticism wielded by a weapon is unmatched. The nobleman quickly became compliant and, believing Dawson to be merciful, signaled his subordinates to subdue him. Yet, as a bodyguard brandished a curved blade aimed at Dawson's back, Dawson, seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, sidestepped effortlessly, causing the attack to miss entirely. It was evident that Dawson had honed his Kinbunchika haki to a remarkable degree during this time. The bodyguard, taken aback, prepared to launch another assault only to find the dark muzzle of Dawson's gun pressed against his temple, followed by a thunderous explosion. The bodyguard's head was blown away in an instant. Dawson sighed. "I had no intention of killing anyone. Why force my hand?" With that, he locked the door behind him and returned to the noble's residence, where gunshots and screams echoed for mere moments before silence fell once more. Dawson emerged, expressionless, and summoned a carriage to the nearest port. Meanwhile, on another island, Blood Axe was meticulously polishing his enormous axe, his muscles gleaming under the sunlight with a metallic luster. His underlings lavished praise upon him, exclaiming, "Master Blood Axe, you are magnificent. Witnessing your prowess in battle is a true delight. These wretched merchants must face your retribution." With a sinister grin, Blood Axe seized his weapon and charged at two defiant knights. Though clad in heavy armor, the axe, shimmering with dark metallic brilliance in his hands, effortlessly cleaved through their defenses, reducing both man and armor to mere fragments. An eruption of cheers erupted among the pirates in response. Blood Axe, reveling in his glory, suddenly caught sight of a blood-stained newspaper. Chapter 61. Excellent, very spirited. Upon witnessing the emblem of the Black Hand Pirates, Blood Axe's lips curled into a smile. He picked up the blood-stained newspaper and promptly turned to leave. His crew, displaying reluctant expressions, elicited Blood Axe and Apos' irritation. "Scram! Our captain has arrived. Who has the time to indulge in your childish games?" Upon hearing Blood Axe and Apos' words, the crew was momentarily taken aback before eagerly inquiring, "Lord Blood Axe, you must be referring to the legendary Lord Blackhand, right?" The name Blackhand suddenly commanded a bounty exceeding 300 million, igniting curiosity and speculation among many. Some claimed that Blackhand had eliminated numerous world government officials in Water 7, a true madman among madmen. Others suggested that he possessed secrets of the celestial dragons. Alas, like a fleeting flower, he was soon cast into the sea by Sean, his fate unknown. Blood Axe had recounted more than once to his subordinates his exploits with Lord Blackhand, raiding extensively in paradise and accomplishing significant feats, which piqued their curiosity. Proudly, Blood Axe proclaimed, "Indeed, he is our captain of the Black Hand Pirates, a figure with a bounty of 310 million. Enough with the idle chatter. I must depart. You may keep all this," he declared, leaving behind the temporary pirate crew he had assembled. Without a hint of nostalgia, he proceeded to the designated rendezvous as per their signal. In the New World, on a small island, Sean had been waiting for quite some time. Shortly thereafter, several of his subordinates, Dawson, Buddy, and Blood Axe, arrived almost simultaneously at the island. "Captain, it has been a while," they greeted. "Hasn't it only been a few months?" "Hey, Blood Axe, you seem stronger than before. Buddy, you appear more cunning. Dawson, you remain as taciturn as ever." Sean chuckled as he exchanged pleasantries. "Captain, you summoned us at this hour. It must be for something grand," Dawson inquired. Blood Axe, brimming with impatience, exclaimed, "Indeed, Captain, we've gathered again. Surely we are set to undertake something monumental." Buddy, with a sly grin, added, "My blade is eager for action." Sean replied with a smile, "Of course. I called you here for a momentous task, one of great magnitude. Upon completion, the world government will relentlessly pursue us, along with the Navy." At Sean's words, excitement illuminated the faces of the three. After all, why did they choose the pirate's life? To seek the treasure of the pirate King Roger? To embrace the freedom of the seas? Or perhaps for other noble reasons? Most pirates, however, are driven by two desires, fame and fortune, particularly the former, which draws many to the Black Hand Pirates, explaining why these three subordinates willingly heeded Sean and Apos' call. Blood Axe, unable to contain his enthusiasm, urged, "Captain, let us commence swiftly." The other two mirrored his excitement, their faces flushed with anticipation. They understood that when their captain acted, it would be nothing short of spectacular. Yet Sean shook his head and replied, "Patience. First, I must assess your current levels of skill. If you are lacking, you shall not accompany me to seize treasures from the heavens." The three were momentarily stunned before their faces broke into exuberant smiles. They recognized Sean's lofty ambitions. And this time he had set his sights on the celestial dragon's offerings. Should they succeed, the world government and navy would undoubtedly pursue them ferociously. "Lord Blackhand, you are not the only one who has grown during this time," Dawson proclaimed confidently. Though Buddy and Blood Axe remained silent, they assumed combative stances. "Excellent, very spirited," Sean chuckled, then vanished before their eyes with a swift shave. The trio immediately became alert, scanning their surroundings for signs of his presence. Particularly, Buddy and Dawson activated their observation hockey with fervor. "Got you, Captain?" Dawson suddenly grinned, aiming at an empty space and pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck, revealing Sean's silhouette, yet he effortlessly caught the bullet between two fingers. "Your aim is commendable, but your power is lacking," Sean remarked with a smile. Buddy, with a cunning grin, retorted, "Who says so, Captain?" In an instant, he appeared before Sean, his short blade blocking Sean's escape route. Lastly, Blood Axe raised his mighty axe, enveloped in armament hockey, and swung it down towards Sean. Witnessing his subordinates wielding hockey with proficiency filled Sean with satisfaction. Moreover, their seamless coordination without any communication exceeded his expectations. However, despite their growth, they were no match for a monster with extraordinary abilities. The trio unleashed a combined assault. Yet Sean merely hardened his body with armament hockey, rendering their attacks futile. Blood Axe's axe could hardly shake Sean, who had attained A-grade armament hockey, while Buddy's short sword was dismissed entirely, leaving only faint marks before dissipating. Sean then seized Blood Axe and Appo's axe, tossing both him and the weapon aside. He followed up with a swift kick intended for Buddy, then swiftly reappeared before Dawson, launching a thrust towards him. Fortunately, the trio, bolstered by their newfound strength, proved to be formidable opponents. Even Dawson, who had mastered observation hockey, had begun to grasp armament hockey, barely managing to fend off Sean and Appo's assault. After a brief test of their abilities, Sean formed a comprehensive evaluation of their prowess. Each had reached the strength level of a Navy lieutenant, and together, they could contend with a typical captain. Yet, Sean, possessing the strength of a mid-tier captain, maintained a clear superiority over them. After exhausting their stamina, Sean nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. You are indeed worthy of following in my footsteps." Hearing Sean's approval, smiles broke across their faces. "Captain, you once said that without sufficient strength, how could we traverse the new world?" "Excellent, very spirited," Sean replied with a smile. Chapter 62. You are destined to bear this blame. Meanwhile, within the confines of the G5 branch of the Navy, in the office of the branch chief, Virgo was engaged in a telephone conversation with none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the infamous figure in the dark underworld, Joker, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Virgo was exceedingly vigilant regarding the unexpected arrival of Sean, and promptly reported this matter to da Flamingo. Indeed, this individual seemed far from ordinary. Otherwise, Sengoku would not have dispatched him to this location. With a grave tone, Virgo stated, "I suspect that someone has leaked information regarding a plot to rob the celestial gold. This is a blatant conspiracy. The Don Quixote family had initially targeted the celestial gold solely because da Flamingo intended to bargain with the world government using it. Ultimately, it was da Flamingo's identity as a celestial dragon that lent them support. However, once he secured his position, he never again set his sights on the celestial gold." Da Flamingo chuckled coldly. "Ha ha ha, it seems someone is preparing to make us scapegoats. If anything befalls the celestial gold, the world government will be quick to suspect us. No wonder Sengoku has specifically sent someone to investigate." Virgo directly inquired, "What should we do now? Is Sean under your control?" Da Flamingo asked. Virgo replied with a smile. "Having been the G5 branch chief for several years, tracking his movements should pose no problem. Then let us follow Sean and see what he is up to." Da Flamingo commanded. "If his identity is compromised, we will eliminate him immediately. As for the celestial gold, I will send someone to inquire about who leaked this information." Virgo nodded. "Understood." After hanging up, Virgo immediately summoned his subordinates to inquire, "Has that Admiral Sean exhibited any peculiar behavior lately?" One of the Navy personnel responded, "There haven't been any special actions, but he does tend to ask a lot of questions, which is quite annoying." Virgo chuckled, "Naturally, as he is here to investigate. He will ask questions. I meant to inquire if there were any other unusual actions beyond that. None at all. His subordinate shook his head. His movements are quite easy to track. Keep a close watch on him. Virgo instructed, notify me immediately if he exhibits any unusual behavior. Understood, Admiral Virgo. His subordinate nodded. During this period, Sean was indeed investigating all around the G5 branch. However, he was taken aback by how deeply Virgo had infiltrated the G5 branch. They could even disregard orders from Navy headquarters, and insubordination was not a rare occurrence. Yet, the more this was the case, the more pleased Sean felt. This way, it was certain that Virgo would undoubtedly bear the blame. When he reported back to Sengoku, it would be hard for anyone to believe that Virgo had no connection to this matter. With this thought, Sean couldn't help but let out a slight snort. Days later, the warship transporting the celestial gold finally navigated through some perilous regions of the New World and arrived in the waters near the G5 branch. After just a few more days of sailing, they would reach Mariehua to conclude this transport. The celestial gold was not only from the New World, but also included treasures sent by numerous allied nations from the latter half of the Grand Line. The Rear Admiral in charge of the escort stopped at the G5 branch for less than half a day to replenish supplies before preparing to set sail again. After all, news of a potential robbery targeting the celestial gold had already spread. The escorting Rear Admiral appeared particularly cautious, avoiding contact with anyone along the way. He outright rejected Sean's offer to assist in the escort, stating that even if Sengoku himself arrived, he would not heed it. Consequently, both Sean and Virgo were unaware of each other's names. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Sean only needed to know the individual's route. Once they departed the G5 branch, Sean immediately relayed the information to the Black Hand pirates. The crew, who had been eager to act, became ecstatic upon receiving the confirmed route. Captain, how did you ascertain the precise route? Dawson asked, perplexed. Sean smiled. Of course, I have an insider. Otherwise, how could we dare to target the celestial gold? The crew then understood and praised Sean's perceptiveness. Sean turned to Blood Axe and said, Are the ordinary pirates you summoned reliable? Blood Axe replied with a grin, Rest assured. My lord, their combat ability may be average, but they hold you in high esteem. Having them handle the labor of transporting treasures should pose no issue. Sean nodded. That's good. Everyone, prepare yourselves. When the escorting warship approaches, we will act swiftly. A day later, the warship transporting the celestial gold indeed appeared in the vicinity. Captain, they're here, Buddy exclaimed excitedly. Sean nodded. Excellent. Prepare for engagement. We will charge at them with utmost speed. They were currently aboard a three-masted sailing ship, which, despite its lightweight modifications, lacked any notable features beyond speed. However, for Sean and his crew, it was perfectly suitable, as their objective was to close in rapidly on the enemy vessel for boarding, although there was a risk of being sunk by a single cannon shot. With a skilled fighter like Sean aboard, they felt no fear regarding this possibility. Once the pirate ship came into view of the military vessel, the Rear Admiral immediately ordered the cannons to fire. The escorting warship was a large five-masted ship, equipped with an arsenal of cannons far exceeding that of a standard military vessel to deter any potential threats. Moreover, this warship was exceptionally sturdy, seemingly reinforced to withstand extreme weather conditions at sea. Thus, upon seeing merely a single pirate ship approach, the Rear Admiral dismissed it, believing it to be just another foolish brigand that could be easily dealt with. After witnessing the barrage of cannonballs raining down like a storm, a smile crept upon the Rear Admiral's lips, for he could already envision the sinking of the pirate ship before him. Chapter 63. Can you withstand 20 years of power in this punch? At that moment, a figure suddenly leaped from the pirate ship. Remarkably, the cannonballs, raining down like a tempest, were kicked back with even greater speed. The Rear Admiral in charge of the escort was taken aback and hurriedly swung his saber, cleaving the incoming projectiles in twain before they plummeted into the sea, thus averting the catastrophe of his warship being struck. However, this revelation made it abundantly clear to the Admiral that formidable adversaries resided aboard the pirate vessel, adversaries of no ordinary caliber. All hands, prepare to board. The Admiral barked, realizing that preventing the enemy from closing in was no longer feasible. Meanwhile, Sean, having returned to his ship, chuckled coldly, Get ready to engage. In stark contrast to the Navy's tense readiness, the members of the Black Hand pirates were brimming with excitement. Such monumental events were rare for ordinary pirates, and the chance to participate was exhilarating, sending adrenaline coursing through their veins and amplifying their strength by twofold. As the two ships collided, The pirates swiftly armed themselves with grappling hooks and commenced their assault, though Blood Axe had only mustered around 100 pirates. It was evident that those who chose to follow such a figure were far from ordinary. Once aboard the warship, they charged fiercely at the nearest Navy personnel. Damn it! The admiral fumed upon witnessing the heavy losses among his men. Drawing his long blade, he struck down a pirate with ferocity, sending another flying with a powerful kick. Yet Sean could not allow this admiral to wreak havoc among his crew. With a swift step forward, he propelled himself towards the admiral with blazing speed. "You are their captain, you scoundrel." The admiral's complexion shifted dramatically upon recognizing Sean. "You are that vile blackhand." "Correct, but there are no rewards for you." Sean grinned menacingly before unleashing a torrent of digestive fluid towards the admiral. The areas tainted by this fluid began to corrode rapidly, even affecting the admiral's sword. "What devilish ability is this? Damn it." The admiral recoiled as the caustic liquid seared his skin. Instantly, he enveloped himself in haki. Yet even this formidable defense struggled against Sean's digestive fluid. The burning sensation persisted, albeit at a diminished pace, indicating a weakening effect on his haki. This outcome was unforeseen for Sean, who doubted whether his unique powers could impact the haki. Yet, it became evident that not only could it affect the opponent, but the results were surprisingly effective. The other Navy personnel splattered with the digestive fluid faced a dire fate, their clothing, flesh, and bones beginning to melt away as they screamed in agony. This horrifying spectacle even startled the Blackhand pirates. However, Sean's 3 officers appeared unfazed. Having developed an almost superstitious faith in their captain, they engaged their adversaries, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Their coordination was seamless, leaving the ordinary officers at their mercy. It was only when a rear admiral from the headquarters arrived that the battle reached a semblance of equilibrium. The outcome hinged on the 2 leaders. The escorting admiral was no weakling. Entrusted with the transport of a significant treasure, he was undoubtedly skilled. Moonlit Blade. The admiral unleashed a sword strike that radiated like a full moon, nearly enveloping Sean entirely. The long blade, enhanced by haki, unleashed tremendous power. A few pirates near Sean were caught in the onslaught, instantly reduced to a bloody mist. However, Sean was a master swordsman himself. With the dual techniques of flying sword flow and wombing divine wind, coupled with his extensive theoretical knowledge, he quickly discerned the weakness in the admiral's attack. With a powerful fist, he disrupted the admiral's technique, leaving the latter aghast. Sean was determined to finish this swiftly, denying the admiral any respite. As the admiral gasped for air, Sean delivered a ferocious knee strike to his abdomen, causing the admiral to arch like a boiled shrimp. Following this, a powerful uppercut lifted him off his feet. In his final strike, Sean cloaked his fist with haki, even employing the technique of Conqueror and Amp, Appos, as haki. Though his physical clone could only manifest 50% of his true strength, the A-grade Conqueror's haki was still wielded with finesse. With a poised stance, Sean summoned black lightning around his arms. As the admiral descended, he bore witness to Sean's fist enlarging before him, resembling a cauldron. This punch, honed over 20 years. Can you withstand it? Sean did not employ any special techniques. It was purely a demonstration of raw power. His body, once belonging to a man who dedicated over 2 decades to training since the age of 4 to join the Navy, was now in the hands of an otherworldly spirit. The admiral possessed little means of resistance as the shockwave from Sean's punch shattered his haki defenses and struck squarely against his chest. The sharp blade in his hand was driven deep into his body. Silence. Both sides, caught in the throes of battle, fell into an eerie stillness. The Navy personnel swept away by the residual force of Sean's punch fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back. In an instant, Sean's officers and pirates erupted in jubilant cheers. "Master Sean is invincible. Master Sean is incredible. Kill those Navy dogs, and the treasures aboard the ship will be ours." The pirates' morale soared to unprecedented heights. In stark contrast, the admiral's demise plunged the Navy's spirits to an all-time low. With no will to resist, they scattered in panic, only to be hunted down by Sean's relentless crew. Chapter 64. Who doesn't have a side hustle? The battle concluded in less than half an hour, culminating with Sean's lethal strike against the admiral escorting the celestial gold. What followed was a senseless slaughter, a task Sean found tedious. He was not driven by a thirst for bloodshed, but rather a penchant for plunder, an array of forms of looting. Once his crew had dispatched all the Navy personnel aboard the warship, they found Sean humming a tune, busily transferring chests of treasure from the hold. Outside, the rain tapped incessantly, having poured for 3 days and nights, much like my beloved, who has not answered my calls for the same duration. Sean softly crooned a melody that was rather pleasing to the ear. Dawson wiped the blood from his cheek and curiously inquired, "Captain, what song are you humming? It sounds delightful." "Oh, this little ditty is called Side Hustle Tune," Sean replied nonchalantly. "One must have some side ventures while navigating these waters. Now, enough chatter. Hurry and tally the treasures. We must make our escape. I suspect it won't be long before the world government and navy are in disarray." Sean's assessment was astute. After all, his primary occupation was that of a navy officer, and piracy merely a side endeavor. Upon hearing his words, the crew quickly sprang into action, loading treasures onto their pirate ship. Despite the intimidating notion of celestial gold, most of its worth did not lie in belly. Thus, the haul was not extensive, filling only a few dozen chests. The true value lay in rare treasures, devil fruits, and even slaves, such as the enchanting mermaids, captivating and delicate. These mermaids were not like the grotesque fishmen associated with Arlong, but rather possessed the upper body of a stunning maiden and the lower half of a fishtail, closer to Sean's envisioned mermaid. "Captain, we have struck gold. Each of these mermaids could fetch no less than 70 million belly at auction. If we encounter a wealthy buyer, they could even be sold for hundreds of millions." The crew's eyes sparkled with greed as they beheld the mermaids, confined in bathtubs. However, Sean languidly declared, "Release them." "What? Release them?" The pirates were momentarily dumbfounded. 3 mermaids were at stake. How could they simply let them go? Sean and Appo's tone grew icy. "I said release them. Did you not hear me?" His decision to free the mermaids stemmed from 2 core reasons. Firstly, these mermaids were tributes intended for the celestial dragons, making them a liability to possess. Once news of the celestial gold heist spread, no one would dare handle these mermaids. Secondly, despite Sean's morally flexible nature, he still held certain principles. He had been educated to disdain the institution of slavery, lacking the lofty ambition to liberate all slaves, but finding the concept fundamentally distasteful. Some pirates still wore reluctant expressions, itching to argue with Sean, but suddenly they felt a sharp pain in their chests, only to see a bloodied sword tip protruding from their bodies, blooming into a crimson flower. They then heard Buddy's chilling voice, "Swine, who permitted you to question Lord Blackhand's orders?" The blood axe seized one defiant pirate and cleaved him in half with his massive weapon, sending a shiver down the spines of the busy crew. The blood axe coldly huffed, shaking off the blood that clung to him, his demeanor fearsome. "You fools, listen well. Should anyone dare to question Lord Blackhand again, they deserve nothing less than to feed the sharks. Understood?" The bloody tactics of Sean's 2 lieutenants swiftly quelled the greed-fueled minds of the crew. Sean coldly addressed the pirates. "What I grant you is yours. What I withhold is not yours to seize. Do you comprehend?" The pirates, silenced, shrank back. The blood axe bellowed, "Is the captain speaking to you in vain? Do you understand, Lord Blackhand?" "Yes, we do." The crew responded immediately. Then, Sean personally shattered the glass cages holding the mermaids, releasing them into the sea. The frightened mermaids quickly darted away, but one bolder mermaid surfaced, bowed to Sean, and then hastily swam off. After freeing the mermaids, Sean and his crew swiftly boarded their ship and departed. There was no rush to tally their spoils, as the Navy would soon arrive, alerted by the disappearance of the celestial gold escort vessel. Meanwhile, within the G5 branch, in Vice Admiral Virgo's office, he addressed his subordinate, "What is the current status of that Sean? He continues to loiter around the base, but tracking him proves exceedingly difficult." His subordinate grimaced. "After all, he is a vice admiral from headquarters, far beyond our capabilities. Our agents attempted to follow him, only to be discovered and swiftly outpaced." Virgo felt a disquieting sense that allowing Sean to roam freely within his branch would lead to significant trouble. After all, he had taken advantage of G5's distance from headquarters to facilitate arms deals with the Don Quixote family. Some matters that seemed trivial could yield monumental consequences. Determined to prevent any missteps, Virgo resolved to keep a close watch on Sean, the special envoy from headquarters. However, when he found Sean, the latter was painting at the dock, the subject being a sunset over the harbor. Virgo remarked in surprise, "I did not expect you, Vice Admiral Sean, to possess such artistic inclinations." Upon noticing Virgo's arrival, Sean set down his brush and replied, "With the base being so well managed by you, and the other Vice Admiral reluctant to engage with us, I find myself without purpose. Hence, painting serves as a means to pass the time. What do you think? I believe my work is quite commendable. Before joining the Navy, I made a living through my art. This side hustle has never truly left me. As for work-related matters, Commander Sengoku always requires some form of accountability. There's no need to take offense over such trivialities. Virgo felt relieved upon hearing Sean and Appo's words. It seemed Sean was not there to create trouble but merely to fulfill his duties. With a sudden thought, Virgo suggested, Vice Admiral Sean, are you free tonight? Shall we share a drink? Chapter 65. Drink heartily, divide wealth generously on a certain evening, within the tavern of the town where the G5 branch is located. Sean and Virgo were engaged in a convivial exchange, their arms draped over each other's shoulders. General Sean, you are well aware that many issues within this branch are rather difficult to resolve. Virgo remarked with a smile, for some minor matters, I kindly ask for your leniency. Sean, appearing somewhat intoxicated, thumped his chest and responded, Virgo, my friend, your G5 branch is rife with trivial problems. Even if I were to shield you, the headquarters would. Virgo and Appo's eyes glimmered with a hint of disdain, confirming Sean and Appo's predictable nature. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of joviality, saying, I would still appreciate it if General Sean could speak a few kind words on our behalf. This is but a small token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it. As he spoke, Virgo pushed a leather suitcase towards Sean. Although still inebriated, Sean opened the suitcase to inspect its contents, his face lighting up with delight. Well, as friends, of course, he exclaimed. Observing Sean and Appo's avaricious demeanor, Virgo and Appo's contempt deepened. After arranging for the drunken Sean to be escorted back to his quarters, Virgo finally felt at ease to depart. However, as soon as he left, Sean, who had appeared to be thoroughly inebriated, suddenly opened his eyes. Possessing the abilities of the Sixth Treasury Celestial Thief, he was incapable of becoming intoxicated. Any alcohol consumed would be swiftly metabolized. He glanced at the suitcase, carelessly tossing it aside while muttering, what a miser. A mere 2 million for a bribe. Does he think so little of me? Yet, he found solace in the notion that he now possessed tangible evidence, eagerly anticipating the unfolding consequences of the Heavenly Gold's heist. Meanwhile, on an unnamed island in the New World, the pirate ship, having endured a violent collision, was on the verge of sinking and required urgent repairs. Fortunately, among the crew gathered by the Blood Axe were shipwrights who could procure wood to effect repairs, enough to keep the vessel afloat until they reached the next destination. Seizing this opportunity, Sean resolved to tally the heavenly gold they had acquired, for his subordinates were eagerly awaiting their share. Had it not been for the formidable presence of Sean and his 3 officers, who managed to keep the pirates in check, a mutiny might have already erupted. Captain, we have truly struck it rich this time. Buddy exclaimed cheerfully, we have 20 billion berries, and several large crates. Sean was instantly drawn to the crates, discovering them filled to the brim with 10,000 berry notes. The total, amounting to 20 billion, weighed several hundred kilograms due to moisture and other factors. The remaining crates contained various treasures, their worth uncertain, which he planned to auction off later. Additionally, there were 3 devil fruits, though without their corresponding encyclopedias. Sean was unaware of the specific powers they conferred. With these 3, Sean now possessed a total of 6 genuine devil fruits, along with 1 artificial variety. Although consuming them would grant him powers that could enhance his combat prowess, he had no intention of indulging. His system was far superior and devoid of detrimental side effects. Presenting the devil fruits before his 3 officers, he declared, you have been with me for some time now, and I have not misjudged your worth. Thus, come forth and select your rewards. The trio gazed curiously at the fruits. Lord Sean, these are the devil fruits? I've heard even the cheapest costs 1 billion. While many possessed the powers of these fruits, they were not commonplace. Sean refrained from mocking their ignorance, for before joining him, they had been impoverished and devoid of opportunities to encounter such phenomena. Sean nodded, explaining, consuming 1 grants a unique ability, but at the price of being shunned by the sea, becoming what is known as Appo's landlubber, and Appo's. Intrigued by Sean and Appo's description, the 3 were eager to partake. Despite their unfamiliarity with the fruits, they had witnessed the extraordinary powers of those who had consumed them. Each selected a fruit and consumed it on the spot, only to immediately regurgitate. Damn it, it feels like I've just been fed excrement. It tastes horrid, they lamented, having never encountered anything so foul. Sean, observing their plight, felt a twinge of schadenfreude. He surmised he might avoid such a nasty experience for now, even if he later chose to partake. He would do so only after acquiring the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia to make a well-informed decision. Upon consumption, the transformations commenced. For instance, Buddy and Appo's visage became adorned with scales, clearly indicating an animal-type devil fruit, a branch of the snake fruit. His previously slight frame expanded considerably, appearing much more robust. Blood Axe, meanwhile, sprouted tusks, and his head morphed into that of a massive boar. Sean recalled that one of the elders had acquired the boar fruit, a mythical beast type. However, Blood Axe's form lacked any extraordinary traits. He had grown from a height of 2 meters to nearly 3. As for Dawson, unlike the other two who had chosen animal-type fruits, he seemed to have acquired a superhuman-type devil fruit. His abilities were peculiar. When activated, his eyes could penetrate certain objects, a fitting complement to his identity as a sniper. In the world of One Piece, acquiring a devil fruit did not equate to immediate combat prowess, as some time would be required for mastery. For instance, Buddy and Blood Axe struggled to revert to their original forms, yet the enhancement in their physiques appeared permanent. Astonishing. The three marveled as they examined their newfound abilities. Sean, growing impatient, interjected, "You'll have plenty of time to explore your powers later. Grab a chest and follow me." He deliberately assigned them a chest of gold coins and 2 chests of banknotes, summoning all his pirate crew with a loud declaration. "Lads, since you have the courage to stand with me in this underhanded endeavor, I assure you, I will not shortchange you. Have the chef prepare a feast with fine food and drink. We shall celebrate and distribute our bounty." Upon hearing Sean's words, the crew erupted into raucous cheers. Chapter 66. Adding Points. Pinnacle strength of the sea. As the pirates gazed upon the heaps of gold coins and paper bills strewn across the ground, a wild celebration erupted among them. Sean generously distributed 500,000 berries to each pirate. For these ordinary seafarers, this sum represented an enormous fortune, with many never having encountered such wealth before. Even with Sean and Appo's extravagant generosity, he had expended a mere 50 million berries. His 3 trusted subordinates, however, received a far more substantial sum of 5 million each. Although this appeared modest in comparison, the value of the devil fruits they had recently consumed was immeasurable. Consequently, his 3 lieutenants expressed great satisfaction with Sean's allocation. As for the remaining sum of over 1,900,000,000 berries, Sean accepted it without hesitation. The banquet continued until the early hours of the following morning, with the overly exhilarated pirates finally succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, Sean retreated to a cave where he converted the entire remaining sum into monetary points. This marked the highest accumulation of points he had achieved since acquiring the system. Gritting his teeth, he spent 150,000 points to elevate all his fundamental abilities to an A level. Following this, he upgraded all his skills to mastery, leaving him with 48,000 points remaining. Name: Sean, 24 years old. Position: Commander of Navy G2 Branch. Rank: Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Physical Arts: A. Swordsmanship. A. Devil Fruit Ability. None. Armament Hockey. A. Observation Hockey. A. Conqueror and Appo's Hockey. A. Special Abilities: Navy 6 Styles. Mastery: Flying Sword Style. Mastery: Secret Sword. Hazy Moonlit Night. Mastery: 6 Library Celestial Thief. Mastery: Inner Lotus. Mastery: Heart Decapitation Technique. Mastery: Physical Mirror Image. Mastery: Nameless Divine Wind Style. Mastery: Special Item: Destiny S Wine Gourd. Monetary value: 48,000, 480 million berries. Evaluation: Pinnacle strength of the sea. You may now challenge the formidable beings of this world to test your prowess. Upon seeing the system's evaluation undergo a transformation, a smile illuminated Sean's face, as he felt an overwhelming sense of elevation. This journey had been paved with his unwavering effort and toil. The remaining points were insufficient for further enhancement, as advancing beyond A required a doubling of the points needed. Thus, Sean resolved to indulge in 2 sets of 10 consecutive draws for a bit of excitement. After all, earning money is meant for spending. Otherwise, what purpose does such wealth serve? Beep. Congratulations on acquiring Ultra Destructive Fist. Beep. Congratulations on acquiring Standard Firearm. Beep. Congratulations on acquiring Artificial Devil Fruit. Beep. Congratulations on acquiring Brand New Suit. Beep. Congratulations on acquiring Yo-Yo. Beep. Congratulations on acquiring Beep. Guaranteed Reward. Congratulations on acquiring Physical Arts. Day Tiger. Beep. Guaranteed Reward. Congratulations on acquiring One-Hit Kill. Muramasa. After spending 20,000 points, Sean indeed garnered an impressive array of items. The artificial devil fruit aside, he also obtained an ultra-destructive fist, a technique from the anime Hunter x Hunter. As for the guaranteed rewards, both were of great necessity to Sean. one being the physical arts, Day Tiger, and the other a renowned blade. The one at Kill Muramasa, which belonged to the protagonist of Arcane Ga Kill. The weapon possessed a sinister ability. Any wound inflicted by Muramasa would be tainted with a curse, leading to swift death without an antidote. However, with Sean and Appo's current prowess, he was more than capable of wielding this cursed blade. The Day Tiger compensated for the lack of formidable offensive techniques associated with his identity as a Black Hand. Once the draws concluded, Sean summoned his subordinates, urging them to expedite the repairs on their vessel, for he suspected that the world government and the Navy were in a state of turmoil. As for how his physical doppelganger was aware of the situation, it was naturally through a phone call from Sengoku to his main body. "Sean, what on earth is happening?" Sengoku inquired with a tone of displeasure. "Do you realize that the warship escorting the Heavenly Gold has encountered an incident? I warned you to exercise utmost caution." Sean retorted with irritation. "Investigation is contingent upon my ability to board the ship. The rear admiral escorting the Heavenly Gold blatantly disregarded your orders. When I attempted to reason with him, he drew his weapon to challenge me. What was I supposed to do? Am I to blame for that?" Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. "Is what you say true? There were numerous witnesses from the G5 branch. Who could I possibly deceive?" "Indeed," Sean replied, spreading his hands. "I knew it. I suspected something was amiss with that ship." Sengoku seethed. "What about the matter I asked you to investigate covertly? Have you made any progress?" Sean lowered his voice. "You might be surprised. I have indeed uncovered some clues." "Oh?" Sengoku's interest was piqued. "What have you found?" "It's not convenient to discuss here. If word gets out, it could lead to unnecessary complications," Sean teased, knowing you needed to implicate Virgo and the entire Don Quixote family. Evidence was essential, and mere verbal assertions would likely not suffice to convince Sengoku. To avoid leaving further traces, Sean decided to guide the world government and Sengoku to conduct their own investigation. After a brief silence, Sengoku addressed Sean. "Very well, I will send Akiji to investigate. If there is indeed a traitor, I want him alive." "Of course," Sean replied with a smile. After hanging up, Sean merely had to await Akiji's arrival with his team to conduct the investigation. Meanwhile, in the G5 branch's office, Virgo learned of the incident involving the warship escorting the Heavenly Gold being attacked by pirates. However, due to the lack of witnesses, the assailants and Appo's identities remained unknown. The location of the attack was particularly cunning, occurring at the edge of the G5 branch and Appo's jurisdiction. As the highest combatant of the Don Quixote family and a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, Virgo instinctively sensed that something was amiss. The coincidence of the incident occurring within his jurisdiction, particularly involving the Heavenly Gold, was too suspicious to overlook. Virgo immediately summoned his subordinates. "Have we dispatched a team to salvage the wreckage of the warship?" His subordinate replied, "We have already sent a team. We should receive news shortly." Virgo nodded. "I want to know immediately who it was that attacked the warship escorting the Heavenly Gold. Also, has Sean from the headquarters made any moves?" "No, my lord Virgo." The subordinate shook his head. "At least, I have not observed any unusual activity from him." Chapter 67, The Investigation Team. Soon, the investigation team from headquarters arrived at the G5 branch, consisting of Admiral Akiji and members of CP0. However, this time it was not the previously encountered Jernica. He was still keeping an eye on the iceberg in Water 7. Instead, they were greeted by a figure named Gismonda. Clad in a white robe and wearing a mask with an expression of fury, he was exceptionally tall, towering over both Akiji and Sean. It was evident that the recent theft of the Celestial Gold had incensed the Tenryubito, prompting the dispatch of CP0. Akiji, with an expression of disbelief, remarked, "You really know how to stir up trouble, Don and Amp." "Amp, Appo's, to you?" Sean, filled with indignation, retorted, "What do you mean by that? It was Admiral Sengoku who sent me here. When did it become my fault?" Gismonda, observing the argument between Sean and Akiji, was taken aback. Despite Akiji and Appo's generally mild temperament, he was an admiral of the Navy, Sean's superior. To see Sean confront him so boldly was unexpected, especially considering that Sean had risen through the ranks from the East Blue Branch, first as a rear admiral and swiftly advancing to vice admiral. Had it not been for the comprehensive records on Sean within CP0, Gismonda might have suspected a familial connection to Sengoku. Akiji waved his hand and inquired, "What have you discovered?" Sean proceeded to present a detailed account of the minor issues he had investigated at the G5 branch, handing over the documentation to Akiji. As for CP0, Sean barely acknowledged them. Gismonda, however, did not take offense. recognizing that Sean had a history with CP0, making such behavior rather normal. Sean and Apos' records indicated several irregularities within the G5 branch. He glossed over the indiscriminate killings that resembled pirate behavior more than that of the Navy, instead emphasizing the illicit favors granted by Virgo to the Don Quixote family. Sean was aware that Sengoku had long sought to undermine the Don Quixote family due to the Corazon incident, which influenced his selective reporting. Subsequently, Sean placed a box used for bribery directly before them, stating nonchalantly, "This was given to me by G5 and Apos' Virgo," hoping that as a special investigator, I might turn a blind eye to certain matters and speak favorably on their behalf. Akiji looked at Sean with skepticism. "You mean to say you didn't accept any money?" As an admiral, Akiji was privy to more information than the average person. Although Sean's greed was well concealed, the truth often finds a way to surface. Sengoku had thoroughly investigated Sean, but compared to Sean's activities, Sengoku's own financial misdeeds paled in comparison. Moreover, much of Sean's earnings had been funneled back into improving Navy salaries and provisions, along with his formidable strength. Often, Sengoku chose to overlook Sean's transgressions, for it would be unreasonable to push a vice admiral onto the path of piracy. "Defamation. You're slandering me," Sean exclaimed, feigning distress. Akiji, exasperated, interjected, "All right. So you're saying Virgo is the problem, correct?" Sean nodded. "If you know the route for escorting the celestial gold, and Virgo is one of them," Gismonda coldly remarked. "There should be another, and that is you." Sean smirked, a sinister grin spreading across his face. His conqueror and Apos' haki surged forth, an overwhelming force that erupted from his being. Although not yet at its peak, his 11 conqueror's haki was potent enough to influence reality, similar to the red-haired Shanks. Under the weight of Sean's haki, Gismonda felt an oppressive pressure, as if a mountain had settled upon him. The ground beneath him began to crack, and he felt immobilized by the sheer force of Sean and Apos' presence, his expression shifting to one of terror. Akiji, too, was astonished. According to reason, Sean and Apos' strength should not have surged so rapidly, suggesting that he had previously hidden his true power. However, Akiji could not allow Sean to intimidate a CP0 member, lest he face repercussions from the world government. Thus, Akiji stepped in front of Gismonda, addressing Sean. "Enough, Sean. No need to be so sensitive." Sean huffed, retracting his aura, casting a disdainful glance at Gismonda before turning to Akiji. "You know me. If I were to act, there would be no opportunity for you to doubt my intentions." Gismonda gasped for breath, filled with anger but forced to concede that Sean and Apos' logic was sound. Given Sean and Apos' demonstrated power, any information he revealed would leave no room for suspicion, nor would there be a need to do so. Reflecting on Sean's previous actions, it was clear he was meticulous and would leave no trace. Akiji nodded. "Very well. Let us seek out G5's base commander, Virgo, and have a discussion." Meanwhile, within Virgo's office, his subordinate was reporting. "So, that infamous Black Hand pirate crew has made a move?" Virgo exclaimed, astonished. "Where did they come from?" The subordinate shook his head, uncertain. "They seem to have been active in the first half of the Grand Line, and only recently appeared in the New World. However, they caused quite a stir in the first half, allegedly involved in the annihilation of CP9. Virgo was incredulous, such audacity. First, they opposed CP, and now they've directly stolen the celestial gold. Do they aspire to ascend to the heavens? Just as Virgo pondered the implications of the Black Hand pirate crew, a subordinate rushed in, breathless. "What is it?" Virgo inquired, frowning. "Sir Virgo, people from headquarters have arrived, including an admiral." The subordinate gasped. Virgo and Apos' expression darkened. "What is happening?" I don't know. Besides Admiral Akiji, there's Vice Admiral Sean and a strange individual cloaked in white." The subordinate hastily informed him. Virgo sensed a sinister plot unfolding. As he contemplated this, Sean and the others entered the room. "Vice Admiral Virgo, you are under arrest. Surrender willingly," Sean declared with a smile directed at Virgo. Virgo and Apos' face contorted in disbelief as he glared at Sean, realizing this unscrupulous individual had come to apprehend him. Chapter 68. The mudstains on the pants. However, Virgo quickly regained his composure and addressed Sean directly. "General Sean, you cannot be serious. While you may be a special envoy of the warlord, it is unacceptable to indiscriminately slander a colleague." Upon hearing Virgo and Apos' words, Sean merely smiled in silence. After all, it was inconceivable for him to personally bring someone to apprehend Virgo without concrete evidence. As Sean remained silent, merely gazing at him with a grin. A chill surged up Virgo's spine, reaching the crown of his head. This was, of course, not due to any action from Kazan. Otherwise, the sensation would have been far more severe. Kazan spoke calmly. Whether it is true or not will be revealed upon the conclusion of our investigation. Allow me to introduce this gentleman, Mr. Gismonda from CP0, who specializes in interrogations. As the masked figure before him cast a glance in his direction, Virgo felt a wave of dread wash over him, as if he were completely exposed. Sean promptly retrieved the suitcase Virgo had used for bribery and laid the evidence out on the table, smiling as he addressed Virgo. Will you confess voluntarily? Or shall we take matters into our own hands? A senior official of the Don Quixote family? With Sean's words hanging in the air, Virgo suddenly sprang into action, shattering the window and fleeing through the opening. At this moment, there was no need for questions. Sean shook his head and remarked, what was he thinking? Attempting to escape in front of an admiral? Kazan chuckled lightly and immediately pursued him, with Sean and Gismonda following closely behind. Virgo and Apos' speed in fleeing was remarkable, and in a mere moment, he had commandeered a single-masted sailboat, departing from the dock. Yet, such distance was insufficient for escape. Kazan, indifferent to the chase, simply placed his hand into the sea and unleashed his powers. Ice Age. A visible wave of cold spread across the ocean, instantly freezing any seawater it touched. This rapid expansion soon caught up with the sailboat Virgo had seized, encasing it in solid ice. Realizing his impending doom, Virgo hastily activated a transponder snail to inform Doflamingo. However, Kazan, Sean, and Gismonda swiftly closed in, surrounding him. Virgo could only conceal the transponder snail without disconnecting the call. Do not attempt to flee. It would be wise to confess your connection to the theft of the heavenly gold, Kazan stated nonchalantly. Virgo, bewildered, retorted, what does this have to do with me? I admit that I was discovered, but do not attempt to frame me for actions I did not commit. Sean Kuden and Apos, helped but chuckle. Oh, is that so? Yet I recall that 8 years ago, a band of pirates raided a military ship transporting heavenly gold, resulting in the annihilation of all aboard. Subsequently, your Don Quixote family became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Can you elucidate this for us? At Sean and Apos' words, both Virgo and Doflamingo, on the other end of the call, fell silent. Indeed, as Sean pointed out, the coincidence was too striking to ignore. Even if they claimed innocence, few would believe them. It was akin to mud stains on pants, not quite excrement, yet undeniably so. Virgo hastily interjected. My people have already discovered that the group responsible for the heavenly gold heist is a band called the Black Hand Pirates. Perhaps you, Sean, are colluding with them. This statement elicited laughter not only from Kazan but even from Gismonda of CP0. Kazan remarked, if the Black Hand Pirates were indeed involved, then Sean is certainly not the one to be implicated. While CP0 and General Sean may not always see eye to eye, I can assure you that he would never conspire with the Black Hand, especially since it was Sean who personally defeated them at Sabaody Archipelago. Gismonda shook his head, adding, even a villain needs a convincing excuse. At this moment, Virgo was left dumbfounded, having not anticipated Sean's deep connection with the Black Hand. Something felt amiss. Virgo and Apos' mind raced as he sensed something was fundamentally wrong. Unfortunately, Kazan and Gismonda had lost patience with Virgo and Apos' futile attempts at justification and moved to apprehend him. Naturally, a person like Virgo would not surrender easily. With a fierce shout, he brandished a stick, successfully blocking Kazan and Apos' incoming punch. Kazan had trained under Garp for many years, and though his master was Zephyr, Garp had imparted his knowledge as well. Thus, Kazan and Apos' icy fist bore a resemblance to Garp and Apos' famed iron fists. Given that Virgo was already at a disadvantage against Kazan, the outcome of taking this punch was predictable. He was sent flying, frost accumulating upon his body. Fortunately, Virgo's mastery of armament hockey was commendable, allowing him to envelop himself in it. Even though his limbs grew stiff with ice, he suffered minimal injury. After sending Virgo sprawling, Kazan noticed Sean casually watching the spectacle. Kazan had long been curious about Sean and Apos' capabilities and seized the opportunity to observe him closely. Arin and Apos, are you going to take action? He inquired. With you two engaged, I see no need for my intervention, Sean replied, spreading his hands. Kazan chuckled. Do not forget, your own suspicions remain unaddressed. I am providing you with an opportunity to convince the higher-ups of your innocence. Sean understood that Kazan sought to gauge his true abilities. However, Kazan would inevitably be disappointed. for Sean had already divided his combat power with the physical clone. Even if he were to engage, he would fall short of the Admiral and Apos' level. Thus, he decided to allow Kazan to observe, keeping his true strength concealed from the Naval High Command. With ambitions greater than mere recognition, Sean opted to bide his time until he was prepared to ascend. Accepting Kazan and Apos' invitation with poise, Sean unsheathed his blade and declared, "Very well, I shall handle this one." Gismonda, eager to witness Sean and Apos' true prowess, promptly ceased his actions as well. As Sean approached Virgo, blade in hand, a sinister expression crept across Virgo and Apos' face. All these events had transpired because of Sean, and even if it meant his demise, he was determined to drag Sean down with him. Chapter 69. It appears I am slightly stronger than him. It is not that Sean looks down upon Virgo. Rather, the disparity in strength between a general and a vice admiral is simply too vast. Even though Sean and Apos' doppelganger outside can only exert half of his power, he finds it effortless to deal with Virgo. At this moment, Virgo is seething with rage, his bamboo stick imbued with the power of Haki, as he spins it and strikes directly at Sean and Apos' head. This move, known as Demon Bamboo, is Virgo and Apos' signature technique, possessing formidable strength capable of shattering sea stone with a single blow. Clearly, Virgo realizes that escape is impossible today, so he unleashes his full might in a desperate bid to contend with Sean. Clang! Sean and Apos' sword, Snowwalk, similarly enveloped in Haki, effortlessly blocks Virgo and Apos' attack. With a light chuckle, Sean addresses Virgo, "You might as well surrender quietly, to spare us all some trouble." Seeing his ultimate technique thwarted so easily, Virgo grits his teeth and launches another assault, delivering a series of rapid kicks toward Sean. Alas, with a few casual swings of Snowwalk, Sean disperses the kicks effortlessly, letting out a sigh. "I wonder if I can hold back. I hope you don't perish too swiftly." As he speaks, Sean and Apos' hand glides along the blade of Snowwalk, which suddenly radiates a flowing light, reminiscent of a stream. Virgo, sensing the impending threat, heightens his focus, enveloping himself in Haki and positioning his bamboo stick defensively before him, prepared to defend with all his might. His observation Haki warns him that Sean and Apos' next assault will be exceedingly fearsome. Nameless Divine Wind Technique, Azure Dragon. Sean suddenly swings Snowwalk, delivering a devastating slash towards Virgo. Immediately, the surrounding water coalesces like a dragon, lifting Virgo into the air and relentlessly slicing through him. Though these minuscule streams of water seem weak, each contact with Virgo's body inflicts a wound. Virgo's Haki proves insufficient to withstand Sean's sword energy, and in mere moments, he is transformed into a bloody mess. As Sean's sword descends, the streams of sword energy follow suit, piercing Virgo and Apos' body and sending him crashing to the ground. Witnessing Sean's display of prowess, not only CP0 and Apos' Gismonda, but even Akiji wears a grave expression. Both ponder whether they can evade Sean and Apos' exquisitely executed sword technique. The answer is evidently negative. Once locked on by Sean and Apos' swordplay, there is scarcely any opportunity for the enemy to escape. The sudden appearance of those water-like sword energies is exceedingly bizarre and nearly impossible to defend against. Sean's swordsmanship is likely unparalleled within the Navy. Akiji feels somewhat confident, believing he can withstand it due to his own strength. In contrast, Gismonda fears that should he fall victim to this strike, his fate may not differ much from Virgo's. Sean sheathes Snowwalk, gazing at the nearly defeated Virgo, then turns to Akiji, gesturing with a fingertip. "It seems I am slightly stronger than him." Upon hearing Sean's words, both Akiji and Gismonda feel an urge to strike him. Clearly, Sean has just delivered a fatal blow to Virgo, and he dares to say he is merely slightly stronger? Akiji approaches and casually touches Virgo's body. The wounds, oozing blood, are instantly encased in ice, halting the bleeding and simultaneously eliminating Virgo's chance of escape. After completing this, Akiji shrugs and remarks, "It seems this task is far simpler than we anticipated." Gismonda nods in agreement. "Thank you both. I shall take him with me." However, as Gismonda prepares to leave with Virgo, Sean intervenes firmly. "No, why should the enemies defeated by the Navy be handed over to you CP0? You, with a mere score of 3-0. Although Gismonda does not comprehend Sean and Apos' reference to 3-0, he understands it is not a compliment. Despite his mask obscuring his expression, his voice betrays a hint of fury, What do you intend to do? Follow the procedure, Sean states, spreading his hands. Though you belong to the world government, the necessary protocols must be adhered to. Otherwise, who knows if you might cast the blame upon us Navy personnel? After all, this is not your first time engaging in such antics. Upon hearing Sean and Appo's words, Akiji smiles faintly but remains silent, firmly standing by Sean and Appo's side. After all, Sean is a member of the Navy, and his actions are in pursuit of the Navy and Appo's interests. Moreover, Sean has previously clashed with CP0, even causing a stir that reached the elders. Thus, Akiji is not inclined to intervene recklessly. Gismonda is nearly apoplectic, pointing at Sean, unable to articulate his frustration. After a moment, he finally exclaims, "You bastard." As the strongest shield for the celestial dragons within CP0, when have they ever endured such indignity? Given their status, they are accustomed to commanding respect, regardless of who they face in the Navy. However, Sean remains utterly unfazed, showing no regard for CP0's authority as he obstructs their attempt to capture Virgo. Gismonda coldly asserts, "You are obstructing my duties. On the contrary, I am quite eager for you to conduct your affairs properly." Sean retorts with a mocking smile, "If you want him, present the necessary paperwork. Otherwise, we shall take him with us." With that, Sean brazenly lifts Virgo as if he were merely a bag, completely disregarding Gismonda, who is on the brink of explosion, and strides confidently, beckoning Akiji to return to the G5 base. Upon their return, Sean swiftly takes control of everyone at the G5 base, particularly Virgo and Appo's closest subordinates. Whether they were corrupted by Virgo or were originally members of the Don Quixote family, Sean sees no reason to allow them to survive. Akiji furrows his brow, questioning, "Is it truly necessary to eliminate them all?" Sean wipes the blood from Snowwalk, responding calmly, "Loyalty is not absolute. Therefore, it is unequivocally disloyal. Who can ascertain whether these individuals have been infiltrated by the Don Quixote family? Thus, exterminating them is the simplest solution." Chapter 70. A calamity descends upon the unwary in the heart of Dressrosa, Doflamingo and Appo's expression darkened as he gazed at the speaking snail before him. Realizing he could not escape, Virgo activated the device, remaining in conversation until Sean ultimately eliminated him. The dialogue during this time allowed Doflamingo to piece together the events. Yet he could not fathom how Virgo's well-concealed identity had been discovered so suddenly, nor why the robbery of the celestial gold had occurred nearby. Doflamingo instantly sensed the undercurrents of a conspiracy. However, the current predicament was one he could not influence. With his own history of wrongdoing, having previously resorted to robbing the celestial gold to pressure the Gorosei into negotiations, he was acutely aware that the opposing party had ample justification to implicate him in this scandal. What a treacherous scoundrel! Doflamingo gritted his teeth. Torbol, having overheard Doflamingo and Appo's curses, approached with concern. "What has transpired?" Doflamingo replied coldly, "Virgo is dead, and his identity has been exposed." He proceeded to recount the events surrounding Virgo. As Doflamingo and Appo's second-in-command, Torbol understood the gravity of the situation, one that could potentially undermine the very foundation of the Don Quixote family. Indeed, calamity strikes when one is at home, Torbol asserted, urging Doflamingo to act swiftly. "This matter must be resolved promptly, otherwise, greater troubles await us." Doflamingo rolled his eyes at this obvious observation. He was acutely aware of the complications at hand. Yet, Sean and Appo's overwhelming strength was undeniable. Virgo had been eliminated in the blink of an eye. Even if he were to confront Sean himself, victory was far from assured. Thus, Doflamingo addressed Torbol directly, "I understand, but we currently lack the necessary manpower. With Virgo's demise, his subordinates have also been purged by Sean. I need you to reach out. We require the assistance of allies." Torbol immediately inquired, "Are you suggesting the Beast Pirates?" Indeed, with Virgo and Appo's incident and the robbery of the celestial gold, their family's operations were at risk, and the architect of this chaos was none other than that damned Sean. Doflamingo smirked insidiously. "It is high time they contribute." Upon hearing Doflamingo and Appo's plan, Torbol nodded. "Very well, there seems to be no better option at present. I shall make contact immediately." As Torbol departed, Doflamingo murmured to himself, "I hope this proves effective." Meanwhile, Sean, having deliberated over Doflamingo and Appo's affairs, stealthily infiltrated Dressrosa with his crew of pirates. After a lengthy period of strategizing, it was essential to execute their plans with precision. Should the Black Hand pirates still be present in Dressrosa, alongside the circulation of celestial gold, it would firmly establish Doflamingo and Apos' collusion with them. Upon disembarking, Sean distributed severance pay to his crew. Aware that the presence of so many pirates in Dressrosa would not go unnoticed by the Don Quixote family. After dismissing his crew, Sean entered the city with 3 of his top officers. Soon, he discovered the bounty poster for the Black Hand. Although no one had captured an image of Sean and Apos' face, it did not hinder the elevation of the Black Hand and Apos' bounty. Black Hand pirates, Black Hand, bounty of 1.28 billion. Days passed, and the robbery of the celestial gold became a sensational topic. The notoriety of the Black Hand only grew as he committed further transgressions, leading to an accelerated increase in his bounty. "Dread pirate, look, we have our bounty notice," Dawson exclaimed. Not only did Sean have a bounty, but his 3 most distinguished officers also received their respective bounties, ranging from 1 to 2 billion. Sean chuckled. "I doubt anyone will dare to seek their own demise now." With the Black Hand and Apos' reputation, Sean could easily rally a multitude of pirates with a mere call. Glancing at the bounty notice, he reminded his 3 officers, "Enough reveling in your success. Have you connected with the black market merchant I instructed you to?" The reticent Dawson nodded. "I have made contact. But the goods we possess carry significant risk. They are willing to take on this business only at the peril of their very lives. Thus we must discount our goods by 40%. Sean, unfazed, replied, 40% is acceptable. Expedite the acquisition of those items. The treasures seized from the celestial dragons needed to be converted into currency for ease of transport, as the system only recognized berries, necessitating a sacrifice on Sean and Apos' part. Every step of this venture felt precarious. "Is this the entirety of the matter? Am I now exonerated?" Sean inquired as he dialed Sengoku and Apos' number, recounting the sequence of events. Sengoku expressed surprise. "So the information you gathered is indeed authentic?" Sean bristled at the insinuation. "I feel you are casting aspersions upon my character." Sengoku chuckled lightly. "Very well. Since you have captured Virgo for me, I shall honor my promise. As for your reward, I am considering granting you a title, that of a Rear Admiral." In the Navy headquarters, the ranks of Rear Admiral were sparse, with only 2 incumbents, Fujitora and Peach Rabbit. While this position might seem lacking in power, it held considerable importance. Should any of the 3 admirals retire, Sengoku would elevate one from the Rear Admiral ranks to fill the vacancy. Thus, Sean found himself on the precipice of becoming an admiral. Chapter 71. The recruitment of Doflamingo. However, Sean was well aware that once Akainu ascended to the position of admiral, the 2 candidates for the vice admiral roles did not attain their desired ranks. Instead, they employed individuals recruited through the global conscription, namely Fujitora and Green Bull. Thus, Sean harbored little interest in the empty promises of Sengoku. He preferred something of practical value. Sean scoffed. Sengoku retorted with irritation. "I haven't yet addressed the mess you and Apos' created. You were tasked with the transportation of the celestial gold, yet it was intercepted by the underworld. Is that my fault? You chose the personnel, after all." Sean, unfazed by the elder's complaints, replied, "What can I do if they refuse to acknowledge your orders? Should I execute them?" Sengoku fell silent, the remark striking a chord. As an admiral, not only did his subordinates disregard his commands, but he was also ridiculed by another subordinate. He could scarcely continue in his position after such indignities. After a brief pause, Sengoku turned to Sean and said, "Assist in reorganizing the G5 branch. I will dispatch a new Rear Admiral to assume command of the base." "Certainly," Sean replied with a cold smirk. "This is precisely my forte." He was aware that under Virgo and Apos' leadership, the G5 branch had amassed considerable wealth. He felt it only fair to extract a portion of those profits, otherwise this expedition would feel futile. With Sengoku and Apos' order to restore military discipline, a mischievous smile crept across Sean and Apos' face. While Sean was busy reorganizing the G5 branch, his doppelganger had already sold off the treasures from the celestial dragon ship. Doflamingo was audacious, with auction businesses thriving everywhere, and his subordinates were not picky about the items they accepted. Furthermore, Doflamingo and Apos' close collaboration with Tesoro seemed to render him unconcerned. The treasures meant for the celestial dragons were swiftly acquired. Dawson and Apos' expression was peculiar. "Captain, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Buddy and Blood Axe nodded in astonishment. Sean was not surprised. Doflamingo's status afforded him numerous hidden privileges. What were these treasures compared to his long-standing desire to see the celestial dragons meet their demise? Sean chuckled. All right, let us not dwell on this. We need to secure a good ship. He realized that his Black Hand pirates' vessels were akin to disposable items. Although they had successfully plundered the celestial gold, their ship was rendered inoperative once again. Sean contemplated acquiring a branch from the Atom Tree for shipbuilding, as long as it was sturdy. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, a small segment of Atom Tree material could fetch an exorbitant price of $200 million on the black market. With such funds, it would be wiser to invest in a lottery, perhaps yielding some valuable items. Having sold the treasures for nearly $1 billion, albeit at a 60% discount. The swift turnover was advantageous for Sean. The funds would suffice not just for a new ship, but even for a custom-built vessel. Thus, Sean and his 3 officers set off for the shipyard. Yet, en route, they were unexpectedly halted by a group of peculiar individuals, clad in quilt-like cloaks. One of them wielded a golden cane and wore a pair of small sunglasses, exuding an air of dishevelment. Accompanying him were equally strange figures, a woman with half-orange and half-yellow hair, a little girl, and finally, a relatively normal-looking lady dressed in flamenco attire. Upon seeing these individuals block their path, Sean's officers immediately grew wary. Sean quickly recognized the peculiar figure as Treble, one of Doflamingo's top aides in the Don Quixote family. Who are you, and what business do you have obstructing our way? Sean inquired. You must be the captain of the Black Hand Pirates, Treble replied with a strange smile. I've long awaited this encounter. Sean frowned, spit it out quickly. Otherwise, step aside. As he spoke, his aura surged, the overwhelming haki causing pressure to descend upon those present. Treble waved his hands hastily. Captain, we mean no harm. We are here on behalf of our master, the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo, who wishes to invite you for a meeting. Sean, intrigued, replied, and what if I decline? Treble smiled. Of course, that is your prerogative. However, Doflamingo wishes to convey that cooperating with him would yield rewards far exceeding what you could gain through plundering celestial gold. Upon hearing Treble and Apo's words, Sean's 3 officers were visibly tempted. After all, who was unaware of Joker's infamous reputation in the underworld with extensive connections? Partnering with him would undoubtedly be more lucrative than engaging in straightforward theft. Sean chuckled. Very well, lead the way. There was no rush to acquire a ship, and he intended for the Black Hand identity to be recognized in Dressrosa, solidifying the FAAD of collusion between Doflamingo and the Black Hand. Doflamingo and Apo's approach was, indeed, fortuitous. Under Treble and Apo's guidance, Sean and his entourage arrived at the palace and were received in the meeting room by Doflamingo, who appeared flamboyant, almost resembling a flamingo. Sean surveyed the surroundings before locking his gaze on Doflamingo. So, you are the night demon, Doflamingo? Why do you look like a caricature? Doflamingo was clad in a flamboyant red feathered coat and cropped pants, topped off with pointy leather shoes, creating a rather ostentatious appearance. Upon Sean and Apo's remark, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Yet, Doflamingo suddenly erupted into laughter, his face contorting with glee. He. It's the first time someone has dared to speak to me like that. Blackhand, you truly possess audacity. Sean nonchalantly found a seat, settling down with ease, and stated, enough with the theatrics. What do you propose for our collaboration? Speak plainly. I have matters to attend to and no time to waste on your games. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the young master? Came a sharp voice, dripping with indignation. A robust man, adorned with a cross mask, stepped forward. However, the juxtaposition of his voice and physique elicited uproarious laughter from Sean and Apo's 3 officers. Chapter 72. Testing strength. The brazen laughter of several individuals truly irked Pika. As one of the highest-ranking officials in the Don Quixote family, he was undeniably ruthless. He charged directly at Sean and his crew. Doflamingo did not intervene. He, too, was eager to ascertain the true strength of the Black Hand pirates. Seated majestically upon his throne, Sean remained unmoved, while his subordinate, Blood Axe, naturally stepped forward to confront Pika. Observing Pika, who had partially transformed into stone, Blood Axe unleashed his voice-changing ability, and the 2 formidable figures collided with tremendous force. The ground beneath them cracked under the immense pressure, causing the entire palace to tremble. In this clash of might, neither party appeared to hold the upper hand. Despite Sean's crew being hastily assembled, They were among the most formidable pirates in the paradise prior to joining him. Coupled with Sean and Apos' meticulous training and the bestowed powers of the devil fruit, their strength had surged dramatically in a short span of time, rendering them no less formidable than the officials of the Don Quixote family. As Sean watched the two titans wrestle, he turned to Doflamingo and inquired with a hint of amusement. "What does this mean? A test of our capabilities?" Doflamingo replied nonchalantly. "Of course. How else would I gauge your potential for collaboration?" Sean continued. "My subordinates may be somewhat impulsive. Should they injure anyone on your side, do not claim I did not forewarn you." Doflamingo chuckled. "If they can accomplish that, then by all means, let them strike." Whether it was confidence in his subordinates or sheer cold-bloodedness, Sean suspected it was the latter. He addressed Blood Axe directly. "In that case, Blood Axe, unleash your strength." Blood Axe had nearly awakened his haki during their time in paradise, showcasing remarkable talent in its training. Therefore, his mastery of haki was formidable, and with the specialized techniques Sean had imparted, coupled with his newfound devil fruit abilities, Blood Axe fought like a humanoid tank. Upon transforming, his physique grew more robust, nearing 4 meters in height, exhibiting distinctly beast-like traits. Most notably, he wielded an exaggeratedly large axe, enveloped in haki, and swung it violently at Pika. The sheer force of Blood Axe and Apos' swing unleashed a tempest within the palace, hinting at the catastrophic power behind the blow. As a user of the stone fruit, Pika could not afford to let Doflamingo lose face in this spectacle. He assimilated the hard stone of the ground into his body, enveloping himself in haki, and retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Blood Axe. The ensuing explosion of sound signified the impact, creating a massive crater where they clashed, shrouding the area in dust and smoke, obscuring the outcome of their encounter. As the dust settled, it became evident that Pika bore a grievous wound upon his chest. Though he had managed to staunch the bleeding, Blood Axe, too, suffered from the confrontation, displaying a clear imprint of Pika and Apos' fist on his abdomen. Observing their condition, it was apparent that even a mere test of strength resulted in such devastation, a realization that astonished Doflamingo. After all, Pika was one of his top lieutenants. Sean, with a smirk, addressed Doflamingo. "What have you gleaned from this? If you desire more, I would not hesitate to intervene personally." Doflamingo, with a cold chuckle, rose from his throne and unleashed a volley of strings towards Sean. Though he had confirmed the Black Hand pirate's formidable reputation, Doflamingo's rebellious nature could not withstand Sean's provocations any longer, leading him to engage in combat. As the thread shot towards him, Sean merely wrapped his arm in haki and, with astonishing speed, seized the strings. These deadly projectiles, capable of shattering bones, failed to pierce his skin. 5 colored strings. Doflamingo contorted his hand into a claw, launching razor-thin strings at Sean. This technique could slice through edifices, yet it proved insufficient against Sean. His mastery of haki far exceeded Doflamingo's, and even with only half of his power unleashed, he remained a formidable adversary. Grasping the incoming strings, Sean not only withstood the attack, but also created a shower of sparks upon contact with his arm. With a surge of monstrous strength, he yanked Doflamingo off the ground and pulled him towards himself. Sean then charged his fist, unleashing the recently acquired ability, the destructive punch. Doflamingo, suspended in midair, felt his pupils constrict with alarm. Despite his efforts to anticipate Sean's prowess, the reality far surpassed his expectations, especially as Sean's charged punch radiated an overwhelming sense of danger. Skypath. Doflamingo shot a thin thread around a column in the palace, narrowly evading Sean and Apos' devastating blow. Although he escaped, Sean and Apos' fist struck the ground with catastrophic force, creating an intricate web of fissures that spread throughout the palace, threatening its very foundations. The once imposing fortress nearly crumbled under the impact of a single punch. The officials under Doflamingo's command were left agape, their eyes bulging in disbelief. "Is this even real?" Doflamingo, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, contemplated the horror of what could have transpired had he not evaded that strike. It dawned on him that this adversary was genuinely intent on his demise. The sensation of peril he experienced was akin to that which he had previously felt in the presence of only one other individual, the fearsome Kaido of the beasts. One of the 4 emperors. Chapter 73. The simplest way to deal with Sean Doflamingo is, in fact, a rather cunning individual. Despite his rebellious demeanor, he can be rather compliant if one possesses greater strength. It is likely that the beast's pirates cooperated with him under such terms. After witnessing Sean and Amp, Apos, formidable power, Doflamingo quickly waved his hands and declared, "Enough. This ends here." Sean, with a smirk playing on his lips, inquired of Doflamingo, "So, shall we spar again next time?" Doflamingo and Amp, Apos, mouth twitched, yet he remained silent. The palace around them had become a dilapidated structure, clearly unsuitable for further discourse. He promptly led everyone to an establishment resembling a hotel. Once seated, they began their conversation. Initially, Doflamingo had intentions of recruiting Sean. For anyone bold enough to rob the celestial dragon's treasure must possess exceptional prowess. However, after witnessing Sean and Amp, Apos, true abilities, Doflamingo decided to withhold his words. The sea is a domain where strength reigns supreme. To utter a word of recruitment would be to invite a beating. Thus, Doflamingo altered his approach. Addressing Sean with newfound seriousness, "Your Excellency, I have a proposition for collaboration." Sean, taking a hearty swig from a bottle, boisterously replied, "Do tell." Doflamingo stated directly, "I wish for you to assist me in dealing with a certain individual." "Who might that be?" Sean asked, curiosity piqued. "A Marine Vice Admiral, Sean." Doflamingo replied without hesitation, "The very one who pursued you in Sabaody." Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile spread across Sean's face. He never anticipated that Doflamingo would harbor intentions of eliminating him. Aside from the incident involving Virgo, Sean believed there had been no prior conflict between them. Did Doflamingo suspect him of framing Virgo? Nevertheless, Sean had no intention of agreeing to such a request. The identities of Black Hand and Sean had only crossed paths once. Prolonging such interactions could lead to unwanted scrutiny. Thus, Sean shook his head, stating, "No deal. I am not a match for that person." Doflamingo was taken aback. "You are not a match for Sean? Is that so strange? Otherwise, how could I have been defeated by Black Hand at Sabaody?" Sean shrugged. "Even if I were to agree, what price would you be willing to pay?" Doflamingo paused, momentarily stunned. He had assumed that Black Hand was merely a victim of multiple pursuers, only to learn now that this was far from the truth. The fact that Black Hand acknowledged his inferiority to Sean spoke volumes about Sean's terrifying strength. What had been revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. The cost of eliminating such a formidable opponent would be astronomical. He realized he had been overly presumptuous. With this in mind, Doflamingo promptly adjusted his strategy. It seemed revenge against Virgo would have to be postponed. However, Sean then remarked, "Yet, this Sean is not without his weaknesses." "Really?" Doflamingo inquired, intrigued. "What weaknesses does he possess?" Sean replied earnestly, "He is excessively greedy. Should you manage to corrupt him with wealth, it might yield extraordinary results." While Sean feigned earnestness in discussing strategies to counter his own predicament, internally he was exclaiming, "Hurry up and throw money at me. The more, the better. Ha ha ha." Doflamingo, upon hearing this, found the idea quite appealing. "So, he is indeed quite avaricious. Simply showering him with riches will suffice? I believe this is feasible." Sean smiled. "Consider this. What would transpire if such a greedy official were to ascend to the upper echelons of the Navy?" A spark ignited in Doflamingo and Apos' eyes. "Indeed. How did I not think of that? This could effectively undermine the Navy from within." It was well known that Doflamingo held the Navy in disdain. As a facade for the celestial dragons and Apos' interests, the Navy had long since rotted from within. A heavy blow to the Navy would surely bring a satisfying spectacle to the faces of those detestable celestial dragons. Although it would require considerable time, Doflamingo felt he could afford the wait. With this revelation, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your insight. I know how to proceed from here." Sean nodded. "Very well, let us discuss the terms of our collaboration." Doflamingo adopted a serious demeanor. "What do you require, Your Excellency?" "Intelligence and reliable personnel," Sean stated decisively. With newfound strength, Sean could now allow his physical form to roam freely across the seas. Previously, he had relied on a slow accumulation of resources from surrounding powers or nations to sustain his G2 branch. However, after the windfall from robbing the celestial dragons, Sean began to reconsider his strategies. "I desire both steady accumulation and sudden wealth. If executed skillfully, he could employ Black Hand to conduct raids while his main self indulged in leisurely pursuits. There would be no conflict whatsoever." Meanwhile, at the G5 branch, Virgo, having been captured by Sean, was escorted back to Marine headquarters by Akiji. They remained oblivious to the exact nature of Virgo and Apos' transgressions. Consequently, the officers at the G5 branch felt a palpable sense of anxiety. They soon received orders for Sean, the vice admiral, to rectify the military discipline of the G5 branch, which only heightened their trepidation as they convened to deliberate their response. Among Virgo and Amp, Oppo's subordinates were 3 colonels, the backbone of the G5 branch. Under Virgo and Amp, Oppo's lax governance. They had profited handsomely over the years, even engaging in frequent acts of plunder. A middle-aged colonel named Leo addressed his companions. "Have you unearthed any information regarding this Vice Admiral Sean?" Colonel Mason shook his head. "Sean's rapid rise through the ranks has left us with little knowledge about him." "What shall we do then? We cannot simply await our doom here." Colonel Victor exclaimed, exasperated. "Shall we attempt to offer him a bribe? But what if he refuses? That would only serve to alert him and worsen our situation." Leo countered, disapproving of the suggestion. Chapter 74. Rectification of military discipline. While the 3 were engaged in a spirited debate at the tavern, a naval officer suddenly approached them, declaring, "Colonel, General Sean requests your presence immediately." Upon hearing this, the trio sighed in unison, realizing that evasion was futile. They set down their drinks, adjusted their attire, and proceeded to the base commander and Amp, Oppo's office. Before the arrival of the new base commander, Sean had been the highest authority in the G5 branch, so there was no issue with holding the meeting in his office. As the 3 colonels entered the office, visibly anxious, they were greeted by Sean. He glanced at them before speaking slowly. "I have heard whispers of the G5 branch's lawlessness. I initially believed that capturing Virgo had eradicated the malignancy, but it appears I was mistaken. I did not anticipate that each of you would be such a concealed master." Feeling a cold sweat trickle down their backs at Sean's words, the 3 remained silent. Sean continued, "Admiral Sengoku has tasked me with rectifying military discipline. So I suggest you confess to me willingly. Should I have to personally apprehend you, the consequences will be dire." Stirred by Sean and Amp, Oppo's authoritative tone, the trio nearly divulged everything. However, Sean abruptly shifted his tone, addressing them, "Of course, I believe in your integrity. You must now prove your righteousness to me." Taken aback by this statement, Colonel Leo quickly inquired, "Sir Sean, how should we demonstrate this?" Sean rolled his eyes and replied, "Do I need to instruct you on such matters?" He then placed 2 golden trinkets he had recovered from Virgo's office on the table and, with a knowing smile, asked, "Can you discern which of these is tainted and which is pure?" Sean's confident demeanor enlightened the 3. They realized that he was indeed an ally. Leo promptly stated, "Sir Sean, the traitor Virgo, during his tenure as base commander of the G5 branch, committed numerous unjust acts, exploiting his position to rob nearby merchants. I have gathered evidence, which I am prepared to present to you, in hopes that you do not misinterpret my noble intentions." As Leo spoke with increasing fervor, his companions looked on in astonishment, their expressions suggesting, "We agreed to indulge in corruption together. Have you been secretly studying?" Pleased by Leo and Amp, Oppo's willingness to cooperate, Sean thought, indeed, there must be individuals of integrity within the G5 branch. Not everyone can be complicit like Virgo. Recognizing Sean and Amp, Oppo's approval, the other 2 quickly followed suit, presenting evidence of Virgo's tyrannical reign and submitting the corresponding artifacts. Their prompt compliance brought a smile to Sean's face. Soon, a plethora of incriminating evidence was laid before him, meticulously organized. The total worth of these items amounted to approximately 300 million berries. Satisfied with the results of this rectification, Sean reflected on the impressive haul. Considering that these mere officers had likely exhausted their personal savings to obtain such wealth. Just as Sean was ready to return to the G2 branch, an unexpected visitor arrived. He regarded the mysterious individual before him with curiosity. "You seek me?" "Indeed, Sir Sean. My master wishes to extend an invitation for you to attend a grand celebration. Your presence would be greatly appreciated." The mysterious figure replied with a smile. Sean raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "And who is your master?" "You shall find out upon your arrival." The mysterious person left an invitation before departing. Sean examined the ornate invitation, recognizing the craftsmanship as golden, with a brief message expressing sincere anticipation for his attendance, accompanied by a compass rose. Such opulence could only belong to Tizzolo. Surprised by Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Amp, Oppo's swift actions, Sean noted that Tizzolo had quickly formulated a plan upon receiving information through his underworld connections. Deciding that he had ample time before the admiral from headquarters arrived, Sean resolved to engage Tizzolo in conversation. As a man who controlled a significant portion of the world and Amp, Oppo's wealth, Tizzolo and Amp, Oppo's assets were undeniably enticing to Sean. Moreover, He represented a valuable pawn in Sean and Amp, Appo's strategy, potentially accelerating the timeline of his plans. Days later, guided by the compass, Sean arrived at the designated maritime location. As night fell, a vessel of such immense proportions that it could only be described as a floating metropolis appeared on the horizon. It was the Thousand Sunny, Tesolo and Appo's mobile golden city within the New World. Rumored to stretch over 10,000 meters in length, it was indeed a marvel of construction. Sean instructed his crew to steer their single-masted vessel directly into the entrance of the Golden City. Upon entering, he was greeted by an astonishing sight. Golden rain cascaded from the sky, and even the sea shimmered with a golden hue. The interior of the Thousand Sunny featured dedicated docks and berths. After securing his ship, Sean disembarked, feeling as though he had stepped into a realm apart from the ordinary. The lavish golden architecture around him offered an impressive visual spectacle, captivating the crew accompanying him, as Sean and his companions admired the resplendent surroundings. A striking red-haired woman approached them. Clad in an elegant black gown adorned with crescent moon earrings, she exuded grace. "Welcome to the Golden City, Sir Sean. I am Baccarat, the VIP host here," she greeted him with a warm smile. Sean, maintaining his composure, directly inquired, "Was it you who sent me the invitation on Tesolo and Amp, Appo's behalf?" Baccarat did not respond directly, but gestured invitingly. "That is beyond my purview. Please, this way, Sir Sean." Chapter 75. A chance encounter with Fujitora under the guidance of Bacala. Sean soon arrived before an opulent vehicle. To his astonishment, it was powered by several muscular turtles, a truly wondrous species he had never encountered before. These remarkable creatures were specifically bred to provide propulsion for the carriage. Of course, the most esteemed guests were entitled to the finest of treatments. Bacala remarked with a smile. "ISN and Amp, Appo's, this is splendid turtle rolls." Sean, accompanied by two subordinates, settled into the vehicle and nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, it is quite comfortable." Bacala chuckled. "Then let us set off." As they rode, the scenery unfolded before Sean's eyes, revealing the city steeped in an air of extravagance. A testament to the wealth of the most successful man in the pirate world. Upon entering the urban area, the first sight that greeted Sean was a grand golden fountain, from which shimmering gold leaf cascaded down. Next, 12 golden arches spanned a bubbling canal of molten gold, adorned with serpentine reliefs encrusted with jewels, their ruby eyes flickering in tandem with the footsteps of passers-by. Bacala introduced, "This is the commercial district, Lord Sean." It seemed the rumors were indeed true. This was a city floating upon the sea. Sean nodded in acknowledgement. Bacala continued with a smile, "I see you have done your homework before arriving, Lord Sean. Do you wish to meet Mr. Tesolo first, or would you prefer to rest a while?" Sean yawned and replied nonchalantly, "I'm tired. Let us find a place to relax. It's rare for me to have a break, so I must unwind properly." "Of course, Lord Sean," Bacala responded cheerfully. Before long, she led him to a lavish hotel and secured a luxurious suite on the top floor. Sean discovered that in this city of gold, wealth could procure any pleasure or, alternatively, status could suffice. In just a brief ascent, Sean encountered several employees of the Navy and the world government, indicating Tesolo's deep infiltration into the world of authority. Guided by Bacala, Sean arrived at an open-air hot spring within the hotel. Soaking in the hot springs can alleviate muscle soreness and fatigue. "I hope you enjoy yourself, Lord Sean." Bacala beamed. With a clap of her hands, several attendants, clad in towels, approached to massage Sean. He was no naive youth, and such displays did not faze him. Even without a girlfriend, the lessons from his past had instilled in him considerable confidence. Thus, he relished the attentive service of the attendants. Savoring a cigar and sipping red wine, Sean felt himself on the verge of a pleasurable sigh. After a period of relentless toil, it was time to indulge. Noticing Sean's sleek, leopard-like muscles and handsome visage, Bacala provocatively inquired, "Is there anything else you require, Lord Sean? Should you need anything, feel free to inform me. Everyone in Golden City, including myself, is at your service." However, Sean had little interest in women, as they would only impede his financial pursuits. Moreover, Bacala, a possessor of the luck fruit, could siphon away his fortune, leaving him bereft. Thus, he graciously declined her advances, stating, "No additional services are necessary. Please inform Tesolo to send someone to the hotel to meet me tomorrow afternoon." Witnessing Sean resist her allure, Bacala began to doubt her own charm. Nonetheless, she dared not press further. Tesolo had thoroughly investigated Sean. He knew that this young man, barely in his 20s, was a rare powerhouse on the seas, meticulous and ruthless in his dealings. Such a formidable character dissuaded Bacala from employing her usual tactics. After instructing her subordinates to provide exemplary service to Sean, she departed to report to Tezzalo in his office. Have you met that Admiral Sean? What are your impressions? Tezzalo, clad in flamboyant attire, queried Bacala. She shook her head. It was nearly impossible to discern anything. Despite his youth, he does not seem like a man in his 20s, but rather an old soul with a depth of thought. Tezzalo chuckled. A man deemed a significant threat by Doflamingo must possess remarkable skills. I did not expect him to be so indifferent to you. Bacala, with a frown, replied, he seems to maintain a certain distance from me. Reflecting, she realized Sean had indeed kept her at bay during their interactions, leading her to suspect he might know something about her. Tezzalo stroked his chin, not lecherous, yet avaricious. What an intriguing individual. We shall meet him tomorrow. There is no need for haste now. The following morning, Sean awoke from the embrace of a lavishly soft bed. Sunlight streamed into the bedroom, casting a gentle glow that was not at all harsh. He sat up and discovered that the hotel had already prepared his attire, a white suit edged in gold. Upon wearing it, he found it fit him perfectly, as if tailored specifically for him. He surmised that the attendants had likely taken his measurements during yesterday and Appo's massages. After changing, Sean proceeded to the hotel's dining area for breakfast, then made his way to the casino. Dubbed the City of Entertainment, Golden City boasted a myriad of recreational activities. The casino offered an extensive array of games, and feeling a surge of excitement, Sean decided to partake. In his previous life as an avid player, luck had often eluded him, and this time was no exception. With a stake of 100,000 berries, he quickly lost his chips in a matter of hands. Frustration bubbled within him, and he even entertained the notion that the dealer might have cheated. However, mindful of his impending collaboration with Tezzalo, he refrained from causing a scene on the latter's territory. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to leave the casino and wander aimlessly to pass the time. As he approached the exit, Sean spotted a familiar figure, a middle-aged man, blind and wielding a bamboo cane, none other than Fujitora, one of the future 3 admirals. Chapter 76. The Golden Emperor. Tezzalo. Sean and Appo's expression was one of surprise upon seeing the old rogue here. However, considering the man and Appo's gambling addiction, his presence was quite reasonable. At that moment, Fujitora seemed to have gotten into a conflict with a group of thugs. A gang of ruffians, noticing that Fujitora was blind, prepared to mock him by causing a ruckus at the card table. Little did they realize that this blind man possessed a formidable mastery of observation hockey. Despite his blindness, it did not hinder his ability to win. After collecting his winnings, Fujitora graciously bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance, gentlemen." Such a pointed remark incited the thugs' anger. After issuing a threat to Fujitora, they stormed off. Fujitora did not linger in the casino. He exchanged his chips for cash and departed. Sean, having nothing better to do, naturally followed, intrigued by the spectacle. Indeed, shortly after leaving the casino, Fujitora was cornered in a narrow alley by the thugs. Facing these armed ruffians, Fujitora calmly advised, "I suggest you refrain from using violence. Otherwise, it will be you who suffers injury. Enough chatter, blind man. Hand over the money you deceitfully took from us." The leader, a yellow-haired thug, brandished a long knife at Fujitora. Fujitora, maintaining his composure, replied, "Your words do not merit my agreement. Matters at the gambling table ought to be resolved there. What you propose lacks honor. Honor be damned." The yellow-haired thug, enraged, swung his knife down at Fujitora. Unfortunately for him, few could contend with Fujitora and Appo's prowess, let alone this street thug, who was akin to a mere insect. With a sigh, Fujitora did not even draw his formidable sword. Instead, he simply used his cane to redirect the thug and Appo's knife, causing it to miss and land harmlessly beside him. He then delivered a powerful punch to the thug and Appo's abdomen. The thug immediately expelled the contents of his stomach, doubling over like a boiled shrimp, clutching his midsection. Witnessing their leader fall to Fujitora and Appo's single strike, the other thugs immediately fled, abandoning their comrade. Fujitora tossed a few large bills onto the ground and remarked coolly, "Go see a doctor." Sean, observing this scene, couldn't and Appo's help but applaud. "Uncle, your skills are truly impressive." Fujitora was somewhat taken aback. It was rare for someone to enter his perceptive range without him noticing. Curiously, he asked, "I believe I do not know you. May I inquire why you're following me?" Sean smiled and replied, "No particular reason. I simply find you quite fascinating. Most individuals with such formidable strength would have slaughtered those thugs, yet you merely taught them a lesson. You seem to possess remarkable restraint, which I admire. Would you consider working for me? Fujitora shook his head, stating, I know nothing of you. Sean chuckled, that's fine. You can gradually learn about me once you join my ranks. If he could recruit Fujitora, it would significantly bolster his confidence in his upcoming plans. However, Fujitora expressed disappointment in the people inhabiting the city and outright rejected Sean's proposal, saying, apologies, but I have no intention of joining anyone. And the people here do not meet my expectations. Perhaps you are mistaken? Sean suggested with a smile. Fujitora laughed, I am merely a blind man. I never rely on sight to judge others. Sean did not press further, simply shrugging. Very well, we shall likely meet again, and I will extend my invitation then. Fujitora was curious about Sean and Appo's certainty, but soon found him vanishing from his perceptive range. Confused, he shook his head and prepared to depart from Golden City by boat. Upon returning to the hotel, Sean was greeted by Baccarat, who had arrived in a luxurious Rolls-Royce. Lord Sean, I didn't end Appo's. Realize you were here. Baccarat sighed with relief. Sean smiled. Just came to play a few rounds and encountered an intriguing character. An intriguing character? Baccarat asked, curiosity piqued. However, Sean did not elaborate. Instead, getting into the car and instructing Baccarat. All right, it's time to meet your boss. Baccarat nodded and drove Sean to the VIP area. This part of the city was quieter than the bustling streets outside, with only a few cars passing by. Arriving at a splendid hotel in the heart of Golden City, Sean recognized it as Tezulo's stronghold. At that moment, a large-headed man suddenly emerged from the ground. This was Mr. Tanaka, one of Tezulo's subordinates, who possessed the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi. Please follow me, he said, leading Sean and Baccarat through the walls into the hotel, then taking the elevator to the top floor. Vice Admiral Sean, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Tezulo, a towering figure, welcomed Sean with enthusiasm. How do you find our services? Sean replied with a smile, the service is commendable, though it would be preferable if you could refrain from any ulterior motives. Those flecks of gold floating in the air must be your doing, I assume? Although Tezulo had been defeated by Luffy, Sean was aware that the man and Appo's capabilities were far from trivial. He had developed the powers of the gold fruit to a considerable extent. Judging by its portrayal in the anime, it appeared that he had awakened his fruit and Appo's abilities. Tezulo, taken aback, laughed heartily. Indeed, it seems I cannot hide anything from you. Lord Sean. Sean settled onto a sofa, crossing his legs, and addressed Tezulo. Now, tell me, what elaborate scheme prompted you to invite me here? Tezulo, surprised by Sean and Appo's nonchalant demeanor, asked, Arin and Appo's, are you afraid I might pose a threat to you, Vice Admiral Sean? Sean smiled enigmatically. You may attempt to utilize your abilities against me, but you will have only one opportunity. Should it fail, you will face dire consequences. As he spoke, Sean exerted his Conqueror and Appo's haki, precisely targeting Tezulo, causing the latter to struggle for breath, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 77. Voluntarily yielding profits initially. Tezulo regarded Sean as merely a minor character. Even if he did call him over, he thought he could easily be controlled. However, to his astonishment, Sean and Appo's Conqueror and Appo's haki had reached an extraordinary level. Should he continue with the previous approach? Or did he believe that such methods were insufficient, necessitating a more decisive outcome? As Sean exerted pressure, he gazed at Tezulo with a playful smirk, his eyes filled with mockery. Upon hearing this, Tezulo and Appo's expression turned particularly astounded. No, Admiral. You may have misunderstood. This is my oversight. I did not foresee this. Surely, he could not admit that the intelligence he had gathered was erroneous. At that moment, he had thought that if there were no other issues, calling this individual over would enhance his standing within the Navy. Yet, he never anticipated that this person would surpass him in strength, let alone exceed his expectations. It seems your awareness is quite commendable. However, today's remarks require clarification, otherwise, it may seem as though we, the Navy, are easily bullied, Sean remarked, a hint of amusement in his demeanor, which only added to Tezulo and Appo's frustration. The aide beside him was equally stunned upon hearing Sean and Appo's words. Their superior had never encountered any issues here, after all. His devil fruit ability could yield different results for those who entered. Yet, to their utter disbelief, Sean had seen through it all. My point is, you should clarify everything now. I have no other ambitions, but I do enjoy observing these trivial details, Sean continued, maintaining his calm demeanor. while Taizolo sensed an ominous aura. Mr. Tanaka, who stood nearby, was about to suggest a resolution but was silenced by Taizolo and Appo's presence. What is the matter? Is it now impossible to offer a reasonable explanation? Or do you perceive this situation as serious? Sean and Appo's tone retained a playful undertone, yet it evoked an indescribable sense of oppression in Taizolo. Apologies, Admiral. This is my fault. I failed to resolve this matter properly. I hope you will not be offended. I merely seek a legitimate response to this outcome. Upon hearing this, Sean could not help but chuckle softly. Well, now you are keen to assert your identity and abilities, which are of no concern to others. And I certainly want to mind. However, the subsequent matters diverge significantly from the present situation. You understand my meaning. I require more than this. Once Sean concluded, he withdrew the powers he had been exerting. The moment Taizolo sensed the killing intent emanating from Sean, it was already too late. How about this? I have a lucrative business proposition. Why not join me? To be frank, Taizolo had no shortage of wealth. His invitation for Sean to accompany him stemmed from a sense of intrigue, coupled with a fear of Sean and Appo's capabilities. He believed that seizing this opportunity would yield unforeseen rewards. However, Sean did not immediately acquiesce, instead smiling at him. You know, I have always been indifferent to trivial skirmishes. If what you propose is indeed as you say, how shall we address the subsequent issues? Initially, Sean had considered granting this individual an opportunity if he behaved himself. Yet, the current circumstances suggested that mere explanations would be futile. I understand that you may possess considerable capability in this realm and are attentive to details. It's just that I might not be well versed in these matters, which is why I need to bring this to your attention. Upon realizing Sean's abilities, Taizolo's demeanor turned reverent, fearing that any misstep could result in dire consequences, for there were few who could brazenly challenge him in such a manner. Furthermore, Sean had already sensed the underlying dynamics upon his arrival, revealing that his strength was far from superficial. You must present sufficient sincerity. I am not interested in petty squabbles. If what you offer fails to captivate me, I will not hesitate to act. After all, while you may appear to be something else, this is indeed a pirate ship and poses a genuine threat to normalcy. Sean's words were laced with mirth, yet those who heard them felt an undeniable pressure. They understood that Sean was extending an opportunity, yet anxiety lingered in their hearts. Mr. Tanaka, who had been with Taizolo for a considerable time, was astonished that someone could be so audacious, especially considering Sean and Appo's rank as a Navy Vice Admiral. If they refused to comply, they dared not imagine the potential repercussions. Of course, I've said I'll give you time to think, and since you called for me, if you lack any response or gesture, it would indeed be somewhat unreasonable, would it not? Sean maintained his composed expression, leaving his counterpart to smile awkwardly. The destination they were headed to was rather thrilling. Though not aboard his vessel, as none of these elements could genuinely serve as objectives, Sean refrained from demanding his gold, knowing full well it was merely the ability granted by the devil fruit and could not be considered currency. Even if they were taken, they would yield no effective results. Thus, it was preferable to pursue genuine berries, for only those would serve a true purpose. Are you suggesting that there's a casino over there, and all we need to do is partake in the profits? You could even act as the house, correct? Indeed. Speaking of his home ground, Taizolo brimmed with confidence. While he might have lacked certainty in other scenarios, this one felt different. I see. If you truly have confidence, I might consider it. However, I remain skeptical about the veracity of your claims and whether they will prove useful. Sean maintained a facade of distrust, prompting Taizolo to feel somewhat helpless. He was at a loss for words, as he was typically the one who mistrusted others, setting traps for them. Yet, from the outset, Sean had continually questioned him under various pretenses. Initially, he had thought that if no significant issues arose, it would be manageable, but he was now genuinely enlightened. What? Am I not allowed to doubt you? You summoned me here, presumably to extract some wealth from me. I know your kind too well. Sean could hardly be bothered to engage in convoluted discourse with him. Chapter 78. A windfall, where could it be? Taizolo felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as his thoughts were laid bare. Seizing the moment when Sean and Appo's gaze diverted elsewhere, he cautiously turned to look at him. He was utterly perplexed by this individual, who seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of matters he had yet to express. The fact that Sean was already privy to his intentions suggested that the situation was far from a secret. Yet, Taizolo could not fathom why, knowing this, Sean still chose to engage with him. It was evident that his plans had been thoroughly disowned. Well, if things unfold as you suggest, I wouldn't mind indulging in a little game with you. However, should my expectations go unmet, The subsequent outcomes may not be entirely agreeable, Sean remarked, his demeanor still laced with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, Taizalo could only sigh in resignation. Then, I shall ask you to accompany me, Mr. Admiral. He called for Mr. Tanaka to join them as they departed his vessel, making their way to the other side. Given the expansive area of his ship, it sufficed to navigate the turtle cart to its end, marking their arrival at another vessel, an intermediary point. Ah, is that not Lord Taizalo? It has been quite some time. What brings you to my humble establishment? The person presiding here regarded Taizalo with great respect, well aware that crossing Taizalo would yield no favorable consequences. Furthermore, those who could not afford to play could always seek funds from Taizalo. I and Oppos, V brought a friend to partake in some games today, Taizalo stated, and we hope to acquire some funds to spend. This declaration took the other party by surprise. Why would he make such a proposition when his devil fruit ability could conjure countless gold coins? The conversion of gold into berries was no trivial matter. So why did he now express such a need? Is that not permissible? Sean seemed to sense the confusion in the other's eyes, but did not insist on clarifying. Instead, he merely inquired, prompting the other to quickly shake his head. Of course, it is permissible. Please, come in. Thus, under his guidance, Sean followed Taizalo inside. The interior was replete with an array of attractions, and Sean, in need of an upgrade, required a substantial amount of gold. Rest assured, your only task is to win. The rest will be handled by others, and there will be no foul play, Taizalo assured him, eager to please, as he was far more invested in manipulating human nature than the games themselves. You do make a valid point. I shall test my luck, should I lose. The remainder will be on you, as you are not lacking in resources. However, I do not wish for the compensation to come from your devil fruit's wealth. How you manage the rest is entirely up to you, Sean replied, prompting Taizalo to wipe non-existent sweat from his brow. He felt the oppressive aura of this individual, who, despite merely being a rear admiral, seemed more formidable than even an admiral. Very well, your reasoning is sound. Fear not, given this situation. I shall ensure that you are not disappointed, Admiral. Sean nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to a nearby gambling table to familiarize himself with the rules before playing a couple of rounds. Strangely, his luck proved exceptional, winning substantial amounts from those around him, inciting envy in their gazes. Ultimately, whatever bets he placed, others followed suit. The host, witnessing Sean's success, grew anxious. Just as he prepared to inquire about the situation, he spotted Taizalo seated not far from Sean, immediately discerning that this was a part of their arrangement. At that moment, several individuals clamoring to win money entered from outside. Rest assured, this is entirely normal. As long as they do not board Taizalo's ship, there will be no complications. Prior to this, they had all familiarized themselves with the market conditions and understood the current shifts in circumstances. What do you mean by not going on Taizalo's ship? Many were unaware of the implications, assuming he was merely diverting the topic. You are unaware, are you? Those who board his ship seldom return. Now, rational individuals would not make such a decision. However, times had changed. Everyone had their own plans and no longer regarded previous matters as significantly superior. Taizalo, overhearing their idle chatter about him, remained unfazed. After Sean had won a few rounds and pocketed his winnings, he approached Taizalo. Let us engage in something more substantial. These small stakes lack excitement. What I seek is a grand quarry. His insinuation was that, due to the respect given to Taizalo, the money he had won was essentially the house's. The others, having followed Sean's lead and won bountifully, found themselves in a different predicament. Upon hearing Sean's words, Taizalo smiled. I share your sentiment. A big catch has indeed arrived. Let us proceed. He led Sean to a private room, where the very individual who had been discussing Taizalo outside was present. Upon seeing Taizalo, the individual's expression shifted to one of surprise. Why is the Lord not entertaining on his own ship, but rather here? Does he find these individuals easier to deceive? He made no effort to disguise his thoughts. And Sean glanced at him. No, he is merely my attendant. Should he win, a portion of the proceeds will go to him. If not, it is of no consequence. By the way, how much capital have you brought? The crowd, now noticing the young man standing beside Taizalo, inquired, and who might you be? Sean could not reveal his identity, as it would be rather inappropriate for a rear admiral to be gambling here, especially given his intentions to exploit this position for profit. My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that I will accept the funds you bring today. Be sure not to claim unfairness later. A subtle smile graced his features. Upon hearing this, the others reacted as if they had heard a jest. You will accept? Such arrogance. Do you truly believe that just because of the man behind you, You hold any power here? He is not on his own ship. His abilities may not even come into play. Sean was somewhat taken aback, realizing they had discerned the nature of his abilities, which was indeed impressive. However, this time, it was not Taizolo who would intervene. You are mistaken. I am indeed his attendant, so this matter does not concern you. Furthermore, I am certain you will not win. Although Sean had come to acquire some money, no one had granted him any advantages. His success was solely based on luck. Moreover, he possessed far more useful capabilities than those prior. Very well. Since this brother is so confident, we shall not disappoint you. The leader of the group took a seat at the gambling table, his eyes gleaming with the joy of anticipated victory. Chapter 79. Truly absurd to be honest. It has been quite some time since I encountered individuals like you. The person seated here wore a faint smile. Previously, he had not given this matter much thought, even believing that it would not matter if he headed this opportunity. However, he was taken aback by the fact that the individuals here were not playing by the rules. Upon seeing him take a seat, Sean calmly sat beside him. Taizolo felt a twinge of anxiety for that individual. He was uncertain about Sean's true capabilities, which appeared rather unusual. Initially, he had thought that this venture would surely yield substantial gains. Furthermore, those pirates and Navy personnel concealing their identities seemed quite intrigued, as anyone who could enter this room was certainly not ordinary. What's wrong? Do you think I cannot win? Sean inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity upon noticing Taizolo and Appo's ambiguous expression. The latter hastily shook his head, clarifying that was not his intention. He simply did not anticipate Sean would choose this particular path, as the situation appeared deceptively simple yet harbored numerous challenges. There and Appo's no need for your concern. The previous matter indeed went unconsidered. Even if it resembles this, the principles cannot be the same. Perhaps the earlier events had been quite clear, leading him to refrain from further comments. The newcomer observed the two engaged in conversation and expressed curiosity. What is this individual you are discussing? He seems quite formidable. Taizolo was at a loss for words. He could hardly reveal that this man was a vice admiral. Nor could he admit he was compelled to assist due to Sean's formidable abilities. Regardless of how one viewed it, the current situation was undeniably peculiar. Your words pique my interest further, but since you wish to play, we should indeed cooperate well. Otherwise, it would seem rather dull. He smiled and settled beside Sean, who was already seated across from him. Many who had joined Sean in play had won money and were eager to partake further. Yet, for reasons unknown, this time Sean did not enjoy his usual fortune. He lost the first 2 rounds. Taizolo felt a sense of unease for Sean, truth be told. While he had not explicitly stated it, the current scenario suggested that Sean was indeed capable of winning, though his demeanor might appear rather odd. Why are you all staring at me like that? The casino host furrowed his brow upon witnessing the unfolding situation. Though he had prepared for various outcomes and believed everything to be under control, the current circumstances seemed exceedingly absurd. The initial plan had been to devise strategies to prevent a repeat of the prior incident. However, he had not anticipated that the problem would escalate beyond expectations. Moreover, Sean and Appo's 2 formidable opponents were proving overwhelmingly challenging. It was not merely a matter of comparison. Even normal communication fell short of his aspirations. The expressions of the 2 bystanders were intricately complex. As previously mentioned, there was indeed a noticeable gap now, yet not everything was as it seemed. Ultimately, the forthcoming situation was likely to be even more severe. Now that you are aware, I shall not concern myself with the remainder. However, since I indicated my intention to come, I shall not engage in unnecessary preambles. After winning Sean and Appo's money, he felt a sense of ennui and gathered it all. The man observed in disbelief as he lost all his carefully amassed belly to this seemingly unremarkable individual. Who are you? He questioned, perplexed as Sean and his companions prepared to leave. The host could not fathom why someone who had won such a significant amount of money would be allowed to depart so easily. Yet, in this instance, it appeared the host had no recourse against Sean. Sean merely cast a disinterested glance at him, while Taizolo stepped in to negotiate. Upon reaching the exit, he had already collected the money and handed it over to the system. How about it? I didn't deceive you this time, did I? But are you merely here for a bit of amusement? Taizolo inquired. Sean could not help but chuckle. Some matters are best left unasked. There are things I prefer not to reiterate, though it is not out of reluctance. Sean remained composed, not dwelling on the subsequent inquiries. If you insist on framing it that way, I might remind you that certain matters differ from the present scenario. However, it seems you are already being watched. With that statement, Sean departed. Watching him leave, Taizolo felt incredulous. What? Does he imply that the Navy headquarters has set its sights on me? I am indifferent to the pursuit of wealth, but should I truly become a target, my time here may be severely limited. Initially, he had reacted with a degree of nonchalance, believing the situation to be of little significance. Yet, he had never anticipated it would escalate to such an extent. If that is the case, the subsequent situation may become untenable, and not everything will follow this pattern. Ultimately, they may have their own arrangements, considering the circumstances, which are likely to be more effective than those prior. Initially anxious, his subordinates grew curious upon hearing this. If that is true, then reflecting on those previous considerations seems rather futile. Not everything is as it appears. We must clarify as much as possible. Regardless, they resolved to investigate further. For the current situation had exceeded expectations. If events unfolded as Sean suggested, they could not afford to be complacent. Allowing the situation to spiral further would lead to their utter disgrace. Sean, having earned a tidy sum, felt content, not driven by insatiable greed. However, having allied with Tizolo ensured he would not find himself without funds. Does this seem deliberate? Admiral, how did your investigation go over there? What was their reaction? Sean maintained a calm demeanor, telling his subordinates that, compared to others, he perceived no issues in the current state of affairs. Initially, I harbored concerns, fearing this situation might prove more consequential than previous ones. However, the reality has shifted, at least the genuine intentions have transformed. He had barely settled when he received a call from Tizolo. Chapter 80, Naval Soldiers. As you suggested, I should keep an eye on the situation here. Is there anything to report? However, I feel rather incapable of doing so, and not everything unfolds as you anticipate. Initially, he was somewhat anxious, even concerned that the subsequent events might be rather peculiar. But now, Tizolo has discerned his implied meaning. Rest assured, the benefits you are entitled to shall not be overlooked. You will certainly not leave empty-handed. After all, the circumstances this time are indeed more dire than previously encountered. If my grand vessel were to be detected by them, escape would be impossible. Above, it is all gilded with gold, representing his personal sacrifices, constituting his private empire. To have it seized by the Navy would truly be a loss beyond measure. It appears you are quite astute, understanding the need for discernment. However, you need not worry. I shall not hesitate to assist, albeit to the best of my abilities. As for other matters, my efficacy may be limited. Sean remained calm, and upon hearing this, his counterpart promptly nodded in agreement. No problem, as long as you can assist, I am willing to do anything. I am not one to cling stubbornly. After this exchange, Sean ended the call. A subordinate hurried over to explain, Sir, the higher-ups have requested your presence on this island, stating there are pirates causing disturbances. Shall we proceed? Sean, now possessing formidable strength, had ascended to a commendable rank of vice admiral, not out of ambition, but rather a desire to avoid the complexities of the naval headquarters, which he found utterly uninteresting. He merely wished to fulfill his duties. Understood. The system has indeed called for me to visit that location. He did not wish to waste time in this place given the current situation, while it may be complex for others to him. It was entirely within the realm of preparation. However, having gained clarity, he believed the remaining situation would undoubtedly prove more advantageous than the present. Initially conflicted, he worried that subsequent matters might grow increasingly intricate. Yet he soon realized that in this manner, the number of those aware of him would only multiply. Whether the remaining circumstances could still align with the plan remained uncertain. Let us prepare. I am quite curious about this small island. If memory serves, the protagonist should have just departed from here. I wish to ascertain what further needs my attention. Presently, it seemed that the Navy, in whatever they did, was perpetually racing against time, yet he found it inconsequential. Compared to this, the current situation was indeed quite absurd, leaving him unaware of how events would unfold below. Meanwhile, Tizolo, assured of Sean's willingness to spare his life, became exceedingly elated. As long as he agreed to this condition, the rest mattered not to him. He informed his subordinates that henceforth, any payments received from visitors should include a portion for Sean. As Sean set forth, he encountered a band of pirates engaged in a fierce conflict. The Navy had arrived. Someone shouted, "The living pirates," causing panic as they scattered, for in their experience, the Navy's presence heralded trouble. What are they doing? They had not considered it before, but now the situation felt decidedly unusual. The group exchanged glances, their thoughts more intricate than before. I am uncertain, but if the goal is indeed to achieve such an end, I sense that the previous approach might prove somewhat challenging. His expression was firmer than before, pondering that if all were well, the subsequent events should align more closely with normality. Sean instructed several Navy personnel to disrupt the pirate ranks. Brothers, they are few in number. We need not hold back. Let us engage directly. It is far better than continuing to linger in this stalemate. It was unclear who spoke first, but soon the others surged forward. Sean and Amp. Appo's brow furrowed slightly as he simply raised his gaze and unleashed his conqueror into Appo's hockey, effortlessly subduing the troublemakers. What are you intending? Was my previous conduct not sufficiently clear? Or do you believe yourself superior? The individual who had spoken earlier appeared particularly awkward, their expression shifting uncomfortably. No, we merely seek to carve out a path for ourselves. Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to either be captured by you or face certain death. Sean was taken aback. In his recollection, these individuals, though somewhat clever, were hardly astute. Even presenting this opportunity openly or reconsidering did not equate to the current predicament. What is it? Are you suggesting that based on your prior considerations, this situation no longer meets requirements? Their expressions were distinctly uneasy, and they even contemplated that if they could escape the Navy, this endeavor would not have been in vain. Yet unexpectedly, they were offered no opportunity as Sean moved forward to subdue those aboard their ship. You seem rather confident. However, since it has come to this, it would be remiss not to provide some opportunity. Following his orders, several naval soldiers charged forth. The pirates, realizing the gravity of the situation, began to plead for mercy, claiming they had no ill intent and hoping Sean would spare them. Not intentional, you say? Yet it appeared you were preparing to strike us. Initially, I thought it unnecessary to exert lethal force upon you. However, it seems the situation has escalated. At first, he had not pondered deeply on the matter, believing that even if the outcome mirrored the previous one, the difference would be negligible. Nevertheless, it now seemed inconsequential, as it was all in plain sight. If that is your stance, I comprehend, yet the issue is minor. Not every scenario yields the same outcome as this. Sean ordered the pirates to be returned while he and the others departed for the small island. He hoped this visit would yield fruitful results. As several naval soldiers observed Sean's demeanor, eager to speak, yet uncertain of how to begin. Chapter 81. A New Path, Your Excellency. How shall we report their return this time? Although Sean and Appo's subordinates had become quite astute, this particular reaction left them somewhat bewildered. Sean glanced back at the individual with a hint of disdain. Is it necessary for me to articulate such matters? Initially, he had been concerned that the system and Appo's response might be more exaggerated than before. Even if he intended to achieve his goals, relying solely on this would undoubtedly be insufficient. However, to his surprise, Teslo provided him with unexpected delight. The gains from this period had alleviated any lingering doubts. After all, the money he had previously won was ample enough to ensure a comfortable life, and the rewards from the system were also significant. Are you suggesting we proceed openly? Yet my subordinates are still apprehensive. Despite having worked under Sean for an extended period, this individual still found it challenging to grasp Sean and Appo's thoughts. It was a moment of hesitation. Under different circumstances, he would not ponder so deeply, for even if things went awry, they must still heed certain issues. Since you put it that way, I believe the following matters should not be overly exaggerated, especially since not all situations are alike. Let us report normally. If they can indeed provide answers, then this format will surely be far more useful than those prior. With that, Sean boarded the vessel bound for the island. As a major general leading this contingent, he had duties to fulfill, and there was no harm in reaping some benefits along the way. His subordinates had come to fully understand his temperament. Yet, they remained concerned that, should Sean not achieve his desires at this juncture, the repercussions might not bode well. After all, what appeared to be a simple matter was fraught with complications. Though I am unaware of your thoughts. Does this expression truly lead you to believe you can conceal anything? Upon hearing him, the others exchanged glances. They were prepared yet understood the current situation was complex. However, given the island and Appo's previous conflicts, it was unlikely they would discover anything of value. Sean and Appo's implication was clear. He feared he might return empty-handed. Meanwhile, Teslo, back on his own ship, was indeed incensed. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been so easily manipulated by Sean. The audacity of Sean's demeanor was utterly infuriating. Sir, given previous circumstances, I find no issue with this. If he were genuinely that formidable, how could he merely be a major general? In Teslo's view, Sean was simply a fortunate individual. Yet, Teslo recalled the palpable pressure he had felt during their encounters. Such a force was not typical of an ordinary major general. It seemed he was deliberately concealing his true capabilities. Enough with the trivialities. His strength is not for you to judge. Moreover, with so many prior instances. Do you believe this is mere conjecture? Initially, he felt a twinge of anxiety, even beginning to worry about the unfolding situation. However, he soon realized that his subordinates did not share his apprehensions. Should he return, remember to inform me promptly. Such opportunities are not to be squandered. If we clarify these matters, perhaps future concerns will be alleviated. Tezulo's subordinates failed to comprehend why, despite Tezulo's superior abilities, he exhibited such humility. At this moment, the protagonist they spoke of had already departed from his own contingent, heading towards the site in question. Upon assessing the situation, Sean furrowed his brow. According to the system and Oppo's information, there were indeed no significant issues, but finer distinctions were still necessary. You few, go over there and check for any overlooked individuals. The circumstances here are even more exaggerated than you presume. If you wish to change the current situation, relying solely on previous efforts will not suffice. To Sean, regardless of the world, money held paramount importance. Although the currency here was berries, as a major general, he had amassed considerable wealth. This financial acumen had led to his current fortunes. Without the wealth he had acquired, the system would not have bestowed such advantages upon him. His subordinates recognized that their major general was occasionally a bit greedy, yet he treated them well and never shortchanged them. Now, it was time to show gratitude, after all. Sean would ensure they were well compensated. Meanwhile, at naval headquarters, they had certainly heard of Sean's exploits but remained conflicted on certain aspects. If this young man truly possessed the capability to resolve these matters, then there was no cause for concern, after all. It was a straightforward issue and more effective than previous ones. Marshal, are you suggesting we simply ignore this? One naval officer interjected, noting reports of Sean's greed and alleged bullying. As he spoke, he hesitated, grappling with his thoughts. Such a person could not be allowed to thrive among them. If everyone were to emulate him, it would foster a detrimental atmosphere, jeopardizing the very essence of justice. Hearing this, Admiral Sengoku suppressed a chuckle. He wished to convey that, under certain circumstances, Sean's behavior was indeed inappropriate. However, given the myriad of current factors, it was not as simple as they wished. Even altering the present state of affairs seemed implausible. He could only hope that if such changes were to occur, it would ultimately benefit all parties involved. Though each individual's capacity for acceptance varied, he was not one to cling stubbornly to matters. Very well, let this issue rest, whatever he does. As long as it does not violate naval regulations, it is permissible. In the future, refrain from bringing this up again. He genuinely feared that if the situation escalated, it would be he who would have to bear the responsibility, and that would be troublesome. In certain respects, Sean's actions were somewhat inappropriate, yet in others, he was an exemplary naval officer, instilling fear in pirates. Even the more formidable foes found themselves no match for him. Moreover, he possessed various tactics at his disposal. The Navy required such talent, though many had yet to realize it, still pondering the situation. How does the Marshal perceive this? I deem this individual a malignancy within our Navy, one that must be excised. Yet, rather than advocating for his removal, he appeared quite concerned. Chapter 82. A bountiful harvest you inquire of me, and I of whom? This was inherently a decision made by the Marshal, one that is beyond our capacity to speculate upon. Moreover, even if we were to feel a sense of urgency at this moment, it would yield no benefit. Initially, he pondered that if other issues were to arise, perhaps we could deliberate them thoughtfully. Yet, the current situation is undeniably peculiar. Even if you wish to alter the plan, given the circumstances, such an endeavor would prove futile. The individuals who had previously expressed concern swiftly regained their composure after encountering those earlier issues. They understood that the current situation was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Therefore, it is imperative to devise a reasonable solution. After Sean and his companions had tidied the small island, he found himself seated in contemplation, reflecting on life. Although this appeared quite promising, aligning with the various signs present, he remained curious about the elusive object mentioned by the system. Having waited so long without substantial rewards, he questioned whether the system had deceived him. However, he recalled that it had not always been this way. Once again engulfed in uncertainty, Sean was informed by his subordinate of a newly revealed path, prompting him to consider whether he should investigate. This suggestion ignited his curiosity. Without further ado, he followed, and upon reaching the passage, he was met with astonishment at what lay within. You all remain outside. Under no circumstances are you to enter without my command. Seeing this, his subordinates promptly nodded in agreement. Once inside, he summoned the system to begin arrangements. After absorbing all the information, he realized its true utility. It seemed his grandfather had not misled him. As long as he was not deceived, matters concerning Bailey would be manageable. Provided he could elevate his rank, then their tasks would facilitate his endeavors. During their exchange, the system refrained from conversing with him, merely advising him to act prudently. Yet, Sean perceived this as a form of implicit indulgence. After all, who among the virtuous would utter such words? Meanwhile, the subordinate stationed outside felt increasingly restless. What do you think the Admiral is doing inside? Could there truly be treasures within? Wouldn't such actions violate naval protocols? To them, it seemed unbecoming of a naval officer to engage in such undertakings. The colonel, who had long served under Sean, found this notion amusing. Do not forget who bestowed upon you that uniform. Without the Admiral and Apos' patronage, do you honestly believe you would have reached this point? Spare us the foolish remarks. After all we and Apos' endured, your lack of awareness is genuinely astonishing. The colonel felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had initially entertained the thought that if the situation were not so dire, perhaps they could deliberate further. Yet, he had not anticipated Sean's unorthodox approach, which proved to be more serious than before. At this point, he was at a loss for words. When Sean emerged, he observed the tense demeanor of his companions. Inquiring with the colonel, he learned that the individual had harbored inappropriate thoughts and felt that as a vice admiral, Sean should not behave in such a manner. You are correct. I ought not to act thus. However, should you possess the capability to ascend to my position, you may do so as well. No one would raise an objection, but the caveat is your inability to achieve such a feat. You understand that this is not merely a matter of words. Though Sean's words seemed innocuous, they exuded a considerable weight. He possessed both capability and circumstance, and how could this colonel, who had labored for so long with no reward, possibly compare? Very well, let us return. Now brimming with satisfaction from his bounty, he felt no inclination to engage in further trivial discourse with this individual. After all, circumstances had changed, and so too had his perspective. Before they could descend from the island, they encountered a familiar figure from their previous encounter. What a coincidence! Upon hearing Sean's voice, Fujitora was taken aback. He had assumed that after parting ways in that place, they would not cross paths again. Yet, unexpectedly, not only had they met again, but Sean and Apos' tone remained teasing. I sincerely wish you would consider joining me. Are you certain you have no intentions? Sean extended an olive branch once more, leaving those who heard it perplexed. Why would I follow you? I do not perceive you as an admirable person. In Fujitora's view, naval personnel appeared unproblematic, yet were often quite detestable. After all, in certain aspects, their so-called pursuit of justice was merely a pretext for their own agendas. I hold you in high regard and wish for you to join me. This is more than just an olive branch. Your abilities deserve to be utilized in the right context. He maintained his calm demeanor, while the colonel beside him seethed with anger. In his estimation, those who could join the Navy should, at the very least, possess superior abilities compared to the average person. What was Sean attempting to do? Recruit this blind man. Moreover, Sean and Apos' confidence in this endeavor was apparent. Vice Admiral, what are you doing? Regardless of this gentleman and Apos' intentions, he is not suited for the Navy. The colonel hoped his opinion would be heeded by Sean. However, Sean could not suppress a laugh at this remark. Are you suggesting that as a colonel, you can dictate the actions of a vice admiral? As he spoke, the weight of his authority became palpable, leading the colonel to realize that Sean was a man of unwavering conviction. Though he was not regretful, his anger simmered. He could not comprehend why Sean would make such a decision. Under normal circumstances, this should not have occurred, nor should it have transpired here. I understand your curiosity, but your abilities fall short. 1/3 of the Navy requires suitable talent, yet it is not a privilege granted to all. Moreover, your current assertions amuse me. The naval colonel and Apos' face flushed with embarrassment as he was left with no choice but to awkwardly apologize. After his departure, Sean resumed his conversation with Fujitora. What do you think? Are you interested? Rest assured, you may voice any thoughts you have, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. His expression remained calm. Yet Fujitora remained unmoved in his position. Chapter 83, The Devil Fruit. I cannot discern the specific aspect you are referring to. Yet I find your perspective to be somewhat discordant with my expectations, and the situation bears little significance. Fujitora did not afford Sean much time. To him, these Marines were all alike. If they were merely acting due to certain reasons, he would remain indifferent. However, for the sake of the so-called results, they would disregard the two words that signify their own safety. Ultimately, this outcome might even surpass expectations, and Sean certainly understood the reasoning behind this statement. His desire to recruit Fujitora stemmed from a belief in his capabilities. Previously, he had not contemplated this at all and even felt that the current circumstances bore no relation to such thoughts. Yet, to his surprise, Fujitora did not adhere to the expected norms. Even if things were to unfold in that manner, it would still be unrelated to the present situation. Initially, I harbored some concerns, but now it seems those worries were unwarranted. Your joining us would indeed be advantageous. Not for any other reason, but simply for my sake. Otherwise, let us engage in a contest. Should you lose to me, you must adhere to my terms. What do you say? Sean had believed that after missing the chance to encounter this individual previously, it would be challenging to meet him again. However, upon their current encounter, he was struck by the unexpected reaction of this person. He contemplated the possibility that, had it been a previous situation, he would not have entertained thoughts of inevitable growth. Yet, the present circumstances were indeed different. It was imperative to adopt an appropriate attitude, or perhaps, in certain contexts, this divergence was significant. You possess a sharp tongue. Unlike those Marines, Sean fidgeted with 2 steel marbles. For him, earning berries remained paramount, as the task assigned by the system dictated so. Yet, there exists a saying about heroes deserving admiration, and he held no shortage of them. His admiration for Fujitora was not solely rooted in a desire to recruit him. There were additional factors at play, but articulating them now would likely elicit disbelief from Fujitora. Nevertheless, that mattered little to Sean. He was not speaking these words to gain his trust, but merely reflecting on actions taken at other times. If that were the case, it could only imply that the situation back then was far more severe than it is now. Otherwise, such measures would be unnecessary. Initially, I felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet it now appears that such concerns have dissipated. At first, he sensed something amiss, but upon hearing Sean propose a competition, a look of surprise flickered across his features. Despite his blindness, the subtle movement of his eyelids indicated a shift in emotion. Joining us would indeed prove beneficial, and I suspect there are others you would be eager to meet as well. If I recall correctly, there was some prior conflict between you. Sean mentioned the names of Iron Fist Carp and Admiral Sengoku, for the latter's prowess is widely recognized. Upon hearing this, Fujitora merely smiled faintly. Young man, some matters are not your concern, and you ought not to interfere. If you must speak of it, it can only indicate that the current situation is far more critical than those exaggerated instances before. He had presumed that a name would bear little fluctuation. The onlookers were equally astonished, pondering the motives behind their Admiral and Appo's interest in this seemingly powerless blind man who wandered aimlessly. Particularly, Sean and Appo's vice captain had seldom witnessed Sean so openly attempt to recruit someone. Sean had not given it much thought, deeming the situation unimportant. Even if it were true, it could not compare to the preceding circumstances. Yet, observing their demeanor, it became evident that they possessed their own thoughts and answers, regardless of your actions. This is my decision. Should you insist on voicing your opinion, I will not be joining you. Fujitora exhibited his own stubbornness and resolve, prompting Sean to respond with a mere smile before launching an attack. I am eager to engage in battle with you. Thus, if you best me, I shall concede to your conditions, and likewise, should I prevail, you must honor mine. Faced with Sean and Appo's aggressive approach, Fujitora felt a sense of resignation. I have not agreed to your proposal. This is an imposition. The surrounding onlookers could not suppress their laughter, contemplating when their admiral had ever concerned himself with others. He had always remained steadfast in his own beliefs and had never overthought matters. If one were to insist, it could only imply that the present circumstances were more dire than those before. I understand that you place considerable importance on this matter, perhaps taking it quite seriously under certain conditions. However, this situation is immutable. I have made my decision. Sean maintained a calm demeanor, while Fujitora appeared both astonished and awkward. The two commenced their bout, leaving the spectators exchanging glances. Even though they were prepared for the gravity of the situation, they dared not intervene. For Sean had always been resolute, and his current combat capabilities were unprecedented. Sean remained oblivious to their thoughts, solely intent on challenging this individual, eager to discern the limits of his abilities. As they clashed, the onlookers retreated, fearful of being caught in the fray. Initially, they had considered that if the circumstances aligned with past experiences, there would surely be no issue. In certain situations, they could observe the murderous intent radiating from both parties. Naturally, Sean did not share their perspective. He even found their assumptions somewhat amusing. Yet, He remained doubtful of his own capabilities, perhaps overlooking many aspects, and now he felt a profound curiosity. After provoking this individual, could he unleash his full potential? Fujitora's devil fruit abilities were indeed formidable. Merely a fraction of his power was sufficient to instill immense pressure upon the nearby marine soldiers, some of whom were visibly struggling. However, he refrained from targeting anyone other than Sean, directing his efforts towards the others instead. Had those soldiers comprehended his intentions, they would certainly have found it exasperating. It was truly a celestial battle, with mere mortals caught in the crossfire. They had never anticipated entanglement with the two. Even if they fought, it was their own affair. Yet, neither Sean nor Fujitora regarded the bystanders with any consideration. In fact, Sean unleashed his ultimate technique, and after several exchanges, Fujitora began to feel the strain. Ultimately, he ceased his assault, standing a short distance from Sean, whose lethal strike also came to a halt before him. "I'm not your match. There is no need for such measures. I am aware that this situation differs from before, and indeed, it is more severe now." Upon hearing this, Sean was taken aback. Chapter 84. Fujitora's smile. Though he spoke those words, his hands did not cease their movements, escalating in severity beyond previous encounters. The naval soldiers observing the battle were left in disbelief. In their experience, such occurrences were exceedingly rare, if not unprecedented. Sean, usually so discreet, would never instigate a confrontation, leaving everyone astonished and curious about Fujitora and Appo's true motives, and the reasons behind a Vice Admiral and Appo's consideration of such an approach. "Why are you all staring at me?" Sean mused, reflecting on his earlier ambivalence. Even if there were genuine issues at hand, or if he were merely contemplating, the matter transcended mere triviality. Initially, he harbored concerns, suspecting that the situation was more complex than it appeared, particularly given Fujitora and Appo's seemingly jovial demeanor. Well then, the outcome is already decided. As for the result, that remains to be seen. He had mused that if matters unfolded as they had previously, the current predicament would bear little consequence. Yet not all circumstances were alike. His earlier apprehensions about future complexities now seemed unfounded. Sean motioned for Fujitora to join him aside, where they took a seat. Upon hearing Sean and Appo's words, Fujitora's expression turned slightly awkward. "Why do you hold me in such high regard?" He did not consider his strength formidable. The Navy was in disarray, and the circumstances had exceeded all expectations. Even if he desired to effect change, the means to do so felt elusive. Sean smiled, stroking his chin. "Because I believe you embody absolute justice, and I find your potential in this regard quite commendable." Initially, he had been worried that adhering to past methods would pose no significant issues, as alternative solutions were bound to exist. However, the current situation was markedly different. The naval officers nearby were taken aback upon hearing Sean's declaration. Setting aside the implications of their vice admiral's condition, was the notion of absolute justice truly befitting of his character? Perhaps, in certain contexts, he genuinely believed this, or had undergone a change of heart. Sean had initially been concerned that regardless of the past or present circumstances, one could not generalize all matters. A more nuanced perspective was required. He confided in Fujitora his genuine thoughts. "I believe this place lacks a capable aide, and I truly appreciate your abilities and talents." This was not merely a calculated ploy. In prior narratives, Fujitora had consistently exhibited commendable performance. Sean viewed him as possessing significant promise, never disappointing in any regard. However, to address other matters based solely on the present circumstances would yield little efficacy, particularly given the current gravity of the situation. "I do not perceive myself as having much influence there, nor do I believe that the current approach will lead to any favorable outcomes." Fujitora's implication was that careful consideration of future developments was essential. Should things continue as they were, the results might deviate from expectations. The others were taken aback by Fujitora and Appo's astute observations regarding the unfolding predicament. To them, he held no advantage, and even contemplating the matter seemed futile. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, Admiral Sengoku had not anticipated this scenario. He acknowledged Fujitora's latent talents, recognizing that most individuals would struggle to navigate such complexities. However, the situation had transformed into a contrasting case study, and he could fully grasp the underlying implications. This young man had recently gained considerable attention. He had initially thought that even if matters unfolded as previously discussed, they would not correlate significantly with the current events. "So you mean to suggest we ought to prepare for what lies ahead? However, I believe this is not a simple task. Even if one wishes to capitalize on this opportunity, it may prove challenging. The initial imaginations of the group diverged greatly from the present reality, and it was clear that they could not continue indefinitely in this manner. I had my concerns, but if we proceed as you suggest, I believe the ensuing matters should pose little difficulty. Not everything requires the same level of scrutiny you apply. He had begun with some trepidation, fearing that the subsequent developments might falter. Yet he quickly realized that this issue was trivial in the grand scheme of things. Moreover, not all situations paralleled the current one. If you insist on this perspective, I can understand your reasoning. After all, compared to other matters, this situation is indeed troublesome, and they have altered their so-called plans. Initially, he had been rather apprehensive, but those worries dissipated as the circumstances evolved, revealing that not all endeavors were doomed to fail. Fujitora found himself in a state of conflict. He pondered that if he truly acquiesced to Sean's wishes and arranged matters accordingly, the outcomes might not align with his expectations. Do not worry. I am not one to indulge in chaotic affairs. I trust you with ample time to make your choices. His demeanor remained unchanged, yet his expression radiated newfound resolve. Upon hearing this, Fujitora sighed. It is not that I am unwilling to align with the Navy. Rather, the choice is not solely mine. He presumed that his statements bore similarity to previous discussions, and even if they were more severe, it hardly mattered. Yet he found himself caught off guard by Sean's unconventional approach. His intentions were indeed grounded in reason. With the issues on the island resolved, Sean led the majority of the forces back. He initially believed Fujitora would not accompany him, but was surprised to hear that he intended to join merely as a matter of convenience. Observing this, Sean found humor in the situation in certain respects. This individual demonstrated considerable intellect. Yet, in this context, such qualities were of little utility, and Sean did not require his assistance. I had my worries about the forthcoming matters, but it seems I was overly concerned. Nearby soldiers cautiously addressed Sean. Do not fret. Provide him with whatever he desires, as this is but a minor issue for us. Initially, he had been anxious, convinced that the current circumstances would not bode well for the future. However, he soon realized that the individual in question operated outside conventional norms. Once aboard his ship, the execution of tasks was meticulous, distinguishing him from others. Why do you wish to recruit me, aside from your earlier rationale? Chapter 85. Boarding is easy, disembarking is hard. Fujitora could sense Sean's admiration for him. Even though he could not see, he could feel that special aura. Sean was amused by his words. You and Amp, Apos, VE already boarded my ship. ISN and Amp, Apos, it a bit late to say that? After all, boarding is easy, but disembarking is difficult. What do you think? A hint of mirth danced in Sean's expression, and the other party merely smiled faintly upon hearing this. You are indeed correct. Boarding is easy, but disembarking is hard. However, I am not someone who can be easily manipulated, so I hope you can speak honestly with me. After contemplating for a moment, Sean ultimately felt there was nothing to conceal. Because you have great potential for success in the future. Does this suffice, or does it fall short of your expectations? Fujitora had anticipated that Sean would say something else, but was taken aback by the assertion of his future accomplishments. Strangely, he found this statement particularly amusing. What is the matter? Is what I said inaccurate? Currently, there was no means to glimpse the future, and he certainly could not discern whether Sean and Amp, Apos, S claims were true or false. He simply felt that the man and Amp, Apos, S words were quite off. I merely spoke offhandedly. As for other circumstances, they have no direct relation to the present. If you do not believe me, consider it as if I said nothing at all. Their vessel soon docked at the shore, and an aide informed him that headquarters had called with matters to discuss. Sean was indifferent to this. He felt the situation below mirrored the present. What surprised him was that headquarters wanted him to attend a meeting, and it seemed there were additional matters to address. What further discussions could there be? I do not recall the nature of these circumstances, and I find it rather peculiar. In response to Sean and Amp, Apos, S inquiry, the operator at headquarters and the general felt exceedingly helpless, as this was truly beyond their control. Sir, please come over, even if you ask me now. I cannot provide answers regarding what lies below, for it simply is as it is. Listening to the helplessness in their voices, Sean merely smiled faintly. I do not blame you. I understand you are indeed powerless. However, it is fortuitous that I have matters to discuss with Marshal Yuan, so this visit is timely, preventing it from being unlike previous ones. As he exited the building, he noticed several individuals casting furtive glances, which struck him as somewhat odd. What is the matter? Is it now impossible to communicate normally? Upon his inquiry, they quickly shook their heads in denial. It was merely Fujitori's unusual reaction that they found somewhat unsettling. By the time Sean approached, Fujitora had already vacated his original position. He believed that certain things were feasible while others were not. It simply depended on one's perspective on the matter. I understand your objections to this opinion and recognize that the subsequent circumstances differ greatly from the present. However, I believe, given the current situation, a bit of capability is still required. In light of Sean and Appo's teasing, Fujitora chuckled in response. Indeed, a degree of capability is necessary. Under certain circumstances, it is an irreversible factor. I cannot resolve or alter it. I can only say there are capabilities not yet considered. Initially, he harbored concerns. But upon seeing Sean and Appo's gaze, he felt reassured. Sean refrained from further commentary, merely preparing with a few aides to head to the naval headquarters. He trusted that Fujitora was an astute individual, and how he chose to proceed was up to him. The previous competition was not on his mind. To put it bluntly, it was merely a case of coercive dealings. If it were solely a personal matter, he would not worry about the differences between the current situation and the previous one. He was uncertain of the reasons behind Marshal Sengoku and Appo's summons. Yet, he felt a strange intuition that the man might not be acting with benevolence. What is the matter? I did not detect such sentiments from you before. You now appear rather peculiar. Allow me to accompany you to headquarters. Sean cast an astonished glance at Fujitora. He had assumed Fujitora would be indifferent to this matter, believing that even if it were brought to his attention, he would not take it to heart. Unexpectedly, he seemed willing to accompany him to headquarters. It appeared that the prior discussions had proven effective. Simultaneously, Sean was curious, whether in the past or present. It seemed Fujitora had not given this much thought. I am eager to inquire, since you have decided to accompany me to headquarters, have you been contemplating my earlier remarks? Or do you harbor other thoughts? With a hint of amusement in his demeanor, Sean and Appo's words elicited a smile from Fujitora. You need not employ any tricks. I too have matters I wish to discuss with him. In truth, if we were to speak candidly, the current situation does seem somewhat futile. Sean understood Fujitora's intent and found it rather humorous. Very well, since you have made your decision, let us proceed. The aides nearby were left dumbfounded. Why was their leader bringing this individual to a meeting? Although his sight was impaired, he seemed highly perceptive of his surroundings. Yet this did not justify a vice admiral taking him along to a conference. I am aware of your thoughts. It is not as severe as you imagine. Regardless of past circumstances, they bear no intrinsic connection to the present. Initially, he was quite apprehensive, even believing that despite any connections to prior events, one could not solely consider the surface. Upon their arrival at the naval headquarters, Sengoku the marshal intended to speak further with Sean. However, upon noticing the individuals surrounding Sean, his brow furrowed. What are you doing here? He recalled that after their last battle, this individual had seemed quite averse to such matters. It was unexpected to encounter him here. What? Now that you occupy this position, is it forbidden for others to appear? Are previous issues no longer relevant? Fujitora had not intended to speak further. Yet, he was taken aback that this individual could arrive at such a conclusion, almost as if it were a genuine assertion. Of course, he recognized that such a statement was somewhat illogical, yet not all situations were directly related to the current one. He felt anxious. Even if it were akin to previous matters, it could not yield the same results as the present. Observing the two engaged in conversation, Sean opted not to waste time inside. Instead, he stepped outside. Once you have finished your discussion, I shall seek out other colleagues for a chat. Having said that, he departed and fortuitously encountered Akainu. Akainu was not particularly aligned with Sean. He believed some of Sean's methods were rather excessive. What brings you here? It seems your unit is not qualified to participate in this meeting. Sean furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain of the meaning behind his words. Chapter 86. Former relations. Upon hearing the other person and Appo's words, Sean furrowed his brow. Although he had watched that anime and was aware of the underlying issues, he remained perplexed about what had transpired between them, as no one had provided any context. He only knew that they seemed to have had some prior acquaintance, but nothing more. Hearing your voice, it feels like that of an old friend. I did not expect to encounter someone familiar so soon. In response to the voice of the naval admiral, Fujitora maintained an air of calmness, seemingly indifferent to the situation. However, aside from this, it appeared that he had other matters weighing on his mind, though this particular issue was different. I did not come here to argue with you. I intended to discuss certain matters with the fleet admiral. If such discussions are not permitted, then so be it. I shall not intrude further. Despite his blindness, there was an unmistakable sense of regret in his demeanor, and the other party felt a twinge of awkwardness upon hearing his words. I had forgotten. It seems you are blind. Nevertheless, I believe that initial incident did not warrant your current predicament. The other party had not initially considered the implications and thought there was no issue given the present circumstances. After all, not everything follows the same logic. Unexpectedly, however, the situation did not unfold as anticipated. Since you have no pressing matters, I shall escort her to the meeting. Sean and Appo's position as a naval admiral was undoubtedly significant. Yet not everyone possessed such capability. Fujitora was taken aback by Sean and Appo's demeanor. He was well aware of the circumstances at the naval headquarters and was familiar with the environment. However, he did not expect Sean to exhibit such disregard for his colleagues. What is the matter? Sensing an unusual tension from those nearby, Sean realized that either he was overthinking or that this situation was indeed different from previous ones. Regardless, neither possibility could be openly acknowledged. I understand that my words may seem peculiar to you, but they are the truth. I had past grievances with them, which is why I was reluctant to join the Navy. To be honest, you have done nothing wrong. Upon hearing this, Sean's brow slightly knitted. Your assertion is flawed. My invitation to you is a personal matter, unrelated to others. Moreover, their affairs have no bearing on me. My intention in bringing you here is simply to introduce you to the Fleet Admiral. If he consents, then there is no issue. However, if he does not, I shall find another way. Nonetheless, I have faith in your abilities. He would not refuse you. The Navy greatly needs talents such as yours. Sean maintained his composure as the two arrived at their destination. Sengoku was there reviewing documents and grappling with recent troubles that had left him overwhelmed. Upon seeing the visitors, he paused momentarily. Sean, you have arrived. How are things on your end? Is there any news? However, the situation here does not seem too dire. Upon hearing this, Sean smiled faintly. What does the Fleet Admiral think? Initially, I believed these matters to be inconsequential, but I did not anticipate that there would be conflicts among you. Upon hearing Sean's words, the Fleet Admiral finally noticed the individual standing beside him, leaning on a cane, dressed in ordinary attire. With closed eyes and 2 scars across his face, this person was deeply etched in his memory. After a brief moment of surprise, he approached the individual with a sense of excitement. What happened to your eyes? How did they come to be like this? There was more he wished to say, but Fujitora subtly evaded the inquiry. Thank you for your concern, Admiral Sengoku, but that matter is in the past and does not warrant further discussion. I am here because I admire this young man's character. In certain aspects, I find him commendable, though perhaps he differs greatly from those before. His expression remained unchanged. Yet the Fleet Admiral discerned the underlying implications in his words and was taken aback. When they returned to the naval headquarters, they had extended an olive branch to Fujitora. However, at that time, he seemed profoundly disengaged, unable to bridge the emotional chasm. Now, with this unexpected development, it left him somewhat astonished. Are you implying that you are now willing to join the Navy? Or is there something else? If you are willing, I would certainly welcome you. After all, we have long recognized your capabilities, but if you are not inclined, you are free to express that as well. Just as the two were about to engage in a back-and-forth discussion, Sean quickly interjected. Please, hold on. This matter is not so grave. If it were indeed so, the remaining arrangements may not be feasible. Furthermore, I brought him here solely because I admire his abilities. Do not conflate these two matters. Sean's expression remained steady, while the Fleet Admiral sighed in response. You are as stubborn as ever. I am aware of your temperament, which is why I approached this matter as I did. Yet I believe he paused intentionally, looking at Fujitora standing there. It was not his intention to provoke dissatisfaction or disappointment, but he understood Fujitora too well. After the battle, these circumstances had exceeded expectations. Many matters diverged from initial assumptions, and now, even if one wished to change, it would be impossible. If you have something to say, please do so directly. There is no need to create unnecessary tension. Initially, he had thought that if it were based on past issues, it would be untenable. However, once Sean had made a decision, it could not be altered. If he could recruit this individual to his team, subsequent matters would surely proceed smoothly. This was his plan. Though neither the Admiral nor Fujitora was privy to Sean's true motives, otherwise, such measures might have been unnecessary. Regardless, the individual had arrived, and the circumstances were indeed real. I believe that, in any case, this is undoubtedly a vast improvement over previous situations. What do you think? At first, he felt some pressure and even worried that subsequent matters might go awry, but now the situation had changed. Consider it for yourself. No one is forcing you. but this matter is likely more complicated than it appears. They had Fujitora escorted to a nearby lounge while Sean proceeded to the meeting. After all, Fujitora did not belong to their faction at this moment, and attending the meeting would certainly lead to repercussions. What are you discussing? Chapter 87. Agreement to join. What do you mean by discussing what content? As a member of the Navy, it is only natural for you to return and express your capabilities. Everyone is eager to hear your thoughts and see how you perceive the matter. Upon hearing their inquiries, Sean glanced at the proposal, his brow deeply furrowed. Why do you believe I can handle this task? Although there is a system to assist, it is not always the same. However, Sean simply wished to be a sloth and exchange that money for some exceptional abilities, thereby becoming stronger. In this way, it would not be a waste of time. Yet, he did not expect that they held a rather profound impression of him. At that moment, it seemed no one was willing to believe his words. Naturally, he spoke candidly, aware that the Marshal of the Warring States was not one to be petty. However, others did not share this sentiment. They considered the current situation to be more serious than before. Thus, even with Sean's arrival, it did not alter the views of several members of the Navy headquarters. On the surface, everything seemed fine, but internally, they were all quite rigid in their thoughts, unable to comprehend the situation. Marshal, why did you summon this individual? I believe his presence is merely a waste of time. What has he accomplished over there? We may not speak of it, but it does not mean we are unaware of the repeated failures. In the conference room, the assembly expressed discontent at Sean and Appo's presence. Even though sometimes his actions did not provoke anger, they did not promote harmony either, and this was not the same as before. It seems my opinions have quite the weight, yet I feel we lack the capability. Surely, you need not point fingers at me. Sean maintained his usual demeanor, and upon hearing his words, they became irate, perceiving him as deliberately provocative. See, Marshal, I have said nothing, yet they harbor such animosity towards me. What have I done wrong? If I have upset anyone, they may as well voice it openly instead of this veiled hostility. The few present felt quite embarrassed by his remarks. They merely hoped that in future instances, Sean would refrain from attending, as his presence severely disrupted the atmosphere, which was markedly different from before. Enough. Silence. What is the issue at hand? Do you lack self-awareness, or must we spell it out for you? The reason for summoning Sean was to have him assist in brainstorming solutions. It was not merely for show. There were moments when he had a more accurate grasp of the situation. The tasks Sean had undertaken were overlooked. They chose to turn a blind eye. As long as he did not violate any particularly severe rules. Now was a crucial time for personnel, and the Marshal did not wish for the situation to deteriorate further. Regardless of the timing, this moment was already different. He could not allow Sean to lay everything bare. Sean ignored their words and quietly examined the content before him. And upon finishing, he had formed a general idea. In truth, these issues could be resolved easily with the system's assistance. However, he would not readily disclose this. He was no fool. Having acquired such abilities through the exchange of a significant amount of berries, he could not simply relinquish them. It would be one thing if he were underestimated by these individuals. Such a scenario was intolerable. Thus, when he spoke, he was naturally confident. Though I am uncertain why you say this, I find your arrogance excessive. I acknowledge your abilities, but you should temper your approach. The speaker was Akainu, who did not acknowledge Sean and Appo's capabilities and was particularly disgruntled upon learning of Sean and Appo's promotion to Rear Admiral during the evaluation. Having strived immensely to reach the rank of Admiral, he could not fathom why Sean and Appo's situation had transformed so drastically. Sean, however, was indifferent to Akainu and Appo's thoughts. He felt there was nothing more to discuss. Regardless of the circumstances, it was unnecessary to maintain the previous posture. Enough of the bickering. Sean and Appo's position today is not merely a matter of his own merit. It is my endorsement. If each of you harbors similar thoughts or alternative opinions, then there is nothing further to discuss. The matter is quite clear. His expression remained calm, and Sean found himself regarding the Marshal with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that the man would stand by his side, but this did not alter his perspective. I can resolve this issue, just as before, and quite elegantly, without tarnishing the Navy and Appo's reputation. However, how to approach the remaining matters is not a trivial affair. His stance was unmistakably clear, and upon hearing this, the others fell into silence once more. They were aware of Sean's capabilities and understood he would not jest about such matters. Yet, concerns lingered about the potential outcomes. If the situation were resolved satisfactorily, it would be acceptable. However, if the results exceeded their expectations and Sean and Appo's reactions diverged from what they anticipated, it would be disastrous. Very well, I agree. The Navy Marshal, as the one in charge, had the authority to convene this meeting. Yet, he had not anticipated the level of concern surrounding the issue, nor the extent to which it had escalated. Since you have all reached a consensus, I shall take my leave for now. Just inform me of the developments later. Rest assured, there shall be no issues. With that, Sean opened the door and exited the conference room. The onlookers were left feeling quite displeased. The first to speak up was, of course, Akainu. Marshal, you cannot act so impulsively. We are aware of this boy and Appo's abilities, but is this not a bit too reckless? I have also heard he has brought someone along, someone who. As they discussed the individual outside, Fujitora, the conversation grew increasingly chaotic with no one speaking seriously. They believed this person to be suspicious. The marshal was already in a state of turmoil, and now, fueled by anger, he slammed his fist on the table. Who is the marshal here, you or I? You must follow orders, have you forgotten? The training within the Navy is already exceptionally strict. This outburst was prompted by the fact that ordinarily, Sengoku was quite lenient, often providing them with an opportunity to express themselves. Chapter 88. A new mission to my astonishment. This individual has audaciously overstepped boundaries, neglecting the directives from the naval headquarters. His manner of speaking and acting is utterly chaotic. Who would find such behavior agreeable? Consequently, his expression is far from pleasant. I believe Yuan Shuai and Appo's words hold merit. Initially, we may have been in the wrong. Yet to insist otherwise would be as illogical as the previous matters. The few of them were all clamoring, and it was quite awkward for Akainu upon hearing this. He wished to point out that when reprimanding Sean, they were equally culpable. Yet, it seems he alone bears the brunt of the blame, which left him somewhat aggrieved. Though he had no recourse. After all, the present situation is distinctly different from prior events. Once Sean emerged, he sought out Fujitora in an adjacent room. Fujitora, taken aback by his presence, inquired about the sentiments from Sean's side. Naturally, Sean expressed his willingness to join, which delighted Fujitora. As for past grievances, he professed indifference, urging Sean not to feel undue pressure. Sean spoke candidly, prompting a bittersweet smile from Fujitora. It was precisely this realization that led me to abandon hope in them. Otherwise, I too would have wished to uphold justice. Under normal circumstances, such occurrences are rather uncommon. Indeed, if feasible, they would pose no issue in other contexts. However, opportunities elude him, rendering him impotent, forced to rely on alternative skills to survive in this society. Now that you are inclined to work with me, I assure you, I will not let you down, and I have faith your abilities will only grow stronger, Sean declared earnestly. Fujitora, upon hearing this, found himself in a state of bemusement. He had not anticipated such a strong assertion of capability, especially since he had been bested by Sean. Indeed, Fujitora struggled to comprehend the implications of Sean and Appo's actions. Given prior circumstances, having lost to Sean, he ought to retreat in embarrassment rather than stand as he currently does. The situation is undeniably awkward, leaving him at a loss for words. Your remarks suggest that victory is a prerequisite for worthiness, but I find this arrangement rather agreeable, Sean countered. He could not divulge that his prowess had surpassed that of most in this world, not solely due to the abilities bestowed by the system, but also owing to his diligent efforts. Consequently, his strength has ascended, yet he remains merely a vice admiral. He believes that achieving the rank of admiral would entail numerous unavoidable obligations, which is why he hesitates. Otherwise, with his ambition, he would soon occupy the position of fleet admiral. However, he is disinclined to serve as a mere subordinate to those individuals. Their actions may seem straightforward on the surface, but in reality, they are far from trivial. I am aware of your situation, yet I may not delve into it. In certain contexts, it is simply unavoidable, he stated, eliciting a faint smile from the listener. You appear to possess a fair amount of wisdom. You are correct. Some matters defy the expectations of the ordinary. However, I shall ensure you are not placed in a position of disappointment or trouble here, so rest assured, the listener replied. And Sean maintained his composure. Upon their return to the division, Sean and Appo's subordinates were taken aback by the news. To be honest, even with our preparations, we understood the gravity of the situation. Vice Admiral, did those individuals not trouble you? I find their actions exceedingly excessive, one remarked in shock. Sean smiled faintly. Who am I? If I were to be troubled by them in a conventional manner, could I still be considered a normal person? Moreover, not all matters align with what you perceive. It is prudent to maintain a broader perspective. He then instructed his subordinates to escort Fujitora away. Meanwhile, The naval headquarters received word of a significant issue arising on a nearby island, requiring their intervention. Coincidentally, this island is relatively close to Sean, and it happens to be the same location from which the main characters had departed. It is no wonder that issues arose, given their previous disdain for the protagonists, ultimately resulting in this awkward predicament. Had things remained as they were before, perhaps the circumstances would not have evolved into what they are now. What? Upon receiving the telegram from headquarters, Sean furrowed his brow deeply. Despite his various preparations, he recognized that this matter should not be taken lightly. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. Was this coincidence not a bit too fortuitous? Previously, such occurrences were absent, yet now it felt as though they were thrust into the flames. Perhaps I should investigate. After all, this is my inaugural assignment, and I wish to demonstrate my capabilities. I do not desire to be underestimated, he mused aloud. Sean was taken aback by Fujitora's apparent concern for these matters. He had assumed Fujitora was indifferent, but evidently, he recognized the implications of not attending to this situation, knowing that headquarters would apply pressure beyond mere inconvenience. I never suggested I would not go. I merely find it disconcerting, given the frequency with which this issue has arisen. If it is akin to those prior, what new complications might await us? Sean pondered, gazing out the window with a hint of melancholy. His subordinates had grasped the situation entirely. Based on past behavior, their leader would undoubtedly head to the destination, yet the current circumstances rendered it challenging to articulate. Very well. Since you have articulated your thoughts, I find no objection. After all, this is rather commonplace. Not everyone must adhere to a singular intention, he replied with an even demeanor. And the concerned subordinate fell silent. Sean instructed his team to prepare for their journey to the island. Upon learning that he had accepted the assignment, headquarters breathed a sigh of relief. They believed that if Sean had declined, it would have indicated a serious issue. However, his acceptance suggested that the matter was manageable. But, Commander, do you truly trust him? He has not even passed the assessment yet. Some voiced their skepticism. They considered Fujitora a blind man, devoid of such privileges. Yet both Garp and Sengoku were well aware of Fujitora's abilities. At present, these were merely acts of humility. Had he returned to headquarters alongside them, his rank might have surpassed Sean and Appos as significantly, given the clear circumstances at that time. Yet, in the presence of a few low-ranking soldiers, such discussions were unnecessary. Chapter 89. Demonstrating capability. What transpired? If it were merely as it had been before, I would deem the issue insignificant. However, not everything can be as it currently stands. At that time, they had hoped that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this matter might pass without incident. Little did they anticipate that the present situation would prove to be far graver than their previous considerations. Enough of this. Let us set forth. In their leisure, Sengoku and Garp would naturally pause to converse. It appears that this matter now rests squarely on the shoulders of the younger generation. At this juncture, Sengoku could not help but glance at Garp beside him. One must observe your fine grandson. Presently, the seas of the voice world are rife with pirates, and they are merely seeking liberty. The quest for treasure has led to countless innocent souls venturing into the ocean, resulting in irreversible consequences. Upon hearing this, Garp was left speechless. Do you believe I desired this? My intention was to have that insufferable brat join the Navy, for he possesses certain talents. Yet, the current situation is beyond my control, so what purpose does it serve to discuss this with me? Indeed, this predicament cannot be laid at Garp's feet. It is not just Luffy. Even his son was notoriously rebellious in his youth. He never assumed that as an elder, he must compel them to align with his views. In certain circumstances, this does not seem to be a predetermined affair. It merely appears somewhat awkward at present. Well, I speak only in passing. Should we truly arrive at such a juncture, or in the aftermath of certain events, no severity can alter the reality of the situation. Thus it is best to speak candidly. Garp found this conversation rather dull and chose to depart. Meanwhile, once Sean had organized his affairs, he led Fujitora to a small island. Upon arrival, they discovered the place in utter disarray. It seemed the main cast had wreaked havoc here, yet they had not anticipated the utter lack of decorum displayed by the locals. In my view, having endured such tribulations, they ought to have exhibited a more measured response. What are they even attempting to accomplish, believing themselves formidable? His expression soured, and several subordinates hurriedly descended to investigate and clarify the situation. When they returned to report, Sean's countenance darkened to an extreme. So, they sought trouble of their own volition? Is the dignity of our Navy so easily disregarded? Though Fujitora could not see, He could discern Sean's agitation regarding the matter. He wished to offer solace, yet the words eluded him. In truth, he understood that these events could not entirely be blamed on the Navy. It was merely the overconfidence of the locals that had led to their resolution by a few youngsters. I am not suggesting anything else. I merely find the current state inappropriate, though it appears they have yet to grasp this concept. Sean first sought a place to settle, instructing his subordinates to thoroughly investigate the matter so they might address the ensuing troubles. He harbored concerns that the visual headquarters had not merely sent him to resolve issues. To his astonishment, the tasks issued by the system were indeed interconnected with this situation. Beyond his ire, he could find no other justification and resolved that since he was present, he might as well fulfill the tasks at hand. Are you implying that upon their arrival, they have subjected us to incessant harassment, while we are the true victims? Why must they articulate it thus? Initially, these individuals had not contemplated the ramifications, even believing that if it bore any relation to prior occurrences, it need not weigh heavily on their minds. Yet, upon the Navy and Oppo's arrival, not only did they neglect their well-being, but they also deemed this entirely their fault. Who could bear to hear such a thing? No one could endure this outcome. I care not for your thoughts. Should this not be resolved in the immediate future, you shall manage the aftermath. Of course, Sean did not forget to instruct his subordinates to discreetly undermine Bellali. Without this element, he could not facilitate the system and Oppo's upgrade, complicating matters ahead. Under normal circumstances, he would not engage in such actions, yet necessity prevailed. Other considerations were naturally paramount. The opposition remained unaware of his intentions, perceiving the situation as truly unjust. The outcome, which could have been avoided, now left them with no choice. Fujitora sensed that Sean and Oppo's actions deviated from his principles. He held steadfastly to his convictions, even in matters of justice. Yet, Sean's unorthodox approach, which involved blatant corruption before his eyes, astonished him. What are you insinuating? I have no intention of engaging in corruption, nor am I pursuing any ulterior motives. Do not cast such aspersions upon me. Furthermore, I believe there is nothing inherently wrong with the current situation, merely that each party harbors its own reservations. Sean maintained his usual demeanor, while those who heard his words appeared exceedingly discontent. Perhaps it is best if you refrain from speaking. We adults have never indulged in such sordid affairs. Sean's subordinates recognized Fujitora's predicament and, with a sympathetic sigh, sought to guide him. Strangely, although Fujitora could not see, he sensed Sean's unwavering resolve in this regard, yet felt that his heart was not malevolent. However, he could not articulate precisely where the issue lay. Sean, however, paid no heed to his thoughts. The matter was now in his hands. Should the time come for him to depart, he would not impede him but felt it unnecessary. Beyond this, other considerations did not occupy his mind. Once he had finished his plundering, his subordinates had tidied the affairs. Yet, there remained reckless pirates who thought to seize an opportunity here, believing the Navy to be a venerable and formidable force. However, in the eyes of these pirates, the Navy was merely a collection of hypocritical pretenders, failing to meet the standards they professed. It seems another foolhardy individual has emerged. Since they seek confrontation, I shall oblige. Sean flexed his wrist and struck, catching his opponent unawares and sending them flying. In this instance, he displayed sheer prowess. Fujitora, upon sensing this, could not suppress his astonishment. He recalled that during their previous encounter, the disparity between him and Sean had not been so pronounced. Yet, merely a short time had passed. And it was not just a matter of difference, but an absolute dominance of capability, though the other party remained oblivious to it. What is the matter? Sean inquired, noticing Fujitora and Oppo's bewilderment. Chapter 90. Showcase your abilities. It seems that when you engaged me earlier, you were holding back your strength, Fujitora remarked delicately. Upon hearing this, Sean offered a subtle smile. ISN and Oppo's quite natural, who would reveal their full capabilities right at the outset. In response to Sean and Oppo's jest, Fujitora chuckled softly. Although Sean refrained from stating it outright, Fujitora could sense that he was not merely joking. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, several admirals wore grim expressions. We acknowledge Sean and Oppo's abilities. Yet why did he allow that individual to join the Navy? Particularly Akainu, who believed that only those with absolute justice deserve to occupy such positions. This individual clearly does not fit that mold, not to mention the implications of such a decision. Sean often indulges in playful banter, yet this time it seemed rather exaggerated. If you put it that way, it indeed becomes quite complicated. You and Apos V expressed your faith in Sean and Apos' capabilities, so why not trust his judgment as well? Sengoku's voice resonated from above. Upon hearing this, Akainu's expression soured. It is precisely because I am aware of this that I am concerned. If it truly were as exaggerated as you suggest, would I even be here now? He believed Sean acted too impulsively, often neglecting the consequences of his actions. Otherwise, he wouldn't Apos have specifically come to offer a warning. After all, given others and Apos' circumstances, this is already quite unusual. After voicing this, Akainu intended to say more, but simply sighed instead. Fine, you have a point. In certain situations, this matter truly lacks alternatives. Exiting the office, he unexpectedly encountered Akiji. Oh, off to file a complaint again. Akiji teased, inciting Akainu and Apos' ire. What do you mean by and Apos' complaint and Apos? I am upholding justice. Do you think everything unfolds as you perceive it? Akiji merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond further, as he found the matter rather amusing. If it were indeed the case, then in certain circumstances, it could be somewhat challenging. However, this does not apply to everything. It merely depends on the individual, Wooden and Apos. Do you agree? After exchanging a few sharp words at the door, they ceased their banter. For this situation was undeniably awkward compared to others. What are you two quarreling about at the entrance? I am aware of the situation, but I trust that Sean will not act recklessly. He certainly has his reasons and concerns, and I have faith in the young man and Apos' judgment. Furthermore, their previous encounter with Fujitora, albeit brief, had not been particularly favorable. They had extended invitations later, but he had dismissed them with disdain, perceiving the Navy as hypocrites. Thus, when he learned of Sean and Apos' intention to visit, he was genuinely surprised, as such occurrences were rare. Enough, no more discussion. If it were truly as you claim, what then would be the implications for the rest of us? I find that rather absurd. Additionally, those who previously held reservations began to exhibit peculiar behavior. Although I understand your sincere invitation, I cannot shake an indescribable feeling. I am aware you are not jesting, yet is it not a bit too overt? Fujitora's implication was clear. Sean's unmasked demeanor left him astounded. I have never donned a facade. It was merely different when we clashed earlier. If there were genuine issues, it would indeed differ from the present circumstances, Sean replied as he entered the office, signaling his subordinates to follow. Those who had recently gathered Bailey hurried to report to him. Well, since they have compensated us, we should avoid making this too awkward, should we not? Rest assured, having paid, we will treat them well, but if it pertains to other matters, let us refrain. Fujitora felt taken aback by Sean's words. He had always perceived Sean as a person of justice, but now he realized he belonged to that category he despised. The current scenario was undeniably uncomfortable. To refuse his departure now would be rather unreasonable. Yet he felt an internal struggle. If you feel overwhelmed, you may leave. But I assure you that remaining here will not lead to regret. Sean maintained his calm demeanor, finding this situation more intriguing than previous encounters. At the very least, he had successfully recruited such a formidable individual. The rest was inconsequential to him. What were you doing before? Bullying the weak? Fujitora clearly did not comprehend the implications of such actions. Sean and Apos' blatant demeanor left no room for concealment. How could it be bullying the weak? We reside in a coastal city. As a member of the Navy, it is my duty to protect them. Naturally, such protection requires a modest fee. Relying solely on my salary would hardly suffice for an extravagant lifestyle. As for the Navy and Apos' remuneration, it was merely sufficient for basic sustenance. Attaining an extravagant lifestyle was impossible under current circumstances. Given that he had already recruited Fujitora, certain matters could no longer remain secrets, especially as he would eventually witness Sean and Apos' actions in other domains. Do not worry, I shall grant you ample time to contemplate. What sort of person am I? I merely act as myself. Their opinions hold no weight in my heart. Sean instructed his subordinates to escort Fujitora out while he began tallying his gains, inquiring about the system's rewards for this endeavor, as he had exerted considerable effort. Fear not, host. According to this system's assessment, your rewards this time are threefold compared to before. The swift completion of tasks ensures there will be no lingering repercussions. Pleased with the system and Apos' response, Sean felt content. After all, this endeavor was the culmination of his arduous efforts. As Fujitora departed, he remained unsettled. His choice to ignore the situation stemmed from a desire to avoid unnecessary distress. Initially, he had significant reservations about Sean, yet through their interactions, he discovered a different side to him. To his surprise, Sean's actions ultimately left him feeling somewhat daunted. The Navy soldier who accompanied him, noticing his turmoil, could not help but offer encouragement. You may be unfamiliar with these matters, but I assure you, our Vice Admiral never betrays our trust and treats us exceptionally well. Chapter 91. The 3 rules at present. These circumstances are merely superficial. The individuals he has gathered are nothing but tyrants. The naval soldiers, perhaps sensing Fujitora's inner turmoil, dared to voice their thoughts, which he would not have done otherwise. Having been here for an extended period, the misunderstandings that outsiders may harbor do not concern him. However, we recognize that he is striving to dispel these rumors, and speaking in his presence could potentially provoke his ire. Yet, I still wish to elucidate my thoughts to you. The listener was taken aback by this statement. After all, in his mind, engaging in such actions would not be characteristic of a reasonable person. But he was surprised by the response that exceeded his expectations. Thank you for the reminder. I shall contemplate it. I merely did not anticipate the situation to evolve in this manner. Fujitora spoke candidly, acknowledging the rarity of such occurrences, particularly with someone like Sean. Since you are here, why not seize this opportunity to explore a bit? Perhaps you might uncover something valuable. It was evident that discussing these matters now was somewhat premature. With that, the naval soldier vanished without a trace. After concluding negotiations with the system, Sean was filled with elation, not expecting to reap such significant benefits. However, just as the system had assigned him this task, it issued another, causing his brow to furrow. He had not anticipated that the situation would unfold in such a manner. He had considered abandoning the endeavor if necessary, feeling no obligation to persist. Yet, had they not just departed from that place? He believed that, under no circumstances, should they revert to the current state of affairs. It rests upon you. Sean sighed in resignation, realizing that, by conventional standards, a soldier who does not aspire for promotion is not a commendable one. Naturally, he too yearned for advancement, which had propelled him to his current position. However, he felt that this did not justify overextending his reach. Yet, to enhance his capabilities, he had no choice but to strive. As he exited the room, he nearly collided with Fujitora, who was approaching from the other side. How did you come this way? What transpired? Fujitora noticed Sean and Appo's demeanor, which seemed to suggest he was at a loss for words. Do you also believe my actions to be inappropriate? Truth be told, I am equally perplexed by the situation, and I lack a comprehensive understanding of your circumstances. His implication was that prior decisions may have been hasty. Upon hearing this, Sean merely smiled faintly. I do not find it hasty. What I present to you now is my authentic self. As for the other matters, they are of no concern to me, and I shall not dwell on them. If the situation were dire, perhaps he could have defended himself somewhat. However, Sean currently harbored no interest in such matters, feeling that the current state was far more transparent. Coincidentally, I am about to undertake a mission. Would you care to accompany me? Perhaps I could also collect some protection fees. His words were delivered with a certain delicacy, leaving the listener in a state of bemusement. Fujitora had initially intended to explore, but after hearing the prior naval soldier and Appo's remarks, he felt somewhat vexed. Regardless of the severity of the situation, he believed Sean had committed no wrongdoing. Those sentiments were, in his view, quite sincere. He could not allow himself to be swayed by others and Appo's perceptions, for that would be excessive. How should I put it? Had this occurred earlier, it might have been acceptable, but now the situation is different. Perhaps he had gained a clearer understanding of matters, and with no further thoughts to entertain, he resolved to accompany Sean. Upon reaching their destination, Sean realized he was confronted with a rather formidable challenge. If you have any thoughts, feel free to express them. I am not the type to create difficulties for others, but please do not compel me into an embarrassing position. The moment he appeared, the atmosphere grew quiet. Indeed, it is General Sean. Let us refrain from speaking. Although Fujitora and Appo's eyes were shrouded, he could discern the murmurs around him. He found this reaction quite peculiar. Even with Sean and Appo's arrival, their response seemed unwarranted. Yet, the current ambience fell off, though he could not articulate why. Having joined the Navy, he hesitated due to Sean and Appo's demeanor, prompting him to observe a while longer. Presently, he felt he had no standing to speak, yet sensed something was amiss. In truth, if we consider the previous circumstances, this would not pose an issue. However, you have now crossed my threshold, believing I would remain indifferent? Sean and Appo's tone was calm, but the onlookers could not help but tremble in fear. Fujitora, observing this, found it exceedingly strange. Sean had uttered nothing extreme, yet they exhibited such trepidation. Was it truly due to some extraordinary ability possessed by Sean? Through explanations from nearby naval soldiers, he learned that these individuals were notorious for their misdeeds, often engaging in acts of destruction. When the Navy was present, they behaved themselves. The moment the Navy departed, they reverted to their true nature. It could be said that they were utterly malevolent, and Sean routinely subdued them under the pretext of collecting protection fees. Though the crowd felt disgruntled, they had no choice but to acquiesce to Sean's demands. After much contemplation, Fujitora finally grasped the situation and developed a newfound respect for Sean. If you intend to resort to your previous tactics, I must inform you that they will be ineffective. Those ploys may work elsewhere, but they will not succeed here. A hint of amusement danced in his eyes. As he spoke, his gestures grew more pronounced, instilling fear in those around him. Meanwhile, the core group of protagonists was preparing to embark on their next adventure, oblivious to the events transpiring here. I did not foresee that the Navy and Apos' order would be so commendable. I merely wished to avoid crossing paths with them. Zoro and Apos' gaze was resolute. Aspiring to become the world and Apos' foremost swordsman, he understood that numerous obstacles lay ahead. The others aboard the ship also harbored their own dreams. They had gleaned insights from recent news through the messenger birds and were aware of Sean's capabilities. Luffy, do you think this fellow named Sean may become a significant obstacle for us in the future? Luffy, meanwhile, was enjoying a chicken leg while fishing. Usopp beside him wore a puzzled expression. Who is Sean? Regardless of who he is, it does not concern us. We need only focus on our own responsibilities. And there is no need to meddle in others' affairs. That was a valid point. Their ship's atmosphere remained leisurely, while Sean's environment was fraught with tension. Many felt regret and fear. Had they foreseen the current predicament, they would never have acted as they did. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. No matter how anxious they became, it would be of no use. Chapter 92. Uniquely different initially, Fujitora held significant reservations regarding Sean, even suspecting that the latter was acting with intent. However, he soon discerned that the differences were far more profound than he had anticipated. His understanding of the situation was quite astute, revealing a perspective he had never encountered before. Rest assured, our leader would never engage in such behavior, though the individuals here do exhibit a certain audacity. Sean and Apos' subordinates began elucidating matters to Fujitora. The bullies present were indeed duplicitous. They appeared respectful on the surface, yet harbored sordid intentions within. This was quite displeasing to witness. Although he was unaware of the specifics, Fujitora felt the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Perhaps, in certain respects, things had already begun to evolve. Fujitora, smiling, explained that despite his blindness, he recognized the significant changes occurring in this context. What are you all whispering about? Sean inquired, oblivious to their discussion, content to engage in superficial exchanges. They were not deliberating on anything of great import. Indeed, they merely sought to provide an explanation now that Fujitora had arrived. Sean chuckled upon realizing their conversation and Apos' relevance. It made sense. Fujitora was new to this environment, and thus, unfamiliar with the nuances. After Sean concluded his discussions with the others, he noticed Fujitora gazing pensively into the distance, his thoughts a mystery to all. Though aware of his blindness, the sight of him deep in thought provoked curiosity. What troubles you? Is there an issue? Fujitora pondered aloud, voicing his curiosity. Given that you have committed no wrongdoing and that there have been no adverse reactions, why do they harbor such biases against you? He referred to the opinions held by those outside regarding Sean. Sean shrugged. As I have stated, I am indifferent to such matters. Regardless of their actions, I shall remain true to myself, and I find joy in my current circumstances. Completing the system's tasks yields extraordinary rewards, an opportunity not afforded to everyone, he thought. Though he refrained from sharing this with Fujitora. Perhaps it was true that one should focus on their duties when in a position of authority. Thus, he added, do not burden yourself too heavily. I believe the current situation is quite satisfactory. Upon hearing this, Fujitora offered an awkward smile. I previously misunderstood you. I shall rectify that going forward. This statement served as a promise. Sean was taken aback. He had assumed that someone like Fujitora, even upon gaining understanding, would not necessarily align with him. After all, it was not just Fujitora. Even some capable individuals at headquarters regarded Sean's situation as peculiar. Fortunately, the marshal understood him, alleviating further concerns. The opinions of others held no significance for him, as he had not invested emotional energy in them. Their actions were of no consequence to him. Moreover, his primary goal was to fulfill the system's tasks. Every time he visited headquarters, he felt quite sincere. As for others, he suspected they were irrelevant to his current circumstances. To be honest, I do not mind this matter. I just wonder if you care, considering you will be on my side from now on. Sean felt no misgivings about his stance, merely fearing that Fujitora might have ulterior motives. You are overthinking it. I have no expectations of the Navy. In light of this issue, it is natural to contemplate, he thought, but left the latter unsaid, which was evident to those who heard it. Fujitora had presumed Sean would feel pressured, yet he was surprised to find that Sean appeared unperturbed, as though accustomed to such circumstances. This revelation significantly altered Fujitora and Appo's perception of Sean. He had previously believed in not judging based on appearances. Yet, after losing his sight, such concerns dissipated. Now, he found himself quite eager to meet Sean, curious to learn what he looked like and how he would respond to the challenges they faced. What are you thinking about? You and Appo's been lost in thought since the beginning, Sean remarked, having noticed Fujitora and Appo's unusual demeanor. He had refrained from mentioning it until now, but he felt this was an opportune moment for dialogue. Perhaps times have changed. I used to hold no particular thoughts on these matters. However, I now possess a stronger awareness and realize the situation is different, Fujitora replied earnestly, prompting a smile from Sean. If that is the case, then indeed, it is distinctive under certain circumstances, though perhaps not excessively so. There may yet be a turning point. During their conversation, Sean received a new task from the system, requiring him to retrieve certain items from the previous island. Just as the system issued the mission, a call arrived from Navy headquarters, conveying a clear message. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. As for what follows, I cannot guarantee. He was determined to fully complete the task assigned by the system. However, regarding the Navy and Appo's expectations, he felt less compelled, lacking a strong sense of urgency. After concluding the call, he gathered his belongings in preparation for departure. Fujitora intended to accompany Sean on this mission. While he had previously acknowledged Sean and Appo's capabilities, he felt indifferent towards certain aspects of task management. I thought you would take a break, yet here we are preparing to leave. Nonetheless, I believe this opportunity is quite rare. Fujitora smiled as he spoke. Though I am blind, I am eager to experience my abilities. Surely, they will not disappoint. Sean smiled in response, appreciating this sentiment. Were it not for this enthusiasm, Fujitora might not have undertaken this endeavor. However, the circumstances were now different. Let us set forth. The other subordinates had long been prepared and were ready to embark. At Sean and Appo's command, they boarded the warship, setting sail towards the small island where their mission awaited. This marked Fujitora and Appo's first genuine task. Although he was merely serving under Sean, he sensed a distinct difference in this experience. Why do I sense a hint of nervousness in you? Sean observed with a smile, while Fujitora, gazing at the horizon with his unseen eyes, replied, Nervous? No. I am merely curious about the individuals capable of such actions. I cannot say, Sean thought to himself. He had heard the system's guidance in his mind. Yet he knew better than to disclose that information. It was crucial to maintain discretion, especially since he was undertaking a task for the Navy. However, as they approached the small island, an unexpected incident occurred. Chapter 93. The Arrogant Pirates. Who do we have here? It appears to be an ordinary naval vessel. Brothers, do not hold back. The provisions on our ship are nearly depleted, and I suspect the Navy dines quite well. Their ship was sailing smoothly until a pirate ship, employing extraordinary tactics, forced them to a halt. The helmsman in front, upon realizing this, was drenched in sweat from anxiety. What is the matter? Sean and Fujitora, who were enjoying a bowl of noodles in the cabin, were suddenly jolted by the ship and Appo's abrupt movement, prompting both to lift their heads in unison. While Fujitora could not see, the emotions he wished to convey and the direction of his gaze were unmistakable. Let us go take a look. Fujitora hurriedly finished his noodles before following Sean and Appo's lead. Despite his blindness, he navigated with an ease that made one question whether he was truly sightless. The naval soldiers had tested this before, only to find that Fujitora was indeed blind, which underscored the strength of his abilities. Initially, they had questioned Sean and Appo's decision to summon someone like him, believing their ranks were already filled with formidable individuals. However, Sean remained silent, and the outcome soon proved his wisdom. They quickly refocused. This was not the time for such contemplations. When they reached the deck and beheld the pirate ship below, their eyes widened in disbelief. "You truly have some audacity," a few leading naval soldiers reprimanded before Sean could utter a word. The pirates, hearing this, chuckled as if it were a jest. "If you weren't bold, would you dare to be pirates? Brothers, charge." One of the pirates utilized his devil fruit abilities to attach a rope and leaped across, seemingly undeterred by the significant distance between their vessels. To him, it felt as though they were merely inches apart. Sean narrowed his eyes. In previous missions, he had encountered numerous obstacles, but had easily overcome them. This, too, would be a challenge. It had been a while since he felt such pressure, but he mused that perhaps it was not truly a challenge. With a faint smile, Sean's words elicited a strange sensation among his adversaries. "Why do you say that?" As he flexed his wrists and prepared for action, his haki surged forth. By the time those few adversaries took note, the ordinary pirates had already succumbed to his overwhelming presence. Fujitora, possessing formidable strength, remained unfazed, yet he sensed that Sean and Appo's released power was even greater than before. Unable to mask his astonishment, he allowed his surprise to show. The surrounding naval soldiers were well accustomed to such displays. Although Sean was merely a rear admiral, his capabilities were undoubtedly at the level of a vice admiral, perhaps even surpassing that of the highest ranks, but he was disinclined to ascend further, fearing that such elevation would compel him to undertake duties he wished to avoid. During the evaluation period, Sean had deliberately restrained some of his abilities to evade selection, wishing to maintain a leisurely existence. Unfortunately, Fleet Admiral Sengoku discerned this and called him in for a discussion, questioning his motivations. Sean had replied that Sengoku was more aware of the circumstances than he, asserting that if he could not resolve the issues, sending him would only exacerbate matters. Besides, there were several at headquarters who did not favor him, and he was genuinely apprehensive about potential confrontations. Truth be told, he had felt considerable pressure, but now it seemed less daunting. Sean paid little mind to the individual who approached him post-conflict, casually conversing with Fujitora. "You do present quite a contrast," he remarked. Meanwhile, several admirals had convened before Sengoku at naval headquarters. "You assign him such trivial tasks, knowing his capabilities." They were keen to understand why Sean, despite his significant prowess, was reluctant to accept a higher rank and instead settled for a rear admiral and Appo's role, passing his days idly. "This is my arrangement. If you find it unsatisfactory, it is beyond my control," Sengoku stated, and immediately, the air of dissent among them diminished. How could they dare express discontent? After all, this decision was an order. They merely felt that such a talent was being wasted on minor assignments. "I have my own plans for the future. This training will serve to temper his temperament," Sengoku said, though in truth, he was aware of Sean and Appo's unwillingness. Others could not compel him, as he always found justifiable reasons. Even Sengoku, in his position, could exert little influence at this moment. "To be candid, while I initially felt considerable pressure, your words have lightened my spirits immensely." After their conversation, the pirates were nearly subdued by the other soldiers. Reporting, "Rear Admiral, we have seized a pirate vessel." After relaying the captured assets to Sean, they retreated respectfully. The tumultuous skirmish had abruptly ceased with Sean's entrance. "Honestly, your abilities far exceed those of a rear admiral. Have you never considered?" Upon returning to the cabin, Fujitora, for once intrigued, began discussing this with Sean. Noticing Fujitora and Appo's sightlessness, Sean simply smiled without further expression. "Everyone has their aspirations. Truth be told, were it not for my system, I would struggle to achieve any notable recognition with my current abilities and status." He responded candidly to Fujitora and Appo's inquiries. "Moreover, did not the fleet admiral extend an invitation to you? How did you respond?" Upon hearing this, Fujitora paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. His previous admiration for Sean had only been partial, but now he seemed to grasp Sean and Appo's perspective. Though young, he appears to have a keen understanding of the situation. "All right, since we share little interest in this matter, let us not pursue it further." Thus, the two continued their light-hearted banter within the cabin. Meanwhile, Sean engaged in casual conversation with his system, gaining insight into subsequent developments. He had not anticipated such a substantial haul from the pirates. All the bounty acquired had found its way into his possession, while those captured pirates languished in the ship and Appo's hold, lamenting their fate. Boss, had we known it would come to this, we would have refrained from this charade. Now, it seems we are unable to escape. Chapter 94. A shocking scene. How could I have known this person was so formidable? Although they had heard rumors of a powerful vice admiral in the Navy, they had no inkling of what he looked like. Thus, upon witnessing Sean and Appo's fleet, they assumed it was merely an ordinary naval unit, hoping to showcase their prowess in the hopes of seizing something valuable. Little did they realize that everything was far from ordinary. At this point, it was too late for any words. Had the circumstances followed their previous course, perhaps it would have mattered less. The group was in heated discussion, but this matter seemed graver than the others. Enough chatter. If I had understood the situation earlier, I wouldn't have had to wait until now. His expression remained serious, while Sean, oblivious to their thoughts, gazed intently at the approaching island, his brow furrowed deeply. If memory served him right, this was the very route taken by the protagonists earlier. The individuals here appeared harmless, yet few harbored good intentions, and their manner of speaking was quite peculiar. Though I am unaware of your thoughts, I must assert that the current predicament holds little significance. Moreover, given the passage of time, adhering to past behaviors is no longer viable. Not everything is the same, and I suggest we await the resolution of this situation. As they continued their chatter, Sean, seeing the island draw near, promptly boarded his ship, followed closely by Fujitora, who seemed hesitant to speak. He wished to express that he felt no apprehension in this matter. However, he sensed that Sean possessed a unique ability, distinctly different from those encountered previously. This was indeed a moment to showcase true strength. The pirates, seemingly inconsequential, were, in fact, audacious and unafraid of the Navy. They viewed the Navy as merely individuals endowed with special abilities, believing there was no need for concern regarding the current circumstances. You and Appo's V arrived. Perfect. We are in Appo's T here for anything else but to request your assistance in resolving a certain issue. One pirate brazenly approached to pat Sean on the shoulder, only to be evaded by Sean's swift sidestep. The expression on his face was particularly complex. I initially thought this situation wouldn't escalate, but it seems I underestimated the pressure at hand. Sean evaded the pirate's advance and cast a glance at him. Who is the mayor here? Normally, they would have no right to converse with Sean, yet seeing his expression, the pirates began to entertain notions of mockery. After all, Sean appeared rather unassuming, his stature modest and demeanor stern. In their eyes, his abilities did not warrant such a presence. Otherwise, he would not be in this predicament. Oh, conversing with you is quite the pleasure. Might I inquire what brings you here, Commander? The pirates, unaware of Sean's rank, spoke with an air of nonchalance. Even Fujitora, though unseen, could discern the tone of their dialogue. His brow furrowed slightly as he sensed the energy emanating from the pirate, finding the scene absurdly amusing. I hadn't given much thought to the matter, believing that even in the current state, it wouldn't pose a significant issue. However, it appears that the gravity of the situation is rather substantial. His expression grew serious upon hearing the pirate and Appo's words, momentarily freezing their demeanor. What do you mean? The pirate finally grasped the reality. Sean had dismissed him entirely. His collaboration with the local mayor was no trivial affair. So, you believe that Luffy and his crew can appear here and leave unscathed, while you can brazenly remain. Do you recognize the disparity between you? Sean held no particular thoughts regarding the protagonists. He simply intended to fulfill the task as per the system and Appo's design, completing the mission as was customary for the naval headquarters. Other considerations were irrelevant at this juncture. Upon the mayor's arrival, witnessing the unfolding situation left him paralyzed with fear. Previously threatened by pirates, he had to conceal himself. Fortunate that they had not harmed the villagers, allowing him to turn a blind eye. However, he had not anticipated the arrival of the Navy. Unaware of the events transpiring, he gazed at Sean and Fujitora with trepidation. May I inquire about your purpose here? Upon hearing this, Sean raised an eyebrow, surprised by the mayor's expression. Did no one inform you? As he spoke, he strode forward, his soldiers following closely behind. In that instant, they subdued the pirates who had been speaking moments before. I assumed they had briefed you, but it seems that was not the case. A slight smile graced Sean's features, while those who heard his words suddenly felt an impending sense of doom. Regardless of whether you are aware, now that you are here, I must inform you of the situation. Since it has arisen, be prepared. the ensuing events will not be straightforward. Numerous issues remain unresolved, including the mayor and the audacious pirates. While they may not have caused any overt harm, their presence has left the villagers uneasy. Upon reaching the mayor's residence, Sean began to demand accountability. Initially, the mayor appeared unfazed, but after hearing the litany of accusations, he fell to his knees in supplication, claiming it was unintentional. In truth, he merely wished to avoid conflict. Anyone who came here without causing harm would be spared. After all, one's life takes precedence. Yet, he never expected to attract the attention of the naval headquarters. Observing the mayor's cowardice, Sean's brow furrowed slightly. To be honest, he had no desire for this confrontation, finding it a waste of time. Were it not for completing the system's task, he would have certainly abstained from this engagement. Just as he prepared to speak further, a familiar yet strange voice resonated, having only been heard from afar until now. Who could that be? He pointed, expecting the mayor, as a local, to recognize the individual's identity. The mayor, bewildered by Sean's swift change in demeanor, cautiously raised his head. Chapter 95 Explanation of Origins Report. Commander, we are uncertain of that individual's identity. He has only recently arrived in our town. After listening to the mayor's explanation, Sean stroked his chin, pondering that this person would indeed become a formidable figure in the future. It was merely unfortunate that he had chosen the wrong camp. In certain circumstances, that could be considered misfortune. However, for Sean, this was of little consequence, as the situation was far more severe than previous matters. Moreover, that particular timeline had not yet arrived. Please invite him over for a cup of tea, Sean instructed a nearby naval soldier, focusing instead on reprimanding the mayor. If we had not intervened, did you intend to continue condoning the pirates' actions? Upon hearing these words, the mayor felt a strong sense of injustice. He wished to defend himself, but he knew that no one would believe him at this moment. Thus, he opted to remain silent. It seems my suspicions were correct. But let me make it clear, regardless of your actions, you will not escape the scrutiny of the naval headquarters, which is well aware of everything occurring here. If you believe my statements to be erroneous, feel free to refute them. However, this time, no one can evade the consequences of their actions. As Sean's words fell, the townsfolk hurriedly gathered to defend the mayor. Commander, please do not blame the mayor. He is acting for our sake and did not intend to defy these wishes. Yes, he only has our interests at heart. They clamored, hoping to intercede on his behalf. Observing the scene, Sean exchanged glances with his subordinates. A few naval soldiers approached the townspeople, speaking in hushed tones, leaving them incredulous. Is that true? They found it hard to believe, thinking such a situation was impossible. Even if it resembled previous events, it could not manifest in this manner, as it was far too absurd. You may choose to assist or refrain from doing so. I do not impose any obligation upon you. Of course, if you choose not to assist, I will proceed as per standard protocol without further comment. Sean stated with an air of indifference. Those around him speculated that he might have lost his mind, as such a scenario should not, and could not, occur here. The mayor was puzzled by the strange look Sean's subordinate cast in his direction. Why do you regard me thus? Do you truly believe I would utter anything here? If so, you may be mistaken. Sean waved his hand, and the individual he had found peculiar was swiftly brought over. This individual was none other than a promising future asset for the Navy. He was unsure why this person appeared here, but the thought of the actions he would undertake in the future amused him greatly. Fujitora had remained silent throughout. He had overheard the conversation between the naval soldiers and the townspeople, and his expression reflected confusion. He could not fathom Sean's motives. Under normal circumstances, he had not observed Sean indulging in any extravagance. Why was he so fixated now? The mayor seemed to have committed no significant transgression. Why did he require so much berries? Was there an underlying secret? Despite pondering extensively, something felt amiss. Yet, having experienced Sean and Appo's character previously, he chose to trust him. Just as he was deep in thought, Sean approached him with a smile. Oh, I forgot you cannot see. Perhaps you should engage in a spar with that fellow. I believe you two could get along well in the future. After all, I have seized this opportunity and will not let it slip away. Upon hearing these words, Fujitora felt a surge of curiosity, but instinctively moved toward the individual. As he approached, he sensed an overwhelming aura of lethal intent and extraordinary power emanating from the person, leaving him astounded, as Sean had not even drawn near, yet he seemed fully aware of the situation. However, the other individual was quicker to detect the anomaly and initiated an attack, leading to an immediate confrontation. The villagers remained bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding conflict. How did they start fighting? I have no idea. What about the berries? They hoped the mayor would remain unharmed, considering his age. Enduring punishment at this stage could be detrimental. Previously, they had regarded the Navy as sacred and inviolable, yet they were taken aback by the blatant display of authority. Some harbored dissent, but none dared to voice it, quickly silenced. You may reflect on my words. I am being merciful by granting you time for consideration. After Sean concluded, he gestured broadly, prompting the townsfolk to disperse, leaving the mayor momentarily stunned. Once the villagers had vanished from sight, he turned to Sean with confusion. Commander, what does this mean? Although he was unaware of Sean's conversation with them, he sensed it could not bode well. Otherwise, they would not be reacting in this manner. This is not your concern. Sean recognized the mayor's financial constraints and wished not to waste time. Furthermore, the demand for berries was a requirement of the system. At times, he had to adopt a harsher stance and play the villain. The two combatants had yet to determine a victor, and their clash had erected a formidable barrier around them. Nevertheless, Sean remained unaffected, weaving his way between them. All right, that is sufficient. Upon hearing Sean and Appo's voice, Fujitora ceased his actions, while the individual opposite him regarded Sean with a complex expression. I know you. You appear to be a rising star within the Navy. However, I am curious. What grievance do you hold against me? He presumed Sean must harbor animosity, or why else would he send a blind man to confront him? Moreover, he had initially underestimated this blind man's capabilities, only to find him now capable of countering his own. No, I merely wish to test your abilities. If you prove formidable, I would like to recruit you into the Navy, Sean stated candidly. The other individual widened his eyes in disbelief, even rubbing his ears as if to confirm he had not misheard. Under normal circumstances, an invitation to join the Navy would be extended politely. Yet this approach brimmed with hostility. Were it not for his reasonable prowess, he might have already become a casualty. I believe that those lacking sufficient ability are unworthy of becoming Navy warriors. Thus, my earlier test was genuine, alongside Fujitora's. As Sean finished speaking and prepared to advance, Fujitora stepped forward to block his path. Chapter 96. What's the matter? It was the first time Sean had witnessed Fujitora being so proactive, which left him somewhat astonished. Noticing Sean's surprise, Fujitora dropped his pretense and expressed his desire to spar with the man before him. Regardless of his strength or the circumstances, he believed that, under certain conditions, he would undoubtedly fare much better than he did now. I never anticipated you would harbor such fervent feelings about this matter, Sean remarked. Yet you are correct. It is indeed a matter of fact. Not everything is as it seems, and if it comes down to it, you certainly can give it a try. Sean was eager to test the capabilities of the Fire Mountain. However, since Fujitora had initiated the conversation, he felt it was his duty not to disappoint him. Fire Mountain observed the exchange between the two, feeling somewhat perplexed. I appear to have no grievances with either of you. Even if you intend to recruit me into the Navy, this hardly seems the way to go about it. Initially, he had merely come to join the fray, having heard that the Navy was present to enforce justice and resolve issues. Perhaps the curiosity that had drawn him here would finally find answers. To his surprise, he found himself caught up in the chaos and even recruited, which left him feeling rather awkward. Your abilities are indeed impressive, and your matters can certainly be resolved, but not everything is laid out in plain sight. Sean maintained his usual demeanor, yet those who heard his words felt a sudden sense of bewilderment. He sensed an underlying implication in Sean's statement, yet could not pinpoint the exact reason behind it. Thus, he could only acquiesce, though his expression was now far more serious than before. Is something amiss? Am I mistaken in my observations? Or do you believe there is a more suitable rationale to demonstrate the capability to address this issue? The two did not engage in combat, but at this moment, Sean was already assessing his opponent's abilities. Suddenly, the mole felt a surge of unease. Having followed Sean for an extended period, he rarely witnessed Sean expressing interest in any matter. To his astonishment, Sean not only sought to bring Fujitora on board, but seemed equally intrigued by the relatively obscure Fire Mountain. If I truly wish to join, I could simply take the exam. However, I feel we are not yet at that juncture, and you need not be so overt. Fire Mountain implied that even if he were to win or pass the assessment, Sean might not comply with his wishes, but would instead devise his own plans. Upon hearing this, Sean smiled faintly. As I have stated before, your thoughts are of little consequence to me. All I know is that the current situation is unlike any previous ones. If you cannot meet my standards, then you should not expect to find utility in others. At the Navy headquarters, upon reviewing the list before him, the commander's brow furrowed slightly. What is going on here? If these were similar to previous candidates, they would undoubtedly be far superior. Why have they yet to formulate any ideas? Originally, this task was to be assigned to those nearby, but upon witnessing the reactions of the few present, he felt it unwise to proceed with the current situation, uncertain of what the future might hold. Therefore, he did not want to squander this opportunity. Admiral, your observations are not without merit, but I believe the others may hold even greater expectations moving forward. The key lies in how we can resolve this matter. As it stands, the current approach is certainly inadequate. The group engaged in fervent discussion, while Admiral Sengoku silently sighed in response. Currently, our Navy is understaffed, and the pirates are growing increasingly brazen. Relying on a single individual will not suffice. The individual he referred to was, of course, Sean, who had achieved significant success in this domain and possessed the capacity to guide others effectively. Yet, he felt that the current trajectory was inappropriate. The other admirals shared a sense of helplessness. The crux of the matter was that the situation was far from simple. We understand your perspective, but even if we possess the strength, we believe that the current format is unnecessary. Moreover, we do not rely solely on one person. If there were genuinely a need for their assistance, we would not hesitate to act. There was no intention to place this heavy burden on anyone in particular. Sean and Oppo's reluctance to accept promotions was, under certain circumstances, beneficial for them. After all, there were limited positions available, and if he were to claim them all, what opportunities would remain for others? Having held his position for so long, the admiral understood their sentiments, believing them to be somewhat naive. They assumed Sean was disinterested, that he was not competitive, but was that truly the case? Regrettably, his position prevented him from making high-level arrangements. Let us conclude today's meeting. You should all reflect on your thoughts. As for how to resolve the other issues, mere words will not suffice. With this statement, Admiral Sengoku wearily rubbed his brow. Once everyone had left, only Vice Admiral Garp remained. This situation has only grown more severe, had it been akin to the previous incidents. I would consider it a minor issue, but now it is far from simple. His implication was clear. Although the pirates had not yet made their presence felt, it did not mean the matter had settled. More serious issues could arise, causing him increasing trepidation. You may be overthinking it. Some matters are not as grave as you perceive. If it were to reach that point, perhaps the choices would no longer lie within our hands. He suggested that the five elders had long since developed a different perspective on the situation. If we were to continue as we are, who knows what the future may hold? Are you suggesting we expedite the training of a few formidable individuals to prepare for what lies ahead? Upon learning of his plan, Vice Admiral Garp sighed in astonishment, yet both understood the gravity of the situation. Even with a clear vision, cultivating a new admiral was no trifling matter. Forget I said anything. Initially, Sengoku had hoped that as long as they cooperated, the repercussions would be minimal. However, he had not anticipated that each admiral harbored their own agendas and believed he possessed unique capabilities in this regard. Unbeknownst to Sean, the admiral's thoughts were far removed from his own. He focused solely on the necessity of solidifying his rapport with the two individuals before him. Otherwise, the situation ahead would undoubtedly become even more pronounced. Why should I acquiesce to your conditions? I can't shake the feeling that your demands are unreasonable. Fire Mountain remained steadfast in his stance, while Sean merely smiled. Well, let us revisit this discussion after you have bested me. Thus far, you have not gained the upper hand. Chapter 97. Unfazed. Moreover, I am not asking you to take a position at headquarters. It is merely to serve under my command. Upon hearing this, Huashishin hesitated, and the mole beside him was at a loss for words. My lord, perhaps we should reconsider the decisions you are making now. If the marshal finds out, it could lead to complications. He wanted to express that if the marshal were to learn of Sean's intentions, he would undoubtedly oppose it, especially if anyone could easily be inducted into their naval ranks. Wouldn't that make the position rather too desirable? Sean, fully aware of his thoughts, merely smiled faintly. I have faith that the marshal will endorse my decision. This was not a jest. Sean had previously engaged in a serious discussion with the Navy Marshal, who understood Sean's lack of ambition for promotion and his desire to continue contributing in his current role. However, Sean had other thoughts. While remaining in this position was indeed feasible, he contemplated the implications should he genuinely ascend to a higher rank. If he were to achieve the rank of admiral and continue his illicit dealings with Bailey to fulfill the system's requirements, it would certainly be untenable. Thus, He needed to adopt a stance that appeared altruistic while secretly planning for the future. Naturally, no one could fathom his inner thoughts, not even the mole, who had been by his side for an extended period. Very well, I shall first attend to matters with the mayor. You may ponder this further. There is ample time. His expression remained serious, prompting a resigned sigh from the listener. So in your eyes, I am simply an option, if that is the case. Then I am even less inclined to choose you. Huashishin's gaze revealed sharpness, while the others exchanged helpless glances, some even deeming him somewhat ungrateful. Such a rare opportunity laid before him, and he was reluctant to embrace it, speaking as if it were genuine. If you continue along this path, there will be no distinction from previous encounters, yet I perceive it as extraordinary. They departed, leaving only Fujitora behind. Fujitora wished to engage in a spar and discern Sean's condition, yet now found himself somewhat at a loss for words. What troubles you? Have you fallen silent as well? He regarded Fujitora with a bemused expression, while Fujitora shyly averted his gaze. My apologies, young friend. Though I am sightless, I have great faith in Sean. He has indeed not committed any wrongdoing, and at the very least, I believe these matters are not problematic. This revelation astonished Huashishin, who had not anticipated that Sean would indiscriminately recruit even a blind person. When you demonstrated your abilities earlier, you did not appear to be visually impaired. He remained skeptical of Fujitora's capabilities. Observing this, Fujitora offered a faint smile. I possess the powers of a devil fruit and the ability to harness haki. Thus, sight is merely a means to perceive the world. Perhaps, on that fateful day, not being able to see may prove advantageous. Of course, he had previously expressed his regret and was eager to witness Sean's demeanor. Now, he was curious about the identity of the individual Sean sought to enlist. After all, given the prior circumstances, this seemed somewhat inappropriate. Though I do not grasp your reasoning, it seems plausible. Let us resume our earlier bout. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, while Sean made his way to the mayor's residence. Upon Sean's arrival, the mayor, now aware of Sean's previous demands, was incensed. Yet, he found himself powerless. After all, commoners do not contest with officials, and he was no match for them. What is it? Have you yet to reach a conclusion? I believe this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. If you cannot provide what is required, you must accept the deserved consequences. However, whether your body can endure such a fate remains a different matter. A hint of amusement danced in Sean and Appo's expression. The mayor and his subordinates seethed with rage. Their teeth clenched. What you propose is outright embezzlement. Do you not realize how furious your superiors would be should they learn of your intentions? Upon hearing this, Sean chuckled as if he had heard a jest. Is that so? I do not perceive this as a heinous act. Moreover, I find this transaction quite equitable. If you are unwilling, then there shall be no agreement. If you consent, let us proceed as per our arrangement. Why does it seem as though I am at fault? Sean maintained an ambiguous smile, prompting an immediate silence among those present. Should the marshal discover your corrupt dealings, do you comprehend the consequences you would face? Sean regarded them with curiosity. Are you suggesting that you would disclose this matter to Marshal Yuan, who would then intervene and provide you with a fair resolution? Is that your implication? Upon hearing this, the townspeople fell into silence once more. They realized that reporting this incident would likely yield predictable results. So you have been aware of this situation all along, recognizing that even if we report it, there may not be a resolution? Their disbelief was palpable. Compared to previous circumstances, this was the most intolerable revelation. I am not exaggerating. I believe my request is rather reasonable. In truth, Sean did not wish to proceed in this manner, yet the system's demands compelled him. Without fulfilling the task, he would not attain his desires, and thus he could not allow their nonsense to deter him. Frankly, after completing the task set forth by the system, he had indeed received considerable rewards. He was no fool. One must make choices, and he did not perceive his actions as excessive. While I cannot fathom your reasoning, your naivety is astonishing. Such thoughts are indeed naive. Given such sentiments, they ought not to blame others, for these matters were indeed evident. With this, the townspeople ceased their discourse. Those villagers who had previously held great admiration for the mayor now bore expressions tinged with resentment. It is your fault. Had you not allowed those pirates to infiltrate, we would not be facing this predicament. Do you not feel the slightest remorse? The mayor was taken aback by this remark. So you believe this to be my fault? Being of advancing age, he had tended to overlook many matters as long as they did not cross the line. However, he had not anticipated that his perceived indifference would ultimately lead to his own downfall. Chapter 98. Astonished by Sean's abilities, why has everyone fallen silent? Sean observed the group enveloped in a heavy quietude, finding their so-called unity rather superficial. On the surface, their connection with the mayor appeared inseparable. Yet when matters of finance or other interests arose, they became entangled in their own contradictions. To Sean, this was nothing short of a farce. Thus, he often refrained from shattering the facade of their harmonious lies, merely finding it amusing. Initially, the mayor believed that if there were no underlying reasons, this issue would not have materialized. However, he now found himself at a loss for words. If you are willing to release me, then so be it. Should similar issues arise in the future, I hope you find a reasonable solution, Sean stated. The mayor was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Sean would let him off the hook. In his mind, once a matter was voiced, there was no turning back, and any thoughts of retreat seemed futile. Although I do not comprehend your reasoning, I recognize that, as it stands, this has seemingly become a foregone conclusion. The mayor produced his long-saved funds and offered them to Sean, who did not even glance at the sum. He had already accomplished the task assigned by the system and was not in need of this trivial amount, as the multipliers in his pocket were sufficient to effect significant change. The meager offering was inconsequential, and perhaps the mayor had invested considerable effort to save it. Keep it. My intent was merely to illuminate the true nature of those around you, Sean remarked, causing the mayor to fall silent. In truth, he had dedicated years to serving others without complaint, never clashing with anyone, always stepping forward to resolve issues. Yet, he had not anticipated that, in the end, others would be unwilling to make even a small sacrifice for him. He found the entire situation ludicrous. Eventually, he claimed to feel unwell and excused himself to rest. A fact Sean noted. Once the mayor departed, Sean ventured outside to inquire about the ongoing situation. How is the battle progressing? Any thoughts? Upon hearing Sean's question, the group quickly shook their heads. We have fought, yet no victor has emerged. I feel there is something amiss, said Fujitora, with others nodding in agreement. He, a blind man, possessed remarkable abilities, while Sean appeared to them merely as a capable rogue. Fire Mountain held no strong opinions on the matter, merely finding Sean's decisions perplexing. Once I have made a decision, no one can alter it. If you firmly believe that your actions pose no issues, that is indeed surprising. Yet I hold that not all is as it seems, Sean declared, silencing Fire Mountain, who pondered that perhaps the fault lay with himself. If he had adhered to previous decisions, they may not have proven effective, and he felt a twinge of awkwardness. Their recent battle had ended in a stalemate. Yet he sensed that the matter was more complex than it appeared. As Sean prepared to board the ship, Fire Mountain hesitated. Did you not say you would recruit me? Why have you ceased speaking? Seeing Sean's unyielding posture, he called out to him. Sean turned slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. That is because each individual possesses unique strengths. If you are unwilling to join, forcing you would be futile. Moreover, you are likely more acquainted with this field than I. Sean recognized him as someone who would undoubtedly join the Navy and potentially ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral. He was curious as to why Fire Mountain had transformed into a naive youth, seemingly uninformed in this realm. However, Sean was not concerned with how he would become a naval officer. Rather, he was focused on whether this individual could serve under him. If he could recruit him, it would signify the completion of a task. Sean and Oppo's primary objective in this town was to address the lingering pirate issue, and he had heard that this individual was present and sought to enlist him. Of course, he would not impose, treating him as he did Fujitora, with all matters governed by a sense of fairness. Fire Mountain had been conflicted, but upon hearing Sean and Oppo's words, he felt his own thoughts pale in comparison. What is it? Do you find this situation more intricate than you initially believed? Sean teased, observing him approach. Fire Mountain hastily shook his head. That is not my intention. I merely think that if you are willing to extend an invitation, I shall consider it. However, I will adhere to the proper procedures, and after passing the assessments, I will serve faithfully under you. His meaning was clear. He did not wish for Sean to grant him any undue advantages. Sean welcomed this attitude, as such eagerness was precisely what they desired. If that is the case, splendid. I am confident you will accomplish the task. Thus, Sean brought him aboard the warship. Just as he received news from Admiral Sengoku, to which he promptly replied, informing him of the new recruit. What is this individual's name? Admiral Sengoku inquired. A strange sensation washing over him as he pondered whether Sean's recruit would be connected to their needs. His name is Fire Mountain. You requested I address the issues in that town, and fortuitously, I encountered him there. He is filled with a desire for retribution. And I believe such a person should not be squandered, Sean explained, though he was not entirely truthful. This fellow was currently a mere troublemaker, and the notion of retribution was merely a facade he presented. He simply chose not to disclose the truth. Upon hearing this, Admiral Sengoku drew in a sharp breath. He certainly remembered Fire Mountain. Previously, he had sought to recruit him but had been met with resistance, resulting in significant complications, with accusations flying that the Navy employed exaggerated tactics. At that time, he and several others had felt quite embarrassed. They were not unwilling to recruit him. Rather, they recognized he would be a far more formidable opponent than those they had dealt with before. Otherwise, they would not have reached such an impasse. Now that you have recruited him, it stands to reason that you possess the capability to handle him. As for the rest, there is little more to say. Sean proceeded to report additional matters before concluding the discussion. Once he disembarked from the cabin, he observed Fujitora and Fire Mountain engaged in a game of chess. "Oh, you two seem rather harmonious," Sean quipped, eliciting their attention. Although Fujitora could not see, he still directed his gaze toward Sean. "Do you maintain a good relationship with the Navy headquarters?" Fire Mountain inquired, puzzled. Chapter 99. Commencement of training. The relationship was tolerable. After all, it was the naval headquarters, and this aspect could not be disregarded. He certainly could not elucidate everything to him, yet there were essential points that needed addressing, for this situation was unlike others. Upon hearing his words, Fire Mountain appeared contemplative. He had a general understanding, though he was unaware of the exact location of Sean's division. After all, a vice admiral in the Navy wielded considerable capability and authority. He was also puzzled as to why Sean had taken an interest in him. However, having already agreed, he could not retract his decision and thus followed Sean to their destination with utmost sincerity. The pirates captured by Sean had, prior to their apprehension, alerted their comrades, allowing many to escape. They, of course, were aware of Sean's efforts to rectify the town, and numerous pirates deemed Sean's actions to be an overreaction, considering such events were not uncommon in previous years. Why had he specifically targeted this town, and why did he seem to exhibit such hostility? Did they not realize this was a typical tactic employed to set an example? The pirates convened to discuss their circumstances, which were becoming increasingly dire. Before Sean emerged, it seemed there was a chance for resolution. Yet, once Sean appeared, the pirate world transformed into an unusually harmonious realm. Even those who typically reveled in chaos were now subdued, fearing to provoke discomfort. Sean, oblivious to their thoughts, was preoccupied with his next mission. During his return journey, the system assigned him a new task, not one requiring monetary gain, but rather the cultivation of a formidable subordinate. He recognized the capabilities of the mole and had always heeded its ideas and strategies. As for Fujitora, his recruitment was a spur-of-the-moment decision, bolstered by his impressive abilities. Thus, Sean resolved to bring him into his fold. Fire Mountain's inclusion was dictated by the system's arrangement, yet now it urged him to develop a competent assistant. His gaze swept over the three individuals nearby, and he found himself grappling with a dilemma. Each possessed distinct strengths, and training them together was utterly impractical. Consequently, Sean found himself in a quandary. Momentarily lost in thought, he failed to respond despite Fujitora calling his name repeatedly. Fujitora, unable to see, assumed Sean was preoccupied with other matters, prompting Fire Mountain to intervene and rouse him from his reverie. "Oh, what is it you require?" Sean inquired. "I believe I should undergo an assessment upon my return. Although I am blind, I should not be afforded any unfair advantages." Initially, Fujitora had not contemplated this notion, but Fire Mountain's reminder led him to reflect. As a vice admiral, Sean had already extended numerous opportunities to him. He wished to avoid disappointing Sean, as well as to prevent others from underestimating him. "But what sort of assessment can you participate in? The Navy has no provisions for this," came the retort. Upon hearing this, Fujitora offered an awkward smile, while Fire Mountain swiftly interjected to diffuse the tension. "Well, since the Navy has no such plans, why not create one? You have already recruited him. Surely, it would not be difficult to devise a unique assessment for him?" His implication was clear. Did the naval headquarters impose exceedingly stringent expectations in this regard? If so, there would be no need for him to join. After the call concluded, Fleet Admiral Sengoku felt a sense of helplessness. He was aware of Sean's capabilities, yet this young man was continually defying expectations. Previously, they had sought to recruit individuals with great difficulty, yet with merely a word from Sean, they were willing to comply. If it truly poses a challenge, then so be it. I do not insist on any particular position, as long as I can execute justice, perform my duties, and occasionally engage in challenges. That suffices for me. Fujitora responded with remarkable understanding. Sean, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of anger. What? Do you believe that by bringing you here, you are merely to collect a salary without contributing anything else? And yet, you would still receive a naval title? Faced with Sean's jest, Old Who felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had no intention of merely coasting. The issue of assessments, however, was not his concern. He would leave that to Sean. While he waited for further instructions, just as Sean finished speaking, they arrived at their destination. Fire Mountain was astonished by the state of the division. He had expected Sean's division to be disorganized and lackadaisical, yet upon arrival, he found each individual brimming with enthusiasm and adhering to regulations. This revelation completely reshaped his perception of Sean. What are you dawdling for? Hurry inside. Observing his expression, Sean surmised that Fire Mountain believed his management style to be lax. Regrettably, Sean was adept at distinguishing the nuances of the situation. First and foremost, he was a vice admiral. Only secondarily was he focused on fulfilling his mission. Otherwise, should any discrepancies arise or if he were to be discovered, it would reflect poorly on him. He could not afford such folly. Of course, he would not disclose this information to others, keeping it concealed within himself. Please escort them below to rest. Should any issues arise, see to their resolution, Sean instructed Mole. Upon hearing this, Mole promptly nodded. Rest assured, Vice Admiral, I shall fulfill my duties. Once she departed from Sean and returned to the office, she sat down and began to meditate. If it were indeed necessary to cultivate someone, both candidates were commendable choices. Mole and Oppo's approach was to follow a legitimate assessment, as his abilities had reached a sufficient level. However, regarding other matters, there remained a significant disparity from the present situation, which caused him some concern. Fire Mountain, do not feel overly pressured. We are quite accommodating, and there is no need to rush regarding assessments. Just let everything unfold naturally, Mole remarked, attempting to offer comfort. Upon hearing this, Fire Mountain chuckled lightly. Although Fujitora could not discern their expressions, he sensed the warmth in their tone. I did not anticipate that I would trouble you to return once more. Mole expressed her appreciation towards Fujitora, who, despite his blindness, was remarkably polite. He bore no special intentions due to Sean's recruitment. He treated everyone with equal respect. Such a person commanded her utmost respect and admiration. Fujitora, your words are too kind. If the circumstances here truly are as you describe, then perhaps it is somewhat exceptional, Mole responded as she escorted them to their quarters before returning to report to Sean. Everything is arranged, my lord. How do you plan to proceed with the training? Will you follow the previous path, or do you intend to pursue a different course? Sean was well aware of what she was implying. Do you wish to be promoted? His query left Mole utterly bewildered. What do you mean by that?